In the year 3014, at the foremost cultivation academy in California, China, Li Xiang was distinctly different from the students soaring home on their flying swords. With a flick of his hand, a sleek sports car materialized from his storage ring onto the thoroughfare. Hey, being underage and racing home, I need not worry about traffic jams after school, he mused. He pressed a token against the car's steering wheel, igniting the engine as he sped homeward. What a wondrous world. Even after 3 years in this realm, Li Xiang often marveled at its extraordinary nature. A millennium ago, this world resembled the blue star he once knew. But with the resurgence of spiritual energy, it transformed into a harmonious blend of technology and cultivation. With its rich civilization, China naturally emerged as the sole dominion of this new era, where everyone pursued immortality, and in a remarkably short span, the nation even embarked on interstellar journeys. Look, isn't that the young master of the Li family? He's out flaunting his magical artifact again. It said that crafting it consumed a significant amount of spirit stones, costing him at least 3 low-grade spirit stones each day for commuting. Being wealthy is remarkable. What's there to be proud of? He's just an ordinary mixed spiritual root like us. Rumor has it he was expelled from the Li family. The other young masters call him the family's disgrace. Along the roadside, many students, unable to fly on swords and lacking funds for magical artifacts, voiced their envy. Li Xiang, frequently cruising in his spirit stone-consuming car, had inevitably become a focal point. Listening to the chatter of passers-by, Li Xiang felt no anger. Donning his sunglasses, he glanced at the rearview mirror where a few envious students whispered about him. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other extending outward, he raised his middle finger, then accelerated away. Engaging in idle banter with these individuals was far less appealing than returning home to play games. Before long, he acquired groceries and drove back to Jixianzhuang. The elder guarding the high-level cave dwelling's magical formation was enjoying a simple meal of grains and chicken leg. Upon hearing the sound of the engine, he set down his bowl and kindly opened the formation for Li Xiang. Young Master Li, you went all the way to buy groceries? Is the high-grade fasting pill not to your taste? Uncle Chun, Li Xiang replied with a smile. No matter how advanced it is, that fasting pill tastes like chewing wax. We can't let our mouths suffer while cultivating, can we? What's the point of cultivation otherwise? At this, Uncle Chin's eyes brightened, and he gave a thumbs up. Well said. In this day and age, who eats fasting pills for the sake of purity? It's sheer foolishness one must cultivate with a broad mind. Well then, Uncle Chun, he'll head back to cook now. As Li Xiang drove through the villa district, he greeted several uncles and aunties, or elderly figures whose ages were unfathomable, all of whom responded with warm smiles. The cultivators at Jixianzhuang were markedly different from those students. Their long years had endowed them with a deeper understanding of human emotions, and they welcomed Li Xiang warmly, regardless of his youth or the rumors of his mixed spiritual root. After all, everyone knew that those who resided here were no ordinary individuals. The cave dwellings in the villa district were, in essence, no different from ordinary villas, but most held hidden wonders. His dwelling Jixianzhuang number 1 sat at the end of the complex. As Li Xiang parked the car, a celestial maiden appeared before him, clad in a white maid's outfit. Her long, slender legs beneath a delicate apron drew the eye, particularly her alluring face framed by straight bangs. Despite having coexisted with this automaton for 3 years, Li Xiang found himself momentarily entranced by her captivating smile. "Welcome home, master." The automaton's voice was as soothing as a tranquil spring, instantly melting away the irritations from his day at school. "Yu Xian, please drive the car into the garage," Li Xiang instructed, tossing her a set of keys. "The groceries are in the front trunk. There's quite a bit. Please prepare the meal and serve it in my room. I plan to spend this holiday gaming." "Understood, master." Yu Xian nodded. As Li Xiang approached the villa door, she added, "By the way, master, the spirit stone allowance from your family has yet to arrive this month. Our account is running low. Should I contact them?" This automaton's capabilities were beyond anything Li Xiang could fathom. She had cared for him since birth, surpassing even the most advanced artificial intelligence he had known. "Still not sent?" Li Xiang fronut. "Please call to remind them. Also, start with old Gue, he's one of our own. Let's see what the issue is." "Yes, master." Taking Yu Xian's response in stride, Li Xiang retreated to his room. Throughout California, many families practice cultivation, but the Li family undoubtedly ranked among the elite. However, Li Xiang was not well acquainted with his family. Since birth, whether due to his inferior aptitude or his estranged parents, he had lived in Jixianzhuang, raised by Yuxian. His encounters with the Li family were far fewer than his interactions with the kind souls at Jixianzhuang. Although he was the legitimate heir of the family, he had not grown up among them. Nevertheless, he received a generous monthly allowance for his expenses. From the elders, he learned that his parents had made significant contributions to the Li family. As long as the Li family endured, his lineage would enjoy perpetual support. Thus, Li Xiang felt no anxiety regarding his livelihood. Upon returning to his room, Li Xiang settled before his computer, lost in thought. It seems I can only coast through life. He chuckled to himself as he powered on the device. This lifestyle was the very embodiment of his dreams, a life unburdened by worries, simply due to his status as a second-generation rich kid. He was content with his situation as long as he did not court disaster. His existence was already enviable. Li Xiang even envisioned a future that was ordinary, yet carefree. Though he paused, recalling the lives of the formidable figures in this world. They experienced magnificent adventures among the stars, while he remained confined to Jixianzhuang. I truly am greedy. With a self-deprecating smile, he found his computer had booted up. Although this world was steeped in cultivation, it also offered games, serving as a pastime for individuals like him. Most were VR games designed to enhance a cultivator's reflexes, blending entertainment with education. Yet, Li Xiang preferred traditional games from his past life, like the antique game he was currently about to play. After all, the contemporary VR games predominantly focused on combat, which had grown tiresome. He accessed an old game that Yuxian had painstakingly retrieved from the antique market, copied from computers dating back a millennium, akin to his own antiquated machine. After surveying the selection, he hesitated, as he had largely exhausted these games. Contemplating, he opened a folder to search for any forgotten treasures. As Li Xiang rummaged through the files, one game caught his eye. Immortal Family Simulator is a management game? Driven by curiosity, he launched the game. In an instant, the screen loaded, revealing an ancient art style that seemed remarkably retro, even from his previous life. A serene landscape unfolded, gradually revealing a small wooden cabin. A young man was setting up an altar, burning incense before a bronze cauldron. On this day, your only descendant, lost and alone, is paying homage to you. As a slave, he bears no surname, merely having heard that kneeling before ancestors will invoke their blessings. Please establish a surname for this family, poised to either rise or fade into obscurity. Family. Huh. Li Xiang almost choked on his drink, taken aback by such a dismal beginning. Was the entire family register comprised of just one individual? Regardless, he followed the game prompts and input Li family. Upon entering his surname, the game's interface began to transform, yet remained as elegantly simplistic as ever. Li Xiang took a moment to observe to the left. A slider marked time rate indicated 1 hour per real time. Is there no option to pause? Li Xiang mused, discovering that the game only paused during ancestor worship or when special events occurred, and that the ancestral rites would automatically conclude after 5 minutes. As the game commenced, it marked the first ancestral worship. However, it appeared to be a novice tutorial, for on the Li family's tablet, a large character representing Li materialized out of thin air. The sole descendant of the Li family witnessed this transformation, and a line of bold text appeared above his head. The ancestor has manifested. I bear the surname Li. I finally have a name. Ha ha. Observing the exuberance of the Li descendant, Li Xiang felt a mix of amusement and emotion, for he found it difficult to empathize with a mere game NPC. Simultaneously, a substantial black interface on the right side of the screen displayed a message. Your descendant feels your presence, ecstatic, and has named himself Li Dalong. Incense 1. Furthermore, Li Xiang discovered a family tree within the member list. First-generation member, Li Dalong. He even had access to Li Dalong's personal information, a quintessentially ordinary individual. A simulation of a cultivation family. Does this imply I can merely observe the family's development? Li Xiang still struggled to grasp the essence of the game. Your descendant is performing ancestral worship, held once every decade. Offerings. A pile of ashes from burnt yellow paper. What purpose does this serve? Though the equipment bar was nowhere to be found, Li Xiang clicked no. You have canceled the offering. A gust of wind swept across the screen, scattering the ashes from the burnt yellow paper. However, the sole descendant of the Li family was thrown into disarray. Ancestor, please forgive me, your unfilial descendant is utterly inept, unable to present offerings that would delight you. Do you intend to bestow a blessing upon your descendant during this ancestral worship? Staring at the screen, Li Xiang found himself momentarily paralyzed, his hand clutching a beverage suspended in midair, trembling slightly, his eyes widening in disbelief, and his mouth agape. This reaction was not merely due to the game's visuals, but rather, an incense burner, which ought not to exist, had manifested beside the chaotic desktop of his computer. Li Xiang could even detect the lingering scent of the burnt yellow paper wafting from the incense burner, identical to the one he had just seen on the game's altar. What on earth? Chapter 2. The Ancestors have manifested. Game, incense burner. Game, incense burner. Li Xiang stared blankly at the computer screen, his mind racing at an astonishing pace. This world was inherently one of cultivation, where anything was possible. Moreover, as a transmigrator, he had witnessed countless peculiarities. He immediately comprehended that this was no mere game. The computer had been unearthed from an ancient tomb, suggesting that the game contained a hidden power that had inadvertently fallen into his hands. The options of sacrifice and grace were channels through which this power could benefit him. Through grace, the descendants in the game would grow formidable, allowing them to acquire precious items within the game world, thereby providing for him in return through the incense burner, which would yield sacrifices. Therefore, I must do everything possible to assist Li Dalong in his growth. In the room, amidst the familiar strains of music, Li Xiang could even hear the rapid beating of his own heart. Yet, he remained remarkably composed, a trait he possessed inherently. Even if the entire planet were to explode, Li Xiang would not falter. As he watched the passage of time in the game, the screen displayed, "Please offer your grace to the incense burner." 3:45, time was slipping away, and if it reached 0 without him bestowing a reward upon Li Dalong, the next opportunity for ancestor worship would not come for another decade. By then, Li Dalong would be 20 years old, and without any means, he would surely perish. Suddenly, Li Xiang sprang to his feet, contemplating useful information as he surveyed the room. What should I provide him with? Food? No, as a former slave, he had managed to escape. Finding a way to fill his belly in a short time was feasible. Should I offer him spiritual stones? No. Li Dalong was merely an ordinary person, and it was said that those who possess treasures invite calamity. The path of cultivation. Yes, he must strengthen himself to survive and expand the family clan within these 10 years. Li Xiang hastily searched the room and ultimately discovered a pitch-black stone. Trembling, he carefully placed the stone into the incense burner just as the grace time reached 1 o'clock. At that moment, the game system's text reappeared on the screen. Detecting your offered grace. Manual for Qi Refinement Masters. Would you like to proceed with the offering? Without hesitation, Li Xiang clicked yes. The Manual for Qi Refinement Masters was a compilation of modern technology applied to discarded spiritual stones. It encompassed the essence of Qi refinement teachings distilled from numerous cultivators over millennia, serving as the foundational teaching material for all cultivation academies in Huaxia. Undoubtedly, this was the most suitable resource for Li Dalong's learning. Only by mastering power could he enhance his chances of survival in the game world and lay a solid foundation for the family and Oppo's future. At this moment, the screen depicted Li Dalong holding the grace, seemingly grasping a profound understanding. He bowed in gratitude at the altar, expressing his filial reverence towards his ancestors, vowing not to disappoint their expectations. Gulping down a drink, Li Xiang propped his legs onto the gaming chair, resolutely thinking, I must not let down my hopes. Survive and thrive, and expand the clan. He then accelerated the game interface's time to its maximum speed. Soon, the altar vanished, leaving only a humble abode. However, under Li Xiang and Oppo's focus gaze, Li Dalong and Oppo's living environment began to change slightly. A field gradually formed beside the house, and the wooden structure began to be reinforced with stone. There were rods outside for drying meat, and the surrounding trees multiplied. An entire hour passed. It felt as though he was peering into someone else's life. and the experience was utterly enchanting. Your descendant Li Dalong has adapted to life in isolation in the mountains, diligently studying the manual for Qi refinement masters, and has finally become a Qi refinement master. Ancestors bless us. Li Xiang once again witnessed Li Dalong bowing at the altar. Incense too. He had finally broken through. Equally elated, Li Xiang checked Li Dalong's information. Amidst a lengthy data list, he located the crucial details. Trait: diligent and ambitious. Though his aptitude is poor, he strives harder than anyone else. Truly, he is my descendant, facing life with the same vigor as I do. Pleased, Li Xiang restored the time flow to match reality, realizing it was time for a meal. He walked to the dining room, where a meal had already been set upon the table. 2 dishes and a soup. After pouring himself a bowl of soup and taking a sip, he filled his bowl with food and turned to the puzzled Yu Xian, asking, "Have you contacted the old ghost?" "What did he say?" Yu Xian replied, "I have contacted him, but the old ghost has not responded, nor have the others from the Li family." Li Xiang paused, frowning. Logically, even if they intended to delay my allowance, they would not dare to ignore me. How about this? You personally visit cave number 8 and leave a message. Uncle Qin goes out daily. Ask him to inquire when he does. Understood, master. After giving the instructions, Li Xiang hurried back to his room to continue the game. Pocket money is pocket money. But now Li Xiang clearly understood that a tremendous opportunity lay before him. He must treat the cultivation family simulator with utmost seriousness, setting aside all other matters. At the doorway, Li Xiang halted, glancing at Yu Xian, who was preparing to clear the table. "By the way, please pack up this food." Yu Xian had already prepared the containers. "Understood, master. As before, I will deliver it to the gatekeeper, Old Shun." Yes. Returning to his room, Li Xiang discovered that the time speed was synchronized with reality. He then clicked on the family tree to check on Li Dalong. To his astonishment, the game interface began shifting to an environment outside the clan and Oppo's location. In the upper right corner, map, Wild Boar Forest appeared. The scene displayed a forest, with Li Dalong and Oppo's animated character visible alongside several wild boars. The extensive member action notifications in the lower right corner recorded Li Dalong and Oppo's actions. Several wild boars have repeatedly damaged the vegetable garden. Li Dalong has learned and vows revenge. Li Xiang promptly accelerated the time slightly, then slowed it down again. Special event. Descendant Li Dalong encounters a wild boar king while battling wild boars and sustains minor injuries. Would you like to use Ancestor's protection? Ancestor's protection 1. From the love of the ancestors 2. Charge forth, my children 3. 15. Revive my descendant. What a jumble. Li Xiang scratched his head and quickly clicked to investigate. This seemed to be a capability that allowed him to expend and Oppo's, incense and Oppo's, to assist his descendant when encountering enemies. Currently, he could only utilize from the love of the ancestors, which required 2 points of incense to provide minor healing. As for revive my descendant, the incense cost was exorbitant and the conditions exceedingly complex. Without hesitation, Li Xiang used some incense to heal his only descendant. The ancestors have indeed manifested. Li Dalong and Oppo's character expressed immense gratitude. Shortly thereafter, as Li Xiang accelerated the time once more, he soon saw Li Dalong bowing at the altar again. Li Dalong is profoundly grateful for the ancestors and Oppo's protection. Li sighed with relief. This was his only descendant. If Li Dalong were to perish, it would truly signify a definitive end. Is this the feeling of being an ancestor? One fears for the continuation of one and Oppo's bloodline. My grandfather was much the same. When I had just begun high school, he urged me to find a wife quickly. At this thought, Li couldn't help but chuckle, though a touch of melancholy washed over him. He wondered how his family fared in another world. He promptly shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. He then exchanged his seat for a flat stool, taking out a high-grade spirit stone to meditate and cultivate while observing the game screen. Time within the game flowed slowly. Li Dalong's humble abode transformed into a stone house, and the vegetable garden outside began to sprout. Perhaps due to the opportunity to venture into the mountains for hunting, the sun-dried meats multiplied, and Li Dalong even began to raise a dozen pigs. By the 3rd year, he successfully broke through to the second level of qi refinement. During this time, Li had also accumulated 4 points of incense. The pace of progress was commendable. Li had examined the young man's data. Li Dalong started from nothing, cultivating from mortal to cultivator, with poor aptitude and scarce resources. This was the pinnacle of what diligence could achieve. At that moment, Li, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze brightening. Li Dalong entered the city to sell bee skins, intending to exchange them for silver to purchase some elixirs to assist in his cultivation. On the way, he encountered a farmer and Amp, Appo's daughter, and the two felt an instant connection. Ah, the boy has awakened. Quickly, Don and Amp, Appo's, just linger in fondness. Consummate the marriage. Li was no longer concerned whether the girl hailed from a farming family or a wealthy one. As long as Li Dalong could find happiness in marriage, that was all that mattered. Ideally, he would transform into a progenitor right there, ensuring the continuation of the Li family line. Soon the scene shifted. On the screen, Li Dalong was holding the hand of a young woman, returning to the ancestral altar in their courtyard. Dressed in festive red, the couple proclaimed, unfilial descendant Li Dalong today weds Su Tsuehua of Su Village. We humbly beseech our ancestors for blessings. Blessings, abundant blessings. Li was filled with joy and immediately navigated to ancestral blessing. On the interface, expending 2 points of incense to invoke love from the ancestors. The ancestors had once again manifested their presence. Grateful, Li Dalong bowed deeply, and the scene swiftly transitioned to night, where the sole descendant of the Li family was to consummate his marriage with his bride. Today, Li Dalong is married. Incense 4. The house was adorned with auspicious symbols, signaling that tonight would be a sleepless night. Li watched the screen, more exhilarated than if it were his own nuptials. Let the children come forth, my child, prolifically bring forth offspring, and let this world witness the grandeur of the Li family. Chapter 3. The Li family is blessed with numerous descendants, and their marriages flourish, bringing great comfort to Li Xiang. As time flows in the game, Li Dalong and his wife embrace a harmonious life of farming, while he diligently strives in his cultivation. Year 5. Through relentless effort, Li Dalong breaks through to the 3rd level of qi refinement. In the same year, Su Tsuehua, after 10 months of pregnancy, successfully gives birth to a son named Li Yaozu. Congratulations on the addition to the family. Incense 10. A child is born, finally, with joy overwhelming him. Li Xiang joyfully takes a large sip of his drink. Meanwhile, in the game, Li Dalong anxiously dances outside, celebrating the ancestral blessing of a baby boy. The Li family has a successor. The scene swiftly shifts. Li Dalong holds the newborn in his arms, weeping before the ancestral altar. Ancestral spirit, behold our family's precious boy. My son Yaozu possesses the qualities of a celestial being. There must be a reward. Using and Appo's ancestral blessing. Love from the ancestors and Appo's, consuming 4 points of incense. In an instant, a radiant light envelopes Li Dalong and his son at the altar. Child, do you see? The ancestral spirit has manifested again, blessing my son with health and fortune. Gained incense too. After the joyous occasion, Li Xiang promptly opens the newborn's personal information. Compared to Li Dalong's mixed spiritual roots, it is evident that Li Yaozu and Appo's potential is considerably superior. Spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Wood root: 56, those still classified as mixed roots. Each type possesses its strengths and weaknesses. A perfect root scores 100 points, and 56 points can be deemed average. In contrast, Li Dalong's metal root stands at a mere 38 points. This is indeed a significant improvement for the Li family. Subsequently, Li Xiang cheerfully instructs Yue Xian to prepare a late-night meal. After enjoying his supper, he begins to engage in continuous battles within his room. The advantage of being a cultivator is that one can toil tirelessly without fear of exhaustion. He quietly observes the development of the Li family. Since the arrival of the child, the game and Appo's interface has shown considerable progress for the Li family. Li Dalong has repaired their home, which has expanded significantly, and he has cultivated several more acres of fertile land. It appears that the game reflects the changing seasons, and Li Xiang even notices the fields fallow at times. Fortunately, as a cultivator, Li Daolong is not worried about hunger due to his hunting skills. Before long, a notification catches Li Xiang's attention. Li Daolong has hunted all the wild boars in the forest, gaining the trait Wild Boar Slayer. One intriguing trait. Li Xiang clicks to learn more. Wild Boar Slayer. Combat power increased by 10. Damage to pig-type creatures increased by 200. Impressive. Li Xiang gives a thumbs up, sensing that his descendants have made remarkable strides in a particular domain. Following the birth of the child, the small abode of the Li family is now brimming with vitality. Li Xiang even witnesses the scene of the crawling Li Yaozu being brought to the ancestral altar by Li Daolong for worship, clearly understanding the importance of ancestral reverence from an early age. Gained Incense 3. Soon after, Li Xiang notices Su Cuihua and Appo's belly has grown again. He glances at the game and amp. Appo's timeline, year 7. Truly, my descendants are remarkable men. Not long after, Su Cuihua successfully gives birth to a daughter, named and amp. Appo's, Li Yaoqing and amp. Appo's. Congratulations to the Li family on the new addition, gaining Incense 10. The same scene unfolds, as Li Daolong leads his family once again to offer their respects at the altar. Unfilial descendants have disappointed the ancestral spirit. This time, we have not produced a male heir. We beseech the ancestral spirit for forgiveness. Li Daolong weeps bitterly, as if he has committed a grave error. He holds the bewildered Li Yaozu, while Su Cuihua cradles their newly born daughter, her expression downcast. What does this mean? A preference for sons over daughters? Li Xiang and Amp. Appo's expression darkens. To him, it matters not whether descendants are male or female, as long as they contribute to the family and Amp. Appo's as prosperity. Discrimination against either gender is unacceptable. After a moment in Appo's contemplation, using and Appo's ancestral blessing, love from the ancestors and Appo's, consuming 2 points of incense. This time, however, the blessing is bestowed solely upon Li Yaoqing, without extending it to the others. In that moment, Li Daolong seems to grasp Li Xiang and Appo's intent, and his worship becomes somewhat anxious. Ancestral spirit, please calm your wrath. I understand now. As long as they are children of the Li family, I will cherish them all. Thank you, ancestral spirit, for your blessings upon Yaoqing. Gained Incense 3. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiang's expression softens slightly. While he cannot directly communicate with the characters in the game, he finds ways to convey his meaning effectively. The last time he used and Appo's, love from the ancestors and Appo's, it encompassed everyone. This time, the focus on Li Yaoqing leaves no room for misinterpretation. As the family continues to flourish, Li Xiang examines Li Yaoqing's personal information. The potential of this newborn appears to be lacking, even inferior to Li Daolong's, with only a water root score of 20 points. However, it matters little. As long as family members increase, they will contribute to the collective strength, and having another pair of hands to tend the fields is advantageous. Li Xiang glances at the upper right corner. Time has reached year 8. Throughout this period, the descendants of the Li family regularly pay their respects at the altar. Gradually, Li Xiang understands that the formation of incense likely arises from the sincere worship of descendants or special events. Currently, his incense has reached 38 points. At this moment, Li Yaozu is already able to run about. Though merely 3 years old, perhaps due to a meat-rich diet, he is sturdier than the average child. Li Daolong even provides him with a wooden sword, encouraging him to practice swordsmanship from a young age. Early cultivation is essential. Though 3 years old, is hardly an age to comprehend the intricacies of cultivation. Conversely, while Li Yaoqing is just 1 year old, she shows little interest in cultivation. Instead, she often crawls towards the vegetable garden, her face alight with curiosity as she observes Li Daolong irrigating the fields. Then, to Li Xiang's delight, he notices that Li Daolong's wife has recently become pregnant again. Ancestral spirit, unfilial descendant Li Daolong, comes to worship, grateful for another child. In an instant, Li Xiang unhesitatingly bestows love from the ancestors upon Li Daolong. Thank you, ancestral spirit. Truly, you are ever watchful over this unfilial descendant. Rest assured, with your blessings, my wife shall bear even more children, enriching the Li family. Incense 2, Li Xiang is thoroughly satisfied. Just look at Li Dalong and Appo's offspring. Though their potential may be modest, they are remarkably understanding, especially in their capacity for reproduction, which fills him with pride as the ancestor. After closing the scene, an unusual notification appears in the action list. In a year of severe drought, with an increasing number of children at home, the forest has become devoid of small animals. The children have grown weary of eating wild boar, prompting him to venture further afield in search of sustenance. He plans to hunt more, preparing provisions for the family. What a responsible child! Li Xiang opens the map, quickly spotting Li Dalong traversing to a place called Silver Iron Forest. Before long, he observes in the game that Li Dalong faces off against a horse. Li Dalong battles the demonic beast, Iron Forest Horse, injuring it. After 3 days and nights of pursuit, he finally captures the Iron Forest Horse. However, seeing the pleading eyes of the creature, he perceives its humanity and decides to release it, silently ensuring to keep his distance to avoid any blood splatter. Unexpectedly, as the Iron Forest Horse gazes at the human raising a bow, it is filled with gratitude and follows Li Dalong back to the Li family, becoming his steed. With the acquisition of a demonic beast, the Li family's journey continues. Li Dalong specially built a stable in the family estate, where a horse could be seen joyfully galloping about. Before long, the Li family was greeted with joyous news that made Li Xiang overjoyed. Su Tzuhua had successfully given birth to a son, who was named Li Yaodai. Congratulations to the Li family on their new addition, earning 10 in family lineage. They now had 3 children. Given Li Dalong's fertility, it was only a matter of time before they could assemble a football team, or even a whole class. The Li family expressed their gratitude to their ancestors. The newly born Li Yaodai showed promising potential as well. Golden Root, 42, Fire Root, 51. Especially remarkable was the fact that this child seemed to have inherited some extraordinary traits even while in the womb, as he managed to pull out a strand of Li Dalong's hair upon birth. Trait, enhanced skeleton. His bones are larger than those of average children, with a 5 increase in strength. Ancestor, do you see this? My son Yaodai possesses great strength. He will surely excel at manual labor in the future. Thank you on behalf of my son Yaodai. Li Xiang rejoiced at the increase in family members, while Li Dalong was evidently industrious, tirelessly hunting in the Silver Iron Forest. However, the forest seemed to harbor numerous ferocious beasts, and on one occasion, Li Dalong, at the 4th level of Qi refinement, sustained minor injuries. Nevertheless, Li Xiang promptly utilized love from the ancestors to aid him. To Li Xiang's surprise, the drought in the game world persisted for an extended period, affecting even the field beside their home. Their only daughter, Li Xiang, was seen weeping heartily while holding a handful of dry earth. Time swiftly passed to the 9th year. The drought continued unabated, yet Li Dalong had prepared well, ensuring that his 3 children and wife did not go hungry, and the well's water remained unexhausted. As Li Xiang observed the gradual progress of his family and awaited the arrival of the 10th year, when the incense burner would appear for him to utilize blessing, his brows furrowed tightly. Special event, bandits. In a year of drought, crops have withered, and many citizens have turned to banditry. 13 thieves visited the Li family in the dead of night. One bandit, upon seeing the Iron Forest Horse, foolishly attempted to steal it, only to be struck dead by a kick from the horse, awakening Li Dalong. In the scene, the Li residence was brightly lit in the dead of night. Through Li Xiang's eyes, he witnessed Li Dalong rushing out of the room with a machete in hand, shouting furiously at the bandits outside the stable. Leave our home at once, or do not blame me for being merciless. Chapter 4. The mysterious offering from descendants in the game. It was the first time Li Xiang witnessed an intrusion into the family. It appeared that the peaceful life of farming was not without its perils. Li Xiang squinted, attentively observing how the character Li Dalong would handle the situation at hand. Above the heads of the bandits appeared a line of text demanding, "Surrender all your wealth and food, or face dire consequences." Due to their numbers, the bandits exhibited a certain arrogance. However, it was not long before their bravado began to wane. After 10 years of diligent training, Li Dalong had attained the 4th level of Qi refinement. The Qi refiner's manual provided by Li Xiang included combat techniques and some rudimentary spells. And given that Li Dalong frequently engaged in battles in the Wild Boar Forest and the Silver Iron Forest, his combat prowess was already astonishing. How could this band of starving bandits possibly contend with him? Moreover, the Iron Forest horse in the stable charged forth. Li Dalong va apos, et y, sukuhu, also revealed her fierce demeanor. Usually occupied with farming and childcare, she now emerged from the kitchen wielding a kitchen knife, compelled to display her fierce side for the sake of her family. Even their young son, Liaozu, rushed out with a wooden sword, his small head adorned with words proclaiming, "If you dare steal from our home, I will slay you. We have cultivators. Spare us. We shall never return." With the family charging forth, a horse galloped chaotically among the bandits. It was not long before the bandits retreated, kneeling in defeat before the Li family. "Today, I shall spare your lives. If you dare return, I shall break your legs." Li Dalong bellowed. "Thank you, kind sir. We shall never return." In an instant, the bandits expressed their gratitude and prepared to leave. Witnessing Li Dalong and Appo's unexpected mercy, Li Xiang furrowed his brow. Clearly, Li Dalong had been diligently nurturing the family. And even in conflict, it had only been against wild animals and monsters. These bandits were still fellow humans, and Li Dalong exhibited an ample measure of compassion towards his kind. However, Li Xiang felt that allowing the bandits to escape was a grave mistake. Regardless of how they had arrived at the Li residence, in this year of severe drought, they had discovered that the Li family still possessed ample grain. Even if they dared not return themselves, would they not relay the information to other bandits? Li Xiang inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself. Even if Li Dalong possessed sufficient strength to vanquish these commoners, he would inevitably have to venture out for hunting. With 3 children still growing, and Su Tsuehua being only slightly stronger than the average woman, what if misfortune befell them? The cursor slowly moved to ancestral protection. Li Xiang discovered a skill, ancestral fury. Attacks emanate from the ancestral tablet. The more family members present, the stronger the power, consuming more incense. Using ancestral fury will consume 20 incense points. In an instant, the ancestral tablet on the altar emanated a brilliant light, lifting into the air and bursting forth from the Li family's door, tracing a beautiful purple arc across the night in the game. This time, Li Xiang realized he could manipulate the tablet. The ancestors had manifested. The Li family members fell to their knees, even the Iron Forest horse imitating Li Dalong. "What is this?" "It appears to be a spirit tablet." The bandits turned in astonishment to gaze at the tablet. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiang directed the tablet to strike the furthest fleeing bandit. Then, it pierced through the bandit's chest. "Weren't we promised safety? Run! Help! I don't want to die. Please spare me." Li Xiang frowned, continuing to manipulate the mouse, targeting the fleeing bandits, setting aside the fact that this was merely a game. Even if Li Xiang faced such a scenario in reality, he would make the same choice. Once these ruffians harbored ill intentions, they must be dealt with decisively. Otherwise, one merely cuts the grass, leaving the roots intact for regrowth. However, Li Xiang did not eliminate all the bandits, only those who dared to flee. Soon, only 5 bandits remained, and Li Xiang's gaze shifted towards Li Dalong. The ancestral tablet halted. Li Dalong glanced around, seemingly hesitating. Yet before long, he rose, grasping the knife he had just set down, charging towards the bandits with it held high. The ancestors are wrathful. Wife, I understand now. Only by eliminating them can we protect this home. Thank you, dear ancestors. I comprehend. Li Xiang admired this quality in Li Dalong. The man possessed considerable insight. These 5 bandits were clearly meant for him. The ancestral tablet returned to its place. Under Li Xiang's watchful gaze, Li Dalong dispatched all the remaining bandits before his wife and children, hastily removing the bodies from the courtyard and disposing of them in the night. Meanwhile, Liaozu, who had rushed out clutching a wooden sword, still at a tender age of 4, watched his father with a mixture of confusion and awe. "Your descendants have resolved a family crisis." Gaining 12 incense, loot acquired, a small amount of silver, tattered clothing, a dung fork. Witnessing Li Dalong vanquish the family's foes, The young child seemed to grasp something profound, an unusual notion etched deep in his memory. Li Yaozu gains trait, killing potential, becomes more frenzied when battling enemies, strength increased by 20. Comprehension of offensive spells and martial arts heightened by 5. What? Li Xiang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this act of slaughter would yield more than just the elimination of foes. It provided the Li family with more than mere spoils. The greatest gain was undoubtedly the latent potential within young Li Yaozu, marking him as a born killer, a warrior. After a night of bloodshed, tranquility returned to the Li family. Of course, the internal changes within the descendants following the slaying of their enemies were beyond Li Xiang's comprehension. He accelerated the passage of time once more. The Li family continued to flourish. Their stone house became increasingly exquisite, and in response to the previous theft, the once wooden fence was gradually rebuilt with stone, forming a spacious courtyard. They even constructed a dedicated training area for practicing spells and martial arts. Most unexpectedly, during one of Li Dalong's hunting trips in the Silver Iron Forest, he returned with smooth stones, meticulously stacking them in the most prominent area of the courtyard to construct a small temple, specifically to honor the ancestral tablet, with incense perpetually burning. Li Dalong, accompanied by descendants, has built a family shrine for you, gaining 20 incense. Such a dutiful child. Li Xiang felt a sense of satisfaction as he stroked his chin, but then paused, realizing how peculiar it felt to have descendants erecting a shrine for him while he was still alive. As Li Xiang awaited with bated breath, the interface finally heralded the decennial grand festival. Li Dalong, along with his wife and 3 children, led by the Iron Forest horse, approached the small temple built of stone, igniting incense to commence their worship. Unfilial descendants pay homage to the ancestors. Thanks to the ancestors' protection over the past decade, the family has flourished. Li Dalong bowed repeatedly, then turned to his eldest son, Li Yaozu. Yaozu, quickly bring the gold and silver I prepared for the ancestors to the bronze furnace. You have received offerings, 10 pounds of silver, 1 pound of gold. Would you like to retrieve them? Retrieve them. Before the computer, Li Xiang rolled his eyes. In his era, gold and silver had long ceased to be rare commodities. Even diamonds discarded on the streets went unnoticed. The hood of Li Xiang's sports car was crafted from pure gold, and the bathtub at his villa was adorned with decorative pieces filled with diamonds. He clicked no. Li Dalong stared blankly at the ancestral tablet, pondering if his ancestors had not bestowed upon him that warm blessing. Perhaps they did not favor gold and silver? Su Zuehua inquired. Indeed, it must be that they do not. Li Dalong nodded fervently, convinced that such formidable ancestors would find these ordinary items beneath their notice. Yaozu, hurry to the warehouse and seek out something of value. We must ensure our ancestors are pleased. Observing the hurried activity of his descendants on the game interface, Li Xiang shrugged. In truth, he had no intention of bestowing gifts at present. The Li family was merely at the outset of their journey. What valuables could they possibly possess? Instead, he had already prepared for this act of generosity as an investment in the family's growth. Only when the Li family flourished could they hope to acquire items worthy of his attention. Before long, Li Yaozu returned, cradling a multitude of peculiar items before the altar. You have received offerings. Wild boar king's tendon, 2 pounds of black rock. Would you like to retrieve them? A collection of oddities lay before him. Though initially disinterested, he felt compelled to acknowledge the intentions of his descendants. As he sifted through the items, his brow arched in curiosity. One object caught his eye, a long spear, rusted and worn. He recalled seeing this weapon during a scene transition when Li Dalong had been training. Mystical iron spear sealed. The game interface even chronicled the spear and oppos as origin. Retrieved by Li Dalong from a pile of human bones within the Wild Boar King's cave during a hunt. A sealed weapon? Li Xiang's expression grew grave. In the realm of cultivation, items worthy of being sealed invariably possessed extraordinary origins and could be dangerously potent. Clearly, Li Dalong's limited cultivation had led him to overlook the spear's significance. Withdraw the spear. Without hesitation, Li Xiang extracted the weapon, intrigued by its nature. You have chosen to retrieve the offering from your descendants, the mystical iron spear. In an instant, A rusted long spear appeared before the incense burner on his desk, and Li Xiang could detect the scent of rust emanating from it. Simultaneously, he was captivated by the faint patterns etched upon the spear, a series of strange inscriptions that, despite his limited knowledge, left him perplexed. Setting aside the spear for the moment, Li Xiang held a brocade box and placed it before the bronze furnace. You have bestowed upon your descendants 36 assorted elixirs. Would you like to deliver them? Chapter 5. The Unsealing of the Million Incense Long Spear 12 Qi Nourishing Pills. Suitable for practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. Gather the ethereal energies of heaven and earth within the Dantian. Each pill can reduce the time required for such practitioners to absorb these energies by at least a year. 12 Tianyuan pills. Also for Qi refinement practitioners. Cleanse the body of impurities, allowing one to experience 6 months of cultivation as if with divine assistance. And then there are the Tianji spirit recovery pills. However, regarding the final 12 pills, Li Xiang was uncertain if such treasures existed in the game as cultivation world. Yet he was acutely aware that even in present-day Earth, the Tianji spirit recovery pill was a rare find, scarcely available on the market. This remarkable item could even, over a span of 3 years, potentially enhance an individual into amp. Oppos as spiritual root, reliant solely on one into amp. Oppos as fortune. Such pills could only be concocted by members of the Li family. And through years of experimentation at the Li family's alchemy company, the highest record was of an individual with a mere 24 points in their spiritual root, who astonishingly elevated it to 50 points within 3 years, with further enhancements unrecorded. It was indeed a boon for cultivators. Of course, the potency of such pills comes with a caveat. The stronger the medicinal properties, the greater the likelihood of developing resistance upon consumption. The Tianji Spirit Recovery Pill can only be used once in a lifetime. The 36 pills Li Xiang possessed represented nearly 1/10 of his current stock. Observing the delivered pills, Li Xiang felt no regret. These were gifts from the family over the years, rendered entirely useless to him at this moment. The ancestors have once again manifested their blessings. So many precious pills, their scent alone speaks of their extraordinary nature. Thank you, dear ancestors. I shall spare no effort in leading the family to prosperity. The Li Dalong family expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Gained incense 16, Li Xiang then diverted his gaze from the computer screen. His hand rested upon the mysterious long spear, gently caressing it, sending a ripple of energy across its surface that stirred the objects in the room. Soon, a dialog box appeared on the screen. Would you like to spend 1,000,000 incense to unseal the mysterious long spear? With only 80 points of incense accumulated, how could he possibly gather 1,000,000? Should he resort to theft? Nevertheless, this only solidified Li Xiang's belief in the spear as formidable power. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the time on the computer. 4 a.m. Had he truly played all night? Rising slowly, he stretched lazily. Under normal circumstances, he would have retired for the night. But tonight he had no intention of sleeping. His spirit remained invigorated. It seemed he needed to venture out. Although the game held significance, he had other responsibilities in the real world. Moreover, during his late-night snack, Yu Xian had delivered some troubling news. Placing the spear into his spatial ring, he discovered the seal was too strong for him to break. Subsequently, he retrieved a detection stone and set it in front of the computer, while releasing a wooden figure from his spatial ring to ensure he could remotely operate the computer before stepping out of the room. Master, shall I prepare breakfast? As he closed the door and walked into the living room, Yu Xian, standing in the center with her eyes closed, opened them, offering Li Xiang the first smile of dawn. No need, Li Xiang replied with a smile, then inquired, by the way, is Granny Ling at Cave 12? She has been here all along, returning from the outside world 2 months ago, and hasn't left the cave since. Yu Xian blinked as she watched Li Xiang put on his shoes. Are you going out, master? Do you need me to accompany you? Just a quick errand. I'll be back shortly. Please prepare the car for me, Li Xiang instructed. As he pulled out his phone to monitor the screen, he observed that all members of the Li family in the game, after receiving the pills, had begun closed-door cultivation, showing a determination to consume all their provisions before merging. Li Dalong had evidently recognized the significance of these pills from the Qi refinement manual. Almost all members of the Li family consumed a Tianji spirit recovery pill. Even Tai Lin Ma received a share. Their qualifications improved, though no significant changes were apparent yet. Simultaneously, the member list revealed that, apart from Li Dalong, who was in the fourth layer of Qi refinement, the Li family had welcomed 2 new practitioners. Li Dalong's wife, lacking the fortune to become a cultivator in her life, managed to ascend to the first layer of Qi refinement after consuming the pill, aided by the prenatal cultivation methods from the Qi refinement manual. Li Yaozu also became a Qi refinement practitioner, a 5-year-old at the first layer, with a bright future ahead. Blessings from our ancestors. My children must cultivate diligently, lest they squander the ancestors' efforts. This ancestral worship did not yield a gift to please our forebears, but I vow to repay them in the coming decade. The members of the Li family in the game brimmed with enthusiasm. Li Xiang nodded in satisfaction, returning his antique phone to his pocket. Master seems quite cheerful today. Yuxian's laughter interrupted Li Xiang's immersion in the game. If you prepare a pot of braised pork for lunch, I might be even happier, Li Xiang grinned, accepting a box from Yuxian and peering inside to find a cake. He then departed the villa, driving only a short distance to Cave 12, where the sky had begun to brighten. The air, which should have felt chilly, seemed warm around Cave 12, which appeared unremarkable yet exuded warmth. Checking his phone for the game, he found no special events triggered. The family continued to develop steadily. He then knocked on the door of Cave 12. Ding, ding, ding. Granny Ling, it's Li Xiang. I've come to see you. As he called out, the door to Cave 12 swung open. Unlike his own home, this cave was bathed in a crimson glow, and the heat rushed out as the door opened, blowing Li Xiang's coat and hair. An old woman, leaning on a cane, appeared before him, her gait seemingly laborious, yet she moved like a phantom. Having grown accustomed to such encounters, Li Xiang remained unperturbed, offering the old woman a warm smile. Granny Ling, I hope I'm not interrupting your crafting? The elderly woman, with her snow-white hair and wrinkled face, radiated kindness when she smiled. Not at all. An old lady like me is thrilled to have a young visitor. Come, Xiao Xiang, let us go inside for some tea. Granny Ling grasped Li Xiang's hand and led him into the cave. As they entered, the flames within the cave extinguished, and everything returned to normal, revealing wooden tables and chairs. They seated themselves, and soon a pot of hot tea appeared on the table. Li Xiang and Granny Ling spent nearly half an hour chatting about mundane matters, with the majority being Granny Ling's inquiries, reminiscent of an elder's care and chatter. However, Li Xiang knew that this Granny Ling had lived for at least 300 years and was an extraordinary craftsman. Whenever any resident of Jixianzhuang had need, they would seek her expertise. Granny Ling, I find myself in quite a predicament this time, Li Xiang said, appearing somewhat deflated. Oh, Granny Ling furrowed her brow. Has some insolent child been bullying you at school? Or is it a family matter? Not at all. As you know, I prefer to avoid trouble, Li Xiang replied straightforwardly, producing a long spear from his spatial ring. Upon seeing the intricate patterns on the spear, Granny Ling's eyes sparkled with interest. Li Xiang smiled. This item was gifted to me by a friend. I couldn't discern its nature, which made me think of your expertise. At the very least, it must be a magical artifact. As soon as Granny Ling took hold of it, a surge of energy swept through, and the once ancient ambience was suddenly illuminated by a blaze that soared into the heavens, only to dissipate moments later. After grasping the spear for 10 seconds, Granny Ling nodded and remarked, at the very least, it is a high-quality spiritual weapon, though the sealing method employed can only be described as mediocre. If you trust this old crone, you may come to collect it the day after tomorrow at dawn. In a world where no one believes in Granny Ling, who else could one trust? After a prolonged flattery session lasting 10 minutes, Li Xiang finally left the mysterious spear behind and exited the 12th cave dwelling. Glancing at his phone, he noted that there were no alarming issues threatening his family, which brought him a sense of relief as he drove towards the exit. Old Chun, wake up. I have something to attend to. Upon reaching the entrance, Li Xiang called out to the dozing Old Chun at the guard booth. Moments later, Old Chun, rubbing his sleepy eyes, peeked out and exclaimed, Young Masterly? Out so early in the morning? Li Xiang sighed softly and slowly opened the car door, lifting a cake from the passenger seat and offering it to old Shun. You've risen quite early today, at 4 in the morning. Oh, a cake? Young Master Li certainly knows how to indulge. Old Shun beamed at the cake, curiosity piqued. What occasion warrants such an early rise? Nothing much, Li Xiang replied with a grin. I merely discovered a sealed weapon and took it to Granny Ling at the 12th cave for her to examine. By the way, I forgot to ask her when my item would be ready. Could you inquire about it while you patrol? That's no trouble at all. I'll ask when we'll be ready. Rest assured, she is a kind soul. Whatever you entrusted her with will be returned to you in due time. Old Chun lightly tapped his fingers on the table. For this matter, there was no need for you to venture out so early. Oh, it's not just a family issue. Our Li family head has fallen in the foreign battlefield. Several elders have taken a large contingent to seek vengeance. And now, with the new head of the family in place, he is quite the tyrant, having seized my allowance. I fear I may soon struggle even to afford meals. Li Xiang lamented, recalling the news brought to him by Yu Xian the previous night. Were it not for the necessity of sustenance, he would hardly have left the table for a moment. What? Old Chen's eyes widened in shock. This is serious. You must handle it swiftly. Mr. Han from the 82nd cave is knowledgeable about such matters. You should consult him at his law firm. He may be able to assist you. Indeed, in such a world, there are still lawyers, Li Xiang thought, preparing himself for a legal battle with his family. He nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Old Chun. I shall go inquire. My Yu Xian is preparing braised pork for lunch. I'll have her bring you a portion when I return. Ah, that would be wonderful, Old Chun replied. As Li Xiang's car sped away, Old Chun waved goodbye, then yawned and made his way to the 12th cave, knocking firmly on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed throughout the entire villa area, and many houses lit up in response. Greetings, residents of the 12th cave. I am the guard of the villa area. Sincerely at your service. Chapter 6. Strive for Revenge. My descendants at the break of dawn. Li Xiang drove his car at a staggering speed of 160 miles per hour along the empty streets, swiftly arriving at a towering edifice. After spending a solid 2 hours within, he descended from the building. Alas, it appears that litigation is inevitable. Li Xiang shrugged. He had not anticipated that the Li family in the real world would encounter such a significant predicament. The new family head, having replaced the old, had abused his power, directly diverting Li Xiang's allowance to his own offspring. Perhaps it would be best to return home for now. Glancing at his phone, Li Xiang realized he had squandered considerable time. The Li family had undergone immense transformations. He furrowed his brow and tucked his phone into his pocket. Suddenly, the sound of rushing air pierced the sky, prompting him to look up. Above the skyscraper, over 30 lawyers clad in suits soared through the air, brandishing their legal artifacts. Faintly, Li Xiang heard a voice emanating from the clouds. Transmit to the others in our company. Mr. Han has issued orders to besiege the Li family. Seek out the governor and inform him that the head of the Li family is suspected of murder. No, rather, of colluding with foreign insect tribes. Inquire whether we have any clients in prison and ask them to prepare. Our boss has matters to discuss. Do not question why. Just know that someone may perish in prison in a few days, and we have business to attend to. Is this a raid? Li Xiang scoffed. Nonsense. We are merely pursuing legal action. We are a reputable law firm. Observing the scene, it seemed they were indeed there to assist in legal matters. With the support of these righteous lawyers, retrieving his allowance appeared to be a certainty. With a relieved heart, Li Xiang set forth toward home, finally able to indulge in gaming without concern. Welcome home, master. Upon his return, the sun shone brightly, and the smile of Yu Xian was more radiant than the sunlight. Actually, master, a simple call would suffice. There was no need for you to come in person. By the way, Mr. Liu from cave number 7, Miss Wu from No. 39, and Mr. Wang from number 92 visited, expressing a desire to meet you. It seems I must pay them a visit, lest they think I have perished. Li Xiang said with a grin. I will retreat to my room for gaming. All of the braised pork at noon is for old man Shun. I'll manage with some fried rice. If anyone comes looking for me, just tell them I am not home. I owe too many favors already and cannot afford to owe more. Someone like me simply cannot repay them. Once the external matters settle, they will cease their visits. Understood, master. Yu Xian retreated. Li Xiang hurried to his room, settling cross-legged on the sofa. after 5 hours of bustling about outside. Returning home felt like stepping into a time warp of 5 years. At this moment, within the Immortal family simulator, the Li family was undergoing rapid transformation. The humble wooden cottage had evolved into a grand estate with 6 rooms and numerous other structures. The action list brimmed with information. Su Tsuhua has successfully given birth to a daughter, named Li Yaowen. Now 3 years old, Li Yaowen was running about the courtyard. The other 3 children were also thriving. Li Yaozu, now 10, brought joy to Li Xiang as his aptitude had been enhanced by medicinal elixirs, resulting in a spiritual root rating of 62 and a cultivation level reaching the 3rd tier of Qi Refinement. Qi Refinement Practitioner Manual, Progress 12. The other 2 children were not to be underestimated either. 8-year-old Li Yaoqing, though slightly less gifted, had managed to reach the 1st tier of Qi Refinement, especially notable for her unique trait. Plant affinity, innately possesses a keen intuition for planting. The success rate for cultivating plants is significantly enhanced. Despite the ongoing drought, perhaps due to Li Yaoqing and Appo's influence, the vegetable garden remained unaffected, with plants flourishing abundantly. The last child, previously the most gifted, Li Yaotai, had also reached the 1st tier of Qi Refinement at the tender age of 6, with 3 of his spiritual roots exceeding a rating of 50. In comparison to the initial solitude of Li Dalong, the Li family was now bustling with life. However, perhaps due to age, Su Tsuhua had not conceived again. This was not a major concern, as she had already birthed 4 children, proving herself a significant contributor. Li Xiang could hardly demand more. As he hovered the mouse over the member list for Li Dalong, the screen shifted. Li Xiang frowned. In the room, after 5 years of cultivation, Li Dalong had attained the 6th tier of Qi Refinement, lying on a bed with one leg wrapped in bamboo splints and secured with white cloth. Li Dalong, status, severely injured. Although Li Xiang had been busy since early morning, he had kept a vigilant eye on the game screen. Over the past 5 years, Li Dalong had undoubtedly been the most dedicated member of the Li family, frequently traversing the Silver Iron Forest, returning with meat while also fulfilling his duty to educate the children. Yet, no one's life is devoid of misfortune. In the 15th year, Li Dalong ventured to Chonglin town to sell monster materials. On his journey, he encountered a spoiled noble riding recklessly and saved a child who was about to be struck. The young master of the Hu family, recognizing Li Dalong's exceptional skills, sought to recruit him. Li Dalong, citing his responsibilities towards his children, politely declined, but was subsequently resented by Hu Wei, who dispatched an 8th-tier Qi refinement expert to grievously injure Li Dalong. Damn it! Li Xiang gritted his teeth. He had followed the incident closely at the time, having used and Amp, Appo's, love from the Ancestor and Amp, Appo's, to save Li Dalong and Amp, Appo's, life. Just a hair and Amp, Appo's, breadth away. His precious treasure of 15 years was nearly lost. Li Xiang longed to teleport to Chonglin town and unleash a torrent of Ancestor's fury. Meanwhile, in the scene before him, the members of the Li family were gathered around Li Dalong and Appo's sickbed, exchanging words overhead. Li Yaozu, seek vengeance. 5 years ago, a band of thieves invaded our home, and we exterminated them all, the Hu family included. Su Tsuehua, calm down, children. I have inquired. The Hu family possesses a foundation establishment ancestor who has lived over 100 years. We are no match for them. Li Yaoqing, mother is right. Now is not the time for rash actions. Wu, father, please recover quickly. Li Yaozu, shall we simply let this go? Li Dalong, children, do not fret for your father. The ancestor has already dealt with the one who harmed me. My revenge has been half avenged. A gentleman's revenge is never late. As long as the descendants of the Li family strive to grow, one day, we shall make the Hu family pay the price. Observing the exchange among the Li family members, Li Xiang suppressed his inner fury. Indeed, the skill ancestor's fury was remarkable. Yet, he had discovered when saving Li Dalong that it could barely eliminate an 8th-tier Qi refinement foe. Whether it could vanquish a foundation establishment expert remained uncertain. Acting recklessly would only invite disaster upon the Li family. Concealing their strength, developing gradually, and ultimately astonishing everyone was the optimal choice. With this thought, Li Xiang activated Ancestor's protection, employing a new skill on the injured Li Dalong, Ancestor's Embrace. In the ancestral hall of the Li family, a spectral figure emerged from the ancestral tablet, flowing into Li Dalong's body amidst the astonished gazes of the family members. In an instant, Li Dalong's leg began to visibly heal, and soon he was able to rise from the bed and walk. Used Ancestor's Embrace, incense consumed. 100 compared to the previous love from the Ancestor, which provided only minor healing. This skill proved far more potent, capable of even treating internal injuries. The Ancestor has manifested, and I am restored to my former self. Thank you, Ancestor, for your life-saving grace. Rest assured, ancestral spirits. One day the mighty Long will lead the entire Li family to avenge today's humiliation, observing the spirited determination of his descendants. Li Xiang bestowed upon Li Dalong a surge of ancestral love. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with exuberance. Although faced with challenges, the Li family members would strive even harder. Buoyed by your encouragement, Li Xiang felt a profound sense of comfort within. At that moment, a small red dot on the member list captured his attention. Upon clicking it, he discovered Family Buff, Wrath of Revenge. Cultivation speed increased by 20, lasting until sufficient strength is attained for vengeance. Such a buff seemed to manifest only after experiencing a unique event. Strive diligently, my descendants, and fight for revenge. Li Xiang cheered for his kin before clicking through the statuses of the Li family members, eager to see if this incident had bestowed any additional traits upon them. Though unfortunately, it had not. However, upon reaching Li Yaozu's status, Li Xiang paused momentarily. The scene shifted to the Li family's training grounds, where Li Yaozu was diligently practicing, employing the basic sword techniques outlined in the Qi Refinement Manual. This young lad trained with fierce intensity, each strike imbued with lethal intent, carving a deep fatal strike inscription into a stone slab. Such tenacity is commendable. Li Xiang nodded slightly, envisioning the moment when this boy would grow and charge into the Hu family with fervor. Meanwhile, in the boundless expanse of the ocean, a flying spiritual vessel soared through the skies, with numerous cultivators riding swords adorned in distinctive white attire, bearing the Yan Huang insignia. They were members of the contemporary Huaxia historical research expedition, tasked with investigating the reasons behind the resurgence of spiritual energy millennia ago, as well as uncovering the history buried beneath millions, even billions of years of sediment on this planet. I have found it, exclaimed an investigator, emerging from the ocean's depths with a significant stone fragment, believed to record the ancient history of a bygone era. Beneath it potentially lay a vast expanse once inhabited by cultivators, or perhaps the remnants of a family power so immense it defies imagination. With exhilaration, the investigator ascended to the spiritual vessel, whereupon the other researchers gathered around, employing their expertise to clear the dust of ages from the stone's engravings. After a full day and night of meticulous work, they finally beheld the true visage of the stone, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. A palpable aura of menace hung in the air. The stone bore faintly inscribed ancient characters. Fatal strike against Hu Wei. Chapter 7. Su Tsuehua. You are indeed a formidable person. Under the weight of animosity, the signs of the Li family have intensified their training. As Li Xiang was engrossed in his thoughts, he noticed that Li Dalong had gathered all the members of the Li family, except for the 3-year-old Li Yaowen, and was making their way toward the Silver Iron Forest. He quickly clicked on Li Dalong's icon, and the screen instantly began to follow the family's movements. The elixirs bestowed upon us by our ancestors have dwindled considerably. Yet during my previous venture into the Silver Iron Forest, I encountered a fruit tree with an enticing aroma. This time, I require my family to unite in our efforts. Together, we stand resolute. Li Xiang, seated before the screen, held his breath, prepared to employ his skills at a moment's notice should they encounter danger. The Silver Iron Forest is not like the previous wild boar forest. It is teeming with formidable beasts. Even though Li Dalong had frequently traversed the periphery of the Silver Iron Forest alone, this time he was accompanied by a group lacking in hunting experience. However, Li Xiang did not intervene. If the Li family wished to grow, they must endure numerous challenges. Waiting passively at the altar for his grace would be tantamount to inviting their own demise. Before long, the family entered the Silver Iron Forest and soon faced their first skirmish, a cat demon with a fiery tail and golden fur. Li Xiang maneuvered the mouse and clicked on the peculiar cat demon, instantly receiving its information. Flame-tailed spirit cat, ordinary. Description: it is small in stature but possesses remarkable speed, allowing it to survive in the outskirts of the Silver Iron Forest. Beware of its velocity and its tail. Observing this creature, Li Xiang marveled. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, this planet harbored such beasts, even forming substantial races. Yet, he had never encountered this particular species in his school curriculum. A quick online search yielded no useful information. Nevertheless, Li Xiang understood that ordinary beasts generally possess strength within the qi refining stage. At that moment, the flame-tailed spirit cat was fleeing desperately from Li Dalong's pursuit. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow slicing through the air rang out as 6-year-old Li Yaotai drew his bow. Meow! The flame-tailed spirit cat narrowly evaded the arrow and turned to bare its teeth in a hiss, likely hurling vile curses. But in the next instant, it found itself silenced. In its direction of escape, the Li family had already set traps. Su Cuihua and her daughter Li Yaoqing sprang from behind 2 trees, ensnaring the fleeing flame-tailed spirit cat with a large brown net, their bodies smeared with ash to mask their scent. The flames on the cat and Appo's tail blazed wildly, yet their net, seemingly pre-prepared, would not burn. Just as the flame-tailed spirit cat clawed and bit at the net, Li Yaozu approached, conjuring a spell that made the net radiate a greenish glow, completely ensnaring the creature. Meow, meow, meow. As the family surrounded the trapped flame-tailed spirit cat, it cursed even more vehemently. Capture an ordinary beast, flame-tailed spirit cat. It glares furiously at the Li family, but after being fed and stroked by Su Tsuwa, it subtly displays a hint of comfort. Are they planning to domesticate the flame-tailed spirit cat? Li Xiang raised an eyebrow at the cat confined in the cage. Clearly, this creature's flesh would barely suffice for a meal. However, raising it for companionship and protection seemed a viable option. Yet, the game did not reveal the family's intentions. As they began preparing for their next hunt, in Li Xiang and Appo's memory, Li Dalong had encountered numerous beasts before, yet he often let them escape due to his solitary nature. Now, with the family working together, Li Dalong found the task significantly easier. Before long, Li Xiang witnessed his family engaging in battle against various beasts in the Silver Iron Forest, primarily contending with smaller creatures. As the size of these beasts often correlated with their strength, they spent 5 days in the Silver Iron Forest. Capture an ordinary beast, Shadowhound. After a violent beating from Su Cuihua, it stuck out its tongue in submission. Once Su Cuihua walked away, it began barking furiously. Capture a nest of ordinary beasts, Bailey doves. Su Cuihua produced a long flute, and upon hearing the peculiar melody, the Bailey doves became entranced. Capture an ordinary beast, Anteater. Have they captured so many beasts? Li Xiang scratched his head, realizing that this family was intent on capturing and nurturing all the beasts they encountered. However, taming beasts requires skill, and all of this seemed to hinge on Su Cuihua. Goodness, Su Cuihua, you have concealed your talents well. You have secretly learned the art of beast taming? Opening the information on Li Dalong's wife, Li Xiang was suddenly enlightened. Su Cuihua, Realm, Qi Refining Level 1. Skills, Qi Absorption Technique, Beast Taming Technique. Traits, Beast Affinity, ability to sense the emotions of beasts easily, increasing the probability of taming them by 100. Just as Li Xiang pondered this revelation, the Leaf family in the Silver Iron Forest gathered around a campfire. Beneath the moonlight, Li Dalong presented the ancestral tablet, bowing and lighting incense before it. May the ancestors bless this journey with success. Thanks to the ancestral gift of the cultivation manual, I, Li Dalong, have discovered a way to strengthen our family. I vow to diligently utilize the Qi Refining Practitioner's manual, and one day I shall vanquish the Hu family of Thailand, avenging our past grievances. Su Cuihua also knelt down, as Dalong and Appo's wife, Su Tsuhua expresses her gratitude to the ancestors. After 11 years of raising chickens and ducks, Suehua has finally mastered the art of beast taming, and she shall use this skill to strengthen the Li clan. Your family is blessed by your fortune. Gaining insight into beast taming technique from the Qi refining practitioner S manual. Incense 100. What? Li Xiang was taken aback. The Qi refining practitioner S manual possesses such capabilities? He swiftly opened the materials he had studied for an entire year at school, and indeed, he found a wealth of information. Optimal cultivation methods for spiritual herbs. How to communicate with beasts and build trust. Distribution and flow of elixirs. The Qi Refining Practitioner S Manual is akin to a middle school textbook for my past life. Yet in this world, spiritual herbs, beasts, and elixirs are managed by specialized individuals or monopolized by corporations. Over the past millennium, the planet's environment has been heavily exploited, leaving little resources for ordinary students to practice. Only those in the golden elixir stage possess the qualifications for interstellar travel to develop and cultivate on other planets. Thus, apart from mastering the methods of absorbing celestial spiritual energy and the techniques within the Qi Refining Practitioner S Manual, most of the curriculum is overlooked. This knowledge has been of little use to me, yet for the Li family, the Qi Refining Practitioner S Manual encompasses a wealth of practical knowledge, brimming with potential. Li Xiang inhaled sharply. I have long underestimated this foundational textbook. Indeed, it is a compendium of the essence of millennia of spiritual resurgence from the Chinese nation. A supreme manual for novices in the realm of cultivation. Time flows rapidly within the game. While Li Xiang marveled at the Qi Refining Practitioner S Manual shining in the game world, the Li family was already journeying through the thick fog. Soon enough, the game displayed a great tree adorned with clusters of fiery red fruits. Li Xiang moved the mouse and was greeted by information about the blood beast tree. Blood beast tree, a type of tree that can only flourish in areas abundant with magical beasts, cultivated with the blood of various beasts, yielding blood beast fruits. The more blood from magical beasts infused, the stronger the tree becomes, and the more spiritual energy the fruits produce. Some formidable magical beasts often monopolize such trees, hunting others to cultivate them with their blood for their own breakthroughs. As per his usual practice, Li Xiang conducted another search, yet found no information on this particular tree. However, he could sense the immense value of this tree. The stronger the blood of the magical beasts, the richer the spiritual energy of the fruits, indicating that this tree had no definitive rank limitation. Just as Li Xiang was contemplating the value of the blood beast tree, a massive serpent suddenly appeared, coiling around the trunk of the tree, its crimson eyes fixated on the members of the Li family. The two enormous horns atop its head crackled with lightning, as if warning the family that if they dared to approach, they would be treated as mere nutrients for the cultivation of the blood beast tree. This is bad. It's an ordinary peak magical beast. The last time I saw it, its aura was not this strong. We should leave, father. It doesn't seem inclined to engage us. Lightning python, ordinary magical beast. Description: an absolutely formidable entity among ordinary magical beasts. Once its shedding phase concludes, its transformation shall soon begin. The Li family was ready to retreat. Yet, Li Xiang noticed that it was not Li Dalong's recklessness, but rather the presence of two more lightning pythons entwined around the blood beast tree. Retreat? How could we possibly retreat? Before the screen, Li Xiang's gaze hardened as he glanced at the number of incense sticks remaining in the game. 180. I will exhaust all the incense. I refuse to relinquish the blood beast fruit. Using Ancestor's wrath, consuming 20 incense. In an instant, the ancestral spirit tablet surged forth from Li Dalong's attire, charging towards the lightning python. The ancestor has manifested. Li Dalong was overjoyed. Yes, we have our ancestor's blessing. Fear not this serpent. Let us confront it. In that moment, Li Xiang and the Li clan united in their efforts. This time, Li Xiang also realized the limitations of the skill ancestor's wrath. In the face of the peak ordinary magical beast, the lightning python, his skill could no longer achieve instant kills. A peak ordinary magical beast possesses the strength to contend even with experts who have just begun their foundational cultivation. The ancestral spirit tablet soon collided with the lightning emitted from the lightning python's horns. The Li clan members aided as well. Yet Liao Tai's arrows could barely scratch the serpent's hide, and others were unable to approach either. Before long, the skills that had once allowed Li Xiang to effortlessly dispatch bandits faltered under the lightning python's assault. How fierce is this creature? Gritting his teeth, Li Xiang resolved to strike again. He clicked into Oppos, Ancestor and Oppos, Wrath and Oppos, repeatedly. The spirit tablet split in two, streaking through the air with purple light, charging once more. Fear not, our ancestor has not abandoned us. We, the descendants, shall fight to the very end. We shall claim these spirit fruits. Li Dalong gritted his teeth, mustering his resolve, and charged towards the other two small serpents alongside Li Yaozu. Ancestor bless us. Chapter 8. The House of Beastmasters, Rapid Development. Battle on. My ancestral spirits. Li Xiang felt a surge of fervor as he fought for the beast blood fruit. Ancestor's Fury X5. He deftly maneuvered the 5 ancestral spirits within a game, realizing that they represented the pinnacle of chi refinement. By clicking on a spirit, he could dictate its trajectory. Pressing it would launch an attack on the target, while pressing or would unleash a devastating skill, explode. Each time an ancestral spirit dimmed in the battle against the Thunder Serpent, it signified that its energy was nearing depletion, indicating it was time to press R. Despite the Thunder Serpent's formidable resilience and its astonishing electrical power, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the ancestral spirits. By the time all 5 spirits were exhausted, the Thunder Serpent was left battered and bruised. With a furious roar, the Thunder Serpent, now enraged after the last spirit detonated, turned its wrath towards the Li clan, vowing to consume them to alleviate its rage. Dare to be so audacious? Li Xiang's eyes widened. Another spirit materialized before the Thunder Serpent, and the once furious beast froze in its tracks, seemingly intimidated by this spirit, which was no larger than an arm's length. To the astonishment of all, the Thunder Serpent lowered its massive form, its eyes filled with a desperate desire for survival. Meanwhile, the Li clan was not idle. Our ancestor has triumphed. This giant serpent is no match for our forebear. They rejoiced as they celebrated the defeated Thunder Serpent. They also realized that they had captured 2 of its offspring in their previous hunts. Li descendants feel the might of our ancestors. Incense 30. The Thunder Serpent and Oppos' gaze grew dimmer. At the center of its head, a diamond-shaped crystal pulsating with electrical arcs emerged. The Thunder Serpent, in fear, begs for mercy for itself and its children, offering its life core. Would you like to consume 50 incense to contract the Thunder Serpent and make it the guardian beast of the temple? Li Xiang raised an eyebrow at the information on the screen. This was a first. The Thunder Serpent and Amp, Oppos' life core appeared only upon contact with the spirit, and it seemed this game held many undiscovered features. Without hesitation, Li Xiang clicked yes. The incense offered by his clan now sufficed for him to contract the Thunder Serpent. You have contracted the Thunder Serpent as the guardian beast of the temple. It will protect your ancestral hall, safeguard your spirits, and relay messages from your ancestors. Above the spirit, a violet light enveloped the Thunder Serpent. In the upper left corner of the game screen, a circular icon appeared, inscribed with an image of a serpent roaring towards the heavens. Upon clicking it, Li Xiang discovered the Thunder Serpent's information, which included a particularly thrilling option. Please enter the message you wish to convey. I can communicate with the descendants of the Li clan. Li Xiang eagerly tested this newfound ability, transmitting. Have my descendants bring back the beast blood fruit tree for cultivation. The Thunder Serpent, sensing the enigmatic message, paused momentarily before dragging its battle-scarred body around the ancestral spirits, finally coiling affectionately before the bewildered Li Dalong, nuzzling him with its massive head. It then began to circle the beast blood fruit tree. The Li family exchanged glances. Our ancestor has tamed this giant serpent. Father, it seems to be expressing something. Long live our forebear. Eventually, 8-year-old Li Yaoqing looked at the Thunder Serpent, then at the ancestral spirit, tugging at Li Dalong's sleeve. Father, is our ancestor asking us to take this tree home to plant? At this, the Thunder Serpent and Oppos' head crackled with lightning, nodding vigorously. It nodded. It can communicate with our ancestor. Li Dalong rejoiced. Let us first gather the fruits and bring all the spoils of this venture back home. This tree is too large. We must plan accordingly. Delighted to see his descendants grasping his intent, Li Xiang rose in excitement. Until now, he had only been able to express himself through and oppos, love from the ancestor and oppos, in a rudimentary manner. But now, through the Thunder Serpent, he could achieve so much more. Subsequently, the Li family returned to their ancestral residence, laden with bountiful spoils. The action board and the screen dazzled Li Xiang with an array of treasures. In the days that followed, the Li clan embarked on a frenzied journey of growth. 16 years of the Li clan. Su Tsuehua has completely tamed all spirit beasts, relocating them to the End Oppos, Wild Boar Forest and Oppos, and renaming it Spirit Beast Garden. Since marrying Li Dalong, Su Tsuehua had quietly devoted herself to child-rearing and farm work, but now, her contributions to the Li family matched those of Li Dalong. She had silently evolved. After mastering the art of beast taming, even Li Xiang was taken aback. At this moment, the Spirit Beast Garden, with Su Tsuehua frequently venturing into the Silver Iron Forest alongside Li Dalong, boasted over 30 species of spirit beasts. However, due to the insufficient food from the chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and crops she cultivated, Su Tsuehua hesitated to tame further beasts. Yet these spirit beasts had become a hidden strength of the Li family. Not merely pets, they significantly aided the family's development. Iron-hoofed cattle plowed the fields. Watering birds irrigated the crops, and the 100-mile pigeons and anteaters managed pest control, allowing the Li family and Oppos' farmland to expand while conserving the effort of its members. Tracking hounds accompanied Li Dalong on hunts, and a swift leopard assisted in capturing prey, complemented by iron wooden horses pulling carts, ensuring Li Dalong returned from the Silver Iron Forest with bountiful harvests. Now 11, Li Yaozu was equally industrious. He was particularly passionate about martial arts, training with several powerful spirit beasts that served as his sparring partners, honing his combat skills daily. Li Yaoqing remained steadfastly interested in botany. Within the Spirit Beast Garden, under the protection of the spirit beasts, she established a medicinal herb garden, prominently featuring the grand beast bloodfruit tree. Li Yaoqing even built a straw hut beneath the grand tree, vigilantly observing its growth. Unbeknownst to her, this tree, which bore abundant fruit in the Silver Iron Forest, had yet to bloom after a year. Daily, she drew blood from the spirit beasts to sustain the tree's vitality. In contrast, beneath the tree, various herbs began to sprout and thrive. Among the Li family, the most gifted 7-year-old Li Yaotai showed no inclination for violence like his brother, but rather developed a keen interest in crafting tools after encountering a traveling blacksmith. Now, within the Li family's expansive courtyard, a simple forge had been erected for Li Yaotai to practice blacksmithing. Beside him, a flame-tailed spirit cat and a fiery lizard assisted in refining iron with their beastly flames, while an ice spirit fish, kept in water, would occasionally exhale icy mist to cool the scorching metal in the trough. The entire family was diligently contributing to the Li clan's prosperity. Only the youngest, 2-year-old Li Yaowen, embraced tranquility. This little girl seemed innately serene, already scribbling clumsily on stones with a brush dipped in water, her morning readings echoing softly with the toddler and Oppos' voice, occasionally indistinct yet filled with innocence. 17 years of the Li clan, Li Dalong breaks through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. After over a decade of hunting during one expedition, Li Dalong felt an extraordinary unity with the forest environment, gaining the trait Forest Hunter. Traits: Forest Hunter, with a wood attribute spiritual root. He experiences a slight enhancement within the woods. Years of hunting experience have rendered him intimately familiar with the forest, augmenting his combat prowess by 100. Although Li Dalong's aptitude remained rather poor even after the transformation brought about by the heavenly mechanism spirit-enhancing pill, he began to break through after consuming 5 beast blood fruits and 2 years of digestion. Particularly, possessing 3 distinct traits seemed to compensate for Li Dalong's deficiencies in aptitude. Not only him, but the members of the Li family also witnessed a significant increase in strength over the year, except for the young Li Yaowen, who had begun to grasp the pen and write numerous characters while clearly reading. All other members of the Li family had ascended a minor realm. Remarkably, even after offering 20 beast blood fruits to the Thunderlight Python, they still had more than half remaining. Progress was promising. Li Xiang observed the development of his family on the screen, a paternal smile gracing his face. Occasionally, he dealt with the bandits and robbers that plagued the Li family during the protracted drought, encountering practitioners only twice in the span of 2 years, and invoking Ancestor's fury just once. It remained uncertain when the Thunderlight Python would awaken. The ancestral shrine built for him by the family had become the finest structure in their residence. Beneath the towering tablet, the Thunderlight Python lay in slumber, its skin beginning to shed as it approached a breakthrough. During this period, Li Xiang was unable to relay messages to his family. Of course, he had the ability to awaken the Thunderlight Python, yet he was uncertain if disturbing its shedding would result in any adverse effects. For 18 years, the Li family endured a decade-long drought, yet the fields around them flourished, and the wild boar woods gradually revived. An increasing number of individuals began to perceive this as a land of prosperity. Although the tales of bandits entering the Li family with none returning were indeed terrifying, a large number of bandits still set their sights on this bountiful territory. "Father, someone has intruded into the spirit beast garden." In the footage, Li Xiang, stationed at the spirit herb garden, hurriedly returned home with a monster. "They consumed everything they encountered in the herb garden. I have harvested all the herbs, and they are heading in our direction." The Li family gathered together. A sentient 100-mile dove perched on Su Tsuehua and Appo's shoulder, cawing in her ear. Su Tsuehua's expression turned grim as she addressed her family. "Among them are cultivators stronger than those who have previously troubled our home. If they dared to come, let them come and not return." Li Dalong stepped forward, standing at the entrance of the courtyard, wielding 2 large cleavers with a formidable presence, as if capable of blocking 1,000 foes single-handedly. Behind him, the Li family members brimmed with fighting spirit, with various monsters lurking behind them, ever vigilant against the impending intruders. A gust of demonic wind swept through the encampment, stirring up dust. It could not disperse the combat spirit that the Li family had accumulated over the years. The tablet of Li Xiang in the ancestral shrine shone brilliantly. Li Dalong raised his cleaver high. "May our ancestors bless the Li family, invincible in battle." Chapter 9. Invasion. The Li family's slaughterhouse. What in the world? So many people? Before the invasion incident, Li Xiang had not taken it seriously. After all, similar events had occurred before. Mad refugees during years of famine, posing no real threat. However, this time, Li Xiang's expression changed dramatically. The Li family stronghold was dotted with countless red markers, hastily estimated to number in the thousands. Previously, when facing the nearly foundation-establishing Thunderlight Python, Li Xiang had felt exhilarated. This time, he felt sheer anxiety. Thousands of people were scattered across the map. The power of his ancestors and Appo's tablets was no longer enough. If he were to control each tablet individually, it would occupy him for the better part of the day. Even if they were mere disaster victims, this was far too many. Gazing at the frenzied refugees wielding pitchforks and wooden clubs as weapons, their faces twisted with bloodlust, Li Xiang felt a chill run down his spine. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the Li family disciples already prepared and dispersed in various locations. He furrowed his brow. They could only rely on themselves now. To his relief, the Li family members displayed no fear. Instead, they sprang into action at once. Rest assured, ancestors, as long as there remains a single member of the Li family, no one shall step foot into the ancestral hall. Li Xiang and Appo's spirit tablet had already emerged from the ancestral hall. Li Dalong knelt on the ground, feeling the protection of the ancestors. And after bowing 3 times before the tablet, he stood with his blade outside the Li family's courtyard. A rustling sound echoed from the distance outside the Li family estate, where an expanse of open land lay. Further beyond was the current spirit beast park. As the wind stirred the grass and shadows danced among the trees, a group of ragged refugees suddenly surged forth from the spirit beast park. These starving refugees seemed oblivious to Li Dalong. Their eyes were fixated on a lush green area behind him, brimming with crops. Beside the crops, a large pen housed numerous plump livestock. In the center, a little girl with twin ponytails sat atop a large stone, clutching a scroll, her clear voice ringing out. I own thousands of acres of fertile land. Every blade of grass nurtured by hard work. The enemy intrudes upon my home, and now they can only become wolves and tigers. Why suffer? Why suffer? The cool breeze carried Li Yaowen's innocent voice through the momentary silence. Yet, her childlike tone did nothing to evoke compassion in the frenzied refugees. Grains, those precious grains. No one shall rob me. I want meat. They are all ours, do not take them. Madness, they had all gone mad, even in their hunger. The refugees charged toward the Li family stronghold with astonishing speed. However, what awaited them was not food, but whoosh. A gust of wind swept through as Li Dalong advanced, swinging his two large cleavers in a horizontal arc, unleashing two waves of blade energy that cleaved through the first wave of refugees. Blood and flesh flew. At that moment, the advancing refugees regained a semblance of sanity. The blade energy etched a wide scar into the ground, like an impassable chasm that deterred them from crossing even a step. Li Dalong roared, "This is my home. If you seek food, I may offer you some, but anyone who dares cross this line shall meet their demise." As his words fell, the ironwood horse, which had accompanied Li Dalong for many years, emerged from the family home, pulling a cart laden with pre-prepared food. The ironwood horse swiftly severed the tether and galloped to Li Dalong's side. "Food! How wonderful! Finally, something to eat. Thank you for the generous gift, my lord. Hurry! Seize it!" Upon witnessing the refugees surge forth from the Spirit Beast Park to snatch the food, Li Xiang furrowed his brow. Li Dalong's tactic of striking fear and then offering sweet rewards was indeed clever. Once these refugees were frightened and received what they desired, they would likely refrain from further provocations. However, as he pondered, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared within the Spirit Herb Garden while the refugees scrambled for food. "What are you doing? With so many of us, what will we eat after this meal? Look at their fields and then at their livestock. They can sustain themselves for at least a month, and their homes may hide vast stores of grain. If we seize their territory, we could survive for a year." Human greed knows no bounds. With the cultivator and Oppos, S-words, most of the frantic refugees halted their actions, drooling as they gazed at the Li family and Oppos, S fields and livestock. Yes, the esteemed one is right. He can offer us one cart, but his family likely has 10 carts hidden away. Why should they give us so little? Why not surrender all their livestock? The refugees angrily questioned Li Dalong. At that moment, Li Dalong tightened his grip on his cleaver. "I and Oppos, LL be damned," he exclaimed, nearly shattering his cup in frustration. Consuming 20 incense points, invoking into Oppos, the Ancestor and Oppos, S wrath and Oppos. In an instant, the ancestral tablet radiated a brilliant light, surging toward the group of cultivators. Li Xiang realized that the reason these refugees had come to the Li family stronghold must be linked to something sinister involving these cultivators. Otherwise, why would cultivators wade into murky waters during a year of calamity? The ancestral tablet streaked past the refugees, targeting the cultivators, causing the one inciting them to change color in alarm. What is this strange artifact? But before he could finish, the tablet pierced through his chest, a spray of blood signaling the call to arms for the refugees charging toward the Li family. The flood of refugees surged forth. Ancestor's might. Seeing the Ancestor's fury, Li Dalong no longer hesitated. He closed his eyes and bowed his head, seemingly attuning to the rhythm of the ground. As the refugees approached, he suddenly lifted his head, unleashing his vital energy to stir up the surrounding dust. With a swift movement of his dual blades, he conjured blade energy once more, cleaving through the invading refugees. He charged into the fray, devoid of mercy, bellowing to the heavens, "I offered you a chance, yet you forced my ancestors' wrath upon us. My wife, my children. Today the Li family shall show no mercy. Kill." Li Dalong swiftly mounted his horse, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake. As his voice echoed, sounds of commotion arose from all directions of the Li family stronghold. The refugees, startled by Li Dalong's slaughter, began to look around in terror. Monsters! Monsters! Save me! The child has gone mad. Run! These refugees, consumed by the desire to seize food and claim this bountiful land, remained oblivious to the fact that Li Dalong was rampaging, while the ancestral tablet glimmered with purple light, pursuing the group of cultivators. Other members of the Li family began to emerge from the periphery and join the battle. Li Yaozu appeared directly behind the refugees, brandishing a long sword, accompanied by spirit beasts with whom he had trained. He moved among the crowd like an elegant dancer, effortlessly claiming lives as blood splattered upon him. He showed no fear. Instead, his crimson eyes sparkled with madness. Ah, to the west, a giant eagle soared overhead, with Li Xiang riding upon it, observing the carnage below. She sighed deeply, then slowly opened the bundle strapped to the eagle's back, releasing a cloud of black dust that fell upon the refugees. Immediately following was a bamboo tube carried by the colossal eagle, for which a dark liquid spilled forth. Soon after, the afflicted villagers began to scratch at their reddened skin, and those tainted by the black liquid found their skin emitting wisps of dark smoke. For years, the Li family had cultivated medicinal herbs, and none understood their properties better than Li Yaoqing. To the east, Su Cuihua and her son Li Yaotai emerged, accompanied by a multitude of ferocious beasts that plunged mercilessly into the crowd. The woman, seemingly a simple farmer's wife, possessed a fierce strength uncommon among ordinary women. As the beasts charged, any villagers left vulnerable would face her unyielding blade. Although young, Li Yaotai exhibited considerable combat prowess. Behind him, a furious fire lizard struggled to pull a cart laden with bows and arrows. Each time Li Yaotai knocked an arrow and released it from his longbow, the fiery-tailed spirit cat would deliver another arrow to him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An arrow every 3 seconds. The young blacksmith transformed into a mobile artillery unit. Unbeknownst to the villagers, the Li family now possessed the strength to protect their kin and bore an unwavering resolve. As the frenzied villagers began to regain their senses amidst the carnage wrought by the Li family, they halted in their tracks, kneeling in supplication, pleading for mercy. Do not kill me. I understand my wrongs. Spare me. I shall not dare again. I beg you. Whoosh! Li Yaoyi's arrow struck down a kneeling supplicant. It dawned on him that the family he had nurtured had grown immensely powerful. Meanwhile, Li Xiang, controlling a talisman that had claimed the lives of 12 cultivators, ceased his actions, watching as the Li clan executed their foes. The tension that had initially gripped him began to dissipate. A broad smile spread across his face. A family's strength is not solely measured by their might, but also by their formidable spirit. He felt fortunate that within the Li family there were no self-righteous do-gooders. Their actions were decisive and effective. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted. Li Xiang furrowed his brow as his talisman was shattered by a flying sword. Moments later, a cloaked cultivator emerged from the medicinal herb garden, the sword that had destroyed the talisman hovering beside him. I never anticipated such a family existing beyond Thailand town. Ha ha ha. Li Xiang merely frowned. Wrath of the Ancestor, X10. Chapter 10. Guardian Beast of the Temple, the Purple Thunder, Celestial Python. Alas, a Foundation establishment expert. Li Dalong gasped, halting his actions. Sensing the formidable power of this cultivator, the members of the Li family swiftly gathered around Li Dalong. Oh, what kind of magical artifact is this? Transforming into 10? And it bears the semblance of a spiritual seed. Quite intriguing indeed. The Foundation establishment cultivator gazed curiously at the 10 ancestral tablets before the Li family. Who are you? Why do you wish to harm my Li family? Li Dalong, though appearing rugged, possessed a keen intellect, and he recognized the connection between this calamity and the cultivator before him. However, with the ancestral tablets in front of him, he felt somewhat reassured. Well, your family's rather interesting. The cultivator raised an eyebrow, noting that the calamity originated from Thailand town. So what do you say I am? The Hu family? Li Dalong gritted his teeth. The only person he could think of as a rival was Hu Wei, a clever individual, quick to grasp the situation. The cultivator smirked, dismissing the Li family as inconsequential. In truth, he had yet to move, merely observing to discern the Li family's hidden cards. It seemed, after all, that they were just a family of ordinary individuals, lacking in formidable power. Upon emerging from seclusion, my grandson mentioned that a family here in the deep mountains had slain his subordinate, who was at the 8th level of qi refining. Initially, I was skeptical, but it appears you are indeed responsible. Hu Wei, Li Dalong and Appos. S expression darkened. I have never wronged your Hu family, and yet I was gravely injured by Hu Wei. Why must you be so aggressive? Aggressive? Not at all. The cultivator brushed dust from his garments, casting a disdainful glance at the members of the Li family. You are hardly worth my time. I merely inquired about your identity out of curiosity. How is it that a person of slave origin has ascended to the 7th level of qi refining in less than 20 years? And your children, tut-tut, they surpass even mine in ambition. Look at your beasts. They could fetch a handsome price. What a delightful surprise. My useless grandson has finally achieved something commendable. The cultivator's just faltered, his expression turning cold. Now, tell me, what secrets do you harbor? Surrender your hidden treasures, and I shall spare your lives. And as for your dilapidated ancestral tablets, do you truly believe this useless artifact can protect you? The members of the Li family fell silent, glancing at the ancestral tablets. They possessed a secret. They had a mysterious ancestor. However, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Li Dalong's eyes turned crimson. He seized the longbow from Li Yaotai, drawing it taut with an arrow, channeling all his spiritual energy into the bow. The iron arrow creaked ominously under the strain. He was unaware of the nature of his ancestor's existence or the astonishing secrets held by the ancestral tablet. What he did know was that as a descendant of the Li family, even in death, he would not reveal a single secret regarding the existence of his ancestor, and he would fight for the honor of his lineage. Whoosh! The arrow, infused with true energy, cut through the air with a violent whoosh, embodying the resolve of the Li family. As Li Dalong released the arrow, everyone in the Li family gripped their weapons tightly, and even Li Yaozu unleashed a sword chi. But it was futile. Li Dalong and Appos' arrow, despite being propelled with the majority of his true energy, was effortlessly caught by the Hu family and Appos' foundation establishment elder. While Li Yaozu and Appos' sword chi failed to breach the opponent and Appos' protective true energy. I believe it would be in your best interest to obediently surrender everything, including your secrets. The Hu family and Appos' foundation establishment elder looked down on Li Dalong, who was preparing to draw the bow again, relishing the act of toying with his prey, leisurely deflecting the attacks as he approached the Li family. As long as these weaklings are sufficiently terrified, I need not fear the extraction of what I desire. Truly, my cultivated descendants are remarkable. Observing the Li family descendants confront the foundation establishment expert without fear, even after exhausting their true energy. Li Xiang felt an inexplicable surge of pride. In that moment, he began to view these descendants not merely as game characters, but as genuine kin. He even wished that these Li family members were his real family. Then his gaze fixed upon the Hu family's foundation establishment cultivator, a smile creeping across his face. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? At long last, the 10 ancestral tablets hovering before the Li family stirred. The first one soared toward the Hu family's foundation establishment elder, who was just about to block it. Press R to explode. Oh no! This time, the elder of the Hu family was abruptly forced backward, hastily utilizing his true energy to block, utterly taken aback by the strange abilities of these tablets. The ancestral spirits unleashed their formidable wrath. Eliminate this scoundrel. The Li family members beheld the tablet repelling the Hu elder, their eyes lighting up. Such power exists? The Hu elder furrowed his brows, observing another tablet in motion. Snorting coldly, let us see what this useless thing can do. This time, the Hu elder wielded his flying sword to strike. Bang! Li Xiang manipulated the tablet to detonate once more, sending the flying sword careening off course. He then swiftly maneuvered 2 more tablets toward the Hu elder, pressing R. Let us see how arrogant you truly are. Amidst the explosions, the Hu elder retreated once more. A strand of hair was whipped into his face. He scowled, brushing it aside. 6 remain. What will you do once they are exhausted? Bang! 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 Meanwhile, Li Xiang, seated before the screen, paid no heed to the small text appearing above the Hu Elder's head. He continuously manipulated the tablets, pressing R, until at last, the final tablet finally shattered the Hu Elder and Amp. Oppo's true energy, sending him hurtling backward. Blood seeped from the corner of the Hu Elder and Amp. Oppo's mouth, his clothes disheveled. Yet, a mocking smile spread across his face. Ha ha ha, it's gone. Your peculiar artifact is. But the next moment, his laughter abruptly ceased. Consumed 20 incense points, using Ancestor's wrath. A tablet materialized once more before the Li family members. What? How is there more? Is this never-ending? The Hu Elder's lips twitched as he stared at the tablet. Caught in a dilemma, he had just boasted. If he retreated now, he would surely be embarrassed in his dreams tonight. But if he did not retreat, after being blasted 9 times, his true energy was reduced to half. Who could tell how many more surprises this artifact held? Yet he was mistaken. Li Xiang summoned this tablet not to attack the Hu Elder, but to protect the descendants of the Li family. Because, within the ancestral hall of the Li family, the thunder python coiled beneath the ancestral tablets finally opened its eyes. Its form had grown immensely, nearly occupying half the space of the hall. The once pitch-black scales were gradually fading, transforming into a deep purple, with smooth skin adorned with mysterious and beautiful patterns. The 2 sharp horns atop its head had bent forward, as if in a shedding process. Roar. Upon awakening, the thunder python unleashed a roar that was no longer that of a serpent, but rather the fierce growl of a beast. The lightning coursing through its body radiated 10 meters outward, purple arcs visible even to those outside the ancestral hall. What is that noise? If Li Xiang's ancestral spirit merely instilled a sense of trepidation in the Hu Elder, the current presence evoked unequivocal terror. He gazed in horror at the direction of the Li family's ancestral hall, where an overwhelming aura pressed down upon him. Flee! The arrogant Hu Elder now found himself in a state of utter disarray, a far cry from his previous bravado. He dared not cast another glance at the Li family and turned to flee towards the spirit herb garden. He was too terrified to look back. Yet, the thunderous crash of trees collapsing reverberated behind him, growing ever closer until he reached the beast bloodfruit tree. At that moment, a foul stench pervaded the air, rendering him immobile. He lowered his head in dread as purple arcs of electricity struck the ground beneath him, yet they refrained from attacking him. This arc conveyed a grim warning. Should he dare to move, he must be prepared for death. With a stiff neck, he struggled to turn around, swallowing hard. Suddenly, he was enveloped by shadows, and smooth scales emerged before his eyes. What is this creature? The head of the Hu family ancestor trembled involuntarily. As he finally mustered the strength to raise his head, he beheld the thing that pursued him. A serpent nearly 20 meters long, a massive python of a deep, dark purple hue. Atop this colossal serpent was a plaque, the very one he had just mockingly derided, now instilling fear within him. Meanwhile, before the screen, Li Xiang gritted his teeth, fixated on the Hu family ancestor. In the presence of the thunderous python, the ancestor's stature appeared diminutive, akin to that of a mouse. He slowly clicked on the image of the thunderous python and entered the command. Terminate him, but let his end not be too merciful. In an instant, the thunderous python ensnared the Hu family ancestor, gradually electrifying him with increasing force. One must concede that the Hu family ancestor possessed a modicum of spirit. Despite fleeing, he refrained from pleading, "Great spirit beast, please spare me." Li Xiang glared at the ancestor, whose face was contorted with bursting veins, reveling in his arrogance. He had been awaiting the awakening of the thunderous python. Not merely the thunderous python, but rather the purple thunder celestial python. Purple thunder celestial python, spirit beast. Description: possessing immense strength and the innate power of thunder and flame, it awaits its next metamorphosis. Beyond ordinary demon beasts lies the spirit-level demon beasts, whose breakthroughs differ from those of humans. The purple thunder celestial python is an anomaly, having reached maturity. Its shedding signifies not just renewal, but an evolution, ascending to the pinnacle of spirit beasts. As the purple thunder celestial python coiled around him. The sound of cracking bones soon echoed, and the ancestor's blood burst forth from his veins, trickling down the serpent's smooth skin and pooling beneath the beast bloodfruit tree. Before long, the once arrogant Hu family ancestor was reduced to a mere tangle of human skin. Li Xiang finally exhaled a sigh of relief and clicked once more on the image of the purple thunder celestial python, commanding, "Have his skin delivered to the Hu family." Chapter 11. Rapid development with the demise of the ancestral figure of the Hu family. The invasion was decisively brought to an end. However, one might argue that it was merely the beginning. Within the halls of the Li family ancestral shrine, descendants gathered, while only Li Yaozu remained outside, tending to the surviving refugees. These refugees, it seemed, had not joined the ranks of those who dared to storm the Li family stronghold, as Li Dalong appeared to have alternative plans for them. At that moment, a captured cultivator was bound tightly, trembling before the Li family in the imposing presence of the purple thunder celestial python. Unworthy descendants, failing to protect our lineage, forcing the ancestral figure to intervene. May the ancestor hold us accountable. Li Dalong, alongside his wife and children, knelt before the ancestral tablet. Meanwhile, Li Xiang, observing from a distance, felt no inclination to blame the Li family. Their performance had indeed garnered his approval. Nevertheless, a furrowed brow indicated his concern regarding the repeated provocations from the Hu family. He clicked on the icon of the purple thunder celestial python and inquired about the situation with the Hu family. In an instant, the temple guardian beast received Li Xiang's message and, with an unexpected display of human-like reverence, inclined its body towards Li Xiang's tablet before addressing the Li family. Unlike the furious roars of before, the python now spoke in a hushed, serpentine hiss. Listening to the sounds emanating from the game, Li Xiang scratched his head, recalling the voice of Voldemort communicating with snakes in Harry Potter. Was Voldemort, in fact, a reflection of himself? Was the ancestor imparting a lesson? Li Dalong quickly realized that the purple thunder celestial python was conveying Li Xiang's directives. Su Tsuehua, a beast tamer, closed her eyes in contemplation and discerned the python's message. The ancestor instructed them to resolve the troubles posed by the Hu family. "Rest assured, we shall handle this matter with utmost care," Li Dalong declared, his resolve firm. Despite his robust appearance, he possessed a keen intellect and promptly began to extract precise intelligence from the captured cultivator. This cultivator, lacking fortitude, divulged everything he knew without much prompting. As Li Xiang listened to the narration, he pondered the implications. It became clear that during the decade-long drought, cultivators in Tailin Town had been providing aid. However, the Hu family's ancestor had deliberately withheld assistance from the starving refugees, inciting them to probe the Li family's defenses, leading to the recent incursion. As one of the 4 prominent families of Tailin, the Hu family boasted 4 ancestors, all formidable cultivators entrenched in seclusion, with profound depth in their lineage. Esteemed gentlemen, seeking vengeance upon the Hu family would be an exercise in futility. The cultivators' pallor deepened. The 4 families form the foundation of our town. Though minor skirmishes may occur, they maintain a cooperative relationship to safeguard their resources. Moreover, the town mayor would never allow chaos to reign. Should you provoke the Hu family, he would brand you as traitors. The massive head of the purple thunder celestial python loomed menacingly before the cultivator, nearly causing him to lose control. "Please, spare me. I've revealed everything. I can even offer strategies. I am now an ally," Su Tsuehua interjected, recognizing that the guardian beast was not threatening the cultivator. "Fear not. Our ancestor merely wishes to know whether Tailin Town will retaliate for the death of the Hu family's elder." "No, absolutely not," the cultivator hastily replied. With the Hu family's elder slain, they wouldn't dare retaliate, and the other 3 families would likely revel in their misfortune without provoking further conflict. However, be cautious. While they may not dare to intrude, in the absence of this great python's protection, they may well strike at you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned grave. "Blast it, they blocked our path," Li Xiang muttered, fully aware of the precarious position of the Li family. He hastened the flow of time within the game and instructed his family to tread carefully in the coming days, advising them to refrain from unnecessary outings. Next, He began to assess the spoils of their recent encounter, having vanquished 13 cultivators. Historically, the Li family had lacked any magical artifacts, but this time they had acquired an abundance of equipment. Received loot, human skin from the Hu family. Received loot, spirit breath, flying sword, magical artifact. Received loot, black ring, magical artifact. Received loot. Gratitude to the Hu family for the familial development seed funds. Li Xiang beamed at the growth reflected within the game. The family had transformed their fortunes entirely. Once armed with mere cleavers, Li Dalong now bore a peculiar, double-headed weapon adorned with blades, leading the way toward the silver iron forest. Silver ring serpent with dual heads, medium-grade magical artifact. This can be split into two, connected by chains. Daily, it extracts venom from the mouths of 100 silver-ringed serpents, infusing it within iron imbued with spiritual energy over 49 days. Henceforth, this artifact can autonomously generate silver ring serpent liquid to empower the dual weapons. When infused with true energy, it can summon serpent spirits for assistance. Li Xiang gazed at Li Dalong and Apos, magical artifact with envy. Such a creation bore the hallmarks of ancient craftsmanship, a rarity in his current world dominated by technological advancements and magical weaponry like firearms and mechs. Li Yaozu wielded the Spirit Breath flying sword obtained from the Hu family elder. Spirit Breath flying sword, high-grade magical artifact, forged from superior Spirit Breath stones. It can harness the essence of heaven and earth for its wielder. This sword possesses spirit, allowing for mastery of sword techniques, usable even by those untrained in such arts. Striking unseen, Li Xiang had witnessed the sword and Apos, prowess firsthand. With a swift motion, it obliterated his tablet. The rest of the Li family also acquired magical artifacts. Though unlike Li Dalong and Li Yaozu, who relished combat, the others found themselves preoccupied with various endeavors. As time flowed steadily, the Li family refrained from recklessly seeking conflicts in Thailand town. Though occasionally troubled by disturbances, none had come close to their stronghold without facing dire consequences. Li family, 19 years. Those who invaded the Li stronghold have dwindled to half. The survivors, gifted by the Li family, began cultivating fields beyond their borders, gradually forming a village. Li Dalong had inquired about this matter, a strategy Li Xiang had endorsed. The path of slaughter was but a last resort. The Li family possessed ample spirit beasts, capable of summoning water to irrigate their fields, and their waste served as the finest fertilizer. In this year of calamity, the refugees sheltered by the Li family could cultivate crops and raise poultry, saving the family precious time post-taxation. Thus, in the near future, the food they produced would sustain the spirit beasts under the family's care. Moreover, these refugees proved to be commendable laborers. Outside the Li stronghold, vast fields had already been cultivated. Among the fields, livestock frolicked joyously, and the once emaciated refugees gradually regained their health, smiles brightening their faces. Furthermore, with nearly 500 laborers, the Li stronghold had undergone a remarkable transformation. The stone structures they had once erected had been replaced with grand buildings of blue bricks and white tiles, sprawling over 1,000 square feet, exuding an air of magnificence. Occasionally, spirit beasts could be seen leaping upon the walls or soaring above them. Even so, the villagers continued to grind stones, shaping them into regular forms, and began to pave the ground outside the Li family residence. Once a solitary household, the Li family was now gradually evolving into a thriving clan, with its surroundings bustling with life. Ancestors, please look. The tree I planted in the Spirit Beast Garden has blossomed. The delighted voice from the ancestral hall interrupted Li Xiang and Apos, contemplation as he admired the flourishing Li family. Li Yaoqing joyfully bounded into the hall. The bloodfruit tree? Has it finally shown signs of life? Li Xiang rejoiced. He quickly tapped on Li Yaoqing's avatar, and the ancestral tablet shifted to her perspective, revealing the spirit herb garden. Sure enough, the towering bloodfruit tree was adorned with vibrant red flowers. What relief! Since bringing the tree back, there had been no sign of activity, and Li Xiang had worried it might not thrive. Now, he finally glimpsed hope. Bloodfruit tree. Status: Nourished by the blood of hundreds of human corpses and the essence of cultivators, it has absorbed sufficient nutrients. And this year's fruits will be even more radiant. Li Xiang was taken aback upon reading the status information of the bloodfruit tree. He then looked at Li Xiang beneath the tree, her gentle fingers tenderly caressing the fruits. Goodness, this is quite the ordeal. Since the invasion incident, he had paid little attention to how the Li family dealt with the corpses. Now it dawned on him. Hundreds of corpses had been drained by this little girl to nourish the bloodfruit tree. Such thoughts were too shocking for Li Xiang to entertain. If he dared to do this in reality, he would face a public outcry the very next day. However, the outcome was favorable. Li Xiang immediately activated his skill, bestowing a gift from the Ancestor upon Li Xiang. "Thank you, Ancestor." Feeling the warmth enveloping her, Li Xiang instantly realized that the mysterious Ancestor was watching over her, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. She vowed to cultivate the bloodfruit tree even larger. No, she aspired to nurture many bloodfruit trees. Just don't resort to any heinous act for the sake of nurturing the trees. Otherwise, our Li family's little arms and legs would be mistaken for demonic cultivators, and we wouldn't stand a chance. Li Xiang wiped the sweat from his brow. Glancing at the game world's time, the next decade was about to arrive. He raised an eyebrow. Hadn't Granny Ling come knocking yet? It seemed he would have to check on his belongings himself. He had already prepared for this gift. Just as Li Xiang stood up, his antique phone rang. It was Uncle Han from the law firm. Had Uncle Han resolved the family matters so quickly? Li Xiang's eyes brightened. Only with an endless supply of pocket money from the family could he play games in peace. As he answered the call and was about to speak, he was utterly stunned. "Shaoli, I'm afraid I truly can't help this time. Your new family head has taken everyone and fled overnight in a spaceship." Li Xiang was left dumbfounded. After a long pause, he finally stammered, "Damn, I haven't even boarded the spaceship yet." Chapter 12. What? Overnight, I have become the head of the Li family? Hold on, let me clarify the situation for you. It is rumored that your family's patriarch was killed by a star-destroying cannon in the Tianwang star region, but I suspect it is not that simple. He has ascended to immortality. It is unlikely that he could perish so easily. Most likely, he is feigning death. Then, your higher-ups fled, claiming it was for revenge, but it could very well be a preemptive escape. Shortly thereafter, your new patriarch severed your financial lifeline. In my experience, this was not intentional. The new patriarch was left behind to relocate the family assets and naturally had no time to attend to your allowances. If he were to be killed, your family's main force would still remain intact. However, he is quite capable, managing to flee with everyone and silently taking the family's wealth with him. In summary, the Li family is in the process of relocating their assets, and congratulations, you have been forgotten by the family and have become a pauper. Congratulations indeed. Thank you, Uncle Han. Li Xiang forced a smile. It's a trivial matter. By the way, if you find yourself in need of spirit stones or wish to sell your villa, remember to contact me at the first opportunity. Beep beep. Li Xiang felt numb. He had thought that today, Uncle Han would dispatch lawyers from the firm to besiege the Li family and wage a splendid legal battle. Ideally, it would result in the demise of the new patriarch and a doubling of his pocket money. But who could have foreseen that events would unfold in such a manner? What has happened? Li Xiang remained bewildered, gazing at the vast residence. His allowance had indeed been cut off, and in this vast universe, the chances of finding any family members were slim. In the blink of an eye, he had become an utter destitute, the only asset remaining being everything within this villa. Knock knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Li Xiang opened it with a mournful expression. This time, even the smile of Yu Xian could not rouse any joy in his numbed heart. Instead, it felt somewhat hollow. The wretched new patriarch had actually forgotten him in his flight. "Master, a letter has arrived for you. Please take a look." Yu Xian, noticing Li Xiang's demeanor, furrowed her brow and handed him a letter. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Li Xiang, that detestable new patriarch. "Li Xiang, do you remember when you were a child, you once beat me up, saying I would never become the family head, and that it would be better for you to take the role? I find your words quite reasonable. Now you are the last descendant of the Li family on Earth. I hereby appoint you as the patriarch of the Li family. Please ensure the prosperity of our lineage. Damn you, Li Xiang. I hope I never have to lay eyes on you again." This must have been premeditated, It is undoubtedly a plot. Li Xiang took a deep breath, deciding not to dwell on this matter. He frowned at Yu Xian, who remained oblivious to everything. What should we do if I become poor? Yu Xian knitted her brows, pondering for a while. Master, we could consider this. There are 108 households in Jixianzhuang. We could visit one each day to share a meal and gather some spirit stones to survive. This way it wouldn't be too frequent, and we wouldn't be seen as bothersome. You still have many classmates. You could also visit their homes for meals. As she spoke, she produced a book from her spatial ring, waving it in front of Li Xiang. If all else fails, I have this manual. Thief's secret technique, quite considerate. Li Xiang forced a smile, leaving the house and arriving at Granny Ling's door. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door. This time, Granny Ling was not as warm as during their last meeting. She looked at Li Xiang with a mixture of anger and restraint. Xiao Li, are you here to collect your belongings? They aren't tea ready yet. Feeling somewhat irritable, Li Xiang did not wish to engage in idle chatter with the old woman, extending his hand instead. Everyone in the neighborhood knows each other. How could Granny Ling, with her unparalleled skills, not have completed the work? Li Xiang smiled furthermore. Even the gatekeeper, Old Chun, praised Granny Ling's craftsmanship. Granny Ling's face flushed momentarily, her cane striking the ground fiercely. Don't think you can threaten me just because of Old Chun. Once those words were spoken, it wasn't an oppose. So much a threat as a precaution. Granny Ling, knowing his cautious nature, had only left herself a way out. Li Xiang maintained his smile, though it felt increasingly forced. Oof. With that, Granny Ling offered him a ring. Snorting, boy, you used to rely on the Li family, which is why the people of Jixianzhuang gave you face. But I've heard. She paused, gazing at Li Xiang's retreating figure, scoffing. Without the Li family, you are nothing. Remember, the warmth of human sentiment is fleeting. Once you are cast out by Jixianzhuang, no one will give you face. Let us see how you fare. Bang! The door to Granny Ling's house slammed shut. Li Xiang's expression darkened. He understood that he had thoroughly fallen out with Granny Ling. No, perhaps the rift had already begun when he handed the mysterious spear to her. The entire Jixianzhuang knew that Granny Ling's crafting skills were remarkable, yet she was unyielding in business. The reason Li Xiang had conversed with her for so long was to ascertain whether she would replace his mysterious spear, but the outcome had been unsatisfactory, prompting him to seek Old Chun instead. Damn, I've lost my home and attracted the ire of a fierce old lady. Cursing under his breath, Li Xiang suddenly looked up at the sky, rubbing his face. Granny Ling was correct. Without the Li family, I am indeed nothing. But now, it is time to strive. He recalled the struggles of the Li family members in the game. As the ancestor, how could he tarnish the family's name? From this day forward, he would become a diligent patriarch. Master, have you been affected by this setback? Are you all right? At Villa Number 1, Yu Xian observed Li Xiang's enthusiastic return and felt a twinge of anxiety. Li Xiang beamed with joy. What do you take me for? Is it merely because I've lost my home and allowance? Do you believe your master is the type to wallow in despair when faced with adversity? Yu Xian pondered for a moment before hesitantly replying, No, enough of that. I've grown weary of this sadness, Li Xiang instructed. Contact No. 104 and have Boss Chi come to see me in 2 hours. He then hurried back to his room. Li Xiang realized that with the Li family gone, his only support lay in the immortal family simulator, this golden finger. At this moment, Li Xiang was fully absorbed in the game. Inside the computer, the development of the Li family was progressing rapidly. The villagers had formed a fighting force, and among them, 2 cultivators had emerged. A 20-person soldier team composed of villagers was patrolling the village. Year 19 of the Li family. Under the protection of the Li family, the disaster victims have formed a nascent village called Gratitude Village. The villagers are under the Li family's protection and offer tributes to the family. Received incense, 200. What? I was only gone for a short while, and it has developed this much? Li Xiang was overjoyed, secretly affirming that his earlier choice was not mistaken. Soon, the game screen shifted. Year 20 of the Li family. Your descendants have prepared an altar, beginning the grand ritual held every 20 years. Your descendants have prepared the offerings for you. 51st tier, beast blood fruits. 2 juvenile pigeons, 1 male and 1 female. detected that the juvenile pigeons are living creatures. Would you like to consume 10 incense to retrieve them? Indeed, they can be retrieved. Li Xiang's eyes lit up. These offerings were all sent by the Li family members through the guardian beast of the temple. Although the family in this world had fled, Li Xiang felt a mixture of surprise and calm, because these offerings could also bring him immense benefits. He was entitled to a comeback. Swiftly, beside the incense burner on the desk, 50 beast blood fruits materialized. Their vibrant hues and the pungent scent of blood wafted into the air. A look of elation graced Li Xiang's face. First tier beast blood fruit, cultivated from blood and enriched with the essence of the world's spiritual energy. Each fruit possesses 50 points of spiritual energy. With an absorption rate of 80 by the human body, a divine fruit, Li Xiang could not help but grin. The cultivation simulator was far more intelligent than he had anticipated. In the game world, spiritual energy was not quantified. Yet in the real world, humanity, enhanced by technology, had categorized the spiritual energy consumed during cultivation into points. A practitioner at the first layer of Qi refinement required only 100 points of spiritual energy to break through. With each subsequent layer, the requirement increased by a mere 10. Those with inferior talents absorbed the world's spiritual energy at a slower pace, while such fruits could directly store spiritual energy for gradual digestion. Li Xiang found it hard to fathom how many wealthy scions would flock to acquire such a divine fruit. Next came the Li pigeons. Chirp, chirp. 2 blind chicks in the nest were calling out. Ordinarily, such ordinary spiritual beast chicks would be deemed insignificant. However, for the contemporary world, these 2 Li pigeons represented an entirely new species. Should Li Xiang present them to a beastology expert, he could expect those obsessive scholars delving into the study of spiritual beasts to clamor for these little creatures, possibly even awarding him AMP, Oppos, Beast Discovery Prize, and AMP, Oppos. Yet, Li Xiang had no intention of parting with them. The items had arrived. It seemed he would not need to scrounge for sustenance in the immediate future. Li Xiang exhaled in relief. As he caressed the beast blood fruits, he was taken aback when a dialog box suddenly appeared on the computer screen. Would you like to rapidly absorb the spiritual energy of the beast blood fruit? 1 point of spiritual energy costs 1 point of incense value. What? Li Xiang was momentarily dumbfounded. Rapid absorption? Such a feature existed? It was well known that while the medicinal properties were present, absorbing them into the meridians was a challenge. In an instant, Li Xiang recognized the terrifying potential of this function. As long as he possessed enough incense value and sufficient beast blood fruits, he could, and Oppos, whoosh and Oppos, soar into the realm of immortality. However, Li Xiang restrained himself and clicked into Oppos. No, and Oppos. This amount of spiritual energy was hardly worth his while. He shrugged and glanced back at the game interface. The offerings had been delivered. Would you bestow blessings upon your descendants? Li Xiang sprang to his feet, clearing the surrounding area. He cast a glance at the mysterious spear, now radiant, that had been unsealed by his spiritual grandmother. Yet, within it lay another item, an illicit possession among ordinary practitioners. This was the result of an hour-long conversation with his spiritual grandmother, who had, in a moment of joy, promised him a gift. Despite some later discord, she had still honored her word. With a click of the mouse, a colossal entity materialized within the room, delivering the ancestral blessing. War Puppet. Chapter 13. The Beginner and Oppos. War Puppet. The massive purple thunder, celestial python hissed at the worshipping disciples of the Li family, conveying the will of the ancestors from beyond. Li Xiang became increasingly convinced that he was indeed a dark sorcerer. Meanwhile, the members of the Li family in the game were kneeling in gratitude. The Ancestor had accepted their offerings and seemed quite pleased. Splendid. The Ancestor was surely not disappointed in us this time. After Li Dalong finished his prostration, he turned to the guardian beast of the temple and requested it to inquire if the Ancestor had any messages to convey. What wonderful descendants we are, ever ready to heed the teachings of our forebear. Li Xiang pondered for a moment, then inputted into the game. Keep striving and develop the clan well. His sizzle as the purple thunder celestial python emitted the call of a dark sorcerer once more. Li Xiang couldn't help but wonder if, within the game setting, he truly was the enigmatic villain. Su Tsuehua quickly turned to Li Dalong, saying, "Head of the family, the ancestor has spoken. He is very satisfied and wishes us to develop the family diligently. The ancestor is at ease." Li Dalong was about to extol the virtues of their ancestor when he suddenly froze, hastily pulling his wife and children to kneel again before them. The ancestor's tablet radiated golden light. The ancestor was manifesting once more. In an instant, everyone hurriedly bowed in reverence. With a resounding boom, a colossal figure appeared in the courtyard before the Li family ancestral hall, its height rivaling that of the dazed purple thunder celestial python, standing at an impressive 10 meters. On this scorching day, the blazing sun shone down upon this giant, its dazzling sheen momentarily blinding the onlookers. As they finally beheld the entirety of this entity, astonishment painted their faces. This being stood like a human, its body sharply defined with a silver exterior that gleamed with a metallic luster. Its veins appeared to be visible, and various parts of its form seemed to emit light. Beginner war puppet. Observing the bewildered and awestruck expressions of his descendants, Li Xiang felt a surge of satisfaction. This contraption, in the present world, was referred to as a spiritual energy mech. Internally, it utilized biotechnology, granting it agility akin to that of a human, along with the ability to channel spiritual energy through its meridians. Externally, it was a pure technological mech, its flesh seamlessly connected to its core through nanotechnology. By consuming spiritual stones, these stones would continuously supply energy to the mech and could even recharge it autonomously. The beginner mech possessed the strength of a peak foundation establishment practitioner and could contend with initial golden core stage experts. Such a mech was initially developed by the American Empire during the resurgence of spiritual energy to combat monstrous beasts. Subsequently, it underwent continuous development and iteration in Huaxia, ultimately evolving into its current form. However, due to its immense lethality, it became a prohibited item for ordinary humans on Earth. Yet for Grandma Ling, such contraband was easily accessible. What is this? Such overwhelming pressure. Could this be the true form of our powerful ancestor? The descendants of the Li family erupted in excitement. Just witnessing it, they could already sense the might of the war puppet. Not only them, but even the purple thunder celestial python gazed at this war puppet with terror. Feeling utterly outmatched, the true form? In front of the computer screen, Li Xiang and Appo's lips curled into a slight smile. Initially, he had intended to gift the mech to his descendants, teaching them to operate it step by step. However, he now realized that the family cultivation simulator possessed far more features than he had anticipated, offering a remarkably user-friendly experience. Your gift, Beginner War Puppet, has been delivered. Detected that the War Puppet possesses a control system. Would you like to establish a connection? Operating the Beginner War Puppet requires 5,000 incense points. Beep. Insufficient incense points. The War Puppet will enter autonomous combat mode. This meant he could control the War Puppet and Appo's battle actions through mental links outside the game. Akin to VR manipulation, he could distinctly feel every blade of grass and tree within the game world. Li Xiang's eyes widened, realizing that the more he played the cultivation family simulator, the more features seemed to unlock. Suppressing his excitement, Li Xiang glanced at the incense points. During this grand ritual, your descendants felt the great power of the ancestor. Incense points 100. Looking at the upper right corner, he noted, incense points 2106. Despite accumulating incense points over the years, it was still insufficient to establish a connection with the war puppet. The journey ahead remained long and arduous. Li Xiang was not in a rush. His initial intention was not to manipulate the mech, but to have it serve as the Li family's trump card, especially with the Hu family posing a threat. If not handled properly, the entire Tailin town could turn against them. This was precisely why he had sent the war puppet. Moreover, aside from medicinal pills, this was the best gift Li Xiang could currently offer. 20 years after the Li family's grand ritual, as Xi and Appo's village flourished, the 15-year-old Yaozu frequently visited, developing a romantic interest in Chu Xiaoxiao, the daughter of Chu Changming, a first-layer Qi refining village chief. Watching the game's event list, Li Xiang sprayed water onto the screen. He quickly wiped it clean and clicked on Li Yaozu and Oppos. Information to see what the eldest son of the Li family was up to. Under the dark night, two figures embraced on the grass, with prominent text above their heads. Xiao Xiao, you are truly beautiful. Your hand seems so small. Let me see. Your eyes are lovely too. Your nose is so petite. Oh my. Li Xiang's expression darkened. He never expected that the usually sword-practicing, battle-crazy Li Yaozu could exhibit such romantic prowess. He was practically making her swoon. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xiang's expression morphed into something peculiar. Use love from the Ancestor, consuming 20 incense points. In an instant, a purple light illuminated the night, bathing Li Yaozu. The boy, holding the girl's hand, suddenly became dazed. Ah, Yaozu Gidge, what is this light? Chu Xiao Xiao gasped in surprise. Huh? Li Yaozu finally snapped back to reality, quickly kneeling in the darkness, appearing guilty. Ancestor, thank you for your blessings. Please don't tell my father. If he finds out about this, I fear he may break my legs. He dares. Li Xiang's eyes widened. Li Dalong had not fathered a child in years. If he dared to stop Li Yaozu from having children, Li Xiang would not hesitate to have the purple thunder celestial python break his legs. Besides, the rice was already cooked. Li Xiang switched the screen, no longer interrupting the young couple's tender moments. He accelerated the gameplay, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the third generation of the Li family. As expected, the following day, feeling the weight of discovery, Li Yaozu spent a sleepless night, tossing and turning until dawn broke. He mustered the courage to approach his parents and confess his relationship with Chu Xiao Xiao. Li Yaozu was immediately dragged to the ancestral hall. Ancestor, please be calm. Matters of marriage require parental consent and a matchmaker's introduction. Li Dalong knelt in fear. My son Yaozu acted inappropriately without permission, engaging in improper relations with the daughter of the Chu family. Please punish him, Ancestor. Li Yaozu, pale-faced, also knelt down, pleading, please punish me, Ancestor. I will never dare to do so again. At this moment, Li Xiang finally realized that the concepts within the gaming world were somewhat antiquated. Unlike the peculiar phenomena he had encountered in his previous life, which had fostered new trends, even in the real world, prenatal care had become fashionable. Oh, Ancestors, quell your wrath. Meanwhile, in the game, Li Dalong, noticing the lack of response from his ancestors, mistakenly believed that their anger was directed at him. Gritting his teeth, he raised his knife, glaring fiercely at his eldest son. You wretch, how could you disgrace the daughter of the Chu family? How will I face our ancestors after my death? How will I explain this to Chu Chaming? Father, what are you doing? Li Yaozu exclaimed in terror. Witnessing the knife raised by his father, his panic causing him to stammer, I only have one. Stop. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene in the game, Li Xiang felt an urgency he had never anticipated. He could hardly believe that Li Dalong was actually intent on harming his son. Hastily, he clicked on the icon of the purple thunder sky sun python, urgently rescuing Li Yaozu from his dire fate. As the tension mounted, Li Yaozu clutched his trousers tightly, and upon hearing the guardian beast of the temple speak, he felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Father, look, the Ancestor has delivered a decree. With that, the purple thunder sky sun python shook its head at Li Dalong. Only then did Li Dalong lower his knife, glaring at Li Yaozu and stating, the Ancestor has spared you. Why are you not kneeling in gratitude? You shall accompany me to the Chu family, bringing the proper betrothal gifts to seek their hand in marriage. You have brought disgrace upon our family. Thank you, Ancestor, for saving me. Li Yaozu's sweat had drenched the ground beneath him. Meanwhile, Li Xiang, seated before the screen, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, narrowly averting the calamity that almost befell his cherished descendant. As for the disgrace to the Li family, he was not as conservative as Li Yaozu. In fact, he felt a burgeoning desire to learn from his son's experiences. Soon enough, the Li family presented the betrothal gifts, and Chu Chaming, far from being conservative himself, was delighted at the prospect of marrying into the family of his benefactor. Finally, the scene transformed. Colorful lanterns adorned the entrance. Auspicious characters festooned every household in Jian village, including the Li family's doors and windows. The entire village congregated at the Li residence to celebrate, feasting in abundance. A pair of newlyweds, their youthful faces radiating joy, approached the ancestral hall amidst the resounding beats of drums. They bowed to heaven and earth, then to their elders. Today, Li Xiang is marrying. Please join us for tea. Incense 30. At last, the second generation of the Li family was marrying off a member, and the third generation was on the horizon, heralding a future filled with descendants. The Li family was truly thriving. Exhilarated, Li Xiang took a hearty sip of his beverage. The couple exchanged vows and stepped into their bridal chamber. Chapter 14. The trade of beast blood fruits with the marriage of Li Xiang and Chu Xiao. The Li family was enveloped in a joyful atmosphere. The entire village of Jian shared in this happiness, celebrating the auspicious occasion. Yet, the Li family did not pause in their pursuit of development. In the year 21 of the Li family, Li Dalong discovered that practitioners from Tailin Town were loitering outside Jian village every day. He realized that Tailin had not forgotten the events of the past. Sensing a looming crisis, he sought guidance from their ancestor on how to proceed. The path of progress must never be forsaken. Li thought deeply, especially after the recent exodus of the Li family. He was now more committed than ever to the game, as the family found themselves isolated and besieged by Tailin Town. A single step towards Tailin could provoke the Hu family to rally their forces against them. He was uncertain if they could withstand such an assault. Ultimately, Li clicked on the avatar of the Purple Thunder Sun Python and typed a message. A hiss echoed as the guardian beast communicated its wisdom. Adversity can spur our advancement. As members of the Li family, we must never cease our forward momentum. We should seek alternative avenues. Though the Hu family has obstructed our path, we are not limited to a single direction. Upon hearing these words, Li Dalong's eyes brightened. He bowed repeatedly in gratitude to their ancestor, proclaiming his enlightenment. Wife, gather our people. We may not trade with Tailin Town or procure pills from them, but we have an entire silver iron forest at our disposal. With the guardian beast aiding us, we can penetrate deeper than ever before, and many will fight alongside us. Soon after, Li witnessed Li Dalong mobilizing all the fighting strength of the Li family. The family had transformed significantly. Li Dalong, now a seasoned hunter, had consumed the beast blood fruits and attained the 8th level of qi refinement. Despite his marriage, Li Xiang remained a tireless warrior, reaching the 5th level of qi refinement. Others had also made progress, particularly the most gifted, Li Yaotai, who at 13 had achieved the 3rd level of qi refinement, robust and powerful. Li Yaoqing soared through the skies on a giant eagle, also at the 3rd level. Only Li Yaowen, now 6, had yet to become a practitioner despite her decent spiritual roots. She remained fragile and was often found engrossed in books, her only notable trait being her increasing beauty and knowledge. However, she bore a negative characteristic, frailty. Throughout the battles, Li Yaowen hardly participated, preferring the tranquility of home, immersed in literature, serving as a cheerleader. Meanwhile, aside from the Li family and their mystical beasts, a group of 18 had gathered from Jian village. Over the past 2 years, 4 practitioners had emerged, while the others were seasoned hunters trained over 2.5 years. All had contributed to the village and Oppo's development and were rewarded with beast blood fruits by the Li family, despite Li Dalong never imposing demands upon them. Their loyalty to the Li family was evident. As the Purple Thunder Sun Python emerged from the Li estate, Li Dalong, holding the ancestral tablet, leapt onto its back, raising his right hand in a call to action. Watching the Li family march towards the Silver Iron Forest, Li let out a sigh. Although the Li family had recently flourished, even acquiring a village with hundreds of villagers working for them, he discerned that this prosperity was merely superficial. Jin village was fragile. Even practitioners untested in battle were nothing but hollow shells. This expedition to the Silver Iron Forest was also to train their forces and assess their progress while accumulating resources to further strengthen the Li family and break through Tailin Town's blockade. Before long, Li observed the Li family engaging in combat within the Silver Iron Forest. Li Dalong, an adept hunter, remained cautious. Despite leading a large group, he spent an entire week instructing the villagers on how to hunt mystical beasts. The progress was smooth, with the Purple Thunder Sun Python providing ample protection on the outskirts of the forest. Li felt a sense of relief. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. "Master, Boss Chi has arrived," came the voice of Li Xiang from outside. Li glanced at the screen, narrowing his eyes. Seeing his descendants working diligently, he resolved not to tarnish the Li family and Appo's reputation. "Li Xiang, please invite Boss Chi in for a visit and prepare some milk tea." In the cozy living room, Li found himself opposite a corpulent middle-aged man, Boss Chi, whose sparse hair could hardly conceal his uneven head, glistening with oil. The renowned businessman was sipping milk tea, only to frown at its peculiar taste. "Young Master Li, I heard you wish to discuss business with me," Boss Chi remarked, his attention still fixated on the tea. Li raised an eyebrow. Had this man, who once spoke condescendingly, now adopted a more cautious demeanor due to the Li family's recent turmoil? "You may consider it as a negotiation between us," Li responded with poise, capturing Boss Chi and Appo's interest. The greasy middle-aged man and Appo's jowls quivered as he focused intently on Li, a smile spreading across his face. "I knew it. The Li family is prosperous. How could they suddenly face a crisis and flee? It seems there is a strategic shift underway." Having lived two lives, Li recognized Boss Chi and Appo's probing nature. He chose not to reveal anything, for the Li family's flight was indeed true, yet he could still wave the Li banner, as no one truly knew the circumstances behind their actions. With a gentle laugh, Li replied, "Boss Chi, your inquiries delve too deeply. Is it so unimaginable for a humble individual like me to engage in business with you?" "Of course." Boss Chi grinned widely. "Young Master Li, please go on. Not merely speaking, but demonstrating." Li presented a spatial ring to Boss Chi. Upon receiving it, a crimson fruit manifested in his hand. As he sensed the fruit and Appo's spiritual energy, his brows furrowed. His watch emitted a glow, scanning the beast blood fruit. In an instant, his expression froze. Such a variety has never been seen on our planet. Each fruit contains 100 points of spiritual energy, digestible within the human body. However, it is saturated with blood energy, likely cultivated from fresh blood. This could be illegal, young Master Li. "Ah, illegal, you say? I pride myself on my adherence to the law. If it is indeed illegal, then perhaps we should abandon it," Li replied with a smile, extending his hand. Seeing this, Boss Chi and Appo's mouth twitched. He had intended to negotiate, but found Li resolute. "Ha, young Master Li, I see your seriousness. There might be a slight concern, but I have conducted business for many years and know how to navigate such matters." "That's good to hear. My family informs me that this item is a boon for Chi refinement practitioners. One fruit may not seem significant, yet several can yield greater benefits. Wealthy children consuming these could easily achieve breakthroughs before adulthood, even if their talent is lacking." Li grinned. "Boss Chi, how much do you think this is worth?" As Li expounded on the fruit and Appo's effects and value, the conversation unfolded. Boss Chi tightened his grip on the milk tea cup, feeling as though he was being maneuvered by the young scion of the Li family. Was there more to this? He chose not to elaborate, aware that prolonging the conversation with the astute young Li Xiang would likely put him in a more vulnerable position. "If Master Li trusts me, I can assist in finding buyers, but I will require a 20% commission." 20%? Li Xiang's expression turned icy as he slowly extended his hand. 3%. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. 15. 3%. I have more to offer. 10. Ultimately, through Li Xiang's negotiation, the brokerage fee was settled at 5%. Boss Chi let out a wry smile. "Young Master Li, your new family patriarch has engaged in business with me before. I had thought you were akin to him, but it seems I was mistaken. To me, Li Xiang is nothing more than a fool." At this remark, Li Xiang clenched his fists, realizing that during Li Xiang's hasty retreat with the family, he had indeed conducted business with Boss Chi. He maintained his composure, asking, "Oh, so, he conducted business with you? He never mentioned that to me. Perhaps you should be the new patriarch." Boss Chi shrugged, smiling as he tucked the spatial ring into his pocket. "I will sell these 20 pieces for you first, as a demonstration of our cooperation. I believe we can both prosper." "Agreed." As Boss Chi prepared to leave, Li Xiang interjected, "Please wait, there is something else I would like you to see." "Oh." Boss Chi raised an eyebrow. increasingly convinced that the Li family hadn't fled, but instead had discovered a resource-rich planet intended for clandestine development. With Li Xiang as their envoy, poised for significant endeavors. Soon, Li Xiang emerged from the room bearing a bird's nest, utilizing his watch to scan it. Boss Chi's expression transformed with intrigue. A new species? Yes, Li Xiang acknowledged, understanding Boss Chi's reaction. With interstellar development, new species abound. Yet the rare beasts remain scarce in the cosmos. Boss Chi, I trust you appreciate the value of this creature. I do not wish for it to end up in the hands of a deranged beast scholar. However, it is imperative that you procure sufficient spirit stones for me. Do you comprehend? Understood. Boss Chi, having regained his composure from the excitement of encountering a new species, exhaled deeply. Rest assured, young Master Li, I will not squander this opportunity for wealth. Everything will proceed discreetly. No one will realize you are conducting business on this planet. As for your future expenditures on spirit stones, I will devise a solution. Thank you, Boss Chi. Li Xiang smiled as he escorted Boss Chi out of the house. Finally feeling relieved, he could sustain himself and focus on his gaming pursuits. He hurried back to his room, ever watchful of the Li family's progress. Meanwhile outside, Boss Chi rubbed his face, cursing under his breath. I knew the Li family hadn't fled. No wonder they left Li Xiang behind. The lad is remarkably clever, akin to someone who has lived for centuries, revealing not a single detail. The new findings were all unprecedented, far surpassing the medicinal pills previously sold by the Li family's pharmaceutical company, capable of tapping into new markets and generating wealth. And these two creatures known as Li Gu. This time, the Li family was truly on the verge of a clandestine ascent. Chapter 15. Li Xiang, the 9th rank apothecary. I can finally earn money. Upon returning to his room, Li Xiang felt his heart racing. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first foray into business. During the negotiations with Boss Chi, what appeared to be a casual exchange of words had nearly exhausted his mental faculties. He needed to convey to Boss Chi that the Li family still stood behind him, all while feigning an inability to disclose any information about them, and he had to showcase immense potential profits. Simultaneously, he had to maintain an air of unwavering confidence. If he faltered, the consequences could be dire. Boss Chi might realize that he lacked the Li family and Oppo's backing, and on his way to school, he could be apprehended, questioned about the sources of his goods. The dangers were ever present, and it would be a case of a mere man being unjustly punished for possessing something precious. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Wait, that is not right. Li Xiang suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. On the way to school? What school? I have embarked on a path of entrepreneurship. Shaking off such thoughts, he entrusted the matter to Boss Chi, knowing that for the sake of profit, a businessman like him would work tirelessly. Li Xiang hastily redirected his focus to the game. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to remain vigilant about the developments within the game. Although the Li family was still in the Qi refining stage, the products they produced had carved out a unique market, particularly the beast blood fruits cultivated from the beast blood fruit trees, which represented his pathway to wealth. Li Dalong, accompanied by members of the Li family and villagers from Ji and Oppo's village, returned from the hunt with a substantial bounty. Captured beast, rampaging tiger, obtained spiritual herb, gathering spirit grass obtained. In the game, Li Dalong returned with the spoils. Li Xiang observed the flourishing Li family residence and noted that the family had become self-sufficient, even forming a rudimentary ecological chain. The villagers of Jian cultivated crops and raised livestock to supply the current 50 spirit beasts in the spirit beast garden, gradually meeting their needs. The beasts, daily drained of blood by Li Xiang, were now able to nourish the growth of first-tier beast blood fruits. The beast blood fruit trees bore fruit every 10 years, yielding approximately 80 to 100 fruits each time. At this moment, after years of research, Li Xiang had begun cultivating another beast blood fruit tree. To possess more such trees, a larger population was essential alongside the cultivation of more crops and livestock. Li Xiang had an epiphany. He recognized the significance of the beast blood fruit trees. Not only could they be sold for a handsome profit, but with sufficient incense value, they could also enable him to transcend his current limitations. Li Xiang quickly summoned Li Dalong. Please guide us, Ancestor. Li Dalong bowed reverently before the glimmering spirit tablet, his faith lying solely with his ancestors rather than deities. As the purple thunder celestial python emitted a roar, Su Tsua hastily translated, Master, the Ancestor has spoken. We need a larger population. Only then can we cultivate more land and raise more spirit beasts with my beast-taming technique. Li Dalong understood. The Ancestor had foresight. His eyes gleamed as he knelt before Li Xiang's tablet, declaring, Wife, I comprehend our ancestors' intentions. It is not merely about land and spirit beasts. Our ancestor has perceived the blockade posed by Thailand Town. If we can increase our population, we might even flourish beyond Thailand Town. In that case, we could attract merchants and formidable guests, allowing us to dominate the region and ultimately crush Thailand Town. Li Dalong, seemingly frenzied, proclaimed, Long live the Ancestor. Li Xiang's peanut, just placed in his mouth, fell out as he widened his jaw in astonishment. After a moment, he smirked, Well, it's not impossible. The sound of fingers striking the keyboard echoed. The purple thunder celestial python emitted a low hum once more, a token of love from the Ancestor descending upon Li Dalong, expressing Li Xiang and Apos as approval. Li Dalong promptly set into motion. He dispatched an elder from Ji and Apos, in village in all directions. In such times, as long as there was food to eat, countless refugees would be grateful. Li Xiang estimated it Wuden and Amp, Apos, to be long before Ji and Amp, Apos, in village saw an influx of new residents. Shortly thereafter, another piece of joyous news resonated within the game. Chu Xiaoxiao successfully gave birth to a son after 10 months, naming him Li Yunlin. Congratulations! You have gained 10 incense value. Li Xiang noticed that as the Li family and Amp, Apos, S influence grew, so too did the amount of incense he received with each event. The third-generation member of the Li family had arrived. The villagers of Ji and Apos, celebrated with a grand feast to congratulate the family, adorning the Li residence in festive decorations. Gathering around the cradle of the newborn Li Yunlin, rejoicing at the addition to their lineage. Li Xiang was equally elated. This newborn had a spiritual root surpassing all others in the Li family. 3 roots. Though still a mixed root, the speed of cultivation would far exceed that of the 5 elements mixed roots. In the days that followed, the Li family continued its steady development. Li Xiang quietly observed the growth of the family, a smile gracing his face once more. After 23 years, the population of Jian village reached 1,548. Li Yaoqing, at the 4th layer of qi refining, cultivated herbs in the spirit beast garden, delving into the Amp, Apos, special methods of spiritual herbs and cultivation and Amp, Apos, found in the qi refining manual, achieving mastery. By pure chance, he acquired a compendium of 1,000 herbs from an elder physician in Jian village, producing his first medicinal powder and Apos, blood coagulation powder. And Apos, Li Yaoqing has attained the profession of 9th rank apothecary. Inspired, her with spiritual root value reached 60, breaking through to the 5th layer of qi refining. A profession? An apothecary has emerged. Li Xiang slapped his thigh in excitement. The present world scarcely bore witness to the presence of apothecaries, as the advancement of technology had largely replaced them with petri dishes. However, that was merely one reason. The path to becoming an apothecary was often more complex than that of a pill master. It was said that during the initial resurgence of spiritual energy, apothecaries had temporarily supplanted doctors. Powerful apothecaries could even restore the dead or kill without a trace. He hastily clicked on Li Yaoqing and Apos' avatar. There she was, exultantly caressing a pouch of medicinal powder before the beast blood fruit tree, darting about the large bronze cauldron, exclaiming, I did it! The Ancestor blesses me. I have succeeded. At merely 16 years of age, she was in the bloom of youth, yet the daughters of the Li family were curiously reticent around strangers. Li Yaoqing, like her sister Li Yaowen, spent her days ensconced in the family residence, engrossed in her studies. Clad in a simple black robe and sporting a ponytail, her exposed skin bore a layer of dirt, lacking the beauty of Li Yaowen, but possessing a pure and delicate charm. Most of her time was dedicated to tending to the spiritual herbs in the Li family's medicinal garden. Li Xiang, second generation. Profession: ninth rank apothecary. Realm: fifth layer of qi refining. Spiritual root: mixed 5 elements, cultivation techniques, qi absorption technique, compendium of 1,000 herbs. Gale steps, traits, plant affinity. Li Xiang shared in the joy of Li Xiang's growth. As she flourished, villagers afflicted with ailments began seeking her healing, gradually elevating her reputation and continuously enhancing her skills as an apothecary. Concurrently, Li Xiang began to sense the profound importance of Li Xiang. Your descendant, Li Xiang, has cured the hidden ailment of the villagerly Urga from Jian village, enabling him to engage in marital relations with his wife once more. The Li family has thus accrued merit, increasing their incense by 1. Apart from special events, descendants paying their respects, and the birth of new offspring, Li Xiang has discovered yet another avenue for accumulating incense. He glanced at the incense offerings, which had amassed over 3,000 points over time. Soon, he would be able to manipulate war puppets. 25 years into the Li family's legacy, they unearthed a black iron vein in the silver iron forest, just as preparations for its development were underway. However, a cultivator from Jian village, who was guarding the mine, along with 3 guards, met with untimely deaths. A special incident. Curse it. Li Xiang had been jubilant upon the discovery of the mine. Although black iron is a common metal, it possesses remarkable oxidative resistance, making it an exceptional material for crafting weapons and tools in the gaming world. Li Xiang had even conspired with Li Dalong on how to utilize the black iron, only to find it snatched away in an instant. Inside the ancestral hall of the Li family, the ancestors were urged not to be wrathful. Dalong had failed to safeguard the black iron mine, allowing the Wang family from Thailand town to seize it, resulting in the demise of the Ji and Appos and villagers. This was a dereliction of duty on Dalong and Appos' part, and he implored the ancestors for punishment. Do not place blame upon you. Li Xiang instructed the Zile Tianyang Python to convey the message. He squinted his eyes. Was it those from Thailand town again? Throughout the years, the Li family had encountered individuals from Thailand town and, aside from the Hu family, other clans typically coexisted peacefully with them. However, once interests were involved, such frictions became unavoidable. This time, the quest for the black iron mine had turned bloody. As the Li family flourished, Thailand town would inevitably regard them as a thorn in their side, an eyesore, an inescapable reality. Maintaining his composure, Li Xiang struck the keyboard. Go to the black iron mine and eliminate those 4 individuals as well. Spare the other members of the Wang family, and instruct them to relay a message to their clan leader, inviting him for a discussion. We may strike a lucrative deal. Discuss a business proposition? With his wife's translation, Li Dalong grasped Li Xiang's intent, albeit with some confusion. Li Xiang then elaborated on further details, and Dalong's eyes sparkled with understanding. Soon after, he stepped outside the Li family residence, where the relatives of those slain at the black iron mine were already kneeling at their doorstep, wailing in despair. Li Dalong surveyed the assembled villagers from Ji and Appos, and for many years, our Li family has provided protection for Ji and Appos in village, and I wish for its eternal happiness and well-being, for we are all honest, kind-hearted individuals. Yet, the affairs of this world often diverge from our desires, and we cannot ascertain when calamity and dire news may befall us. What I can assure you is that whoever brings us misfortune will pay an unbearable price. Perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow. I, Li Dalong, promise you that their nightmares have already begun. Chapter 16. Why do the Li clan practitioners not follow the norms? Under Li Dalong's assurance, the people of Ji and Appos in village felt the formidable presence of the Li family, garnering the support of nearly everyone and enhancing their reputation. Obtained incense 100. This fellow increasingly resembled a figure of authority. Observing Li Dalong's dignified demeanor, Li Xiang felt a sense of gratification. Although he was the mastermind behind the entire development of the Li family, the villagers remained oblivious to his influence. The presence of a person with leadership qualities was undeniably significant. In the current Li family, only Li Dalong, through years of training, had cultivated considerable leadership skills. gradually evolving from a mere hunter into a competent clan patriarch. Time in the game progressed rapidly. Li Xiang opened the map and noted 13 white dots appearing outside G and Amp, Oppos, and Village. As the game advanced, the map underwent changes. It seemed the system could discern allies, marking them in green, while neutral parties were indicated in white. Hostile entities, such as the Hu family in Thailand town, were marked in red. Ancestor. Members of the Thailand Wang family have arrived. Upon the appearance of the Thailand Wang family, Li Dalong immediately knelt in the ancestral hall, skillfully tucking away Li Xiang's ancestral tablet, seeking the ancestor's protection. According to Li Dalong, it was as if he was to fight alongside the ancestral tablet. As they proceeded towards Ji and Oppos, in Village, a procession of 13 individuals adorned in splendid attire approached. At the forefront were an elder and a middle-aged man, the clan leader Wang Chaoyuan and the third elder of the Wang family, who had been in seclusion for many years. Wang Chaoyuan gazed at the substantial structures of the Li family, his expression grave. Humph, they merely possess a skilled fighter capable of slaying the Hu family patriarch. Their foundation remains lacking. Though he spoke thus, the third elder of the Wang family maintained a degree of caution. Do not enter the Li family and Oppos' residence just yet. I fear they may have set a trap. After all, we have already slain their people in the Black Iron Mine. This is our first encounter with the Li family. Regardless of how foolish the Li family may be, they Wooden and Oppos dare confront us for the sake of a mere first-layer Qi practitioner and 3 ordinary individuals. Wang Chaoyuan declared confidently, the Li family is just beginning to rise and has already incurred the wrath of the Hu family. They would not dare approach Thailand town at this moment. I suspect their patriarch, Li Dalong, intends to establish a trade with us through this incident, perhaps even collaborating on the development of the Black Iron Mine. As he spoke, Wang Chaoyuan and Oppos' gaze deepened. This presents an opportunity for us as well. The Hu family and Amp, Oppos' influence is growing, and Thailand town does not require the 4 major families. If we could utilize the Li family to eliminate the Hu family, we could then invite the Su and Chun families to integrate the Li family into Thailand town, gradually eroding their power. As his words trailed off, the 2 members of the Wang family exchanged glances, each recognizing the cunning in the other's eyes. However, soon the countenance of the Wang family shifted dramatically. Upon arriving at the Li family's residence, they were not met with a welcoming party, but instead confronted by 4 coffins placed before the Li family's grand entrance. Adorned with white silk, a chill breeze swept through, instilling genuine fear in the hearts of the Wang family. Coffins? This is bad. We have been deceived. The Li family lunatics never intended to negotiate. They aimed to kill us. Despicable and shameless. Do they not care for their family and Oppos' reputation? Who would dare to approach the Li family in the future? How could anyone resort to such vile tactics? The Wang family was thrown into disarray. Even the usually confident Wang Chaoyuan's face darkened when the Li family invited him to negotiate. He had envisioned various outcomes and had even devised a grand strategy to engulf both the Hu and Li families in one fell swoop. Yet, he never anticipated the Li family's simplicity. They had no intention of breaching Thailand town's blockade. They merely sought vengeance for a first-layer Qi practitioner and 3 ordinary individuals. Flee. Disperse. Wang Chaoyuan realized his miscalculation and gritted his teeth as he commanded, Third Elder, gather the 4 major families and annihilate the Li family. The third elder said nothing further and fled in a specific direction. He had caught sight of a colossal figure emerging from the Li family, a massive python, upon which stood Li Dalong, holding the ancestral tablet aloft. That individual wore a disdainful smile as he approached. Ah, such audacity! At this moment, Li Xiang, observing from behind the screen, found the situation amusing. He wondered about the mental state of the Wang family. Initially, he had merely asked Li Dalong to invite the Wang family out of curiosity. His greater intention was to have Li Dalong eliminate the Wang family and Amp, Oppos' members in the Black Iron Mine, taking them down one by one. However, he never expected the Wang family to be so earnest in their approach. They truly dared to come. I had planned to lead them to the Black Iron Mine and eliminate a few key figures to instill fear in them. Li Xiang shrugged helplessly, realizing that indeed, there are fools everywhere. He dismissed further contemplation and shifted his focus to the unfolding scene. The battle had commenced. The Wang family lacked the courage to fight back and scattered in panic, yet they had underestimated the Li family's combat strength and defenses. The strongest among the Wang family. The third elder was at the mid-foundation stage. Employing some unknown technique, he fled towards the silver iron forest like a phantom. With the current combat power of the Li family, no one could obstruct him. Indeed, while the Purple Thunder Celestial Python was formidable, its speed was a significant drawback, and its immense size rendered it less agile than human practitioners. Ancestor's Wrath X5. Without hesitation, Li Xiang activated the skill. Not a single one shall escape. 5 ancestral tablets materialized before the third elder, instantly racing towards him, and as they drew near, they began to self-destruct. What is this? A magical artifact? The third elder, who had lived for 150 years, had never encountered anything like it. He acutely sensed that the tablets possessed no spiritual energy. Yet their destructive power was astonishing. It seemed that no matter how fast he ran, the tablets maintained a speed that matched his own. Ah, you run swiftly? Li Xiang grinned. The advantage of the skill was that he could deploy it from the screen, as long as the third elder remained on the map. He could precisely intercept him by merely moving the mouse. Before long, Li Dalong finally arrived with the Purple Thunder Celestial Python. The spirit beast had grown immensely powerful. With a roar, it unleashed arcs of electricity from its curved horns, forming a lightning cage around the third elder. Have you lost your minds? To dare strike at our Wang family, the entire Thailand town will turn against the Leaf family, and you shall find it impossible to move. Feeling the dreadful aura of the Purple Thunder Celestial Python, the third elder gritted his teeth, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. After several exchanges with the Purple Thunder Celestial Python, Li Dalong had come to understand some of its intentions. He looked at the third elder trapped within the lightning cage and scoffed. My ancestor is somewhat curious. Where were you when you provoked us? All for a mere first-layer chi practitioner and 3 ordinary individuals? The third elder remained incredulous. Ordinary individuals? Li Dalong shook his head, his expression darkening. You are indeed cut from the same cloth as the Hu family. Years ago, they tested us using disaster victims. And now your Wang family disregards the lives of ordinary people. Have your ancestors forgotten that they too were once ordinary? Since you have forgotten, let me send you to the underworld to inquire of your ancestors. Well said. Li Xiang in front of the screen gave a thumbs up. Seeing that Li Dalong had already gained the upper hand over his opponent, he immediately turned his attention to the scene. On the other side, Wang Chaoyuan, the End Oppos, far-sighted and Oppos, patriarch, was fleeing for his life, never having found himself in such a disgraceful position. Whoosh! 2 arrows shot towards him, launched by an 18-year-old maiden riding a giant eagle. Wielding a steel bow, he was being pursued like a rat by a mere 5th-level chi practitioner. Even more outrageous was the burly man on the ground, riding a tiger and shooting arrows at him. Ha ha ha! The patriarch of the Wang family? Is this all the courage you possess? Aren't in damp. Oppos, are you afraid of being ridiculed? You dared to come to the Leaf family, thinking you had some prowess, but it seems you are nothing but a fool. Foolishness aside, do you not even dare to confront me and my sister, both 5th-level chi practitioners? Wang Chaoyuan felt as though he might vomit blood. He was almost on the verge of breaking down, but he dare not pause, for he understood that this reckless pursuit by these 2 incompetents was not merely a death wish. It was a trap set by the Leaf family. Are you truly going to insult without looking back? Li Xiang furrowed his brow. Glancing at another icon beneath the Purple Thunder Heavenly Sun Python avatar in the game interface, a robot. Without hesitation, he clicked it. Whoosh! Releasing War Puppet. In an instant, the spatial ring in Li Xiang and Oppos' hand emitted a brilliant light, and a colossal mech appeared in the sky. The psychic mech in Oppos' back and legs erupted with dazzling flames, propelling the war puppet into the air. Flight always consumes the most psychic energy. Li Xiang smirked. He had kept the puppet in the spatial ring, for otherwise, it would have been impossible for Li Xiang and Li Yaodai to pursue someone of the initial Foundation establishment stage. The war puppet consumed psychic energy, particularly during flight. And while it could automatically replenish energy, a complete recovery would take at least half a month. He had initially intended to conserve energy, but it seemed Wang Chaoyuan had grown cunning. What is this? At the moment the war puppet emerged, Wang Chaoyuan felt an overwhelming pressure behind him and was startled when he turned to see the enormous figure of the war puppet. Then, boom, as the flames erupted from a mech, it launched toward Wang Chaoyuan like a rocket. While in flight, its back-mounted armament shifted, with two enormous cannon barrels aiming directly at him. Although it operated in free action mode, the war puppet still possessed basic combat capabilities. Zing! As the cannon barrels illuminated with brilliant light, a purple longsword suddenly materialized in the right hand of the war puppet, a laser-formed sword that could slice through steel with ease. Boom! This is bad. The laser cannon fired in an instant, and Wang Chaoyuan and Appo's eyes widened in horror. He produced a bronze bell, an artifact that had accompanied him for many years. As the bell rang, it enveloped him instantly. But the next moment, boom, the moment the laser cannon collided with the bronze bell, the sound it emitted was akin to ringing the death knell for Wang Chaoyuan. This artifact, which had saved his life on numerous occasions, seemed as flimsy as paper. Dust billowed. In the next instant, the war puppet, wielding the glowing sword, flashed through the sky in the blink of an eye. Within moments, Wang Chaoyuan's body was cleaved in two, falling towards the ground amidst the haze. His gaze was filled with despair, as though he still harbored some lingering thoughts, unable to comprehend why he had been so bewitched to come to the Li family. Is this the might of our ancestors? Li Xiang and Li Xiaolong, the siblings, gazed at the figure in the air, resembling a war god, their faces awash with shock. Instant annihilation. Chapter 17. The path of development for the second generation of the Li family flee. Madness. They are all mad. Within the territory of the Li family, a real-life battle royale was unfolding. The remaining 11 members of the Wang family were frantically scattering in all directions. However, the Li family had now grown into a formidable force. As the Li clan members continued to mature, they had amassed nearly 70 various ordinary monsters, and even 2 spiritual beasts, in Ji and Amp, Appos. In village, with a population exceeding 1,000, there were 100 able-bodied men hunting alongside the Li family. They had been diligently cultivating their skills, aspiring to become the guardians of the Li family, with 6 of them even being Qi practitioners. Kill him, the old master said. Whoever slays a member of the Wang family will become a guardian of the Li family and receive its rewards. What a fortunate opportunity. No one should dare compete with me. Charge, brothers. At that moment, 20 robust men cornered a Wang family practitioner, unleashing a barrage of arrows. After a prolonged period, these 20 men, sifting through a heap of arrows, located the corpse of the practitioner and began to argue over who had delivered the final blow. It was not until Li Yaotai returned and struck down the last practitioner, pinning him against the wall, that the matter was settled. Li Xiang sipped some water as he observed the scene. Congratulations! The Li family, leading its affiliated forces, has slain an invading enemy. Received incense 200. Was this truly an invading enemy? A substantial amount of incense flowed in, leaving Li Xiang feeling quite content. Suddenly, a notification caught his eye. Your descendant Li Yaozu engaged in a fierce battle with a 6th-tier Qi practitioner, landing a decisive blow with only minor injuries, gaining profound insights into swordsmanship amidst the slaughter. Basic swordsmanship proficiency increased to 50, gaining the skill Sword Radiance. Sword Radiance. Utilize light and spiritual energy in combat to blind the enemy, delivering a fatal strike. What a despicable insight. Though he grumbled, Li Xiang couldn't help but admire Li Yaozu. This fellow had cultivated his basic swordsmanship step by step, and achieving a 50 proficiency was indeed commendable. Most others had only managed a maximum of 20. Li Xiang then watched as the Li family members began to tidy up the battlefield and collect their spoils. Acquired loot. Magical artifact, hypnotic pendant. Acquired loot, technique, autumn wind step. Acquired loot. A plethora of equipment lay scattered about. No wonder others claimed that war was the swiftest means to acquire wealth. Li Xiang perused the items, finding nothing of personal interest, yet they held great value for the Li family. He had hoped to encounter something as extraordinary as the mysterious spear again, but it seemed the odds were slim. He suddenly recalled the previous mysterious spear, feeling the spatial ring on his finger, where a spear radiating blue light, covered in enigmatic runes, stood out prominently. Ancestor. The entire Wang family has been vanquished, and Yaking has taken the bloodfruit trees for nourishment. Li Dalong arrived at the ancestral hall, as usual, to report. Li Xiang accelerated the game time, propelling the Li family's growth. He began to contemplate his final decision, which was to defer the development of the black iron mine. After all, they currently lack the strength to defend it. Continuing to covet the mine would only lead to unnecessary casualties. It was crucial to rely on the recent gains to foster gradual development. As for the possibility of a large-scale assault from Tai Lin Town, Li Xiang felt no fear. Just as he refrained from sending the Purple Thunder Heavenly Python and the War Puppet to Tai Lin Town, the four prominent families there were unaware of the true strength of the Li family and would not dare approach them. After all the practitioners who had come to the Li family had perished. Their family was vast and prosperous. They could not afford to gamble recklessly, for no one knew what hidden trump cards the enemy might possess. In truth, as time passed, by the 26th year of the Li family, Tai Lin Town had not dared to invade. They merely sent individuals to test the waters. In the 26th year of the Li family, a plague broke out in Ji and Amp, Oppos, and Village. After Li Yaking and Amp, Oppos' intervention, it was revealed to be a retaliation from the Wang family of Tai Lin Town. Following Li Yaking's medical treatment, the plague was resolved. Congratulations! Li Yaking has successfully treated the villagers and resolved the plague, earning incense 200. Li Yaking has acquired the trait Miraculous Hands. Miraculous Hands. Treatment success rate increased by 20. A serial killer has emerged in Jian Village. 9-year-old Li Yaowen, holding a scroll, arrive at the crime scene, piecing together clues and uncovering the assassin sent by the Hu family of Tai Lin. Received incense 30. Li Yaowen has gained the qualification, Insightful Judgment. Insightful Judgment. Mind will become more composed. Numerous troubles from Tai Lin Town persisted, but ultimately, the outcome was to enhance the experience of the Li family. The descendants had already become capable of resolving most issues independently. Li Xiang felt quite satisfied. However, while observing the development of the Li family, he paid closer attention to Li Yaowen. This frail child had yet to cultivate a shred of spiritual energy. Xiaowen, your health is fragile. Take care of yourself. There's no need to worry about family matters. Beneath the bloodfruit tree, a new sapling had sprouted, now reaching the height of a person, cultivated by Li Yaking. Upon seeing her brother, a smile graced her face. Sister has hidden a bloodfruit here for you, dear brother. Consume it, and once you break through the qi refining stage, your health will improve. The young and stubborn Li Yaowen shook his head defiantly. No, sister. I am currently following the path of the celestial being, studying the teachings of the sages. My body is a sanctuary. I've heard that the contemporary sage consumes only grains, and once enlightenment is achieved, the breakthrough will come naturally. How many literary cultivators are there in this world? Li Yaking gently patted her sister's head. Our family possesses resources. It would be wise for you to take a simpler path. Li Yaowen shook her head once more, embodying the spirit of one who would not relent until she faced a wall. Oh, you wish to pursue literary cultivation? Noticing the small characters appearing over the heads of the two sisters, Li Xiang finally understood why Li Yaowen had not yet become a practitioner. It turned out the little girl had not practiced at all, nor consumed any elixirs or resources. Even he was aware of literary cultivation. However, recalling the history of spiritual energy revival in Huaxia over the past millennium, the known literary cultivators could be counted on one hand, with none having achieved success. As for the existence of figures like Confucius before the revival, Li Xiang could not ascertain their veracity. Yet from the dialogue between the sisters, it was clear that there existed literary sages within the game world. Moreover, Li Yaowen seemed to have chosen the path of literature due to her lifelong love of reading. One could only hope she would succeed. Li Xiang shrugged. After all, everyone had different aspirations, and he should respect their choices. Time flowed once more. In the 27th year of the Li family, Li Dalong consumed a significant amount of blood fruit and, after ingesting a spiritual herb from the silver iron forest, broke through to the 9th level of qi refining. Li Yaozu, accompanied by the Li family's guardians, ambushed members of the Wang family from Tailin town who were mining black iron, seizing a vast quantity of black iron. Ha ha ha. You think you can mine right under my nose? Hand it over. As Li Xiang read the information in the game, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although he had abandoned the idea of mining black iron, it did not mean he relinquished control over the ore veins. He had long instructed Li Dalong to keep a close watch on the veins and to enlist the assistance of workers from Tailin town. Sure enough, the Wang family members still ventured to exploit the mines. Though they sent powerful experts to oversee operations, there would inevitably be moments of oversight. Delightedly, he watched as Li Yaozu led his subordinates, transporting cartloads of ore back to their base. Just then, his phone rang. Li Xiang quickly picked it up and answered the call. Young Master Li, splendid news. Your blood fruit has found a buyer for 3,000 spirit stones. Boss Chi's voice resonated, adding, by the way, should you be pleased with my efficiency and the price at which I sold, there are even greater opportunities ahead. I advise you to find a way to launder your future earnings. Otherwise, you understand the implications. As a student, such a sudden influx of wealth will inevitably raise suspicions. 3,000 spirit stones. He had only provided Boss Chi with 20 fruits, and Li Xiang had never anticipated such a price. This was merely a fruit imbued with 100 points of spiritual energy. Typically, a pill capable of delivering such a substantial amount could fetch no more than 20 spirit stones. If he were to consider the potential of acquiring 100 beast blood fruits per day, the thought of such a staggering sum made Li Xiang's heart race. Yet, he maintained a facade of calmness, his voice steady. He was quite satisfied with this transaction. As for the spirit stones, that was manageable. He just wondered whether Boss Chi could procure any contraband. Contraband? Boss Chi paused momentarily before responding with gravity. Young Master Li, you know that if you desire a planet-destroying cannon, I will indeed need some time. Otherwise, it may not end well. Do you think I am preparing for interstellar warfare? Li Xiang abruptly ended the call and opted to send Boss Chi a text message before stepping out of his room. After a day immersed in gaming, it was now time to eat. Observing the decor of his home, he found himself momentarily unable to distinguish between the gaming world and reality. Perhaps I have become too engrossed, he mused with a shrug. As he retrieved a cake from the refrigerator, he noticed Li Xiang gazing outside through the peephole. A frown creased his brow as he inquired, Li Xiang, what is going on? Turning back, Li Xiang waved her hand. Master, have you perhaps gotten yourself into some trouble? Li Xiang sensed something amiss. Granny Ling next door has been pacing outside, watching our home. At her words, Li Xiang's lips twitched. Let her watch. It's not like I was ever cornered by classmates at school gates as a child. Now, here I am, being scrutinized by a grandmother who has lived for decades, probably fuming over past incidents. If Granny Ling catches wind of this, I might end up with a couple of bruises. Not dwelling on it further, Li Xiang retreated to his room. If any issues arose, he could simply call the doorman, Old Chun. Just as he settled down and took a bite of cake, his eyes widened. The game displayed a series of inappos, ding-ding and appos sounds. Sparks were flying as Li Yaotai was forging iron. Your descendant Li Yaotai, after acquiring black iron ore, has diligently tempered the black iron. Through his hammering, he gained profound insights, crafting his first iron sword from black iron and other materials, awakening its potential with the blood of a demon beast, infused with the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Li Yaotai has forged his first magical artifact, attaining the profession of a 9th-rank artifact refiner. Acquired trait, Iron Clarity. Chapter 18. The Rise of Power. Li Yaotai, a second-generation artisan, stood proudly as a 9th-rank weapon refiner, wielding the powers of the 5th layer of Qi refining, possessing a mixed elemental root of 5 attributes, and mastering the techniques of Qi absorption and the mighty hammer technique. His unique traits included robust bones and an innate affinity for iron, granting him a remarkable 100 increase in speed and proficiency when forging metal weapons. In the forge of the Village of Gratitude, amidst the warm embrace of the furnace, Four seasoned blacksmiths cheered for Li Xiang's remarkable achievement. However, he dismissed their admiration with a scoff, tossing aside the iron sword he had just crafted. "You haven't witnessed true treasures," he proclaimed with a glint of envy in his eyes, reminiscing about a colossal, all-metal war puppet he had seen before, towering as high as several houses. Not even the most skilled chi refiners or foundation establishment experts could breach its iron exterior. This puppet, adorned with a radiant blue light, soared through the skies, brimming with weapons, capable of unleashing true energy from its shoulders and conjuring divine swords out of thin air. As Li Xiang shared his awe-inspiring tales with the blacksmiths, he recalled the day when his ancestor commanded that magnificent war puppet, annihilating the third elder of the Wang family with a single strike. It was then that he realized what true manly romance entailed. His aspirations were not merely to forge such rudimentary artifacts. They were but stepping stones to enhance his forging experience. His ultimate goal lay in crafting those formidable puppets. With a resounding clang, the heavy hammer descended, sending sparks flying. Li Xiang carefully grasped a steel plate with tongs, moving toward a wooden puppet model situated behind him. He meticulously placed the black iron-crafted steel plate upon the puppet and Appo's shoulder, securing it with chains. Dreaming of forging war puppets? Li Xiang observed the dialogue unfolding between Li Xiang and the artisans in the game, uncertain of how to respond, yet hoping for Li Xiang's eventual success. He recognized that the characters in this game possessed their own thoughts and were forging their paths of growth. Among the four children of the second generation of the Li family, Li Yaozu resembled Li Dalong, a commendable heir to the family legacy. The reclusive Li Xiang chose the path of a pharmacist, delving deeper into the cultivation of spiritual plants, and had now become the celebrated divine doctor of Gratitude Village. Li Yaowen, the young lady burdened with illness, was traversing a challenging road, her wisdom steadily increasing with age, as evidenced by her keen ability to uncover the crux of problems, just as she had done during the last investigation. Meanwhile, Li Xiang had established a refining workshop in Gratitude Village, leading four blacksmith masters in crafting ironware for the burgeoning power of their clan. Li family, 28 years later. Li Dalong, accompanied by the villagers of Gratitude and members of the Li family, ventured into the silver iron forest. Upon reaching the central region, they heard a fearsome roar. The terrifying presence lurking deep within the forest issued a warning to the purple thunder celestial python. Should they venture further, it would not hesitate to eliminate the humans who sought to protect it. "We cannot proceed any deeper," the guardian beast declared. "The demon king within is already enraged." As Su Tsuhua solemnly translated for the purple thunder celestial python, the group was compelled to cease their exploration of the silver iron forest. The demon king's power mirrored that of a human in the golden core stage. "Is it truly impossible to enter?" Li Xiang exhaled, recalling how the purple thunder celestial python had previously informed the Li family about the forest and Appo's situation. It seemed the demon king had spared the Li family thus far, but their persistent invasions threatened its habitat. "Perhaps it is best to explore the periphery from now on," he mused, feeling no discontent. The years of development had significantly bolstered the Li family's overall strength. The population of Gratitude Village had surged to 3,000. For context, even Tailin Town had a mere 40,000 residents, a number that had dwindled to less than half since the recent calamity. Observing the Li family's territory, it spanned an impressive 10,000 square meters, adorned with elegant pavilions and intricately designed rooftops, exuding a refined yet grandiose ambience. The ground was paved with green bricks, surrounded by flourishing trees and vibrant flowers. Even the towering 4-meter walls were embellished with carvings of dragons and phoenixes. Beyond the estate lay the beast-taming sanctuary, now a part of the Li family's back mountain. In the distance, one could see the lush branches of beast blood fruit trees standing tall like giants, with spiritual beasts occasionally leaping among the branches, while birds chirped merrily. Further back, the spiritual herb garden and some simple houses could be found. The original herb garden had been located within the beast-taming sanctuary, but as the beast blood fruit trees grew, it became increasingly inhospitable for the herbs. Thus, Li Xiang relocated the herb garden, Within those houses resided a dozen young boys and girls, brought from Gratitude Village to assist in cultivating medicinal herbs, allowing Li Xiang more time to nurture spiritual plants, while also hoping to train a few pharmacists for the village. Surrounding the Li estate was Gratitude Village itself, with houses arranged in an orderly fashion and streets paved with bricks, forming a unique trading system. Vendors could be heard calling out, while farmers carried water buckets toward their fields outside the village, each household dedicated to agriculture. Having endured the hardships of drought, the villagers understood the true value of sustenance. In the heart of Gratitude Village, a group of youths practiced martial arts, while others honed their archery skills. The training officer urged when we were in Tailin Town, the noble families concealed their cultivation methods. Now that we are in Gratitude Village, Lord Li has generously taught you the Qi absorption technique. The opportunity is before you. With diligence, if you can lift 300 pounds, draw a 3-stone bow, and hit a target 30 yards away within a year, you may join the young Master's Guard. From then on, you may receive spiritual herbs and even sacred fruits from the second young lady. Upon hearing this, the youths redoubled their efforts. Meanwhile, atop a tall tower within the Li estate, Li Yaozu, now 23, gazed contentedly at the training youths below him. This year, my guard will surely gain 30 more members. Brother, we cannot expand further, a maid beside him remarked, pushing a wheelchair occupied by a stunningly beautiful woman engrossed in a book. Every season, our family guard requires salaries, 10 portions of the body refinement powder crafted by the second young lady, plus tax exemptions. The remainder relies solely on goodwill. With 150 guards, we can maintain order in Gratitude Village. Further expansion will only deplete our resources. Moreover, we have 50 female attendants who also require salaries. Li Yaozu rubbed his temples in frustration. I understand, but what do you suggest we do? We cannot enter the Silver Iron Forest, and our father is in seclusion, striving to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Managing a family is indeed challenging. In the 6 months I and Amp Oppos V overseen the family, aside from training the guards, I have accomplished little of significance. Do you wish to achieve results? Perhaps we should consult the elder, Li Yaowen suggested with a charming smile. At this moment, Li Xiang continued to observe the Li family and Amp Oppos as progress, filled with immense pride. The Li family had established a solid foundation, and even if they could not further explore the Silver Iron Forest, they continued to develop in an orderly manner. Within the Li family S-Guard, there are already more than a dozen cultivators. Particularly notable is Li Yaotai, who, despite his incessant desire to forge war puppets, has never delayed in crafting weapons for the Li family. He tirelessly leads the blacksmiths of Jian Village, laboring day and night to produce equipment, while even the tailors are working at a frantic pace. At present, the guards of the Li family are predominantly clad in chainmail forged from black iron, exuding an imposing aura under the sunlight. They wield long knives, also crafted from black iron, and each bears a 3-stone bow made from black iron and bee sinew. The combined force of over 100 guards unleashing their 3-stone bows would surely make even the foundation establishment stage cultivators reconsider their ability to withstand such a barrage. As he gazes upon the burgeoning development of his family, a box appears on the screen. Your descendants seek your counsel. The Family S cultivation simulation game has become increasingly user-friendly. Whenever a member of the Li family seeks him in the ancestral hall, time automatically slows, and the game provides reminders. He quickly switches perspectives. Yaogu and Yaowen? Presently, Li Dalong has reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement and has entered a closed-door retreat, vowing not to emerge until he successfully establishes his foundation. Li Yaoqing and Li Yaotai are both exemplary workers, dedicating nearly all their time to alchemy and artifact crafting, only emerging for truly insurmountable matters. As for Su Tsuehua, she is currently commanding a spirit beast in the Spirit Beast Garden. His sizzle the purple thunder celestial python, which had been sleeping in the ancestral hall, opens its eyes and emits a hiss. The siblings promptly kneel before the ancestral tablet to pay their respects to their forebear. Li Yaowen speaks, respectfully reporting to our ancestor, I have a bold idea that I wish to present. Oh, an idea, you say? Li Xiang raises an eyebrow. It has been a long time since he has directed the members of the Li family, and this is the first occasion someone has approached him with a proposal. He types into the computer, expressing his thoughts. As the guardian beast of the temple lets out a roar, Li Xiang continues. Since we can no longer develop the Silver Iron Forest, perhaps we should consider a new direction. Establishing trade with Tailin Town could be advantageous. After all, over the years, we have accumulated a substantial stockpile of beast skins and harvested numerous useless spiritual herd from the Silver Iron Forest, all of which are filling our warehouses. Huh? Li Yaozu widens his eyes in disbelief as he gazes at his sister. Sister, we have been deceived once before. Surely, Tailin Town cannot fool us again? Chapter 19. Su Tsuiwa, the Beastmaster. Engaging in business with Tailin Town, Li Xiang displayed a keen expression, having closely monitored the development of the Li family. It was evident that Li Yaowen, who had a penchant for literature since childhood, was indeed remarkable. He promptly inputted text into the game, urging Li Yaowen to continue speaking. Upon receiving affirmation, Li Yaowen disregarded the astonished gaze of his elder brother and began to articulate his thoughts. Ancestors, I am aware that we hold a blood feud with the Hu and Wang families of Tailin, yet we are not incapable of negotiating with the other two families. Human nature is inherently selfish and greedy. It is often said that the four great families of Tailin are united, but they are ultimately not a single family. I have conducted research and discovered that due to the prolonged drought, each of their families is beset by troubles, with many enterprises on the brink of collapse. They are particularly fearful of our Li family's potential for indiscriminate slaughter, to the extent that they do not dare to hunt in the Silver Iron Forest. Moreover, our enmity with the Hu and Wang families has never involved them. Our terms for negotiation are valid. Listening to Li Yaowen's words, Li Xiang took a vigorous sip of his beverage and input another command to the Purple Thunder Tianyang Python, indicating for Li Yaowen to proceed. Li Yaowen inhaled deeply. We must endeavor to engage in transactions with them, demonstrating our sincerity. This is merely the beginning. What will the Hu and Wang families think next? Their relationship will inevitably suffer irreparable fractures, and the Su and Chun families will gradually realize that our Li family can supplant the Hu and Wang families. The alliance of Tailin will crumble without a fight, allowing us to exact our revenge. With a resounding clap on his thigh, Li Xiang acknowledged that Li Yaowen and Appo's years of study had not been in vain. Although he lacked martial prowess, Li Yaowen and Appo's intellect rivaled that of a foundational stage warrior. However, Li Yaowen and Appo's subsequent remarks caused Li Xiang to twitch in reaction. This is all part of a grand scheme. We can then withdraw from the forefront when discord arises in Tailin. Ideally, we should secretly eliminate their heirs and frame the blame upon others. Without their descendants, they will descend into utter despair, leading to a brutal struggle between them while we remain unscathed, poised to dominate Tailin. With the absence of cultivators, chaos and death will engulf Tailin, and the 40,000 civilians will gradually perish in this year of drought, their vengeful spirits haunting the city. We shall acquire countless corpses to nourish the beast blood fruit trees. Li Xiang's expression darkened. At times, he felt a sense of moral ambiguity. Yet observing the text above Li Yaowen's head, he found a sense of relief. Not only Li Xiang, but even Li Yaozu gazed incredulously at his sister, taking a step back and swallowing hard. Thereafter, Li Xiang and Li Yaowen engaged in further discussion before continuing to monitor the family's progress. Strategies are merely theoretical. Actual implementation is paramount. Regardless of any cunning plot, it must be predicated upon formidable strength. Li family year 29. The family continued to flourish, establishing a village that had achieved self-sufficiency. At this time, Li Yaozu still held sway over the family's operations. His contingent of 150 guards had formed a cohesive unit, clad in heavy black iron armor, each equipped with 15 iron arrows. It could be said that any individual among them possessed the capability to contend with a first-layer chi refinement cultivator. According to Li Xiang's estimates, a coordinated volley from 150 archers would likely leave an unprotected foundational stage, cultivator riddled with arrows, provided they did not evade. Despite his continuous management of the family business, Li Yaozu did not neglect his cultivation. Li Yaozu, second generation. Realm, eighth layer of qi refinement. Techniques, qi absorption technique. Autumn wind steps, basic sword techniques, sword radiance. Traits, potential for slaughter. Equipment, Lingxi sword, mesmerizing pendant, black iron beast blood set, the autumn wind steps. A technique unveiled during his battle with an elder from the Wang family allowed him to move with the swiftness of a tempest while concealing lethal intent. Numerous similar techniques existed. The Li family had accumulated 6 or 7 tomes of martial arts manuals. Most of their equipment was procured from the Hu and Wang families. The mesmerizing pendant protected the mind, causing opponents to experience momentary confusion when activated. As for the black iron beast blood set, upon becoming a blacksmith, Li Yaotai adopted a rather crude and haphazard approach to crafting artifacts. This randomness stemmed from his peculiar method of mixing various beasts' heart blood in a large pot, sealed with spiritual energy. He referred to this concoction as the and Appos, blood cauldron, and Appos, whenever he needed to forge an artifact. He would submerge the materials in the blood cauldron for 49 days before employing his hammering technique, leaving the exact capabilities of the resulting artifacts a mystery. Even to Li Yaotai himself, all artifacts produced were of the lowest quality, a technique he dubbed in AMP, Appos, fortuitous forging method, and AMP, Appos. The Black Iron Beast blood set was one of Li Yaotai and AMP, Appos, as creations, with each family member possessing one. The set worn by Li Yaozu manifested a dark red hue, comprising a robe, inner armor, gloves, belt, trousers, and boots. Its function mimicked that of a chameleon, allowing the wearer to merge with their surroundings, and when activated with spiritual energy, it could summon 2 blood tigers to attack foes. Next were Li Yaotai and Li Xiang, both having reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Li Yaotai, despite his commendable aptitude, was utterly consumed by his iron-working pursuits. However, one should not underestimate his strength. If one were to inquire who among the Li family possessed the most formidable physical prowess, it would undoubtedly be Li Yaotai, who, through relentless forging, had also honed his physique. He wielded 2 hammers. The smaller hammer, crafted from pure black iron and weighing 50 pounds, was used for daily forging. He could swing it one-handed with ease. The larger hammer, with a handle the height of a person, was broader than Li Yaotai and Appos, as robust frame. Li Xiang was convinced that should a foundational stage cultivator dare to withstand a blow from Li Yaotai, they would be driven into the earth like a nail. Of course, this apparatus was not intended for combat. Li Yaotai crafted it solely for smithing, and after 3 swings, he would be utterly exhausted, let alone aiming accurately at an opponent. Li Xiang, though a healer, was far from ordinary in her medicinal practices. The Qian Chao Jing detailed the methods of alchemy, including the essence of poison crafting. During an invasion by external foes, while the assailants infiltrated the spiritual herb garden, they aimed to ambush Li Xiang, a seemingly defenseless woman. Li Xiang had noticed, but had yet to summon the wrath of the ancestors for assistance. The 8th layer qi refinement assassin fell into Li Xiang's trap. She had raised a swarm of purple bees, whose stings would sap the strength of their victims until their spiritual energy was entirely depleted, leading to their demise. As for Li Dalong, he had remained in the Li family and Appos' secret chamber for 2 years, still striving for a breakthrough. He was amassing spiritual energy to open all of his body's energy channels. Of course, breaking through from qi refinement to foundation establishment was not as simple as it sounded. Each significant realm transition was akin to unlocking the genetic locks of the human body, resulting in a profound metamorphosis. Prior to qi refinement, one in Appos' lifespan was akin to that of a mortal, but upon reaching foundation establishment, one could cleanse their marrow and transform their muscles, attaining a lifespan of over 200 years, with their spiritual root undergoing a degree of elevation. A flawless foundation establishment was tantamount to defying fate. Suehua, through her beast mastery, contract her destined spirit beast, the Tianyue fox, acquires the profession of beast master, acquires the trait, fox master, receives incense 100. Suddenly, joyous news echoed within the game. In the spiritual beast garden, Suehua was surrounded by mystical beasts, seated in a meditative posture. as a spectral white fox materialized above her. Unexpectedly, Su Tsuehua, you are quite formidable, concealing your true self so deeply. Li Xiang and Appo's eyes brightened. He had just perceived Li Dalong as defying fate. Little did he realize that Li Dalong and Appo's wife had already achieved a complete reversal of destiny. Name: Su Tsuehua, wife of Li Dalong. Occupation: Beast Master, cultivation level, 5th layer of Qi refinement. Techniques: Qi absorption technique, Beast Mastery technique. Special trait: Fox Tamer. Fox Tamer contracts with a spirit-level demon beast, Tianyu Fox, as her destined spirit beast, forging her Dantian with the Tianyu Fox, sharing its lifespan and magical prowess. The profession of Beastmaster is quite niche. In Li Xiang and Appo's recollections, throughout the millennium of spiritual resurgence in Huaxia, Beastmasters once held great power, consistently drawing various strengths from spiritual beasts. Now, by forming a contract with a spirit-level demon beast, Su Tsuehua effectively possesses the strength of the Foundation establishment stage. Given the combat prowess of the Tianyu Fox, Su Tsuehua has even reached the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, making her the most formidable member of the Li family. Moreover, she has surpassed a lifespan of 200 years. The longevity of demon beasts is remarkable, with the Tianyu Fox blessed by the bright moon, potentially living for a millennium. Li Xiang marveled, feeling elated at the growth of Li Dalong and Appo's wife. In stark contrast, Li Yaozu's wife, Chu Xiaoxiao, seemed rather unremarkable. Chu Xiaoxiao's father, Chu Changming, is a cultivator, yet she remains an ordinary person, having only attained the 1st layer of Qi refinement despite the resources provided by the Li family. Spoiled and indolent, she has gained weight over the years of her marriage to Li Yaozu and now appears to be pregnant. However, her offspring, Li Yunlin, is commendable. At the age of 8, Li Yunlin has already reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. With a trinity of spiritual roots, his cultivation progresses swiftly, especially now that the Li family is not as destitute as before. He benefits from ample resources and the wisdom of predecessors. Fortunately, this lad has been influenced by the Li family from a young age and has not inherited his mother and Appo's vices. Although he does not strive as diligently as other family members, he is still on the right path. The next grand ceremony is about to commence. Li Xiang gazed at the screen, filled with reflections. He had only played for a little over a day, yet nearly 30 years had passed in the game world for the family head. He has almost witnessed the growth of the Li family and Appo's children. Just as he intended to stretch his limbs and prepare for the upcoming bestowal, the screen revealed the figure of Li Yaowen in the ancestral hall. The Ancestor. After a year of effort, Yaowen has finally earned the trust of the Su and Chun families. Chapter 20. The Li family's venomous serpent. Li Yaowen has trust been attained? Li Xiang squinted his eyes. Sometimes, strategizing requires an immense expenditure of time. However, in this game, Li Xiang placed greater emphasis on the development of the Li family. With the acceleration of time, he remained oblivious to Li Yaowen and Appo's actions, prompting him to enlist the Purple Thunder Celestial Python for inquiries. Hiss! As the guardian beast of the temple posed the question, Li Yaowen immediately understood. With reverence, she replied, "Ancestor, we have our people in Thailand town. I have been keeping a close watch on the movements of the 4 prominent families. 3 months ago, I dispatched a maid from the Chun family, who relayed the news that the Chun family's debauched young master had clandestinely visited a brothel. Thus, I instructed my second sister to concoct a potion that incites lustful desires. That night, Hu Wei from the Hu family, who had previously injured my father, was also present and inebriated. I arranged for him to be delivered to the lustful young master's chambers." Boom! Li Xiang, dumbfounded, slipped from his chair, utterly astonished. The events of that night were too scandalous for him to fathom. The following day, Hu Wei awoke, frantically searching for Chun Gontang, vowing to exact vengeance. Subsequently, Chun Gontang fled Thailand town and, under my orchestration, encountered peril, arriving at Arjin village. The 4th brother of the Chun family patriarch has been secretly communicating with me to ensure Chun Gontang's safety. Li Xiang was deeply moved. He held great admiration for Li Yaowen's meticulous planning. He certainly could not conceive of such unique ideas. As Li Yaowen recounted these events, her demeanor remained composed, as if the means were irrelevant as long as the ends were achieved. She even expressed dissatisfaction with the current outcome, stating, "Ancestor, Yaowen has still made a miscalculation. I anticipated that Hu Wei would awaken early from his drunken stupor and eliminate Chen Gantang, after which we could contact his father. However, I did not expect Chen Gantang to still be alive." Li Xiang remained silent, reflecting on the phrase, "The world is ever-changing. Observe its transformations." With a response from the Purple Thunder celestial python, Li Yaowen's eyes brightened, understanding that the ancestor's implication was to strike once more. Seizing the opportunity, while the Chun family was dispatching someone for trade, we would arrange for Chen Gantang to meet with his family. Simultaneously, we would secretly inform the Hu family that Hu Wei, being vengeful, would not spare Chen Gantang. Then, matters would escalate even further. This is the unpredictable nature of the world, a scheme within a scheme. Even if the Chun family discerns our involvement, they have already been stained with blood. We, like them, have become enemies of the Hu family. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Li Xiang inhaled sharply. This second-generation descendant was undoubtedly the most ruthless individual he had ever encountered. "Let us proceed," he stated. Li Xiang had little to say. Li Yaowen had evidently orchestrated everything, and any interference from him would be counterproductive. Her objective was straightforward: to break the Li family's blockade in Thailand town and facilitate trade. If they could eradicate the two enemies of the Li family and seize control of Thailand town, their progress would surge even further. Soon, as Li Xiang examined the map, he noticed Li Yaozu returning to Jian village with 2 spirit beasts and a group of battered individuals. The current Li family possessed 5 spirit beasts. Aside from the one contracted by Su Tsuehua, there were 4 remaining. These creatures were products of the Silver Iron Forest, and with the assistance of the Purple Thunder Celestial Python and Su Tsuehua's diligent taming, they had no choice but to submit. The Baimu Demon Spider, the Gale Winged Tiger, the Morning Sun Beast, and the 8-leaf Flower Demon were among them. At that moment, Li Yaozu was accompanying the latter two. The Morning Sun Beast, a bird-like demon resembling a crane, boasted crimson plumage, emanating fiery demonic energy while in flight. It was a fiercely aggressive spirit beast, often assisting Li Yaotai in refining weapons. The 8-leaf Flower Demon, having gained sentience over the years, could traverse the ground with its roots and sprout upon landing, using its leaves to injure and confuse its foes. This was also the weakest spirit beast Su Tsuehua had encountered, as long as one was not bewitched and avoided its 8 leaves. Even a chi refining stage cultivator could incinerate it effortlessly. At this moment, outside a room, pink dust floated from the 8-leaf Flower Demon and Amp, Oppos, S. Blossom. Unbeknownst to them, the injured individuals inside, being treated by Li Yaoqing, wore expressions of grief and indignation. Hu Wei of the Hu family has slain our kin. This enmity is irreconcilable. Had it not been for the timely rescue by the young master of the Li family, we too might have perished. Who would have thought Hu Wei could be so utterly depraved? Observing the characters above the animated figures inside, Li Xiang raised an eyebrow. He understood that Li Yaowen's plan had succeeded, exceeding all expectations. As Li Xiang watched with keen interest, a maid wheeled the frail Li Yaowen into the room. Among those saved from the Chun family were 4 individuals, the leader being a middle-aged man known to Li Xiang as Chun Chuang, the 3rd brother of the Chun family patriarch, possessing a cultivation of the 9th layer of chi refining. As for Chen Gantang, that young man had perished on the way, ambushed by Hu Wei and Amp, Oppos, as carefully laid trap alongside his father. Li Yaozu had already encountered the members of the Chun family on the road. Noticing their inquiries, he smiled and said, "Friend of the Chun family, this is my younger sister, Li Yaowen." After mutual introductions, Li Yaowen furrowed her brow and earnestly inquired, "Uncle Chun Chuang, may I ask if there has been a long-standing enmity between your Chun family and the Hu family?" Long-standing enmity? Chun Chuang pondered for a moment. To speak of grievances, there are indeed many. To be frank, you may have heard of the united front among the 4 prominent families in Thailand, but that is merely the perception of outsiders. 20 years ago, my Chun family contended with the Hu family over a quarry, resulting in considerable casualties on both sides. By the way, Hui and Apos, his uncle, perished in that incident. As anticipated, Li Yaowen sighed deeply. Seeing her reaction, Chen Chuang was puzzled. Why does my niece sigh? Li Yaowen replied. To be candid, when Chen Gantang fled to our Li family, he mentioned that he was quite intoxicated during his escapade and had no recollection of the events that transpired. The next day, Hui was clamoring for vengeance, claiming righteousness. Yet, Hui launched a citywide search for Chen Gantang, who still managed to escape Thailand town. What a coincidence, Wuden and Amp. Amp, Oppos, do you agree? Chen Chuang and Amp. Amp, Oppos. S expression shifted. What are you implying? I suggest that this entire situation may have been orchestrated by the Hu family. Li Yaowen's countenance displayed a hint of relief. Orchestrated? Chen Chuang seemed to grasp something. Indeed, a scheme. Li Yaowen spoke confidently over the years. Our Li family has harbored a blood feud with the Hu family, as you are aware, Uncle Chen. However, your family shares a similarly strained relationship with them. Thus, the Hu family has been secretly plotting to eliminate us all. They deliberately instigated the conflict between Hui and Chen Gantang, allowing Chen Gantang to escape. All for the sake of today. Uncle Chen, consider this carefully. If your Chen family members were to perish on their way to retrieve Chen Gantang from our Li family, what would your family conclude? At this, Chen Chuang's face turned pale. Our Chen family would suspect it was your Li family that acted, especially since you previously deceived the Wang family into coming to the Li family and slaughtered them. Exactly, Li Yaowen replied, a note of trepidation in her voice. In such a scenario, the Hu family could not only eliminate your Chen family members, but also incite a grudge between your family and ours. At that point, the Hu family could easily incite you to turn against us. With a bitter smile, Li Yaowen added, if that were to happen, we would be facing a dire predicament, simultaneously contending with the three major families of Thailand. What a ruthless tactic. Chen Chuang gritted his teeth. Despite having a fractured leg, he struggled to rise. I must return immediately and inform our ancestor. The Hu family must pay for their transgressions. However, Li Yaowen shook his head and said, Uncle Chen, hold on. Do you truly believe that Hui would allow you to return alive after having taken action against you? I fear that the road to Thailand town is already riddled with traps set by the Hu family. At this, Chen Chuang finally calmed down. Li Yaowen continued, Uncle Chen, it would be best for you to recuperate well at my Li family. We should continue our business discussions during these days. As for making the Hu family pay a price, it is wise to deliberate further. After all, family rivalries are matters of survival. You must seriously consider whether it is worth placing both the Chen and Hu families in a life-or-death predicament over this issue. Sighing deeply, Chen Chuang lamented, in recent days, both the Hu and Wang families have been speaking ill of your Li family, and the power of public opinion is indeed formidable. It was you after all. Watching the scenes unfold in the game, Li Xiang found himself filled with admiration. At such a young age, Li Yaowen exhibited intelligence that bordered on the extraordinary. She grasped every detail, meticulously leading the Hu and Chen families into a chasm of enmity, rendering the Li family's image before Chen Chuang as that of a benevolent and charitable household. Once Li Yaowen was escorted out of the room, Li Xiang immediately sent her a wave of affection from the ancestors. Grateful for the blessings bestowed by their forebears, Li Yaowen beamed with joy. Having received such rewards countless times before, her frail constitution made her susceptible to ailments, and each time it was the ancestors' grace that alleviated her suffering. Otherwise, she was uncertain whether she would have lived to see her current age. This was also the reason why Li Yaowen dared to pursue the lofty path of literary cultivation despite her fragile health. She believed that the ancestors would protect everyone in the family, and their concern for her surpassed that of her parents. Meanwhile, in front of the screen, Li Xiang watched as Li Yaozu engaged in business discussions with the Chen family. The Li family possessed a wealth of medicinal herbs, materials from magical beasts, grains, and even young magical creatures. The Chen family, on the other hand, held various resources and even maintained a trading association in the county town. Through this transaction, the Li family would soon acquire substantial resources for their development. Before long, The deal was finalized. Chun Chuang, resting at the Li family, gathered with everyone in the ancestral hall as heavy snow fell. Even Li Dalong, who had been in seclusion, emerged with a face full of stubble, temporarily breaking his retreat. The decennial grand festival commenced. Your family has presented you with a multitude of offerings. Chapter 21. Unblocking resources and trade. Li Xiang gazed at the various offerings on the gaming altar. Although he had previously communicated to his descendants that he only desired beast blood fruits, it appeared they genuinely believed these treasures were destined for the underworld, thus presenting him with their most prized possessions. You have chosen to take out the offering, beast blood fruit. After a thorough examination, Li Xiang opted solely for the beast blood fruits. The new beast blood fruit trees had already matured, and it was anticipated that the next harvest would occur in a decade. Li Xiang calculated the forthcoming bounty, deciding to allocate half of the fruits to the Li family, retaining the other half for himself, for the growth of his descendants was paramount. Their strength would ultimately yield greater benefits for him in the future. With a harvest every decade and his capability to reap twice a day, he envisioned a future where he could collect 100 fruits at a time, amounting to 30,000 spiritual stones daily. The mere thought of such wealth made Li Xiang salivate. For context, even as a member of the Li family, he could barely scrape together 300 spiritual stones as allowance each month. As excitement coursed through him, Li Xiang maintained his composure, already strategizing for the future. His attention then shifted back to the game. During this grand ceremony, will you utilize the ancestral blessing? He caressed the spatial ring on his hand, having long prepared for this blessing. Given the current state of the Li family, they had begun to establish their own influence and achieved a degree of self-sufficiency, protected by the purple lightning sky python and war puppets. Yet this strength was far from sufficient. If the four major families of Tai Lin Town intruded upon the Li family, Li Xiang would only be able to fend off one adversary at most using his skills. With a mere thought, an ancient tome, cloaked in dust, materialized in his grasp. Detecting your blessing, ancestral spirit array diagram. Delivering blessing. The ancestral blessing had arrived. Each grand ceremony, the ancestors bestowed valuable gifts, while the descendants could only offer trivial items, leaving them with a sense of unease. Gratitude filled the air as the family members shed tears of joy. The descendants feel your importance. Received incense, 300. Li Dalong promptly instructed Li Yaozu to retrieve the gift from the ancestors. As soon as Li Yaozu opened the dusty book beside the bronze furnace on the altar, he was immediately entranced. The ancestral spirit array diagram. Witnessing the joy on his descendants' faces as they laid eyes on the tome, Li Xiang felt no surprise. This array diagram dated back to a millennium ago, when the Li family and Appos, as spiritual energy began to revive. It was through this diagram that the Li family flourished over the centuries, becoming one of the most formidable powers in Huaxia. As for how this diagram came to be, Li Xiang had only heard whispers. It was said that a millennium ago, upon the revival of spiritual energy, the Li family and Appos, ancestors attained enlightenment overnight, acquiring vast knowledge that propelled the entire clan forward. This ancestral spirit array diagram, based on the ancestral talisman, could gather the strength of all who belonged to the Li family and its loyalists, safeguarding a territory. The Li family had repeatedly turned peril into safety thanks to this diagram. Such a treasure was reserved for the most core direct descendants and remained a closely guarded secret. However now, damn it, Li Zheng Dao fled with everyone, leaving me behind. Why should I care about the ancestors? Li Xiang muttered to himself, clearly still haunted by the feeling of being abandoned by the entire Li family. He shifted his focus back to the game. As time progressed, Li Xiang awaited the Li family and Appos' understanding of how to utilize the ancestral spirit array diagram, while also anticipating the trade with the Qin family. Indeed, Li Yaowen had been correct all along. The Li family had encountered a developmental bottleneck due to the unknown Demon King in the Silver Iron Forest. They were unable to exploit its resources, and the route towards Tailin Town was blocked by the Hu and Wang families. Not only were they unable to procure additional resources, but Li Xiang harbored a small ambition to dominate the entirety of Tailin Town and become a local landowner. In the game world, time had frozen, The winter of a drought year devoid of snow. Only cold winds and dryness remained. The Chen family had already returned to Tailin town and shortly thereafter returned to Ji'in village, laden with abundant resources. Once again, Chen Shuang led the delegation, currently engaged in trade with Li Zhu and Li Yaowen. Due to the prior incident where Li Zhu saved Chen Shuang, the Chen family held substantial trust in the Li family, even coming directly with resources in hand. Your family is currently trading with the Chen family. Acquired a substantial amount of Inapos, Jinling grass and Apos. Acquired a substantial amount of Inapos, Black Yao crystal and Apos. Li Xiang was overjoyed upon witnessing the items exchanged. Time flowed swiftly in the game. The preceding 30 years had been crucial for the Li family to solidify the power necessary for their growth. However, as the family expanded, the importance of resources began to escalate. Li Yaoqing's alchemical progress had reached a standstill. The cultivable herbs from Silver Iron Forest yielded only 4 types of medicines from the 1,000 Herbs canon. The coagulation powder for external injuries. The body refinement powder for cultivators below the 5th level of Qi refinement. The 7-flavor soup 2 enhanced the speed of spiritual energy acquisition for Qi refinement practitioners. And the ghost-seeing agent that sealed the throat upon injury. External spiritual herbs became immensely valuable. If they could acquire Jinling grass from the Chun family, combined with their own spiritual herbs, Li Yaoqing could potentially concoct the Golden Spirit Bath Soup, capable of enhancing a metal-type spiritual root by 1 to 8 points. One of the most formidable potions easily crafted from the 1,000 Herbs canon. Furthermore, the Chen family possessed 2 mineral resources. The Black Yao crystal mine produced considerable quantities of black stones every 5 years, forming the foundation of the Chun family's wealth. Paving a training room with Black Yao crystals could enhance a cultivator's meditation speed, while also allowing for greater flexibility in thought during the practice of meditation techniques. The Mingyue stone, on the other hand, was a spiritual stone used in the forging of magical artifacts, typically employed for inlaying, which could enhance the weapon and amp, Apos, S power and reduce the spiritual energy consumption during use. I knew the Hu and Wang families were spreading falsehoods. The Li family indeed kept their promises. As the 2 parties engaged in trade, Li Xiang noticed the satisfaction on Chen Shuang's face, indicating his contentment with the deal. Rest assured, from now on, you will be partners with my Chun family. The potions crafted by your alchemist and the artifacts forged by your craftsmen can be traded through us with other towns. However, Li Xiang could discern that the Chun family and Apos' eagerness stemmed not from the Li family and Apos, as promises, but rather from the presence of Li Yaoqing and Li Yaotai, whose status, though only at the 9th rank, made them highly sought after wherever they went. Once the Chun family departed, the Li family erupted in jubilant celebration. Wonderful! By trading with the Chun family, we can acquire various resources and finally break the blockade of Tailin town. My Golden Spirit Bath Soup is within reach. Once I collaborate with the Su family, I will concoct even more potions. Li Yaoqing seemed only to display such enthusiasm when it came to alchemy. The Black Yao crystals sold to us by the Chun family can construct a training room accommodating 100 people. Leave this matter to me. Li Yaotai licked his lips and the Mingyue stones. Entrust your artifacts to me, and I shall refurbish them. Older brother, your superior grade artifact could also benefit from this. Give it a try, take it. I truly find this spirit breath sword quite unfamiliar, Li Yaozu remarked, flashing a grin. By the way, Yao Tai, you must remember my 150 sets of black iron beast blood armor, along with the black blood bow and black blood blade. Once we have our 150-member Qi refining guard, these items will prove invaluable. I have even devised a name for them. The Black Blood Hall, 150 sets. Brother, you are indeed insatiable. These items could sustain me for several years of refinement. Perhaps you should first consider whether we have enough black iron or, responded his sibling. Once we have secured the entirety of Tailin town, everything will be within our grasp. Seated in a wheelchair, Li Yaowen interjected with a light but impactful statement, drawing the attention of his elder siblings. However, they harbored no doubts regarding the 4th brother's capabilities. Li Xiang, watching from the screen, shared their confidence. Congratulations! Your descendants have acquired abundant resources. knowing that it was with your approval that Li Xiang enacted the plan and successfully negotiated with the Chen family. Their admiration for you has only deepened. Gained incense 100. In the days that followed, the Li family embarked on a fervent expansion, with Li Yaozu's assurances. The Qi Refining Guard was promised magical artifacts upon their ascension as Qi refining practitioners, prompting the members to engage in fervent cultivation. As Li Xiang's recent bestowal of the ancestral spirit formation diagram continued to unfold, Li Yaozu began daily gatherings of 100 individuals from Gratitude Village. For tattoos, the ink was comprised of the blood of the Li family, mixed with a variety of peculiar materials. Li Xiang observed as one villager lifted his shirt to reveal an elegantly etched and Appos, Li and Appos, on his chest, followed by another villager inscribing the same character on his body, with some even desiring it on their posteriors. It turned out that in order to complete the ancestral spirit formation diagram, the first step required marking all loyal members of the Li family with a symbol of allegiance, the essence of which was the blood of the Li clan, thereby consolidating their collective strength in times of crisis centered around the Li family. The second step was even more intricate than the branding. It involved inscribing a colossal formation diagram within the confines of the Great Array, a task that would consume years of effort to realize throughout the Li family's residence. Finally, as spring approached, all members of the Li family gathered in anticipation, their hearts racing with expectation. With the sound of an infant's cry, joy erupted amongst them. Chu Xiaoxiao has successfully given birth to a son after 10 months, naming him Li Yunbing. Congratulations! Gained incense 10. Chapter 22, Transformation, Early Foundation Establishment. The child born of the indolent Chu Xiaoxiao is not as remarkable as Li Yunlin. Both possess the 5-element mixed spiritual roots. Yet the most formidable fire root merely reaches a value of 48. However, what surprises Li Xiang in the game scene is that Li Yunbing has just been born, and Li Yaozu, holding the child in the room, does not spare a glance at the recently delivered Chu Xiaoxiao. The rest of the Li family exhibits similar indifference, occasionally casting glances at Chu Xiaoxiao that are filled with mockery and even disdain. Yaozu, let me hold the child, Chu Xiaoxiao implores, her eyes brimming with tears. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yaozu hands the child to her, then coldly states, Chu Xiaoxiao, I have treated you well over the years. Yet, time and again, you have plundered from our Li family, even stealing spiritual herbs from our treasury and giving beast blood fruits to your brother and father. Once Yunbing is born, we are no longer husband and wife, and you have severed all ties with the Li family. In consideration of our past, you may reside in Jian village under my protection and see Yunlin and Yunbing. I do not wish for them to grow up without mother. But remember, my mercy in sparing your lives is a great favor, and I only hope your family will remain law-abiding. Chu Xiaoxiao cries out, Yaozu, grant me a chance. I will change. I will never dare again. Elder brother has already given you many chances. Li Yaowen, gripping the handle of his wheelchair, replies with a stoic expression. Do you truly believe that your family's misdeeds can escape my notice? Your actions have gone too far. The Li family can tolerate mediocrity, but cannot abide betrayal and deceit. He then turns to the downcast Li Yunlin, speaking gently. Nephew, you have grown. You should understand the truth. Li Yunlin murmurs, choking on his words. Still keeping his head down, his eyes reddened with tears. Sighing, Li Xiang reflects on how Li Yaozu had previously lamented before the ancestral tablets, regretting having married such a woman and repenting for his youthful inability to discern character. However, every family has its own tribulations, and no one can predict how their loved ones will change. Nonetheless, Li Yaozu has indeed handled this matter appropriately. Human ambition knows no bounds, and had he allowed the Chu family to act recklessly, the repercussions would have been unbearable. The only ones to suffer are the two children, Li Yunlin and Li Yunbing. In the depths of night, Li Yunlin, who had been suppressing his tears throughout the day, cradles his younger brother Li Yunbing in swaddling clothes, weeping before the ancestral tablets in the flickering candlelight. Ancestor, my mother is a traitor. From this day forth, everyone in our family, as well as the friends in Jian village, will know that my brother and I are the children of a traitor. I am the child of a traitor. No one can fathom the profound psychological scars that a failed mother can inflict on her children. The actions of Chu Xiaoxiao and her family will likely become a humiliating mark branded upon Li Yunlin and Li Yunbing. Enduring immense inner turmoil, Li Yunlin gains the trait humiliation as self-assertion. He shall become self-deprecating with a mindset reduction of 10. To escape this humiliation, he will strive harder than anyone else, using the shame as a baseline for his inner strength, enhancing his cultivation speed by 20. Observing the trait bestowed upon Li Yunlin, Li Xiang shakes his head, uncertain of how to comfort him. He can only invoke love from the Ancestor, casting down a warm light to soothe Li Yunlin. The purple thunder celestial python seems to sense Li Xiang and oppose, as thoughts, extending its tongue from the darkness to lick Li Yunlin's tear-streaked face. Thank you, Ancestor. In the pitch-black night, the fragile soul finds solace in the embrace of the purple thunder celestial python, drifting into slumber. In the days that follow, Li Xiang instructs the members of the Li family to take special care of Li Yaozu's 2 children. Soon a year passes. In the 31st year of the Li family, the prolonged drought comes to an end, and heaven bestows a great rain, revitalizing the earth. Has the drought of over 2 decades finally concluded? Li Xiang breathes a sigh of relief. He cannot comprehend the cause of such a lengthy drought, having lived on earth without witnessing such calamities. He has only heard stories of the suffering from the villagers of Zhan, tales of bones lining the roads, and cannibalism among the desperate. In the game scene, following the downpour, all the villagers rush out of their homes, drenched in the long-awaited rain, seemingly expressing gratitude to the heavens for finally pardoning their sins. Celebrating the arrival of this much-needed rainfall. After 3 years of seclusion, Li Dalong experiences a breakthrough, successfully establishing his foundation and becoming an early-stage cultivator. Your descendant has broken through to the foundation establishment stage, gaining 100 incense. Haha, it's done. Ancestor, foolish descendant Li Dalong has finally succeeded. In the secret chamber, the newly enlightened Li Dalong, now 51 years old, had already sprouted strands of white hair before his seclusion. Yet upon his breakthrough, his hair darkens, and the wrinkles on his face smooth out, resembling a resolute man in his 30s, his complexion significantly more vibrant than before. Even standing alongside Li Yaozu, they could easily be mistaken for brothers. Li Dalong, realm, early foundation establishment, cultivation methods, chi gathering technique, basic sword technique, dragon soaring steps, traits, diligent, wild boar slayer. Forest hunter, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage is a true metamorphosis. The so-called 100 days of foundation is also a transformative process, where they cleanse their bodies of impurities, creating better conditions for future cultivation. All impurities are purged from their limbs and organs. The spiritual energy of the Qi gathering stage flows through the Run and Du meridians, while the foundation establishment stage circulates through the channels of the body. Indeed, even the spiritual roots may strengthen as a result. At this moment, Li Dalong, having completed 3 years of foundation establishment, possesses only gold, fire, and earth spiritual roots, each with a quality exceeding 60. The strength of the foundation establishment phase arises from this transformation, breaking the limitations of the mortal flesh. They wield more spiritual energy and possess the ability to perceive, enabling them to gauge the strength of other spiritual energy with precision. They can condense spiritual awareness, transcending the simple perception of their surroundings, enabling them to sense everything in a 360-degree field without blind spots. They can even perceive the minute, detecting the smallest details. Their dantians contain the essence of alchemical fire, critical for condensing the spiritual energy within to break through to the golden core stage. This elucidates why, upon entering the Li family stronghold, the cultivators from the Hu and Wang families look down upon the Li family's Qi gathering cultivators. The two groups exist in entirely different dimensions. It is also why they fled without hesitation when confronted by the purple thunder, celestial python, and the war puppets, sensing the overwhelming power of these entities. Finally, a true foundation cultivator has emerged from the Li family, Li Xiang unhesitatingly bestows upon Li Dalong love from the Ancestor. The reason Li Dalong is regarded as the true foundation cultivator of the Li family is that Su Tsuehua does not count. After all, she is a beast master, and having contracted with the Tianyue fox, she qualifies as a demon cultivator. With Li Dalong's breakthrough, the members of the Li family gather once more to celebrate his achievement. However, their celebration remains private, known only to themselves. After all, only hidden strength constitutes a true trump card. Thank you, Ancestor, for your unwavering support. Without you, I would never have been able to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Your gifts have always been a guiding force for me. Gratitude abounds. Finally, after the rites were completed, Su Tsuehua looked at her husband with delight. As time passed, the contracted celestial moon fox had transformed Su Tsuehua into an increasingly exquisite and even regal figure, rendering it hard to fathom that she was once an ordinary farmer's daughter. Wonderful! Now that you have broken through, our Li family grows even stronger, she exclaimed. Li Dalong gazed at his wife in bewilderment, contemplating her newfound prowess. He was aware of Su Tsuehua's bond with the celestial moon fox, yet only now was he fully grasping the extent of her strength. Overwhelming. Su Tsuehua's aura reached a height of 3 zhang, while his own merely spanned 2 qi. With a gentle demeanor, Su Tsuehua began to share her experiences with beast mastery. During the years of Li Dalong's seclusion, she had refrained from allowing him to follow her path in foundation building, understanding that each individual's journey was unique. Upon hearing the wonders of beast mastery, Li Dalong was filled with profound realization. It was indeed extraordinary, a legacy passed down from their ancestors. As he admired the increasingly radiant Su Tsuehua, he stood tall, his face slightly flushed. My dear wife, I have some thoughts I wish to discuss with you in private. How improper. Su Tsuehua playfully chided, pulling Li Dalong into their chamber. Meanwhile, Li Xiang, watching from the screen, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He swiftly changed his perspective, gritting his teeth as he muttered, If you two continue to flaunt your affection before me, I shall bury you apart. One in the Antarctic, the other in the Arctic. After calming himself for a while, Li Xiang resumed his examination of the game interface, soon directing his gaze to the numerical values on the right side of the screen. Incense value, 5,121. At last, it was sufficient. A grin spread across his face. Throughout the development of the Li family, he had diligently monitored the incense value. Achieving 5,000 meant fulfilling another condition. The scene shifted to the cellar behind the Li family's ancestral hall, where a colossal mech stood. He clicked on the war puppet option. A long-awaited box popped up on the screen. Activating the operational system of the war puppet requires 5,000 points of incense value. Detected that you possess sufficient incense value. Would you like to construct the link immediately? You will be able to control the mech and enter combat mode. He had waited long for this moment. By controlling the mech, he would experience the game from a first-person perspective, fighting alongside his kin. With excitement, he clicked, Yes. Chapter 23. Activate the War Puppet. Young Master Li, here are the 3,000 spirit stones from our last transaction, along with the 500-inch LCD screen you requested. Just as the operating system was initiated, Boss Chi had already arrived at the Li residence. It was as if fortune had come knocking at the door just as one was feeling drowsy. Li Xiang took the items he desired from Boss Chi, glanced at him while he sipped his tea, and tossed him a spatial ring. Boss Chi, the 20 blood fruits from last time served as our introduction, and your business is indeed thriving. Now, I shall offer you 80 more. Let me witness your capability. 80? Boss Chi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. It seems the Li family still harbors doubts about Chi's prowess. However, it's acceptable. Young Master Li and Appos, S blood fruits are still in high demand. 3 days. Grant me 3 days, and I shall sell these 80 blood fruits. 3 days? Li Xiang furrowed his brow. He had calculated that the Li family would provide him with at least 3,000 beast blood fruits in a month. Selling just 80 in 3 days felt excessively slow. He pondered how long it would take to sell the rest. Observing Li Xiang and Appos' expression, Boss Chi felt no anger, only delight, for it indicated that Li Xiang possessed a substantial quantity of blood fruits. He He quickly added, "Indeed, blood fruits are new product, and I must ensure buyers are aware of their efficacy and benefits. Buyers will introduce other buyers, creating market competition, thus increasing both the quantity sold and even the price." Understanding this, Li Xiang finally exhaled. After all, he truly lacked sales experience. As he bid farewell to Boss Chi, he inquired, "Boss Chi, what about that item we discussed?" "Ah, it's on its way back from the outer realms, but it's quite expensive," Boss Chi replied with keen interest. "How many spirit stones?" Boss Chi held up 2 fingers. Noticing Li Xiang and Appo's indifference, he continued, "However, let me be clear. Once young Master Li acquires that item, it should simply be for personal use. Do not let others discover it, or I shall be unable to bear the consequences." "Rest assured," Li Xiang grinned, "if I am caught, I will assert that I did not receive it from you." Boss Chi chose not to dwell on the matter further. He glanced at the elderly woman loitering outside the Li residence and remarked, "Sin and Appo's that the tinkerer from number 12? Young Master Li, have you stirred up trouble?" Li Xiang shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, I previously sought her assistance for crafting. You know her, right? That makes sense." Boss Chi seemed to be aware of Granny Ling's notorious reputation. "Did you cause her to suffer a loss? Was she unable to gain an advantage from your spirit artifacts?" "I enlisted someone to assist her. She dared not approach anyone else. Look at me, weak, pitiful, and helpless. She only dares to trouble me." Li Xiang waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not, young Master Li. I have my ways," Boss Chi reassured him before stepping out the door. As Li Xiang closed it, he could faintly hear Boss Chi and Appo's laughter from outside. Aunt Ling, what are you saying? How could I possibly know Li Xiang?" No, I don't know him at all. It has nothing to do with me." Li Xiang's facial muscles twitched violently. He had thought Boss Chi would find a way to placate Granny Ling, but it turned out this cunning merchant had his means to extricate himself from any repercussions. Fine, he thought. He was in no rush. After all, his relationship with Boss Chi was purely business, and there was no need to be entangled in his troubles. Moreover, in this era, one would indeed lose face if not pursued by a few formidable individuals. Returning to his room, Li Xiang busied himself, setting up the 500-inch LCD screen, transforming an entire wall into a display of visual splendor. This device was considered an antique in this era and required customization. Li Xiang and Appo's ambitions had grown. The small screens no longer sufficed, and a larger screen would allow him to observe a broader map and facilitate his operations. Especially as you have activated the War Puppet and Appo's operating system. Autonomous activation is now available. In an instant, Li Xiang chose to activate it. Immediately, he felt a haze enveloping his mind, and his vision materialized within a pitch-black cellar. He could not perceive his surroundings, but sensed the condition of the War Puppet. It was akin to participating in a mech control course at school. Strangely, he possessed another perspective, that of the real world, where he simultaneously manipulated the mouse and keyboard. Shifting his view, he looked down, witnessing a mechanical arm. With a mere thought, he could instruct the arm to move, followed by the legs, the entire body. Moreover, he sensed the presence of hidden weapons on the War Puppet. Laser sword at left arm, laser cannon S, right arm, laser cannon D, flight mode Q. Is it truly possible? This is splendid. Li Xiang burst forth from the cellar, startling Liao Tai, who was worshipping in the ancestral hall. The burly man, weighing over 200 pounds, gaped in astonishment at the soaring robot. The ancestors have manifested. Now this is the romance of man. Not only, but the entire Li family witnessed the ascension of the mech. Meanwhile, Li Xiang piloted the mech, soaring around the Li estate and breaking through the clouds. Although he could not accurately perceive the air of the world or see the inhabitants as anything but animated figures, Li Xiang's sensations grew increasingly vivid. He even found himself standing before his descendants, observing their diminutive forms akin to small creatures, listening to their chatter, and marveling at their astonished expressions, all becoming ever more wondrous. It felt like a tangible world. Finally, having exhausted the War Puppet's spiritual energy, Li Xiang guided it back to the cellar, his consciousness returning to reality. What captivated Li Xiang the most was not merely the perspective. After all, many VR games could achieve similar feats. What truly intrigued him was the possibility of personally controlling the war puppet and maximizing its combat capabilities, rather than relying on the automated combat mode, which wasted energy on direct laser cannon shots and activating the lightsaber. Soon, the time in the game reached Li family year 33. Following the end of years of drought, the world outside the Li family prospered. The Li family and Oppos, as farmland began to expand outward, though they could not delve deeper into the Silver Iron Forest. They occasionally hunted along its periphery, where the demon beasts had also multiplied. However, Xian village did not see an increase in its populace, which was another drawback of the drought's conclusion. Was farming in Thailand town not preferable to cultivating in a place like Xian village? Especially since Thailand town had begun to be vigilant, assisting civilians in restoring their livelihoods. While the Hu and Wang families spread malicious rumors about Xian village being a gathering place for demons. Simultaneously, rifts emerged among the four prominent families of Thailand town. The Chen family was outraged by the trade between the Chun and Li families, yet the Chen family continued their course undeterred. Over the past 3 years of trade, the Chen family had reaped considerable benefits. Li Xiang's concoctions, body-refining powder and 7-flavor soup, had greatly benefited their practitioners. Li Yaotai periodically sold them components from the black iron beast blood armor and even some demon beasts, alongside assorted spirit herbs. The collaboration between the two families deepened. The Chen family even sought to arrange a marriage alliance with the Li family. Unfortunately, while Li Dalong and Chen Wudi, the head of the Chen family, conspired to introduce Li Yaoqing to the Chen family's eldest son and foster a bond. During a meal between Li Yaoqing and the Chen family's heir, he inquired whether the latter understood spirit medicine, why he did not consume it, and how he felt about the increased drug resistance from taking pills, which could strain the mind. While strolling through the market, he would ask, "May I inquire what spirit medicine would thrive in this alley without sunlight? In the bustling city, amidst the cacophony and clouds of dust, what kind of elixir could transform such a noisy environment? If you do not comprehend the essence of this elixir, how can you possibly understand me? Will our offspring be inherently flawed?" After merely 3 days of acquaintance, the young master of the Chan family no longer wished to see Li Yaoqing, fearing that marrying him would disrupt familial harmony. Soon after, the unfortunate young master of the Chun family found himself being matched with the fourth miss of the Li family, Li Yaowen. It seemed that a new spring had arrived for the young master of the Chun family. Li Yaowen was strikingly beautiful, and the young master fell head over heels at first sight. Despite her frail health, she was knowledgeable, gracious, and treated others with warmth and kindness, leaving all who met her feeling as if they were basking in the gentle spring breeze. The young master of the Chun family even contemplated names for their future children. Remarkably, Li Yaowen agreed to the marriage. However, before the betrothal gifts could be presented, 3 female attendants from the Chun family and a concubine of an elder from the Chun family approached Chen Wudi, each revealing that they were expecting the young master and amp, Oppos, as child. This scandal quickly spread throughout Thailand town, inciting the furious wrath of Li Dalong, who outright rejected the union. Chen Wudi felt utterly humiliated and burdened with guilt towards the Li family. In a fit of rage, he broke the young master's leg that very day and presented a grand gift to the Li family as an apology, vowing never to mention the marriage again. Did the Chun family truly believe they were worthy of an alliance with the Li family? Such arrogance. Within the ancestral hall, Li Yaowen, filled with pride, reported to the ancestral tablets, "Great ancestors, I have followed your directive and employed a subtle strategy to dissuade the Chun family from their intentions." Indeed. The once furious Li Dalong now wore a smile, surrounded by unsightly suitors. The ancestors were correct. When it comes to marriage, character should take precedence over lineage, appearance, or potential. Lying in bed and gazing at a massive 500-inch screen, Li Xiang revealed a cunning smile. Such alliances were to be avoided. Few couples possess a foundation of affection, as they are often rooted in self-interest, rife with deceit. Li Xiang had no desire to bring such complications into the family, for what they truly needed was stable development. Although he had successfully averted the Chun family's proposal, Li Yaozu, after parting ways with Chu Xiao Xiao, had no intentions of marrying. To Li Xiang and Oppos, As surprise, someone was lurking behind a large tree, gazing adoringly at a woman running while holding stone. This woman, nearly 6 feet tall, donned a sleeveless garment in the sweltering summer heat, revealing her toned biceps and even her chiseled abs, glistening with sweat upon her dark skin, a veritable image of a strong and fit woman. Peeking, Li Xiang found himself salivating. What a robust woman! If she were to bear my children, they would undoubtedly become true heroes and heroines. Chapter 24. The spring of the Iron Man. This lad has finally come to his senses. After gaining a bit of strength, Li Xiang began to forge iron. As the third young master of the Li family, he had witnessed countless beautiful maidens wandering outside his shop in Ji and Appos, in village under the scorching sun over the years, yet he had never cast a glance their way. Li Xiang even entertained the notion that this young man might be uninterested in continuing the family line and had contemplated having Li Dalong give him a proper lesson. But now, Li Xiang finally understood. Li Xiang was not disinterested in women. Rather, his aesthetic sense differed from that of ordinary folk. Just look at the woman he was now secretly observing, her muscular physique and square face. Had she passed by Jingyang Ridge, there would have been no tales of Wu Song slaying tigers. Your descendant Li Xiang, upon passing your home, beheld a woman lifting a 1,000-pound boulder and uprooting a willow tree, and he felt that he and this woman were truly a match made in heaven. Go pursue her. Li Xiang's face broke into a father smile. This lad had not interacted with girls before. Perhaps he could seek advice from the Purple Thunder Tianyang Python for guidance. My lady, will you be my wife? Li Xiang was still contemplating how to instruct him when he witnessed Li Xiang springing forth from behind a tree, his expression gradually freezing. What kind of bizarre introduction is this? Your descendant Li Xiang was once again rejected by Bai Ru, yet he grew more resolute. Facing challenges head-on, Li Xiang has acquired a trait, unyielding spirit. With an unyielding spirit, he faces adversity without retreating, enhancing his comprehension, combat prowess, and vitality by 10 when confronted with insurmountable challenges. By heavens, a divine trait. The descendants of the Li family had repeatedly obtained traits, but this was the most formidable Li Xiang had ever witnessed, a total attribute enhancement of 10. Yet despite this newfound ability, in Li Xiang's eyes, Li Xiang remained a simpleton, his pursuit of Bairuru exceedingly clumsy. He had heard that Bairuru had just moved to Ji and Appos, in village, and was building a house. And when he suggested they share a bed, the towering woman nearly drew her sword in fright. Branded a perverse fiend, he remained undeterred, following her like a faithful guardian day and night. When Bairuru went to buy vegetables, he had the audacity to carry both the vendor and hundreds of pounds of produce back to her new home. Are you trying to hammer her like iron? Use love to melt the goddess? Li Xiang had already summoned the Li family to discuss Li Xiang's situation, but it seemed he had his own thoughts, elevating his understanding of courtship to another dimension. However, to Li Xiang and Appos, as surprise, Su Tsoa, who had previously harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Li Yaozu and Appos, as ex-wife, had unexpectedly taken a liking to Bairuru while assisting Li Xiang in evaluating his future daughter-in-law. Li Dalong merely remarked, she has a large backside, good for bearing children. As for Li Yaoqing and Li Yaowen, the two sisters also held a favorable impression of Bairuru. In the days that followed, the entire Li family busied themselves with aiding Li Xiang in his courtship endeavors, passing their time in a joyful bustle. Yet, just as spring arrived and the Li family was in high spirits, a grave matter cast a shadow over them, making Li Xiang frown with concern. On the road leading to Ji and Appos, in village, Chun Chuang, who had been trading with the Li family for years, appeared with a large entourage. Fleeing for their lives, about 30 individuals, several members of the Chun family bore injuries that caught the eye. It was the Wang and Hu families. Chun Chuang wore a haggard expression, yet his eyes burned with deep resentment towards these two families. In recent years, our conflicts with the Hu family have escalated, but it was merely skirmishes. Just 3 days ago, our two ancestors went to Taiching City for matters, and, with a heavy sigh, Chun Chuang continued, our ancestors perished while contending for a secret treasure. We, the Chun family, have yet to receive any news, but the Hu and Wang families learned of this before us, and they have acted without restraint. Last night, thus, the unpredictability of worldly affairs. The dealings between the Li and Chun families have been mutually beneficial over the years, yet with the death of the Chun family's two ancestors, they have become easy prey in Tianlin town. Consequently, the Li family and Appo's business with the Chun family could no longer proceed, as all of Chun and Appo's assets in Tianlin town had become someone else in Appo's dowry. It was safe to assume the Hu family and the Wang family were currently reveling in their good fortune. The Li family of Jian village found themselves isolated once more. Ancestor, what shall we do about the surviving members of the Chun family? In the ancestral hall, Li Dalong was troubled over how to handle Chun Chuang and his people. After his breakthrough, the responsibility of leading the Li family fell squarely on his shoulders, for Li Yaozu had proven somewhat inept at managing the clan. The Chun family? Li Xiang pondered while tracing the edge of the keyboard. Among the surviving members of the Chun family were primarily cultivators, the strongest being a mid-foundation elder, while the remaining 31 were all Qi refinement practitioners. Do not be deceived by their plight. Harboring thoughts of subjugating the Chun family was unwise. Even with their clan devastated and their assets claimed by others, the Chun family remained one of the 4 great families in Tianlin town. How could they possibly submit to the Li family of Jian village? In the world of cultivation, family interests reign supreme. Perhaps the Li family could offer refuge to the Chun family now, but what of the future? While the Chun family might currently feel gratitude, what would happen later? Instances of taking over another's territory are not uncommon. Ancestor, perhaps now is not the time to deliberate on whether to take in the Chun family. As Li Xiang pondered, Li Yaowen's soft voice echoed in the ancestral hall. The crowd turned their attention, and as time progressed, all members of the Li family sensed Li Yaowen's keen intellect. Li Xiang was also attentive, eager to hear what this most astute descendant had to say. Li Yaowen spoke. We have long hesitated to venture into Tianlin town, fearing that the 4 great families would unite against us outsiders. However, the situation has changed. One family is no more, and the Chun family can become our ally. Furthermore, we can present ourselves as champions helping the Chun family reclaim their assets, seeking revenge in Tianlin town. At that point, even the Su family may choose to abstain from involvement. People tend to act in their own best interests, as long as we provide sufficient justification. The Su family will not risk their clan's strength for the sake of internal feuds within Tianlin town. This is our opportunity, and we are not without the means to fight. As her words hung in the air, a pin drop could be heard in the ancestral hall. They had suppressed their enmity towards the Hu and Wang families for far too long. Li Dalong's 4 children still vividly recalled the day their father returned home, bloodied and battered, and the mournful cries he uttered from his sickbed. That was the moment they experienced their greatest fear, contemplating what would become of them if Li Dalong were to perish. This, too, was the reason they had diligently trained until now. The Hu and Wang families had always looked down upon the Li family, which had risen from humble origins. The Hu family's 3rd elder had once arrogantly visited the Li family, viewing them as mere ants, as if they could act with impunity on this land. The Wang family had coveted their black iron mine, ruthlessly murdering their friends, then acting as if nothing had happened when they came to negotiate business on their land. To hell with the Hu and Wang families. They must be dealt with. Li Yaodai's temper flared. Enough. Li Dalong shot a glare at his 3rd son. This is the ancestral hall. How dare you utter such crude words? The ancestors cannot abide such vulgarity. Indeed, father. Li Yaodai was unafraid of anything except for his father's whip. Observing his son settling down, Li Dalong prostrated himself before Li Xiang, pleading for forgiveness. As Yaodai was still but a child, ancestors, upon your command, I shall ensure a bloodbath against the Hu and Wang families. Little did he know, Li Xiang did not perceive Yao Ye's words as coarse. Li Yaowen's assertion was accurate. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Should the Hu and Wang families acquire the Chun family's assets and grow in strength, any prospects of revenge would become significantly more arduous. His fingers danced upon the keyboard, producing a crisp and resonant sound. The purple thunder celestial python opened its blood-red eyes and let out a furious roar. Li Dalong rose slowly, gazing at his wife and children, witnessing the battle spirit igniting in their eyes. His expression gradually turned solemn. They must fight a splendid battle and not disgrace their ancestors. In no time, Li Dalong led the Li family away from the ancestral hall to confront the Chen family. Upon learning of the Li family's intention to avenge them, the elder of the Chen family wore a grave expression rather than one of joy. We appreciate your intentions, but the Hu and Wang families possess formidable strength. This matter requires careful deliberation. He appeared somewhat intimidated. Watching the scene, Li Xiang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Brother, your family is on the brink of annihilation, and you remain so composed. Is that truly wise? The elder of the Chen family continued, is not out of cowardice, but rather the Hu and Wang families and Appos. Strength far surpasses what you may understand. Their recent attack on my Chen family has revealed their true capabilities. The Hu family has inherited 5 centuries of lineage, boasting 5 foundational ancestors. This time, they even have an ancestor emerging from seclusion at the false Dan stage. False Dan. The members of the Li family turned pale. The false Dan stage was on the verge of coalescing true energy into a pill, and with just a final push, one could ascend to the Golden Dan realm. Even so, its might was not something ordinary foundational cultivators could rival. The Wang family was equally extraordinary, though lacking such formidable masters. Their grand elder and second elder were both at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, with 6 other foundational experts remaining after one had been slain. And the clan possessed protective spiritual artifacts. Spiritual artifacts. With one in hand, even a foundational pinnacle cultivator would dare to confront a false Dan. The elder of the Chen family sighed. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. To put it bluntly, from what I have observed, your Li family is merely on the rise. It is known that a beast capable of slaying mid-foundational cultivators exists, and both families do not wish to expend their clan's fighting strength, allowing the village of gratitude to develop steadily. Cultivators practice for centuries. Your Li family should rest and recuperate alongside my Chen family, united against a common foe. Once their experts are deceased, we shall reclaim Taijin Town. Why rush? Ultimately, he still deemed the Li family's foundation too shallow. However, Li Dalong merely chuckled and shook his head at the elder of the Chen family. Senior, your words hold merit, but my Li family shall not wait any longer. The members of the Li family followed their father as they departed. Li Yaozu burst in a hearty laughter. Indeed, my Li family does not vie for fleeting moments, but for a life-and-death struggle with them. Damn it, third brother, your language is becoming increasingly vulgar. Such behavior will not win her over. What do you know about romance, a mere alchemist? Roro is fond of men like me. I shall go find her and inform her that I may soon meet my demise. Perhaps she will help me bear child. Third brother is shameless. When Roro sees you, she would rather flee 10 miles away. The members of the Chen family watched Li Dalong depart with his wife and children, letting out a long sigh. How could he not discern the fervor of the Li family? He even felt a tinge of admiration for their courage. Yet in this world, mere bravery is insufficient. True courage lies in patience. Chapter 25. Help me have a child, although they could fight. The potential losses might be substantial. Before the screen, Li Xiang had also heard the intelligence regarding the Chen family. After all, they had been annihilated by those 2 families, and no one understood the strength of their enemies better than the Chen family. He could also perceive the fighting spirit among the members of the Li family. Their descendants showed no signs of cowardice. So what reason did he, as their ancestor, have to falter? If the chance to overcome the adversaries reached 50%, then it was worth attempting. Those 2 families boasted ancestors at the false Dan level and possessed a spiritual weapon. Yet the combat prowess of the Li family was not to be underestimated. He had the guardian beast, the purple lightning heavenly sun python. Previously, he might have been unaware of the true strength of the purple lightning heavenly sun python, but after manipulating the war puppet, Li Xiang had come to appreciate its formidable power. It was undoubtedly one of the most elite spirit beasts, comparable to the false Dan level. As for the Golden Dan, Perhaps survival under a Golden Dan and Appo's hand could be managed, but engaging in battle was utterly impossible. The disparity between each major realm was immense. Next came the war puppet. Its primary function lay in large-scale interstellar warfare, yet it also possessed the strength to contend with false Dan cultivators. Especially since Li Xiang was confident in his ability to control the war puppet to triumph over a false Dan. Regarding the Foundation establishment stage, what they truly lacked was the Foundation establishment cultivators and Qi refinement stage cultivators to confront these two families. Li Xiang furrowed his brow. In the Li family, only the couple, Li Dalong and his wife, possessed Foundation establishment strength. After all these years, the Li family still had only 4 spirit beasts, and among them, the 8-leaf flower demon was merely a weakling among spirit beasts. As for the Qi refinement stage, they were far inferior to the folks in Thailand town. Li Yaozu was the strongest, and now, under the nurturing of beast blood fruits and various spiritual herbs, he had reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Li Yaoqing and Li Yaotai, the brother-sister duo, were at the 7th layer, while Li Yaowen was negligible among the 3rd-generation members. The 12-year-old Li Yunlin possessed extraordinary talent, yet only held the pinnacle of the 3rd layer. Currently, their spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast Academy were decent, with 102 capable of contending at the Qi refinement level. As for the 150 guards trained by Li Yaozu, only a meager 12 had reached the Qi refinement stage. The most formidable among them was merely at the 2nd layer. Li Xiang was confident in his ability to win with the upper-tier combatants. However, for the mid to lower tiers, even if the Chun family was willing to fight alongside the Li family, they would still be crushed. Was this the foundation that Chun family's ancestor spoke of? Li Xiang felt the situation was precarious. This was merely the disparity in the number of cultivators. The Hu and Wang families had developed for hundreds of years, possessing a wealth of magical tools, array formations within their families, and various other means. As for positioning the Purple Lightning Heavenly Sun Python and the War Puppet to block Thailand town, that was even more unrealistic. Their movements were not as agile as those of cultivators, and if surrounded by Thailand town, they would only become fodder. He could only hope that his speed would be swift enough to manipulate the War Puppet while wielding the Ancestor's wrath. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes. This battle was unavoidable. Regardless, the resources of the Li family were limited. Without additional resources, their growth would be slow, even reaching a limit. Yet Thailand town could only grow stronger, and the longer they delayed, the more passive they would become. If they could lure all of them to Thailand town with the ancestral spiritual formation prepared, that would be splendid. Li Xiang pursed his lips. As Li Xiang contemplated the comparison of combat power between the two sides, the members of the Li family did not rush towards Thailand town immediately. They maintained a sufficient level of rationality, clearly understanding the current gap between themselves and Thailand town. Yet, there was not a single coward among them. The moment the hope for revenge emerged, they could no longer suppress it. Perhaps this was the fierce spirit and resolve that the Li family had gradually formed over the years of slow development. On this day, the entire Li family seemed to conduct their daily affairs as usual. Li Yaowen sat beneath the peach blossom tree in the Li family courtyard, still holding a scroll, seemingly unconcerned about the impending life and death battle facing the Li family. However, her grip on the book tightened. If they remained oblivious, the Li family would slowly perish, eventually facing retribution from Thailand town. If they were to fail, she would be the sinner of the Li family. No one knew the burden this seemingly tranquil woman bore when she proposed to fight in the ancestral hall. Yet, she had to seize the opportune moment to make the best choice for the family. Just as the family and ancestors had never looked down upon her due to her frail physique and lack of power, they continued to support her unwaveringly. Lost in thought, several maidservants loyal to Li Yaowen brought a shadowy youth and a child early. Aunt, Li Yunlin, and his younger brother bowed to Li Yaowen. Li Yaowen nodded slightly. Yunlin, our family is about to undertake a significant task. If anything goes awry, take Yun Bing and flee. They will take care of you, but remember, you will always be members of the Li family. Aunt, what has happened? Although young, Li Yunlin understood that his aunt would not say such words unless there were genuine threats to their family. Nothing, just a major battle. Li Yaowen waved her hand towards the two brothers, ruffling their hair. Children, go on. The ancestors will always protect the children of the Li family. You need not worry. Watching the maidservants take the two children away, Li Yaowen finally let out a long breath. Even in the face of a formidable enemy, she had made arrangements for the worst-case scenario. Hopefully, in the spirit beast garden, Li Xiang continued to prepare her spiritual medicines as usual. She caressed the massive beast blood fruit tree, gazing at the spiritual herbs she had nurtured day by day in the herb garden. Footsteps sounded behind her. Should I not return, you must burn the beast blood fruit tree and all the spiritual herbs in the garden, then go into hiding. But remember, when the two young masters of the Li family grow up, they will be your masters. Yes, my lady. Seeing the children she had trained over the years nodding, Li Xiang felt a sense of relief. She cast a reluctant glance at the herb garden. Her entire life had been devoted to these spiritual herbs. Yet some things were more precious than herbs. Her beloved family, her clan. Recalling those years, a faint smile crossed Li Xiang's lips. The people of the entire Jian village said she was reclusive, preferring spiritual herbs. Yet those people had no idea that her interest in medicinal materials and seeds stemmed from experiencing devastating drought after her father's birth. That year, the vegetables they had painstakingly cultivated withered before her eyes day by day. Her father and mother said if they could not eat vegetables, her brother would not grow tall, and her younger brother would end up like a short winter melon. Fearful, she cried, unable to fathom the horror of her brother and younger brother becoming winter melons. As she grew up, she yearned to cultivate the most delicious vegetables to prevent her family from going hungry. Fortunately, her brother grew taller than her, and her younger brother became as strong as an ox. Only her sister had been weak and sickly since childhood. Thus, she began to cultivate spiritual herbs, wishing to provide her sister with the best medicines to ensure she would never fall ill again. Yaowen still hasn't taken my medicine. Li Xiang shook her head, casting another glance at the entire herb garden, her expression gradually turning somber. But with their home gone, these spiritual herbs would be off-limits to outsiders. Hey, Ro, your husband has come to find you. Open the door. As dusk approached, Li Yaotai had been waiting by Ro's door for quite some time. He could sense the beautiful and robust woman, reminiscent of a black panther, leaning against the door, seemingly reluctant to let him in. He chuckled. Ro, I might not have much time left. The door moved slightly, but did not open. Li Yaotai's gaze was clouded with uncertainty. The people of Thailand Town had persistently bullied his family, and he was resolute in seeking retribution. As his fourth sister rightly pointed out, with the Chun family annihilated, if they did not act against their oppressors, their family would be next to suffer. To be candid, he harbored a sincere desire for them to bear numerous children together, envisioning them growing strong like himself, ready to safeguard their lineage. He chuckled, fully aware that she looked down upon him. After all, he was merely a brash man, unrefined and shameless, preoccupied solely with forging iron. However, he recalled a time in his youth when he understood the necessity of weapons, as his father ventured into perilous forests to procure food. Armed with a kitchen knife, his father had worn its edge down over 2 years without replacing it. His sister had relied on a small knife for cutting grass. His robust physique was a testament to the sustenance provided by their father's and sister's labor. He had resolved that upon maturing, he would procure sturdy iron tools for them. As he grew older, he realized that mere weapons were insufficient. What they truly needed were powerful magical artifacts, ideally ones capable of engaging in combat like those wielded by their ancestors. Otherwise, those wretched outsiders would dismantle the life of the Li family. He also committed to strengthening himself. It was unacceptable for his sister to be defenseless and vulnerable to bullies. Just as he was about to express more, the door creaked open. Li Yaotai turned to see Bairu's furrowed brow, likely unwashed and less radiant than the day before. Yet, he felt a surge of joy, exclaiming, Ru, you didn't kick me this time upon opening the door. Have you said enough? Bairuru seemed ensnared in a monumental decision, and after a prolonged moment, she lightly kicked Li Yaotai and stepped inside. What? Li Yaotai was taken aback. Come inside to have children? What? Chapter 26. The Essence of the Li Family Slay. In the training ground of the Li family, Li Yaozu practiced his swordsmanship, often channeling his emotional turmoil through his sword techniques. After a short while, he paused, wiping the sweat from his brow. Having reached his current level of cultivation, he was attuned to the movements nearby. He sensed the arrival of his two sons. Yinlin, Yinbing, come before me. Li Yaozu sat at the edge of the training ground. Observing his sons with their heads bowed, expressions of reverence etched upon their faces. He paid little mind to it. Since the incident involving Chu Xiao, his sons had grown closer to his fourth sister than to him. In a hushed tone, he said, I know you harbor resentment towards me for expelling your mother and her family from our home. Father, no, Li Yunlin replied, still keeping his gaze low, shaking his head. Li Yaozu chuckled softly. I regret that I am not a worthy father, particularly to you, Yunlin. When your mother was with child, I was but 15, too naive to discern right from wrong. Had it not been for our ancestors' intervention, your grandfather would have surely disowned me. As he spoke, Li Yaozu's smile faded. His brow furrowed. Yet, despite the passage of time, I have failed to become the father you deserve. But now, Yunlin, I ask you to do me a favor. Should anything happen, you must protect your younger brother at all costs. At these words, Li Yunlin abruptly lifted his head, worry crossing his features. Father, Annie has called for me, and now you summon me. Is something amiss within the family? I have reached the fourth layer of qi refinement. I can contribute to our clan. Li Yaozu and Amp, Appo's gaze softened gradually. As long as you continue to grow, you will be able to contribute greatly to our family. Go now. Take Yun Bing and await further news. Li Yunlin wished to voice more, but was called away by Li Yaozu. In truth, he had a myriad of words he longed to share with his son, yet they remained stuck in his throat, burdened by an overwhelming sense of guilt that made it difficult to meet the eyes of his two sons. These boys must certainly be afraid of me. Li Yaozu's expression remained calm. If calamity befalls us, Yunlin, you must take up your sword, just as I once did. He recalled the day when bandits invaded the Li household. Back then, their family was not as grand, merely a dilapidated shack, scrounging for sustenance. His parents rushed out to confront the threat, and he, in his innocence, grasped a sword. That was the first time he witnessed his gentle mother ruthlessly take the life of a living being, akin to slaughtering a chicken. Later, his father remarked that the moment he picked up the sword, he had become a man capable of protecting his sister and brother. Just as he was now, he must ensure their burgeoning family endures without sustaining even the slightest harm. Even his wife, should she pose a threat to the family, must be extinguished before she can take root. He grasped his sword once more, training with fierce determination. If only I could become stronger, I could alleviate more of the family's burdens. In the bedroom, Li Dalong and Su Tsuehua nestled against each other, enveloped in a heavy silence. My dear, so many years have passed, and our family has flourished. Have you ever looked down upon me, a mere peasant woman? Have you ever wished to marry into a wealthier family? Su Tsuehua scrutinized Li Dalong with an appraising gaze. Of course, Li Dalong grinned. Despite my advancing years, every man dreams of having multiple wives. Besides, sharing a bed with you every night. Who wouldn't desire change of flavor? Su Tsuehua glared at him. Li Dalong chuckled. But 1,000 beautiful women could not compare to you. Where else could I find a woman as remarkable as you, who bore me 4 wonderful children? The moment I see you, all other women seem like mere chaff, and I lose interest. You're incorrigible. Su Tsuehua rolled her eyes. Are you afraid I might hit you? After all, I'm stronger than you. Su Tsuehua, you are indeed a fierce one. Li Dalong laughed foolishly. After my seclusion, I thought I had become the pillar of the family. Yet how did you manage to surpass me? Su Tsuehua smiled silently, her grin gradually morphing into pride, tinged with a hint of bitterness. She reminisced about the days of yore when she was but a village girl, meeting Li Dalong, a robust hunter, dark-skinned and unkempt, yet far superior to the dandy suitors. He was honest, kind-hearted, and exuded masculinity. The days that followed confirmed the correctness of her choice to defy her family and marry Li Dalong. After their marriage, her husband cared for her tenderly, yet his lingering insecurities about his humble origins as a hunter haunted him. He believed he could not provide her with the life she desired. Thus, he hunted daily to improve their circumstances. Every time he returned, he bore wounds that tugged at her heartstrings. Although their family gradually prospered and children were born, her heart ached for him, still battered and bruised. Were it not for the protection of their ancestors, she dared not imagine what might have become of him. Yet, thanks to their ancestors, despite her lack of aptitude for cultivation, the Qi refinement manual allowed her to forge a unique path. She began to engage with the animals on their farm. Was this not a natural talent of a peasant girl? Gradually, she learned to understand their thoughts. Now, she stood capable of facing future dangers alongside her family, even if it meant sacrificing herself for their sake. My dear, do we stand a chance in this endeavor? Su Tsuhua tightened her embrace around Li Dalong. Li Dalong furrowed his brow, unsure how to respond, when suddenly a commotion arose outside. The couple rose to investigate. What is happening outside? Li Dalong and Su Tsuhua dressed quickly and stepped out, only to find the Li family members gathered in the yard, peering outward. It was late at night, yet the village of Jian glowed brightly. As the Li family approached the entrance, they saw the villagers of Yin assembled before their door, each person brandishing a torch, illuminating the night sky with a fiery glow. The elderly village chief stepped forward. After Chu Jiaming was dismissed for embezzlement, a more beloved elder had taken his place. With a weathered face and white hair, the chief's expression was one of fury. Liaozu, I have heard that the Li family intends to wage war against Tailan town. Why are the people of Jian left in the dark? Upon hearing the chief's inquiry, Li Dalong was momentarily taken aback. He recalled the chief's usual gentle demeanor, rarely displaying such aggression. Just as he was about to respond, the elder continued. After years of drought, our village of Jian, with over 3,000 mouths to feed, has suffered from bandits pillaging our grain and stripping bark from trees. Which family has been untouched by loss? Were it not for the benevolence of the Li family, providing us with sustenance and livestock, Jian Appos, it would not be what it is today. Now that the Li family is heading to Tailan town to fight for our clan as fate, why do we remain uninformed? Jian has many fine young men. If the Li family goes to war, we too possess weapons, and even if we lack them, we have kitchen knives and pitchforks. Only then did Li Dalong comprehend the villagers' intentions. He looked at the throng of torch-bearing villagers, gratitude flickering in his eyes. He shook his head gently and proclaimed, I appreciate your intentions, but this journey to Tailan town will see us face practitioners of the arcane arts, where life and death hang in the balance, and we are fighting for the survival of our lineage. I implore you all to return. What a farce! The village head, an elderly man, was visibly displeased, his eyes wide with indignation. We owe a great debt of gratitude to the Li family. If my children were to learn of the calamity befalling their benefactor, and I, their elder, were to remain silent, then when I return to the earth, they would surely burn incense for me, believing I was a heartless wretch, unworthy even in death. Upon hearing these words, the villagers erupted in laughter. The village head was right. Life was cheap. If Master Li sought to confront danger, then I, Wang Ergo, would follow him into the fray. Yes, count me in. I can hunt, and I can kill. In the days when I could barely afford a meal, I thought I would perish on the streets, but it was Master Li who offered me sustenance. Now I have a home, several acres of fertile land, and the sounds of chickens and ducks greet me as I step outside. My wife has borne me 3 children. My life is fulfilled. Master Li, it is time for me to repay your kindness with my very life. The villagers of Jian shouted in unison. Yet Li Dalong felt no trace of the ruckus around him. His eyes were red-rimmed. Earlier, when his wife had inquired whether they could win this time, he had felt fear, a fear that in a moment of reckless impulse, he might ruin the Li family and Appos' decades of legacy. But now, he was unafraid. Reflecting on his life, he realized he had always been a mere slave, never imagining he would find himself in this moment. Yet, by the grace of his ancestors, he had acquired the means to cultivate his abilities, to hunt on the mountains, to fill his belly, and no longer endure humiliation. He had married the finest woman in the world and had children who made his life worthwhile, along with 2 obedient grandsons. And then there was Jian village, where, in a moment of kindness, these good-hearted villagers were willing to face formidable foes alongside him. He had attained a life beyond the wildest dreams of ordinary folk. Surrounded by so many who revered him, what did he have to fear? At this moment, Li Xiang felt a surge of determination akin to his first hunting experience, facing fierce beasts. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Li Xiang raised his arm and called out to the villagers of Yin, "You may laugh at me, but I, Li Xiang, am but a simple villager. And yes, I too have known fear. Seeing you all rallying behind me tonight makes me realize just how old I truly am. To hell with Tai Lin Town. To hell with the Wang and Hu families. Arm yourselves. I, Li Xiang, shall not seek a path of retreat. I demand the blood of those two families to pave our way forward." On this bright night, the villagers of Jin united their voices in support of the Li family. They raised their torches high, illuminating the night with a fiery glow. The Chun family's injured members, having slowly recovered, looked on in astonishment at the fervent villagers of Jin. Ordinary people driven to madness, even instilling fear in cultivators. The elder of the Chun family let out a deep breath, ready to follow the Li family into Tai Lin Town. Upon hearing this, Chun Chuang hesitated. "Elder, our Chun family is but a small group." But before he could finish, the elder struck him across the face. "Are we to be less valiant than the villagers?" Chun Chuang dared not speak further. A smile finally broke upon the elder and Appo's face as he gazed at the Li family, still shouting high into the sky, and the villagers of Ji and Appo's. And I take back my previous words. This is the true legacy of the Li family. Chapter 27. The War Puppets, my lord. Times have changed. Congratulations. The Li family has gained the loyalty of all the villagers in Jian village, and the entire village is willing to face death alongside the Li family. Acquired incense 300. Your descendant, Li Dalong, is deeply beloved by the people, gaining the villagers and Appo's faith and acquiring the trait, hope of the entire village. When fighting for the family's power, combat strength 20. Before the screen, Li Xiang gazes intently at the affairs of his family. His blood surges with excitement. Until this moment, he had never regarded the villagers of Jian as a force to be reckoned with. Now, he realizes that while the Li family has been managing affairs, they have already secured the loyalty of the entire village. This battle for the family's fate is not solely the Li family's fight. It encompasses 3,000 villagers. What is there to fear from the Wang and Hu families? Charge forth, let us confront them. Ding dong. Just as he revels in excitement, his phone vibrates with a message from school inquiring about his tardiness. Glancing outside, he realizes he has been engrossed in games for 2 days. Just as he considers turning off his phone, a call from his teacher comes in. "Li Xiang, is everything all right at home? Even so, please do not drop out. Only through diligent study can one change their life. Apologies, teacher, but I must request to withdraw from school. With my capabilities, do you not think it a waste of time to remain in school?" Without waiting for a response, he abruptly hangs up, turning off his phone. What use is school? As the ancestor of the Li family, I must lead my kin into a glorious battle. Li Xiang's gaze remains fixed on the screen. As time accelerates, the once bustling Jin village grows increasingly quiet. Previously, the men would toil in the fields with their families or raise fowls in the streets. But now, only the elderly, the weak, and women are visible, some sharpening knives at their doorsteps, guarding their homes. In the Li family courtyard, only a group of maidservants tend to the horses and carriages, upon which sit the brothers Li Yunlin and Li Yunbing. "Brother, do not fear. Our ancestors are always watching over the Li family. Our family will surely return safely," Li Yunlin reassures his younger brother, patting his head. Suddenly, both he and Li Yunbing turn in astonishment towards the ancestral hall. Boom! A thunderous sound erupts as a colossal figure breaks through the earth, shining brilliantly under the sun's rays. This is the manifestation of our ancestor. Li Yunlin speaks the truth. Li Xiang has indeed made his presence known. Now, he sits in his room, his eyes glazed over before a 500-inch screen, his expression grave, hands poised over the keyboard and mouse, ready for action. You are operating the war puppet. Detection. Mechanical arm functionality 100. Laser cannon charge 100. Laser sword 100. War barrier ready to activate. Low energy consumption mode activated. Energy reserve 99. Li Xiang had previously used the war puppet to roam this world, but this marks his genuine first combat experience. Open the map. A click reveals the map in the upper right corner. Thousands of small green dots appear around the map of Tailing Town. The Li family's forces have already advanced towards Tailing Town. He fixes his gaze on the location of the Wang family. It is you. Li Xiang narrows his eyes, the spiritual energy within the war puppet surging as it heads toward the Wang family. Before the war begins, the strongest must advance. He intends to use the war puppet to draw the attention of all the masters in Tailing Town towards the Li family. At this moment, within Tailing Town, in the Hu family hall, the masters of the Hu and Wang families are seated. Both family heads share tea, smiles gracing their faces. The heavens favor us. The Chen family dares to ally with the Li family, and retribution has arrived. They are oblivious to our Hu family's connections within the Tianhu sect in Taiching City, where a disciple in the inner sect has subtly instigated enmity between the Chen family's elder and the Tianhu sect, leading to his demise in Taiching City. Ha ha ha. The Wang family head laughs heartily. Thanks to Brother Hu, with the fall of the Chen family, the Li family poses no threat. I had anticipated that within 10 years. Once Brother Hu's family ancestor breaks through to Golden Core, or if my Wang family produces a fake Dan cultivator, we could explore the Li family. That rumored pinnacle spirit beast, the Great Serpent, is hardly a concern. Who would have thought that the Li family would recklessly come to their demise in Tailing Town? It turns out these two families had long been aware of the Li family's arrival, having never ceased sending spies in a Jian village. This time, we have laid a net in Tailing Town. Once we eliminate the Li family, we can rest easy. The Hu family head cannot hide his excitement. The rapid development of the Li family in Jian village has even instilled a sense of crisis in them. But now, everything has been settled. Come, everyone, let us enjoy tea, waiting for the Li family's rural farmers to walk into our trap. All they possess shall be ours. Just as they raise their cups, a thunderous roar shakes Tailing Town, causing their expressions to change drastically, spilling tea from their cups. What is happening? Upon stepping outside, the Wang family members are wide-eyed, gazing upwards at a monstrous figure forged of steel, soaring above Tailing Town, raining down cannon fire upon the Wang family. This is bad. The energy emanating from this creature is formidable, towering a full 12 zhong, comparable to the fake Dan realm. The Wang family head cannot fathom that the Li family possesses such a beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushes to rally his kin for rescue. Brother Hu, quickly inform your family's ancestor to bring this creature down. Understood. The Hu family head does not dare delay, his expression grave as he gazes at the war puppet above, instructing his kin, summon the ancestor. I did not expect the Li family to possess such a means. They aim to draw our attention. Fellow clansmen, be wary. The Li family likely has other strategies. Meanwhile, outside Tailing Town, the Chen family and the people of Jian village have gathered, hesitating to act. Even as they prepare to confront the two prominent families of Tailing, they realize they must first assess the situation in the town. However, they discover that Tailing Town is surrounded by array formations, tightly guarded by the two families, clearly anticipating their attack and waiting for them to walk into a trap. Just as they ponder their next move, a villager brandishing a scythe, kitchen knife, hoe, firewood fork, and dung fork points at the sky, eyes wide as saucers. The Li family members have long realized it is our ancestor making a move. The ancestor has manifested. He is operating the war puppet, aiding us in his own way. Ha ha, with our ancestor as protection, what do we have to fear? The Li family rejoices. Over the years, their ancestor has accompanied their growth, always instilling them with immense courage. Now, after many years, the ancestor takes action, heading toward the most perilous battleground. Brothers, our ancestor has begun. He is dismantling the traps of Tailing Town. Prepare yourselves. The moment of life and death is upon us. Boom! Commanding the war puppet, Li Xiang initiates the first wave of attack above the Wang family's domain. The shoulder-mounted cannon unleashes a powerful laser cannon towards the Wang family. Yet simultaneously, the Wang family, renowned for its centuries of heritage, erects a great formation just as the laser cannon strikes. The formidable laser, capable of annihilating mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, merely cracks the yellow shield of the Wang family's defensive array before swiftly mending itself. Detected second-tier formation. Analyzing spiritual energy fluctuations. Energy consumption 5. Opponent is restoring energy. Rate of time 3 seconds 5. Li Xiang focuses intently on the data before him. The war puppet possesses a remarkable ability to monitor the energy of its opponent, enabling it to devise the most effective combat strategies. Can a second-tier formation withstand the full force of a peak foundation establishment attack? Li Xiang scoffed, expressing his curiosity about how long they could endure and how many spirit stones they could expend. He was acutely aware that such formations typically required a continuous supply of spirit stones or exceptionally powerful magical artifacts. Boom! He activated the laser cannon mounted on his shoulder once more. Remaining energy of the laser cannon, 97. The war puppet was equipped with independent energy sources throughout its structure. Li Xiang calmly maneuvered the war puppet, unleashing a relentless barrage from the skies while maintaining minimal energy consumption. Gradually, he noticed red dots appearing on the map surrounding him. As his gaze swept over the estate of the Tai Lin family, he saw numerous cultivators staring at him in terror, evidently intimidated by the war puppet and Oppos' imposing presence and formidable power. Boom, boom, boom. Li Xiang continued his bombardment. At last, he mused. It is surprising that such a humble rural household possesses the means to control such a puppet. No wonder they have the audacity to approach my family. However, their decision to come alone reflects not only confidence, but also arrogance. Before him, 2 elderly figures accompanied by 3 cultivators flew in on their swords, swiftly encircling the war puppet, commencing enemy detection. 2 peak foundation establishment, 1 mid-foundation establishment, 3 early foundation establishment. Analyzing weaponry. The war puppet's eyes gleamed with intensity, its internal intelligence capable of analyzing everything for Li Xiang, who was far removed in the real world. He could even perceive the opponents and Oppos' auras. Moreover, Li Xiang in the real world was clicking his mouse, simultaneously viewing portions of information about these adversaries. All of this represented the Wang family and Oppos' profound heritage. In the center of the 2-peak foundation establishment, Ancestors floated a seal the size of a human head. Detected low-grade spirit artifact, analyzing spiritual energy and material composition. Space. Weight, hardness. Streams of information materialized before him. However, after the Wang family encircled the war puppet, they quickly initiated their assault. The spells of the Foundation establishment experts surged toward Li Xiang. Li Xiang remained unfazed. As he clicked the keyboard, the core of the war puppet activated, enveloping him in a pale blue energy shield that absorbed all the magical attacks from the Foundation establishment. Engaging war shield, laser sword, laser cannon. Activating combat mode. So, they're Foundation establishment cultivators? A spirit artifact, is it? Li Xiang observed the grave expressions of the Wang family members and grinned. The times have indeed changed. Chapter 28. Assault on Thailand town. Is the ancestral power truly this formidable? Such strength. Long live the ancestors. At this moment, outside Thailand town, the Li family remained motionless, biding their time. Meanwhile, above the town, where golems clashed fiercely with the Wang family and Oppos, as cultivators in the skies. Fireworks erupted in the air as swords clashed, seeking to breach the defenses of the war golems, while the sounds of cannon fire roared in the background. It was their first encounter with such a battle, yet the Li family could only observe from a distance. The Wang clan understood the true menace of the war golems, realizing how challenging and terrifying they truly were. What on earth are these entities? They are armed to the teeth. Avoid their strikes. They possess no weaknesses. Even when I am behind them, they continue their assault. 5 foundation-building experts evaded the onslaught. They had previously believed that war golems could only unleash blue energy waves from their shoulders, but soon discovered that laser swords had materialized in the golems' hands. Attempting to launch a sneak attack from behind, they were taken aback as the golem's back armor retracted, revealing a series of ominous cannon ports. Though the energy emitted from these cannons was not as powerful as that of a laser cannon, it still possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Even the golem and oppos, SIs. It was a veritable mobile artillery platform. Rear cannon ports, automatic lock-on, and firing activated. Shield defense, small-scale protection system activated. Spinal mech separation, micro-load operation, employing skill, blade storm. The war golem was an arsenal of weaponry, whirling violently and creating a tempest above the Wang family's domain in Thailand town. A mid-level foundation-building cultivator, unable to escape in time, was engulfed in the storm of light swords, leaving no trace behind. This is troublesome. Yet, in Li Xiang's eyes, there was no sign of elation. Perhaps for these foundation-building cultivators, the war golems seemed invulnerable, but in truth, Li Xiang was equally incapable of delivering effective strikes. After all, these constructs were designed for interstellar warfare, crafted to annihilate weaker races, a technology derived from a planet of advanced science. Engaging in battle with these swift-moving cultivators could easily lead to entrapment, especially against the peak foundation-building experts of the Wang family wielding formidable magical artifacts. The engraved relic, capable of enlarging and delivering powerful attacks, could withstand even the war golem and amp, oppos, laser swords. Particularly, this relic could unleash 10 separate attacks in a unique offensive maneuver. Li Xiang had once believed he could decimate more of the Wang family, but the centuries of the Wang family's heritage were now evident. They seemed to possess a legacy of talisman knowledge. The cultivators on the ground were also employing talismans. The 5 elemental energies, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, assaulted continuously, making the skies over Thailand town resemble a vibrant fireworks display. Spirit energy consumption 20. Even though Li Xiang endeavored to conserve the war golem and amp, oppos, energy, the rate of depletion remained alarmingly high. It is time for you to act. Li Xiang squinted. He had never fought alone. While maneuvering the war golem, he also surveyed the battlefield map. As he kept the elite forces of the Wang family occupied, the Li family began to mobilize. At the city gates of Thailand town, a thunderous rumble echoed. Enlarging the map, Li Xiang clearly observed over 100 cultivators garbed in Hu family attire had appeared atop the buildings of Thailand town. Most notably, each bore multiple long spears on their backs. The Hu family cultivators remained vigilant as a colossal serpent surged toward Thailand town from a distance. Under the blazing sun, the purple thunder sun python, darkened with a hue of purple, roared as it charged forth. Yet, despite the python stirring up a cloud of dust, the Hu family cultivators did not budge. Evidently, their target was not the serpent. A peak spirit beast. In an instant, an elderly figure emerged from the Hu family ranks, stepping forth on a flying sword. After 200 years without engaging in battle, today I shall let you, this vile creature, witness the prowess of the Hu family's venerable elder, who is far from decrepit. Before he even arrived, the python advanced, the ground quaking as spears erupted from the earth, forming a formation that blocked its path. Simultaneously, the purple thunder sun python retaliated against the Hu family elder. Thundercage. Arcs of electricity emanated from the serpent, capable of ensnaring mid-level foundation-building experts with ease, while it unleashed fiery, lightning attacks. Yet the Hu family elder, a master of the alchemical dance stage, was undeterred. With a commanding shout, the countless spears that had obstructed the python's path converged before him, transforming into a massive spear that surged forth with formidable might, piercing through the python's lightning flames. As the python hastily dodged, it was still grazed by the colossal spear, tearing through its once impenetrable hide. Hiss! For the first time since its transformation, the purple thunder sun python was injured, letting out a cry that echoed to the heavens. Arcs of electricity bursting forth from its body in all directions. This time, it was accompanied by searing flames. Even the blazing sun above cast a halo upon the python. The so-called purple thunder sun was never merely a master of lightning and battle. It wielded the flames as well. The Hu family elder, fully aware of the python's might, dared not delay for a moment, knowing that a clash within Thailand town would spell irreparable disaster for his clan. He sought to draw the purple thunder sun python outside the town. In an instant, dust billowed as the battle raged, filled with arcs of lightning and flames, along with the spears emerging from the ground. The struggle between the guardian beast and the Hu family elder was evenly matched, with no end in sight. While contending with the Wang family experts and observing the distant clash between the purple thunder sun python and the Hu family elder, Li Xiang frowned. The only distinction between foundation-building experts and chi refining experts lay in the former's ability to harness the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, allowing them to fly on swords and cast spells. They were agile and unpredictable. Determining a victor under equal circumstances was exceedingly challenging. Boom! Though absorbed in observing the distant conflict, Li Xiang did not neglect his assault on the Wang family stronghold. At that moment, he had already slain one mid-level foundation-building expert among the 5. Under the expansive onslaught of the Blade Storm, the remaining 4 experts could only evade the onslaught, as even the low-grade magical artifact could not withstand it. Another cannon blast resounded as Li Xiang breached the Hu family's defensive formation. You have destroyed my family's legacy. Now you shall pay. Though nearly all Wang family members had evacuated, the 2 Hu family elders, witnessing their clan reduced to ruins, remained seething with rage. They were determined to ensure none of the Li family would survive. But before he could finish, Li Xiang seized the opportunity to unleash another laser cannon, eliminating the weakest of the Wang family's initial foundation-building cultivators. With yet another casualty, the attacks from the Wang family intensified. They gradually discerned the war golem's vulnerabilities, leveraging their smaller size to engage Li Xiang in a cat-and-mouse game. Knowing that the laser cannon required charging time, Li Xiang understood their intent, striving to minimize the energy consumption of the mech while launching attacks with the laser swords and the comparatively energy-efficient cannon ports. The war golem and the purple thunder sun python had already occupied some of their elite forces. The rest was up to you. Is this the true essence of the Li family's heritage? Outside Thailand town, over 30 members of the Chun family joined the fray. Initially, they held no hope for this battle. After all, the Li family had only risen to prominence in the past 20 years, emerging from humble beginnings and deriving all their resources from the silver iron forest. However, when the purple thunder sun python made its entrance, they were utterly astounded. It was a terrifying behemoth capable of contending with alchemical dance stage experts. Not only that, but especially the imposing silver figure above Thailand town, which single-handedly resisted the majority of the Wang family and Oppos as foundational experts, even managing to slay 2 foundational cultivators amidst the joint assault of 2 pinnacle foundational masters wielding spiritual artifacts. We remain utterly oblivious to the true strength of the Li family. Chun Chuang rubbed his face, acutely aware that he and his ancestral elder had far too little knowledge. Just as we were preparing to intervene, the voice of Li Dalong called out beside him. Together with the elder of his family, Chun Chuang turned to the right, where Li Dalong had summoned the members of the Li family, who had been poised for action. However, the villagers of Kuin village, armed with weapons, did not react immediately. To their astonishment, a lone figure stepped forward. It was a rarely seen woman from the Li family, a humble farmer and Oppos' daughter, who spoke in gentle tones, her aura revealing merely a 5th layer of chi refinement. May our ancestors bless the Li family to be invincible in battle. With a fierce shout from Su Suehua, an ethereal image emerged around her, the moonlight fox. This fox, entirely snow white, bore a crescent mark on its brow, its fluffy tails raised towards the heavens as if seeking divine power. A demon cultivator skilled in beast taming, in the mid-stages of foundational cultivation. The elder of the Chun family, well versed in such matters, immediately discerned Su Tsuehua's true nature, leaving him shaken. With another piercing cry from Su Tsuehua, the winds rustled among the trees outside Thailand town, and monstrous beasts emerged. A 100-eyed demon spider, a gale-winged tiger, a dawn beast. Chun Chuang and Oppos' expression changed dramatically. These spirit beasts were known to be creatures of the silver iron forest. The young scions of the 4 great families of Thailand town had ventured into the silver iron forest, and countless of their kin and subordinates had perished at the hands of these beasts, yet they were powerless against them. Little did they expect that these fearsome creatures had silently become the guardian beasts of the Li family. It was not only the Chun family members who found this unfathomable. The members of the Hu family, who had meticulously laid traps throughout Thailand town, also wore expressions of terror. Quick, the beasts are attacking the city. The Hu family and Amp, Oppos, spear formation is ready. Damn Li family. How could they have so many beasts? Su Tsuehua had transformed into fox form, leading over 100 beasts from both sides, charging towards Thailand town amidst clouds of dust. On the other side of Thailand town, countless long spears hovered in the air, raining down upon the beast horde. The true battle commenced at this moment. Kill! Li Dalong squinted, realizing there was no time to worry about his wife and Oppos. Has safety amidst the chaos. As the beast withstood the first wave of traps laid for Thailand town, he watched beast after beast fall in pools of blood. Without hesitation, he rallied everyone from Kuin village to launch a desperate charge towards Thailand town. Damn it! The elder of the Chun family, with eyes aflame, took to the skies on his sword, leading the last 30 or so members of the Chun family into their homeland. Within Thailand town, amidst the clamor of battle, a maid from Kuin village was pushing Li Yaowen along the empty streets. Li Yaowen, her expression devoid of emotion, stared ahead at the grand estate. Slowly raising her head, she gazed at the plaque on the courtyard. Is this the Su family? Several guards stationed before the Su family's entrance were alertly observing their surroundings, preparing to inquire about the intentions of the woman in the wheelchair. Li Yaowen smiled and declared, I am Li Yaowen, the fourth daughter of the Li family, here to seek an audience with the head of the Su family, to plead for a chance at survival. Chapter 29. The fierce battle. A refreshing breeze swept through as the Hu family launched an assault on Li Xiang, who was in the foundational stage. A mid-level foundational expert had already been severed in half. Energy consumption has reached 56. Severe damage to the left arm. The energy in the shoulder laser cannon has been depleted. Warning, do not use the blade storm again, as it may cause severe damage to the mech. The challenges posed by the Wang family exceeded Li Xiang's expectations. They possessed a myriad of hidden trump cards. Just moments ago, the Wang family had displayed 10 magical artifacts, which had severely damaged his war puppet's mech. Fortunately, the war puppet had also sustained significant damage, and the remaining 2 peak foundational experts of the Wang family were battered as well. On the map, Li Xiang observed the members of the Li family entrenched in a fierce battle. Su Tsuehua led the beasts in the first wave of charges, aiming to breach the traps set in Thailand town. They faced the Hu family's ancestral spear formation, which astonishingly linked the spiritual energy of all its members, raining down spears like a torrential storm. In an instant, several slow-moving beasts were unable to evade and met their demise. The clash soon escalated to close combat. Confronted with the various traps, formations, talismans, and artifacts laid by the Hu and Wang families, the beasts cultivated over many years by the Li family appeared alarmingly fragile. Yet, once the spear formation was breached, the villagers of N, led by Li Dalong, surged forward. The Li family's guard initiated the first wave of counterattack. Although most of them were ordinary people, their years of training and substantial equipment allowed them to pose a viable threat to Qi refinement stage practitioners. They halted, drew their bows, and arrows forged from black iron rained down in a synchronized volley, with each archer equipped with 15 iron arrows. As they unleashed their arrows, nearly 1,000 villagers from Jian village rallied alongside them. With no attacks directed outward from Thailand town, they swiftly approached, refraining from foolishly engaging the practitioners in close combat. Under the leadership of Li Yaotai, they brandished their weapons. In an instant, the scene unfolded where villagers hurled kitchen knives, cleavers, and other sharp implements towards the direction of the recent attacks by the practitioners. Simultaneously, all foundational stage practitioners from the Li family, along with 3 of their beasts, seized the opportunity to charge into Thailand town. Li Xiang could no longer attend to everyone. He could only fend off 2 peak foundational experts while anxiously awaiting notifications from the game interface. A villager from Jian is in danger. One of your family SBs has sustained severe injuries. Villager deceased. Damn it. While maneuvering the war puppet from within his room and observing the game interface with gritted teeth, Li Xiang fumed. After playing this game for so long, he had come to realize that these were likely living, breathing individuals. Life after life was extinguished before his eyes, yet he knew he must maintain his composure in such critical times. Incense value. 1342. The harsh reality was that, even with a considerable amount of incense value, he was unable to save everyone. He could only focus on ensuring the safety of the Li family members. Using skill charge forth. My children, consuming 115 incense. This was not the first time Li Xiang had employed this skill, which could enhance all attributes of family members by 10. However, as the members grew stronger, the cost of the skill also increased. It required 50 points to cast on a foundational expert and merely 5 points on a chi refinement practitioner. Ancestors. My power has surged. With the aid of my ancestors, I shall see how you perish. The Li family members who had breached Thailand town felt a surge of powerful true energy bestowed upon them by the ancestral tablet. Indeed, each member of the Li family carried a spiritual tablet of Li Xiang, fighting alongside their ancestors. Although Li Xiang could still use the skill without the tablet, taking the ancestral tablet into battle had become a cherished tradition of the Li family. Boom! Within the Hu family, amidst the chaos of battle, the Chun family's patriarch, along with all members, utilized the family's secret techniques to break through the Hu family's protective formation. At that moment, as the Hu family's talismans erupted, Hu Wei, who had previously injured Li Dalong, gazed at the ruins along with several chi refinement experts. Ha ha ha! Overestimating themselves. The Li family's brats think they can avenge their father without considering their own capabilities. Amidst the debris, Li Yaozu struggled to stand with his sword. The moment he infiltrated the Hu family, he unsheathed his sword without hesitation, seeking Hu Wei. He had yearned for revenge for his father every single day. Yet, he did not anticipate that, after killing a 9th-level chi refinement practitioner guarding Hu Wei, he would break through the encirclement only to be ensnared by the vast resources of the Hu family, which boasted a myriad of formations. Bring this ignorant boy down. A mere country bumpkin dares to kill me? Hu Wei glared coldly at Li Yaozu. Despite being gravely injured, Li Yaozu remained unafraid as the practitioners charged at him. He clenched the ancestral tablet tightly in his already bloodied left hand, suddenly grinning, making him appear as though he had risen from the depths of hell. Do you think you alone possess resources? My Li family has them too. What? Hu Wei's expression changed. As Li Yaozu roared, the ancestral tablet he held radiated a white glow, and his injuries began to visibly mend. Consuming 100 incense points, using Embrace of the Ancestor to restore Li Yaozu's injuries. His wounds healed significantly. Li Yaozu, wielding his sword, approached Hu Wei with a grim expression, vowing to take his head today and avenge his father's near-fatal plight. The head of the Li family is merely a country bumpkin, proficient in mundane sword techniques and footwork learned from my Hu family, daring to act recklessly in my domain. Within the Hu family, Li Dalong faced the relentless assault of a mid-level foundational expert. Although he possessed 4 characteristics, he indeed lacked the true prowess of a foundational practitioner. The techniques he had learned were all commonplace, and after advancing to the foundational stage, he had not had the opportunity to master any specialized techniques, rendering him no match for an ordinary foundational practitioner. Today, I shall use your head to adorn the threshold of my Hu family, and henceforth, all of my descendants will tread upon your severed head. As the opponent's attacks intensified, Li Dalong, who had been previously disorganized, suddenly found a sense of calmness. This left the Hu family's practitioner perplexed. How could he still dare to counterattack? Li Dalong grinned. The courage bestowed by my ancestors. In an instant, the ancestral tablet in Li Dalong's possession floated out, appearing before him. What kind of artifact is this? The mid-level foundational expert was taken aback. It looked like a tablet, but who would dare to enter battle wielding their ancestor's tablet? However, a horrifying scene unfolded before him. The ancestral tablet unexpectedly split into 10 and charged towards him, exploding upon impact. Equivalent to the explosion of a peak chi refinement practitioner, he was compelled to defend himself. A similar spectacle transpired among all the Li family disciples. Su Tsuhua, engaged in combat with a mid-level foundational expert, had also never experienced a life-and-death struggle, thus finding herself at a disadvantage. Yet in that moment, her ancestral tablet manifested, delivering a crucial strike against her opponent. Li Xiang wielded a hammer as he traversed the battlefield. He was a quintessential brute, charging towards any comparable Qi refinement stage expert he encountered. Regardless of the number of opponents, even if they were 100 strong, he would boldly plunge into their midst, so long as none were superior to him. Surrounding him were ancestral spirit tablets, which consistently ensured the swift demise of any Qi refinement specialists attempting to ambush him. In stark contrast to the struggles faced by his family, Li Xiang appeared at ease, perched atop a colossal eagle of peak demonic beast status, skillfully aiming her bow and striking at foes. Behind her, a Foundation establishment cultivator attempted to pursue her, yet dared not approach. For Li Xiang and Amp, Oppos, medicinal powder wafted behind her like a veil. She too was engaged in a grim harvest. Despicable members of the Li family. Do you think you can escape? The Foundation establishment cultivator, frantic with desperation, finally resorted to secret techniques, appearing before Li Xiang in a flash. Yet, she remained unfazed, quietly knocking an arrow. Then, 2 ancestral spirit tablets soared from her embrace, launching lethal assaults towards the Foundation establishment cultivator, accompanied by arrows coated in venom. On the battlefield, ancestral spirit tablets continued to rise. The 2 esteemed elders of the Wang family, embroiled in combat with the war puppets, discerned the underlying truth. It became evident that there were indeed special treasures at play. The imprint wielded by the elder of the Wang family continued its assault towards Li Xiang, who remained utterly composed. The emergence of these ancestral tablets would not alter the tide of battle. Their numbers and prowess were overwhelming, and victory would inevitably tilt in their favor as time progressed. I concede that we underestimated your Li family. No family in Tailin Town possesses the strength to contend with you. One of the Wang family elders laughed, attempting to disrupt Li Xiang and Oppos as composure. Alas, your Li family is foolish to dare venture into the meticulously laid traps of Tailin Town. You are destined for annihilation today. Before the screen, Li Xiang remained unperturbed. He acknowledged the recklessness of entering Tailin Town for battle, recognizing it as a daunting challenge. However, he slowly tapped on the map, searching for the sole family member of the Li clan who was not engaged in combat. It and Oppos, it's all up to you, if you do not arrive soon. I truly will not be able to hold on any longer. As his words faded, figures began to emerge from the buildings of Tailin Town, darting across rooftops with agility. In the skies above the battlefield, several sword-wielding experts appeared, rushing to join the ranks of the Li family. A flying dagger sliced through the air, and even though the Wang family elder managed to evade it just in time, he still lost his right arm. All the Wang family elders turned to gaze behind them, where a middle-aged man in a purple robe retracted the dagger that had just severed the elder and Oppos' arm. Su Yun, what are you doing? Watching the scene unfold, Li Xiang let out a sigh of relief. In the distance, at the Su family estate, Su Yaowen was being wheeled forward by a maid, a relaxed smile gracing her face. Flanking her were members of the Su family, armed and ready to surge forth. Chapter 30. Explosive growth. The Su family has arrived. Do we truly have allies? Charge! Let us vanquish these wretches. As the formidable members of the Su family entered the fray, the tide of battle swiftly turned in their favor. The head of the Su family, a cultured middle-aged gentleman clad in a flowing robe, appeared beside Li Dalong. Upon witnessing the explosion of a tablet before Li Dalong, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Yet he wasted no time in joining forces with Li Dalong to confront a mid-stage Foundation establishment expert. Through their collaboration, the mid-stage expert, already wounded by the ancestral tablet's explosion, soon met his demise. You must be Li Dalong, my dear brother, Su Yun remarked with a forced smile. Indeed, that is I, Li Dalong replied, feeling a sense of relief, as if he had anticipated the Su family's involvement. He naturally inclined his hand in gratitude towards Su Yun for his invaluable assistance. Too courteous, Su Yun's lips twitched. His involvement was born out of necessity. Prior to the arrival of the Li family, he had already received invitations from 2 other families to unite against external threats. However, the Su family had never intended to meddle in this affair, nor did they wish to incur any losses. Little did he expect that the battle in Thailand town would commence just as the four daughters of the Li family and Li Yaowen appeared at his doorstep. Li Yaowen presented him with three choices. First, to ally with the Hu and Wang families to besiege the Li family, which would result in the Li family abandoning their base and the 3,000 citizens of Jian village forsaking all resources. Second, to side with the Li family, thereby allowing the Su family to dominate Thailand town with the Li family as their ally. Or third, to remain a mere observer, which would render them as fence-sitters, subject to retribution after the conflict concluded. My brother, we must ensure that neither the Hu nor Wang families escape, lest we encounter future troubles. Su Yin advised the battered Li Daolong before he moved to support others. As he walked, he gazed at the war puppets soaring above Thailand town and the rampaging purple thunder celestial python within the town, still in awe. The Li family is formidable. A sense of fear enveloped him. Initially, even though the Li family had sought trade with the Su family over the years, Su Yin had never regarded them as a threat. However, today in Oppos, siege revealed the true terror of the Li family. In merely 2 to 3 decades, they had risen to rival the legacy of established families with centuries of history, even standing against 2 families simultaneously. This realization was the reason behind his choice to ally with the Li family after being presented with the 3 options by Li Yaowen. Even if the Li family were to lose today, should their members escape, no one would be able to halt their resurgence in the coming decades, or even a century hence. Patriarch, by aiding the Li family, will they not eventually consume us? A clan elder beside, Su Yun wore a grave expression. Su Yun shook his head. In a short span, the Li family had grown immensely powerful. Previously, the Hu and Wang families had suppressed their development, but now, with access to resources, they were poised to reach new heights. As long as they remained prudent, they would find comfort beneath the shade of a great tree. Congratulations! You have led your clan and its influence to break through the economic blockade of Thailand town and vanquish the 2 major families. Your clansmen are cheering for you. Gain incense 5,000. Victory! Li Xiang finally released his control over the war puppets, exultantly raising his fist. He had prepared for both the worst and the best outcomes of this battle. Should he lose, he would not be foolish enough to sit idle, but would retreat with all the members of the Li family, abandoning years of accumulation in Jian village. Once they had established themselves elsewhere, they would return to exact revenge. The best outcome, however, was the involvement of the Su family, which was the crux of this battle. He vividly recalled the conversation he had with Li Yaowen in the ancestral hall. The Su family had always been the pivotal element. This time, it was the Su family's 3 options that provided them with a chance for survival. This was unequivocally a grand triumph. Li Xiang could hardly contain his joy. As the battle concluded, the cleanup began. A gratifying list appeared in the event log. You have acquired loot, inferior grade magical artifact, rapid fire gun. You have obtained a volume of alchemy, compendium. You have acquired a volume of formation diagram of the gun forest. Isn't war the simplest means of amassing wealth? Through the Li family search, the martial arts texts of the Hu and Wang families were all seized. Moreover, your clan has occupied 2 gold mines. Your clan has seized 1 sky blue stone mine. Gain Spirit Fish Lake, discovering ingredients that can enhance one's true chi. A plethora of resources dazzled Li Xiang's eyes. Your clan head has obtained an inferior grade spirit artifact, Heavenly Seal. The inferior grade spirit artifact that had troubled Li Xiang during his battle with the war puppets now rested in Li Daolong's hands. This artifact not only expanded to deliver heavy strikes, but could also form formations for sealing. Li Xiang understood the immense power of such an item. A foundation establishment cultivator wielding a spirit artifact could contend with opponents of a higher tier. However, alongside these abundant gains, the Li family faced the harsh reality of significant casualties. Thousands of civilians from Ji and Oppos in village suffered heavy losses. Over 100 of the Li family's demon beasts were decimated in the initial wave of the Hu family's gun forest formation, leaving only around 20. Among the 4 spirit beasts, only the weakest 8 leaf flower demon survived. Even the members of the Li family were not without their tribulations. Despite Li Xiang and Appo's efforts to shield his kin from danger, Li Yaotai still faced near-fatal peril during the conflict, resulting in the loss of his left arm. The embrace of the Ancestor could heal injuries but could not restore severed limbs. He would have to devise a solution once the family had grown stronger. Before long, the scene in the game transitioned. Everyone returned to the Li family stronghold, laden with spoils. At that moment, Li Dalong was comforting the deceased villagers of Jian village. They had received Li Dalong and Appo's promise that as long as the Li family existed, they would protect the entire village. From this moment on, all newborns in Jian village would receive guidance from cultivators, gain access to more farmland and resources, and even obtain seeds for spirit herbs. Next, the time for the Li family and Appo's rapid development had arrived. Li Xiang grinned. This war had stirred something within him. He increasingly felt that the descendants in this game were authentic beings, endowed with emotions and admirable qualities. At times, Li Xiang pondered that if the real Li family mirrored the one in the game, he might also dedicate himself to the well-being of the entire clan. In the midst of his thoughts, your descendant Li Yaotai returns with a severed arm. Bairu, upon seeing this, is heartbroken and proactively proposes marriage to him. The game once again lit up with festivity as the villagers of Ji and Appo's village gathered at the Li family to celebrate the wedding. Not only them, but the Chun family, now back in Tailin town, and Su Yun, the head of the Su family, also attended the ceremony. The one-armed Li Yaotai and Bairu, clad in wedding attire, stepped into the hall of matrimony. They soon arrived at the ancestral hall. "Oh, Ancestor, Yaotai has finally wed. Had I known that losing an arm would lead to marrying Ru, I would have severed it myself long ago." Li Yaotai wept like a child weighing 200 pounds. Previously, Li Xiang harbored fears that the potential loss of his arm might adversely affect Li Yaozu's state of mind. However, it now appears. Congratulations on your descendant's grand wedding, earning you 50 cents. This joyous occasion has dispelled the profound sorrow that had beset Jin village due to its heavy casualties. The entire Li family and Ji and Appo's village have embarked on a new phase of development. The Li family and Appo's 34th year, as this year commenced. The Li family began to reap the rewards of their endeavors from Tianlin town, and the results were becoming evident. Li Yaozu vanquished the enemy Hu Wei, his spirit now unburdened, and he has grasped the path of foundation establishment, entering seclusion. The Li family has now entered its third period of foundation establishment. A smile graced Li Xiang's face. Yet, a singular lament remained. It seemed that after his separation from Chu Xiao, Li Yaozu's heart had been deeply wounded, and he harbored no intentions of remarriage. May the fortunes of the next generation be theirs to cultivate, Li Xiang mused, unwilling to impose the notion of marriage upon Li Yaozu. As he contemplated this matter, a voice echoed, "Ancestor, I have succeeded. I have truly succeeded." The game scene abruptly transitioned to the spiritual herb garden. There stood Li Yaoqing, joyfully holding a memorial tablet, dancing in circles. The once cold-hearted figure who had mercilessly shot enemies with poisoned arrows in Tailin town now resembled an innocent child upon returning to the herb garden. Your descendant Li Yaoqing, after years of research, has finally developed a new potion, Golden Spirit Powder. Golden Spirit Powder, 9th rank potion, enhances 1 to 8 points of golden spiritual roots. At last, it has been created. Upon seeing this news, Li Xiang nearly leaped from his spot in exhilaration. This 9th rank potion is akin to a miraculous elixir for novices, possessing the power to alter one and Appo's innate qualities. Even in the real world, it could command a staggering price. Simultaneously, it signifies that the qualifications of the Li family members shall be elevated once more. The one to benefit most from this will undoubtedly be Li Dalong, whose golden spiritual root has reached 68 points after foundation establishment. With a bit of luck, he might just break through 70. Ancestor, we can now acquire abundant resources from Tailin town, and I am prepared to develop 2 new potions. After bowing in reverence to the memorial tablet, Li Yaoqing began to experiment with her new concoctions. Li Xiang glanced briefly at her work. The first was Clear Wind Powder, a potion that enhances mental clarity during cultivation. effectively increasing one's comprehension. The second, black jade healing ointment, a potent remedy for injuries, capable of treating both internal and external wounds. It could even reattach severed limbs within 30 seconds of amputation. Yao Qing, you are truly my treasure. A grin stretched across Li Xiang and Appo's face, nearly reaching his ears, with Li Yaoqing intensifying her efforts in potion making. And, as the Li family flourishes, she could instruct more disciples, enabling Li Xiang to potentially establish a potion company in the real world, paving the way to prosperity. Chapter 31. Departure and Rebirth. However, it was not only Li Yaoqing who brought surprises to Li Xiang. Li Yaotai, the blacksmith, also made significant progress. Although he had lost an arm for a cultivator, this was not insurmountable. On the day he married by Ro, the Su family presented a grand gift, a prosthetic arm that could be easily maneuvered using spiritual energy. Its only drawback was its somewhat unsightly silver appearance and its lack of dexterity, as every movement required a consumption of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for Li Yaotai to continue his craft of weapon forging. Your descendant Li Yaotai has forged the Black Iron Beast Blood Armor set into a mid-grade magical artifact using Sky Blue Stone, Thousand June Sand, Windstorm Wing Tiger Bones, and Windstorm Wing Tiger's Inner Pill. It was done. Ha ha ha. Li Yaotai, having completed his first set of mid-grade magical artifacts, eagerly rushed to the Ancestral Hall to share the good news. Ancestor, although we only have one Windstorm Wing Tiger, with more effort, I will find materials from Foundation building period demon beasts and continue forging mid-grade magical artifacts. Looking at the freshly minted equipment, Li Xiang nodded slightly. One must admit, if a person possesses a modicum of talent and pursues their passion, success is often within reach. Li Yaotai exemplified this notion. Just look at how joyous he is, almost as if he has remarried. Indeed, there is the carcasses of the Dawn Beast and the 100-eyed demon spider, as well as the remains of those experts buried under the bloodfruit trees in Thailand town. Soon, they will be reduced to mere bones, which he could use for forging. Haha. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang found nothing strange. After all, using human bones for forging was quite a common practice. His gaze soon shifted to the Qi Pavilion in Jian Village. With the Li family and Jian Village acquiring a wealth of spoils, their development accelerated daily. Jian Village now boasted more than a dozen weapon masters, all apprentices of Li Yaotai. He gradually realized that a single individual's capacity for forging was limited, and thus began nurturing a forging force within the Li family. Oh, are they cultivating spiritual fields now? Li Xiang gazed in astonishment at the game screen. Previously, Jian and Appo's village was entirely composed of farmland, with livestock being raised. However, following the battles, only a portion of the farmland remained to supply daily needs. The rest had been leveled, and Li Xiang observed villagers burying spiritual stones underground. Some outsiders were inscribing formations atop the fields, turning his attention to the event log. Li Xiang understood the cause. After the Great Battle, the labor force of Jian Village diminished, and due to no longer needing to worry about food, Li Dalong decided to cease traditional farming. He discovered the Wang family's method of cultivating spiritual rice from the spoils and invited a formation master from the county to develop spiritual fields. A single acre of spiritual field requires 10,000 spiritual stones to maintain for 10 years. Your descendant has consumed 300,000 spiritual stones to cultivate 30 acres of spiritual fields. Li Dalong had indeed consulted him about this matter. Spiritual fields existed on Earth as well, producing rice and corn infused with spiritual energy, enhancing physical vitality and promoting longevity. Ordinary individuals, with lifespans under 100 years, could exceed 120 years with a diet rich in spiritual rice, while also subtly boosting their cultivation speed. This delicacy was typically reserved for the affluent, making it perfect for the Li family, who had procured a vast amount of spiritual stones from the Hu and Wang families. Whether for sale or personal use, it was an excellent investment. As the family amassed wealth, Ji and Appo's village would be entirely encompassed by spiritual fields. Clearly, 30 acres of spiritual fields were far from sufficient for Li Xiang's ambitions. He continued to peruse the event log. Villager Wang Ergu from Jian village breaks through to the first layer of qi refinement. Villager Kai Shuquan breaks through to the first layer of qi refinement. Your descendant Li Yaowen rewards him with the technique Wang family body refining method. Villager within Ji and Apos, in village in a courtyard, Li Yaowen sat beneath a peach blossom tree, facing a line of villagers. Fourth miss, this is this year's tax silver. Is it from the Wang family? Since your Wang Ergu sacrificed himself in Thailand town last year, you need not pay taxes. You have 2 children. Please accept a copy of Wang family body refining method. Thank you, 4th Mississippi. Next, 4th Miss, I wish to apply to join the guard team. I have reached the Qi refinement stage. Application denied. Your Liu family has but 1 descendant left. How about this? You will first serve as a coach, teaching the village children in their cultivation. There will be medicinal soup as compensation, which will accelerate your training. Once you have children, you may reapply. Thank you, 4th Mississippi. Next, having reached the foundation building stage, Li Dalong had evidently become a strategic level expert, rarely showing himself, as many matters were entrusted to Li Yaowen. This was customary for the family. Experts often remained concealed, focusing on their cultivation while keeping a strong reserve for the family. Entrusting the family affairs to Li Yaowen was evidently a wise decision. Under Li Yaowen's guidance, both Xian village and the Li family enjoyed a period of peaceful and steady development, with all matters meticulously planned. Li family, year 35. A Taoist from the Li Xiang sect, passing through Xian village, chanced upon Li Yunlin engaged in combat training against demon beasts. He was deeply impressed by the 14-year-old, who had already reached the peak of the 5th layer of qi refinement and demonstrated remarkable marksmanship. The Taoist was eager to take him as a disciple. The Li Xiang sect, you say? Li Xiang raised an eyebrow. In the game world, Thailand town served as a novice village, while Taichung City represented the county, overseeing 13 subordinate towns. This world was not solely about families. Sects existed as well. Generally, sects wield greater power than family factions and possess more resources. Li Xiang had heard that the town mayor of Tailin and even the city lord of Taichung followed the commands of large sections. These sects operated behind the scenes, dominating the world and even the imperial court. Ancestor, your unworthy descendant intends to join the Li Xiang sect. There, I shall learn formidable techniques, and once I have mastered them, I will return to serve the family. Li Yunlin hurried to the ancestral hall, but as soon as he stepped inside, Li Yaoqing followed closely behind. What good is joining a sect? Does our Li family lack resources or cultivation methods? Have you mastered all the techniques obtained from the Wang and Hu families? Second aunt. Li Yunlin lowered his head, feeling the weight of being labeled a traitor within the family and village, constantly reminded of his mother's past betrayal. Li Yaoqing continued, you are unaware of the methods employed by those sections. Once you join, they will instruct you that to cultivate, you must sever your ties to the mundane world. They will use various means to erase your former identity. At such a young age, you might think you wanted amp, oppos, fall for their deceits. But what about when you are at the Li Xiang sect? 10 years? 20 years? Will you still remember your identity as a member of the Li family? Noticing the stubbornness in Li Yunlin and Oppos' expression, Li Yaoqing narrowed her eyes. I kneel before the ancestral hall. Ancestor, allow me to break this unfilial descendant's legs and see how he can join the Li Xiang sect. Watching the unfolding dispute on the game screen, Li Xiang fell into contemplation. What Li Yaoqing spoke of was indeed the reality of joining a sect. Yet, he also understood Li Yunlin's current predicament. This third-generation descendant had witnessed his mother being cast out of the family, likely leaving him psychologically scarred. Otherwise, with his talents and the resources provided by the Li family, he would have surely surpassed the mere peak of the 5th layer by now. At 14, this child might benefit from experiencing the outside world. Although the map had yet to reveal the Li Xiang sect's location, Li Xiang had heard rumors that the sect was even guarded by a nascent soul elder. Upon reaching the Li Tian sect, it is conceivable that Li Yunlin might surpass all members of the Li family in strength. Nevertheless, every generation has its own aspirations. As an ancestor, He possesses no justification to impede their pursuits. Thus, he shall proceed. Li Xiang clicked on the avatar of the Purple Thunder celestial python and composed a message. In an instant, the python opened its eyes and emitted a serpentine sound. With Li Xiang's consent, Li Xiang refrained from further objections, merely reprimanding Li Yunlin for his lack of ambition and warning him of future regrets before relenting. Despite the harsh words, the Li family still bid farewell to Li Yunlin, with Li Xiang presenting him with a spatial ring containing medicinal supplies for protection. Soon after, the scene revealed a Taoist from the Li Tian sect standing on a flying sword with Li Yunlin, who waved a dust whisk, and they vanished into the void. Shortly after Li Yunlin's departure, a joyous announcement echoed. Bairu, after 10 months of pregnancy, has given birth to a son, named Li Yundo. Congratulations. You have earned 10 incense. Goodness, this child appears to be quite robust. The newborn's cries resonated, and the Li family gathered once more in the courtyard, with Li Yaodai cradling the child in a celebratory whirl. Li Xiang rubbed his hands together, reflecting on how fervently the young man had cultivated his relationship. Within mere months of marriage, his wife was already expecting. Speaking of Bairuru, this formidable woman is indeed remarkable. After becoming a member of the Li family, Li Xiang acquired her personal information. At merely 20 years of age, she has already attained the 8th level of Qi refinement, boasting the exceptional dual spiritual roots. Their offspring, Li Yundo, also possesses commendable potential, akin to Li Yunlin's, particularly given his impressive size of birth. He is destined to be a replica of Li Yaodai. The scene soon transitioned to a grand banquet. Following the marriage, the townsfolk of Thailand once again gathered at the Li residence to partake in the festivities. Su Yun, the head of the Su family, observed the astonishing transformation of the Li family and felt increasingly assured that his initial decision was indeed correct. He presented a piece of jade, proclaiming, "Nephew, this jade can nourish the child. Keeping it close will ward off ailments. It is inscribed with the chronicles of our two families, from our first acquaintance to our battles together, culminating in our current bond akin to that of brothers." Meanwhile, the Chen family members watched with darkened expressions. Chen Chuang gritted his teeth, fuming. So he's already ingratiating himself? And to engrave the friendship of our families on the jade? He seeks to cultivate this child's favor towards the Su family from an early age, that old fox. In the real world, on the ocean's surface, 2 days had elapsed since the excavation of the underwater ruins commenced. The vastness of the discovered relics was astonishing. Simultaneously, various artifacts of indeterminate age were gradually being cleared by the workers. In the historical research room, a bespectacled woman clad in a white lab coat gazed at a piece of jade within, her face radiating uncontainable joy. This jade once likely served as a unique magical artifact, though its spiritual power had long since dissipated due to the passage of time. Nevertheless, the inscriptions remained remarkably intact. The Thailand War. The Su family expended their entire clan's strength to assist the Li family in achieving a great victory. Yundo, the grandson, possesses the potential of a great emperor. Xiao Qingling erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. As long as I document everything about this family, my discovery will astonish the world. Chapter 32. The Li family, the Dark Lord of Thailand Town, in a shocking revelation. Internal sources have disclosed that the Human Spirit Energy Revival Historical Research Center has unearthed vast ruins, likely the ancestral grounds of an unprecedentedly large family. Beyond the 8 major planets, a magical civilization has been persistently provoking our nation, attempting to reclaim Earth and dominate civilization once more. A war between the two civilizations may soon be at hand. Overnight, the California-based Li Pharmaceutical Company has declared bankruptcy, with all Li family personnel evacuating, rumored to have discovered their ancestral site on an alien world. The Xinghe Corporation is poised to succeed the Li Group, becoming the wealthiest entity in California. Having immersed himself in gaming for several days, particularly during the conquest of Thailand Town, Li Xiang spent a considerable portion of his time strategizing. Now, he finds himself enjoying lunch while perusing the news on his phone. Have they discovered more ruins? Li Xiang's interest peaked as he read the lead article. Such discoveries have become commonplace as humanity explores both Earth and outer space, revealing numerous epochs of human civilization. Other news articles held little appeal for him. As humanity progresses, collaborations and conflicts with alien civilizations have emerged. It is said that the neighboring magical civilization relocated from Earth following the depletion of their spirit energy, and now the elite practitioners from Earth have expanded light years away, only to return with bravado. As for the Li Pharmaceutical Company, he is currently the sole remnant of the Li family on Earth. Master, your teacher has called, requesting your return to school. The gatekeeper, Uncle Chun, mentioned that your teacher visited Jixianzhuang, but was turned away. Yu Xian's voice interrupted Li Xiang's thoughts. Only then did Li Xiang recall the call from school. He had been preoccupied with battles and temporarily blacklisted his teacher. If you continue to neglect your studies, your teacher will grow anxious, Yu Xian chuckled. There is only a week left until the California 100 School Alliance Grand Competition, and the most formidable false Dan period expert at school has already been defeated outside the competition by an underdog from the Second Academy, a prodigy with a mutated thunder heaven spiritual root. So what if they lost? Li Xiang shrugged indifferently. What benefit would I gain from helping them win? The school has nothing of value to offer me. They can go play by themselves. Noticing Yu Xian's hesitance, Li Xiang smiled. As for the spirit stones, you need not worry. Boss Chi owes our family some money and will deliver it soon. Now, I'm off to play games. Yu Xian finally exhaled with relief. Watching Li Xiang and Appo's retreating figure, she murmured to herself, all right then, as long as the master doesn't tea-starve. The Li family, 37 years later. Bai Ruru, after 10 months of pregnancy, gave birth to a pair of twins, naming them Li Yunjia and Li Yunjia. Received ancestral blessings 20. Ancestral spirits. My wife has given birth again. Haha twins. Just as he sat down, Li Xiang's eyes widened. In the ancestral hall, Li Yaodai cradled one child in each arm, both remarkably robust. Blessed ancestors, my lineage flourishes. This life has been worth it. Look at these two children. They are so strong. They will undoubtedly become skilled hunters in the future. Master, you speak as if hunting is still necessary. Our family has already prospered, another voice chimed in. Hunting is essential. My Li family must not abandon our skills. Above the family members, small characters floated. Li Xiang could see the joy radiating from the family, and he too felt elated. Unbeknownst to him, the family that once consisted solely of Li Dalong has now blossomed into a grand household. He smiled and collectively sent a wave of ancestral love to his family. Amidst this joy, Li Xiang observed the increasingly prosperous Xin village. He quickly scrolled through the member list to see how the Li family had evolved during mealtime. Li Yaozu continued to meditate, seeking a breakthrough in the foundation establishment stage. Li Xiang hoped that Li Yaozu would remain in seclusion for a while longer. The longer the foundation establishment process, the greater the potential for transformation. Of course, there were also some exceptionally gifted individuals who could achieve foundation establishment in an instant. But such occurrences were rare. Li Yaoqing and Li Yaodai had both reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, but planned to teach their apprentices before entering seclusion themselves. Meanwhile, Li Xiang noticed some intriguing updates in the members' profiles. An additional position had been added to their personal information list. Your family has developed a unique power structure under Li Yaowen and Appo's planning after years of growth. Li Dalong, family head. Su Tsuehua, director of Spirit Beast Academy. With 30 caretakers. Li Yaozu, master of the Black Blood Hall, overseeing 150 family guards. Li Yaoqing, head of the Spirit Herb Garden, with 15 apprentices. Li Yaotai, Forge Hall, with 20 apprentices. Li Yaowen, internal affairs, with 3 aides, maidservants, horse handlers, and coachmen. The family's organization had become increasingly structured. In the realm of reality, many families lacked specific roles. The establishment of clearly defined positions within a family signifies its ascension to new heights. Pleased to see the Li family on the right path. Li Xiang observed Li Yaowen reporting the family's progress in the ancestral hall. Ancestors, in a year you have not manifested. Yaowen has faithfully fulfilled your trust and completely taken control of Tailin Town. Li Xiang tapped his forehead. Time accelerated to its maximum. 1 hour in reality equated to a year in the game world. His descendants had grown accustomed to his occasional absences and manifestations. They must find me quite mysterious. Li Xiang mused playfully. He then patiently listened to Li Yaowen and Appo's report. Following their previous conversation, Li Xiang had entrusted Li Yaowen with managing the family's affairs. Given Li Yaowen and Appo's remarkable intellect, in the ensuing years, after seizing the resources of the two major families in Tailin town, Li Yaowen began to implement strategies within the town. The Li family had not seized the 10 or so mines in Tailin town. Li Xiang's intention was to firmly establish Xian village, quietly growing through Tailin town while maintaining a low profile. The management of these mines was entrusted entirely to the Chun and Su families, who would develop them, allowing the Li family to receive 50 of the profits. In secret, the Li family had also formed alliances with the families of Tailin town, supporting one another. However, it was well understood that the Li family was the true ruler of Tailin town. Currently, the Li family could earn between 20,000 to 50,000 inferior spirit stones annually, given the internal consumption levels. Ancestors, we have also recruited a talisman master and an alchemist, Li Yaowen reported, though his expression was not one of joy, but rather concern. Both were 9th grade practitioners, but given our family's nascent status, their demands were exorbitant. I had hoped to arrange for apprentices to learn from them, but they are cunning old foxes, and our apprentices have not learned any skills under their tutelage. I am preparing to capture them. If they refuse to train our alchemist and talisman master, we shall eliminate them. Observing the text above Li Yaowen's head, Li Xiang could only rub his forehead in exasperation. If this were to transpire, what would become of the Li family? Should outsiders catch wind of this, the Li family would have no hope of attracting any future talents. Finally, he had the purple Thunder Heaven Sun Python deliver his message. Ancestors, you have finally responded to your descendant. As the purple Thunder Sun Python, whose injuries had healed over the years, opened its eyes and emitted a serpentine hiss, Li Yaowen joyfully remarked, "Indeed, our ancestor is profoundly strategic. I shall seek out the disciples they brought. Among them, there must be those who are not merely cunning old foxes, but rather individuals susceptible to temptation, willing to serve our cause." Li Xiang nodded slightly. Presently, within the Li family, as long as one was not devoid of spiritual roots, they could cultivate masterful qi refining practitioners within 3 to 5 years through the beast blood fruit and the potions concocted by Li Yaoqing. Regarding weaponry, the forging pavilion boasts 7 and Appo's, blood altars and Appo's, crafted from Li Yao and Appo's, iron. By fulfilling the and Appo's, enchantment and Appo's, conditions over a span of 49 days and after several days of hammering, one could forge a set of inferior magical artifacts, sufficiently meeting their equipment requirements. To attain further advancement, however, an alchemist is indispensable. Particularly for those in the foundation establishment stage, they must not only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also compress it. Li Dalong has been in foundation establishment for several years, making very slow progress. Currently, the Li family purchases medicinal pills externally each year to aid Li Dalong in compressing his true energy, and these pills are quite costly. In the future, as the Li family is expected to have more individuals in the foundation establishment stage, possessing a talent capable of refining pills becomes exceedingly vital. Moreover, Li Xiang understood that, to elevate the Li family further, numerous matters required attention, especially concerning Su Suhua. When she came to pay homage at the ancestral hall, Li Xiang inquired about her progression, given that she is the most formidable among the Li clan. The result revealed that, as a beast master, Su Suhua's path to strength diverges from that of ordinary individuals. In addition to abundant spiritual energy, she also requires bloodline evolution. Li Dalong and Appo's wife learned from the bloodline of the celestial moon Fox the conditions for its evolution. Condition 1. Demon King's blood pill. Condition 2. 10,000 fox worship. Condition 3. The myriad conditions left Li Xiang feeling bewildered. The Demon King's blood pill, naturally, corresponds to the source of power from a Demon King at the Golden Core stage. As for the 10,000 fox worship, Li Xiang was entirely unaware of the nature of this requirement. Similarly, the breakthrough of demon beasts, including the purple Thunder Sun Python, which serves as the temple guardian beast, also necessitates a Demon King's blood pill, along with simultaneous tempering by heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Ah, the headache. It turns out that developing a family is fraught with such difficulty. Li Xiang scratched his head. Yet, he found himself without any immediate solutions, having to patiently await favorable opportunities. While observing the family's growth, he pondered how to advance further. Your descendant, Li Xiang, while planting new beast blood fruit trees and cultivating the medicinal herb garden, pried open an ancient boulder and discovered an empty coffin. Chapter 33. The Coffin of Direct Death. How did a coffin come to be here? I am unsure. This location I visited 30 years ago when it was merely a cave where I stumbled upon some broken scraps of metal. What should we do? Should we open the coffin? As soon as the coffin appeared, Li Xiang had gathered all the family members. The crowd gazed at the coffin, bewildered. Li Xiang observed the scene as well. Unlike the others in Appo's confusion, he felt a weight of seriousness. He absent-mindedly rubbed the ring on his index finger, which contained the mysterious spear retrieved by Li Dalong. This spear, requiring 1,000,000 incense offerings to be unsealed, was the treasure found among the scraps by Li Dalong. Only Li Xiang and Grandma Ling, who had unsealed the spear, understood its true worth. Grandma Ling had even quarreled with Li Xiang over this object. This was the former site of the wild boar forest. Perhaps the owner of the coffin was the rightful owner of the mysterious spear. Initially, Li Xiang had found it strange that such treasures would appear in this location. Now, with the appearance of the coffin, all his doubts were resolved. Before long, Li Dalong had opened the coffin. Li Xiang, who was intently focused on discovering what lay within the bronze coffin, was stunned to find it completely empty. What on earth is happening? Li Xiang frowned, perplexed. Just then, Li Yaowen, in his wheelchair, approached the coffin, exclaiming, "Father, there are inscriptions on the coffin." As the crowd began to decipher the text, a prompt appeared on Li Xiang and Appo's screen. Your kin have opened the bronze coffin and discovered the last words of the tomb and Appo's master. In the 8th year of Tianwu, in the QNGL Immortal domain, the divine had no records. At that time, the dual emperors battled, and the land was shattered. I was unfortunate to be gravely injured by the aftermath. In the realm of great transcendence, I felt like an ant. Thus, I returned to my homeland, lamenting that in my pursuit of the Tao, as I neared death, I beheld the world transformed, and people changed a solitary figure in a vast expanse. This coffin contains all I have acquired in my life. It forms its own realm, and those with fate may take what they wish. It had been nearly 40 years. The opportunity had always been at the Li family and Appo's residence. Li Xiang and Appo's eyes widened, regretting not having realized this sooner when he discovered the spear. This was a treasure of the great transcendent stage. Even in the real world, it was an extraordinary item. Meanwhile, the members of the Li family were staring at the inscriptions on the coffin, their faces filled with confusion. They could not comprehend it. It was written in ancient characters. The structure within the coffin was akin to the ring, suggesting the coffin itself might form its own realm. What a remarkable creation! Seeing that his family could not understand, Li Xiang quickly deduced that only the game interface could translate this. He then summoned the purple thunder celestial sun python from the ancestral hall. Hiss! As the python appeared, the Li family members paused momentarily. After all this time, they understood that their ancestor was always watching over them, likely having discovered the coffin as well. Soon, Li Xiang inputted everything he knew from the game interface into the python and Appo's avatar. Li Dalong bowed repeatedly, impressed by their ancestor and Appo's knowledge, even of ancient characters. Li Yaowen, clearly more knowledgeable, exclaimed in the 8th year of Tianwu, in the QNGL Immortal domain. Ancestor, I have read about this in the texts. The 8th year of Tianwu is 10,000 years distant from the present Qingwang era. The former QNGL Immortal domain was located in what is now the Southern Barbarians, and it is said that in that year, the QNGL Immortal domain was destroyed, with no one knowing what transpired. This is a treasure of the great transcendence stage, the legacy of the world's top masters. Our Li family shall surely prosper. Li Dalong wept tears of joy. Immediately, the Li family members began searching for the true method to enter the coffin. soon discovering that one could simply lie inside the coffin and close it to enter. Li Dalong lay down. Your descendant Li Dalong is entering the treasure, the coffin of direct death. A treasure. Li Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Weapons in this world are categorized into magical tools, spiritual devices, fa bao, and spiritual treasures. The spiritual treasure is already the most powerful existence in this realm, and this item clearly belongs to a special category, forming its own space akin to a cave dwelling. He had been overjoyed to discover that the mysterious spear was a top-grade magical tool, but he had not anticipated that the coffin would be the true treasure. Li Xiang quickly suppressed his excitement. He clicked on Li Dalong's avatar, following his perspective as he entered the scene within the coffin of direct death. Upon entering the coffin's space, Li Xiang furrowed his brow. In the game, he saw a desolate and silent expanse, shrouded in mist. Glancing at the game interface map, first layer of direct death space, description, the relic of the great transcendence master, Shenwu, left behind in the first layer. One must gain recognition from the first layer to access the second layer. Immediately, he noticed red dots on the map converging towards Li Dalong, who stood bewildered. It did not take long for Li Xiang to discern the true nature of these entities. They were corpses. Their eyes glowed crimson, radiating a bloodthirsty desire. As if sensing that Li Dalong was the only living being in the first layer, they lunged at him frantically, eager to devour his flesh. As the head of the Li family, how could Li Dalong be intimidated by these corpses? With a cold snort, he summoned dual magical guns, causing the corpses to collapse to the ground. In an instant, Li Dalong engaged in battle with the zombies. These undead beings surged forth endlessly. Li Xiang could clearly see the red dots appearing continuously on the map. What manner of entity is this coffin of direct death? Seeing Li Dalong enter the coffin and the anticipated treasure not materializing, but rather an endless horde of zombies, Li Xiang frowned. However, this was his first encounter with such a high-level treasure. Moreover, it seemed that the coffin of direct death required a master. Perhaps it did not acknowledge Li Dalong and Appo's identity as the head of the family. It may indeed have some peculiar requirements. Perhaps one must clear the layers of the coffin of direct death to gain its true recognition. With this perplexing thought, and seeing that Li Dalong was not in any immediate danger, he seemed able to exit the coffin of direct death at will. Li Xiang exited Li Dalong's perspective to examine if the coffin of direct death exhibited any anomalies. Sure enough, once the game screen transitioned to the spiritual herb garden, Li Xiang observed the Li family members, all astonished and covering their mouths. Such an abundance of spiritual energy. Had his father gained some benefit from entering the coffin of direct death? Ancestor, bless our Li family. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was converging towards the coffin of direct death. In a flash, Li Xiang understood. The zombies of the first layer were not truly existent, but rather formed by the coffin of direct death, absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. However, in the short term, there appear to be no other discernible uses for the coffin of direct death. Li Xiang hastened the passage of time. The game screen suggested that 2 days had passed. Li Dalong remained inside the coffin, and when switching screens, he was still battling the zombies of the first layer. Strangely, after 2 days, Li Dalong and Appo's true energy showed no signs of depletion. Even when Li Dalong sustained minor injuries, he recovered in no time. Examining Li Dalong and Appo's personal information, he noted basic gun technique, 82, swift wind step, 62, dragon's gun technique, 16, thunder summoning technique, 12, inner flame control, 6. This, Li Xiang and Appo's eyes widened. Before Li Dalong entered, he had already reviewed his personal information, and now, every aspect of Li Dalong and Appo's skills had improved. In essence, the Divine Mortuary, or GC Tianguan, possesses the extraordinary ability to provide boundless spiritual energy, continuously healing injuries and enabling cultivators to engage in relentless combat, thereby honing their magical arts and martial skills. This revelation left Li Xiang utterly astonished. For cultivators, the acquisition of battle experience holds paramount importance. Often, it is through combat that their magical techniques and martial prowess evolve. A foundational level cultivator, who has mastered a particular skill to the point of perfection, may even dare to challenge opponents beyond their rank. The trials of life and death can lead to profound insights, potentially facilitating breakthroughs. Is this the formidable power of a top-tier spiritual treasure? Even Li Xiang found himself tempted to employ this artifact. However, he was also acutely aware that this spiritual treasure would serve the Li family best, augmenting their combat experience. As Li Xiang observed the magical arts and martial skills of the Li family members, he casually selected Li Dalong's technique, Swift Wind Steps. Would you like to learn the technique, Swift Wind Steps? Consuming 500 incense points will grant you all insights currently possessed by Li Dalong. He realized he had no need for the divine mortuary. This game not only allowed him to extract treasures from within, but also enabled him to learn techniques autonomously without expending incense points. He could even consume incense to acquire the insights of future generations. Furthermore, the magical arts and martial skills could be categorized into the realms of heaven, earth, mystery, and the ordinary 5 types. Li Xiang had lost interest in the ordinary and yellow-tier techniques. How splendid it was! He would allow the members of the Li family to gradually cultivate through the divine mortuary. With this treasure at their disposal, the development of the Li family was destined to be rapid. As he pondered, the game interface presented another notification that left Li Xiang agape. Your descendant, Li Dalong, has engaged in continuous combat on the first level of the divine mortuary, charging forth until reaching the end of this level. The divine mortuary has recognized Li Dalong as the first-level coffin master, bestowed with the yellow-tier technique, coffin summoning technique. Congratulations! Your descendant Li Dalong has acquired the profession. Coffin summoner. The bronze coffin opened. Emerging from within, Li Dalong's eyes glowed with a dark luminescence. Amidst the delighted expressions of the Li family members, he knelt before Li Xiang's ancestral tablet. May the ancestors bless us. I have uncovered the secret of the divine mortuary, and the Li family shall thrive. Chapter 34. A heart steeled by the sword. When Li Dalong emerged from the Zhi Tianguan, what appeared to be an ordinary coffin transformed into a dazzling silver, adorned with enigmatic patterns. Without the need for Li Dalong to utter a word, Li Xiang could perceive the information of the Zhi Tianguan. Zhi Tianguan. Rank: Supreme Spiritual Treasure. Unsealed. First Layer. The first layer grants the owner the authority to open the coffin and engage in combat with the endless zombies of the Qi refinement stage. The challenger remains undying and possesses boundless true energy. Tianguan Corpse Driver can utilize the Tianguan Corpse technique to place deceased bodies within the coffin and forge zombies. Incredible! This was merely the first layer of the Zhi Tianguan, yet its formidable capabilities left Li Xiang in awe. It could be said that after the family obtained this fortuitous opportunity, they began to soar to new heights. If needed, I too could summon the coffin for use. In the real world, a day equates to a year in the game world. He could return it to the Li family on the same day it was drawn forth. Li Xiang could even feel his heart racing. This was a supreme spiritual treasure. If it were in the real world, it would undoubtedly incite chaos and bloodshed. Calm down. Calm down. Suppressing his excitement, Li Xiang regained his composure. He watched as Li Dalong once again entered the Zhi Tianguan, this time facing the trials of the second layer. The space remained shrouded in darkness, yet this time, Li Dalong confronted countless leaping zombies. These creatures possessed a stronger physique than the previous zombies, capable of emitting black true energy and leaping several meters high, each endowed with the strength of the Foundation establishment stage. Within mere moments of entering, Li Dalong was overwhelmed by these leaping zombies, having perished multiple times within a minute, forcing him to retreat from the Zhi Tianguan. How terrifying! Even those at the fake dance stage might struggle to unlock the second layer's authority. Emerging from the coffin, Li Dalong was still shaken. With the Zhi Tianguan in their possession, the members of the Li family often enjoyed lounging within the coffin for days, continuously accumulating their combat experience. Li family, year 39. Your family has established the ancestral spirit array at the family residence. Is this the power of the ancestral spirit array? Grateful for the blessings of our ancestors. With the ancestral spirit array, Our family has gained a trump card against our enemies. Even if a master at the fake dance stage were to invade our home, we could gather the strength of the entire clan to deliver a decisive strike. In the Li family ancestral hall, all members gathered. The ground began to glow as mysterious ancient characters materialized, forming a diagram of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Simultaneously, everyone's spiritual energy rose, converging towards Li Dalong, who held his right hand aloft, forming a radiant sword akin to the blazing sun. This sword encompassed the collective strength of all Li clan members. It was finally completed. Li Xiang felt a surge of joy at the completion of the ancestral spirit array. This was merely the power Li Dalong had harnessed from the clan members. Once the array gradually filled the entire Jian village, all villagers would be able to channel their strength into the sword, undoubtedly serving as the most potent means of protecting their lineage. Yet the surprises of this year were far from over. Bai Ruru, after 10 months of pregnancy, gave birth to a son named Li Yunjin. Received incense 10. The Li family members knelt in the ancestral hall, with Li Yaotai repeatedly bowing with the chubby infant in his arms. Blessed by our ancestors, I have had 4 children. I want more. Bai Ruru rolled her eyes at her husband. Did you give birth? ISN and AMP, Oppos. Tip my large backside that did. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the ancestral hall was filled with laughter and joy. Li Xiang was also amused. Speaking of which, Bai Ru, the daughter-in-law of the Li family, was far superior to the previous Chu Xiao Xiao. This girl, both in temperament and physique, was robust, straightforward in her speech, and Li family members, hailing from mountains, held her in even higher regard. Moreover, Bai Ruru was exceptionally diligent, gradually assisting the family after marriage. It is said that women are inherently weak, but Bai Ruru was different. Upon hearing that the villagers of Ji had been robbed by bandits, she, despite being newly pregnant, took up her double axes to seek vengeance, capturing a bandit from a nearby lair and delivering him to the authorities in Thailand town. As time sped forward, Li Xiang was prepared to welcome the grand festival in 10 years. Yet this year, the Li family continued to bring him new surprises. Your descendant Li Yaoqing has successfully refined black, jade, regeneration ointment. Ancestors, Yaoqing has finally succeeded, an ointment capable of regenerating severed limbs. This concoction, dark as night, was contained within a specially crafted gourd. A genius, Li Xiang exclaimed in genuine admiration, then bestowed upon Li Yaoqing a token of love from the ancestors. Perhaps Li Yaoqing's cultivation aptitude was lacking, but in terms of alchemical comprehension, he was undoubtedly a prodigy. While real pharmacists were rare, they did exist, possessing their own formulas. However, the process of alchemy was not so easily mastered, requiring the infusion of one's spiritual energy to cleanse and refine the ingredients through numerous intricate procedures. Thank you, ancestors. Yaoqing shall enter seclusion. Once I attain the foundation establishment stage and possess Dan fire, I will attempt to refine 8th grade elixirs. Having said this, Li Yaoqing made his way to the training room for seclusion. With Li Yaoqing in seclusion, Li Yaodai also arrived at the ancestral hall. Ancestor, I too shall enter seclusion. Once I possess Dan fire, I will attempt to refine my arm. Li Yaodai grinned widely. This lad had long desired to forge a war puppet, but had struggled to grasp the necessary skills, as the biotechnological aspects of such creations eluded him. However, after losing his arm and utilizing a prosthetic, he began to entertain different ideas. Are you planning to pursue the path of mechanical ascension? Li Xiang raised an eyebrow. Yet he was aware that he was merely jesting. Transforming oneself into a machine required sophisticated components such as chips. Nevertheless, Li Yaotai often surprised with his inventive ideas, such as the equipment he forged, which possessed highly variable attributes. The two siblings had just entered seclusion when a surge of true energy soared from the Li family residence, manifesting as a vibrant aura. Your descendant Li Yaozu has successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage, emerging from seclusion. After years of seclusion, his spiritual roots underwent a transformation, discarding the weakest earth and fire roots. His foundational swordsmanship has reached a remarkable level. Through years of insight, he has fused swordsmanship with sword radiance, comprehending the pinnacle sword technique of 100 Shadows sword radiance. Acquired profession, swordsman. In astonishment, Li Xiang slapped the table, finally understanding why Li Yaozu had remained in seclusion for so long. It turned out he had been cultivating a powerful technique. To comprehend swordsmanship on his own was akin to establishing a new school. Although the sword technique, he had realized, was merely of ordinary pinnacle quality. Self-derived martial arts often exhibited exponentially greater power when wielded by their creator. This ordinary pinnacle sword technique, when executed by Li Yaozu, might well reach the yellow tier. Furthermore, observing Li Yaozu's spiritual roots, the strongest wood root had directly elevated to an impressive 83 points. With a heart steel by the sword, ancestors I have comprehended. Henceforth I, Yaozu, shall be the sword of the Li family. Li Yaozu stood tall and straight. Li Xiang felt a sense of pride for the eldest son of the Li family. This lad had never been the most gifted among the clan. However, due to his age, he had experienced more than anyone and worked harder than anyone else, which explained why he, despite possessing 5 elemental roots, consistently remained at the forefront. Even the now 9-year-old Li Yunbing, though intimidated by Li Yaozu, regarded him as a role model and practiced tirelessly day and night. As for Li Yunlin, what is this young man up to? Li Xiang suddenly recalled Li Yunlin, who had ventured to the Li Xiang sect for cultivation and impulsively clicked on his avatar. Time has flown by. That once stubborn child has now matured into a striking young man. Yet at this moment, he is sitting alone in a cave meditating, with a stone tablet at the entrance reading Reflection Cliff. Li Xiang scratched his head, wondering if this child had not been favored by the Taoist of the Li Xiang sect. Has he now resorted to contemplating past mistakes? He briefly pondered whether Li Yunlin had found himself in the wrong place. At first glance, the map indeed indicated the Li Xiang sect. This sect is not small. It occupies an entire towering mountain, a celestial abode of exquisite palaces and jade towers, truly a realm beyond the mortal world. Li Yunlin, 3rd generation member, realm, peak of Qi refinement 6th layer, techniques and martial arts. Li Xiang secret classics, prohibited, basic swordsmanship, Wang family body refinement technique, Gale steps. Traits, humiliating, self-assertion. Years have passed, and the Li Yunlin who had aspired to delve deeper into the Li Xiang sect has only ascended a minor realm. As confusion enveloped him, Li Xiang opened Li Yunlin and Amp, Oppos, as historical events. Li family year 35 joined the Li Xiang sect. In September of the same year, during the battle against the Xuanwu sect, the master was tragically killed. Li family year 36 reduced to an outer disciple. Year 37, disregarding his life to retrieve his master's remains, he killed a disciple of the Xuanwu sect, nearly inciting a war between the two sects, and was sentenced to 5 years of wall contemplation at Reflection Cliff. Li Xiang suddenly felt regret for allowing Li Yunlin to join the Li Xiang sect. Given the circumstances, he might have fared better training within the Li family. And now, with Li Yunlin having joined the Li Xiang sect, he found himself at a loss. For the sect is overseen by a powerful nascent soul ancestor. Alas, each individual must tread their own path, and fate is uniquely woven for each. Li Yunlin, may you find your own fortune. Li Xiang shook his head, but still sent a wave of love from the ancestor to Li Yunlin. Meanwhile, Li Yunlin, meditating at Reflection Cliff, felt the warmth enveloping his body, a sensation he was all too familiar with, and in an instant, his eyes glistened with tears. Ancestor, are you watching over your child from above? I do not regret my choices, nor have I forgotten that I am part of the Li family. Please rest assured, I shall carve out my own name within the Li Xiang sect, and I will not be inferior to my father. Li Xiang could only sigh and shake his head. However, his gaze soon fell upon Li Yunlin and Amp, Oppos, as techniques and martial arts. The Li Xiang secret classics? Are there prohibitions? I wonder if I might. Chapter 35. The secret classic of Li Xiang. The ancestor is truly divine. The secret classic of Li Xiang records 12 types of magical arts and martial skills of the Li Xiang sect, including blood explosion technique, azure path wind technique, thunder summoning scripture. Gazing at the various magical arts and martial skills within the classic, Li Xiang and Amp, Oppos, as eyes widened. Even in the real world, the value of such arts remains exceptionally high, as many factions regard martial arts as closely guarded secrets. Even within the Li family of Ur, family members were required to expend contributions to study within the clan. What Li Xiang learned came solely from school. In the gaming world, however, the Li family primarily acquired mediocre techniques, with only 3 or 4 yellow tier skills obtained from the Hu and Wang families, their power merely average. Yet within the secret classic of Li Xiang, these arts possessed formidable strength. Li Xiang was particularly drawn to 3 techniques. The blood explosion technique, a method to awaken human potential and elevate one's realm for a brief period. The thunder summoning scripture, which harnesses heavenly lightning to strike foes, and notably, the phantom steps of the celestial shadow, which was the sole profound tier technique in the classic. This technique can create a formation with its footwork, allowing one to move like a specter while generating phantoms, each possessing the strength of the original. Mastering it to perfection might even summon 1,000 phantoms. Among profound tier techniques, this is indeed a powerful art. A smile crept across Li Xiang's face. Despite his own struggles, Yunlin, you truly made the right choice. You have selected the magical arts of your descendant Li Yunlin, the secret classic of Li Xiang. Detection in progress. Magical arts restriction in place. Should the learner verbally disclose or teach others, uttering fewer than 100 words from the classic will result in the penalty of soul annihilation. Would you like to break the restriction? Cost and incense value, 5,000. Current incense value, 7,650. Li Xiang roughly calculated that with the increasing number of descendants in the Li family, even without any extraordinary events, he could accumulate thousands of incense value. Over the years, he had amassed quite a fortune. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a black stone from his spatial ring, inscribed with magical arts. Ha ha ha, it's all mine now. The Li family's decade-long grand ceremony commences. Your descendants present offerings to you. At last, the 40th year of the Li family has arrived. All members, except for Li Yunlin, gathered at the ancestral hall. Time flies now. Li Long and his wife are nearing 60, yet they retain their youthful appearance. The second-generation members have matured further under the passage of time. The third-generation members stood in a row from tall to short, 5 in total. In their eyes, one could see the vigor and naivety of youth. Yet they all reverently gazed at the ancestral tablet. They have known since childhood that the Ancestor watches over them, protecting every member of the Li family, acting as their guardian spirit. 20 years have swiftly passed. The child once alone has now taken root here. Li Long's eyes reddened. It was the Ancestor who provided the foundation for his child, granting the Li family a place to thrive. Through calamities like droughts and invasions, the Ancestor repeatedly guided their descendants to safety. When the former king of Tai Lin insulted them, it was the Ancestor who reminded them that their lineage would never be inferior. Now, the Li family flourishes. The child and his descendants come to pay their respects. The Li family members bowed repeatedly. Li Xiang felt a swell of emotions. Though 40 years had elapsed in the game world, only a few days had passed in reality. Yet, he found himself gradually investing feelings into the Li family. Your descendants' present offerings to you. You have received 100 beast blood fruits. You have received 10 black jade healing ointments. You have received 30 golden spirit powders. You have received. Would you like to retrieve them? Gazing at the time-worn bronze incense burner beside him, Li Xiang unhesitatingly chose yes. Soon, the entire room filled with offerings from the Li family. All of these were what he desired. He intended to sell them for more spirit stones. And he had even prepared to seek out a merchant to acquire Demon King blood pills to enhance the Li family and amp Appo's strength. For this grand ceremony, would you like to bestow a blessing upon your descendants? Li Xiang did not hesitate. A black stone appeared in his hand. This jade contained the records of all the magical arts from the secret classic of Li Xiang that he had just unlocked after lifting the restrictions on Li Yunlin's techniques. He had not learned from Li Yunlin because mastering a profound tier technique would cost him at least 100,000 incense value. However, simply transcribing it required none. This was his gift for this occasion. With the secret classic of Li Xiang, the Li family would ascend to new heights. You bestow the secret classic of Li Xiang upon your descendants. Moments later, as the grand ceremony concluded, a jade stone appeared on the altar. The ancestor has bestowed a gift. Li Xiang saw the jade but felt no joy. A hint of guilt flickered in his eyes. He hurriedly urged his children, "Quick, bring the corpse of eternal rest to offer to the ancestor. Please, ancestor, accept it. Otherwise, you have been sacrificing for the family while we, your unworthy descendants, have nothing worthy to present. How can we face you in our unfiliality?" Li Xiang scratched his head, touched by the filial piety of his descendants. Yet, the corpse of eternal rest held no use for him. He did not engage in battles. It was more beneficial to directly acquire skills through incense value from his descendants. As for the corpse summoning technique, he could replicate that as well. However, if such techniques were employed in the real world, he dare not use them, for if he were caught killing and refining corpses, the National Crisis Management Bureau would soon be at his door. After inputting text into the head of the Purple Thunder Celestial Python, the Li family finally grasped Li Xiang and Appo's intentions. Still, the corpse of eternal rest remained in the ancestral hall. As Li Xiang stated, the ancestral hall is of utmost importance. Henceforth, the corpse of eternal rest shall reside here. The family quickly opened the jade. "Father, it in Appo's a technique, the secret classic of Li Xiang," Li Yaozu exclaimed, his eyes widening at the 12 magical arts and martial skills recorded within, gasping in astonishment. 11 yellow tier techniques and 1 profound tier. The secret classic of Li Xiang? Li Yaowen said in surprise. Yunlin went to the Li Xiang sect. I had my connections investigate, and the sect has various ranks of disciples, including outer and inner disciples. His master is an elder, and Yunlin is also an inner disciple, studying precisely from the secret classic of Li Xiang. However, their disciples face restrictions on their souls after practicing these techniques. How did the ancestor acquire them? I see. Li Yaoqing's eyes sparkled with realization. Su Tsuehua was taken aback. What do you understand? When Yunlin went to the Li Xiang sect, I intended to break his legs, but the ancestor stopped me. It was the ancestor who supported Yunlin's journey to the Li Xiang sect. Li Yaoqing slapped his thigh. The ancestor had a plan all along. He deliberately sent Yunlin there to obtain their techniques. Years ago, the ancestor had already set up the scheme to acquire the Li Xiang sect's arts. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Li Yaowen gazed at Li Xiang's tablet with admiration. Truly, the ancestor is remarkable. Observing the increasingly fanciful thoughts of his kin, Li Xiang was taken aback, coughing after a long pause. Such flattery was making me blush. He hastily accelerated time, unwilling to hear more praises from his descendants. This was merely an unexpected delight that nearly left him floating on air. In the 40th year of the Li family, a tranquil period unfolded, during which they had effectively established dominance over the entire Thailand town, encountering little in the way of troubles. Li Dalong and Li Yaozu dedicated most of their time to the Tiangu, honing their martial arts skills. Your descendants in the towns surrounding Thailand have opened various grocery stores named Tianlate. As the family expanded, Li Yaowen grew increasingly dissatisfied with the resources available in Thailand. The purpose of establishing these stores was simply to broaden the family's commercial avenues, a common practice among families to facilitate mutual exchanges with other towns for development. Each store manager of Tianlatang was carefully selected from the Gratitude Village, chosen for their business acumen and loyalty to the Li family. In the 41st year of the Li family, your descendant Li Yaotai broke through to the initial stage of foundation establishment. His spiritual roots underwent a transformation, shedding the earth root, leaving only the gold, fire, and wood roots. In comparison to the transformations of Li Dalong and Li Yaozu, Li Yaotai's achievement was rather unremarkable. Li Dalong emerged with a formidable 4 feet of aura, while Li Yaozu boasted an impressive 8 feet, whereas Li Yaotai measured a mere 2 feet. However, in Li Xiang and Appo's view, this was inconsequential. Li Yaotai was an artifact refiner, and each time he gained insight during his refining, he experienced breakthroughs. This was one of the benefits of his profession. Just 2 months after emerging, Bairuru revealed her pregnancy again. Your descendant Li Yaowen While attending the 200th birthday celebration of the Wu family and Apos, Ancestor in Lantian town, received an invitation from the Wu family to join forces with 7 other major families from various towns to confront the Silver Iron Forest. A peculiar event? Observing the emergence of this unusual occurrence, Li Xiang furrowed his brow. He distinctly recalled that a demon king resided within the Silver Iron Forest, a place the Li family had previously been developing. However, the demon king had clearly shown deference to the Zile Tianyang python, merely deterring the Li family members. Should the demon king choose to disregard them and attack directly, Li Xiang dared not imagine the calamity that could ensue. Hence, over the years, the Li family had refrained from delving deeper into the Silver Iron Forest, only occasionally hunting at the periphery, and even then, with restraint. As Li Xiang pondered, he noticed Bairuru had arrived at the ancestral hall. To his surprise, this resolute woman, who had not shed a tear even during childbirth, now had reddened eyes. Her voice choked with emotion. Ancestral spirit, I find myself at a loss and can only turn to you. I truly do not wish for old pig to meet a tragic end. Chapter 36. Is the in-law of the Li family the king of the pig demons? The Li family gathered in the ancestral hall, their gazes fixed on Bairuru, who revealed her true, delicate self for the first time. Their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. So, sister-in-law, you were an orphan abandoned in the Silver Iron Forest, raised to adulthood by the demon king of that very forest, and only left to live among humans after your 18th year? Li Yaozu's voice was laden with gravity. It's no wonder you have a limited understanding of many matters. Now it all makes sense. Li Yaodai tenderly embraced his wife. It's all right, dear. You need not hide these truths from us. None of us will judge your origins. Even if you sprang from a stone, you will always be my beloved wife. Say that again. Bairuru shot him an incredulous glare. However, Li Yaotai's words seemed to calm her. She understood that many harbored hostility towards demon beasts, and it was only upon witnessing the harmonious coexistence of the demon beasts and humans in Jian village that she had found a home there. Yet, she also feared that her origins would hinder her acceptance by the Li family, a truth that had long stifled her burgeoning affection for the impulsive and rugged Li Yaotai, delaying her acceptance of his courtship. Ha! I was born a slave too. Li Dalong boisterously laughed. My dear daughter-in-law, your mother has spent more time with demon beasts than with your father. Su Tsuawa chuckled. What nonsense is this? Li Dalong interjected, slightly disgruntled. In an instant, laughter erupted among the Li family, and Bairuru's tears transformed into laughter as well. Witnessing this warm scene in the game, Li Xiang felt a swell of joy. Bairuru had come to the ancestral hall to speak of these matters, and Li Xiang was well aware that the descendants he had nurtured were far from narrow-minded, prompting him to gather everyone. The outcome aligned with his expectations. After the laughter subsided, however, Li Dalong and Apos' brow furrowed. If the demon king in the Silver Iron Forest is indeed our in-law, then we cannot simply stand idly by. Yaowen, could you enlighten us on why the Wu family from Lantian town is launching an assault on the demon king? Li Yaowen nodded slightly, recounting the events surrounding the Silver Iron Forest. It turned out that 3 towns bordered the forest, and their families were aware of the demon king's presence. However, due to years of drought, these families lacked resources and intensified their exploitation of the Silver Iron Forest. Gradually, their actions became increasingly excessive, leading to rampant hunting and environmental destruction, ultimately provoking the Demon King's wrath. Last year, the Demon King had slaughtered over 100 members of the Wu family engaged in mining. The Wu family of Lantian had seized the opportunity presented by the 200th birthday celebration of their ancestor to invite the 7 prominent families to join forces against the Silver Iron Forest, with the Li family included among them. The 7 families had consented to launch their assault the following year. Li Yaowen's expression grew grave, including our own family, sister-in-law. I hope you understand that I had no choice but to agree at that time. Otherwise, our business in their town would be at risk. I understand, Bairuru replied, a woman of reason. But our most pressing concern now is how to resolve this situation. Li Dalong shook his head. Although our family has grown in strength over the years, even with our ancestors' consent, we would still be unable to contend with the 6 great families. My dear daughter-in-law, focus on your preparations. Allow us to devise a solution. Thank you all. Bairuru's eyes glistened with gratitude. Only now did she truly feel the warmth of her family after years of marriage into the Li family. This situation is indeed troublesome. Observing the dialogue among the Li family in the game, Li Xiang rubbed his temples. Firstly, it was utterly inconceivable for the Li family to withstand an alliance of 6 families. Secondly, even if the Li family aided the Demon King, should word of this escape, their survival would be jeopardized, for the lofty sects would undoubtedly brand the Li family as traitors aiding the demon race against humanity. It must be noted that the Demon King was no mere beast. Spiritual beasts possessed remarkable intelligence, while the Demon King could articulate human speech and exert dominion over a realm. Thus, Li Xiang commanded the Purple Thunder Celestial Python to head towards the Silver Iron Forest. Upon examining the map, he found that the Silver Iron Forest had transformed into a vibrant green, signaling that the Demon King was aware of Bairuru and Appo's marriage into the Li family. This explained the Demon King and Appo's prior restraint against the Li family. He had evidently prepared for Bairuru and Appo's integration into human society, with the Ji and Appo's village crafted by the Li family serving as an ideal sanctuary for her, allowing the Demon King to watch over her. Raising an eyebrow, Li Xiang noted that not long after, the Purple Thunder Celestial Python was already traversing the Silver Iron Forest. He felt no trepidation regarding its safety, for green denoted an ally. Sure enough, as the python ventured deeper, Li Xiang encountered numerous spiritual beasts. Their lairs were located in the heart of the Silver Iron Forest, within a valley where they seemed to serve a king residing within. Upon entering the valley, a colossal pig came into view, resembling a woolly mammoth. Its body was covered in black fur, and only its rotund shape and snout hinted at its porcine nature. Its sturdy limbs raised doubts about the immense force required to topple it, while its face, obscured by a mane of black fur, gave the impression of a benevolent elder. Yet, the 2 sharp tusks protruding from its mouth revealed the fierce nature of this Demon King. Roaring Earth, Shadowy Boar, the Demon King of the Silver Iron Forest, protector of the forest's flora and fauna. Little snake, I recognize you. You are the serpent from the beast bloodfruit tree, tamed by the Li family to enter the Silver Iron Forest and hunt demon beasts. The voice of the Pig Demon King was deep and ancient. Hissed the Purple Thunder Celestial Python evidently trembled in fear before the Pig Demon King, lowering its massive form in trepidation. Fear not, you have not wrought excessive carnage. Under my guidance, you have managed to restrain the Li family outside of the Silver Iron Forest, and for that, I am grateful. Upon hearing the Pig Demon King's understanding, the Purple Thunder Celestial Python finally relaxed. Li Xiang observed the exchange between the serpent and the pig, uncertain of the precise words exchanged, yet gleaning the intelligence of the Pig Demon King, marveling at this rare encounter with such a formidable being. Subsequently, Li Xiang conveyed the news of Bairuru's marriage into the Li family through the Purple Thunder Celestial Python. This matter is already known to me. The black fur of the Pig Demon King ruffled slightly, and Li Xiang sensed a semblance of mirth. Please extend my gratitude to the Li family. They have treated my daughter well, and her offspring are healthy. If possible, I would like my daughter to bring her partner and children to visit me. Hissed the Purple Thunder Celestial Python nodded vigorously. Seeing the Pig Demon King's favorable disposition towards the Li family, Li Xiang felt a wave of relief and proceeded to inform him of the impending assault on the Silver Iron Forest by the 7 prominent families. Greedy and selfish. Ungrateful humans. The Pig Demon King roared in fury. What audacity! They repeatedly challenged the boundaries of the Silver Iron Forest, testing my limits. Let them come. The Silver Iron Forest will be ready. Li Xiang furrowed his brow as he continued through the Purple Thunder Celestial Python to express the Li family and Appo's desire for the demon beasts of the Silver Iron Forest to avoid conflict. However, the Pig Demon King sighed deeply. I appreciate the goodwill of the Li family, but the Silver Iron Forest is not only a sanctuary for demon beasts. It is also a haven for trees and pure lands. As the saying goes, and Appo's, to take root and flourish, and Appo's. Countless beings have already established their lives here. Our lives are intertwined with the Silver Iron Forest. Even amid prolonged drought, We sustain the forest vitality with our very lives. Should another drought occur, we shall protect the land that harbors countless lives within the silver iron forest with our very existence. Li Xiang sighed as well. As the purple thunder, celestial python departed, admiration was evident on his countenance. Li Xiang understood that there was no persuading him. Just as the outside world had repeatedly invaded the Li family, they too would fight to the death for their ancestral homeland. It was not merely a matter of land. It was imbued with the emotions that the family had invested over generations, pure memories, laughter, and tears that could never be forsaken. This matter must be addressed. Suddenly, Li Xiang narrowed his eyes. Beyond the fact that the Pig Demon King was a relative by marriage, he perceived substantial benefits therein. The Pig Demon King's affection for the Li family was evidently high. Should the Li family assist him through this crisis, they would effectively gain the Pig Demon King as an ally. Furthermore, the previously insurmountable challenge of penetrating the depths of the silver iron forest for resources would be resolved, transforming it into the Li family and Oppos as private sanctuary, a place ideally suited for nurturing magical beasts. As for the risks involved, the Li family has encountered peril countless times over the years. After conveying his intentions through the purple thunder celestial python to the family, Li Dalong laughed heartily, proclaiming that the ancestors were indeed correct. With such numerous advantages, how could the Li family not assist their kin? Thank you, ancestors. Thank you, father. Bairuru wept tears of joy. In the days that followed, the Li family busied themselves with matters concerning the silver iron forest while diligently advancing their development. Li Xiang too pondered solutions. Meanwhile, the young Li Yaotai, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, brought a touch of surprise to Li Xiang. Your descendant, Li Yaozhu, after establishing the Black Blood Hall, has trained 50 Qi refiners. After years of training, they have mastered the spear forest formation. The spear forest formation was the very tactic employed by the Hu family during their assault on Tailin town, wherein they wielded long spears, forming a deadly array connected by their true Qi. In one wave, nearly 80% of the Li family's magical beasts perished, showcasing the formation's formidable power. At this moment, on the training grounds of Jian village, 50 young adults donned in black iron beast blood attire, each equipped with magical longbows, quivers, long spears, and side swords, stood poised with their spears, launching them toward the distance. Whoosh! As the sound of piercing air echoed, the spears, infused with true Qi, formed a net in the sky. 50 individuals, such strength? Li Xiang gazed upon the ground, now resembling a net, his mouth slightly agape. If there were 500 or even 5,000, what the Lantian Wu family? With this thought, Li Xiang narrowed his eyes. The Lantian Wu family? They have brought this upon themselves. A bold notion struck him. Having already dominated Tailin town, claiming Lantian town as Welwun Ti be a monumental task. If they could annex the entire Ta Qing County, it would be even more splendid. Chapter 37. Assisting the Li family in their martial endeavors. Li understood. In truth, resolving this matter was not as complicated as it seemed. One could perceive it as an unjust brawl, where the Pig Demon King stood alone, besieged. However, what if the Pig Demon King disregarded the others and focused solely on brutally subduing the leader of the Bluefield Wu family? While sheer violence may not suffice, what if it resulted in fatalities? Unless those prominent families truly shared a bond of life and death, Li was not inclined to believe they were benevolent souls. Given the events that had transpired in Tailin town, Li swiftly clicked on the avatar of the Purple Thunder Celestial Python and conveyed the forthcoming action plan to the Li family members. In an instant, the descendants of the Li family began to mobilize. Time within the game continued its inexorable march. Year 42 of the Li family. The spiritual fields have expanded to 40 acres, and this year marks another bountiful harvest. The children of Jian village, having consumed spiritual rice since childhood, began their studies in the academy established by the Li family, learning culture, martial arts, and physical training. In the scene, Jian village had erected a school, filled with the sound of children reciting their lessons. In the distance lay a training ground where seasoned cultivators imparted their combat wisdom to the children. Once a refuge for disaster victims, Jian village now brimmed with vitality. Li could foresee that in 2 or 3 decades, these children would become the most formidable pillars of Xian Village's development. However, the powerful individuals of Xian Village were not training as usual, nor were the Li family's experts visible within their grand estate. In the birthing chamber, Bairuru, on the verge of labor, lay on the bed surrounded by the midwives of Xian Village, the latter being well acquainted with her, as this marked the 4th time they had assisted her in childbirth. That third young master, truly. His wife is about to give birth, yet he has vanished. The midwife chattered. Bairuru merely smiled faintly. Had it not been for the fine sheen of sweat on her brow and the noticeable bulge beneath the bedding, one might not have discerned that she was a woman on the cusp of giving birth. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes as she gazed out the window. Old pig, we're counting on you. Please ensure everyone returns safely. Your descendants have entered the silver iron forest. Have they arrived? Observing the information in the event bar, Li clicked on Li Dalong and Amp, Oppo's avatar, switching the scene. At this moment, outside the silver iron forest, the combined forces of 7 prominent families from 3 surrounding towns had gathered, resting in the woods at the forest periphery, establishing their encampments to discuss precise strategies. The Demon King of the Silver Iron Forest has lived for nearly 1,000 years. We must exercise caution, equivalent to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. We have invited Master Shankai from Song Temple, who can contend with the Demon King. Alongside our 8 false core cultivators, this time the Demon King is doomed. Upon vanquishing the Demon King, the resources of the Silver Iron Forest shall be divided 7 ways. Our family shall undoubtedly thrive. The impending battle involved experts from each family, all of whom were cultivators of at least the foundation establishment stage, numbering in the hundreds. Among them were Li Dalong and his spouse, Li Yaozu and Li Yaotai, along with several foundation establishment cultivators borrowed from the Su and Chun families, all standing prominently atop the massive form of the Purple Thunder Celestial Python. Despite the Li family's formidable assembly, murmurs of discontent circulated among the other families. They had heard of the Li family and Oppo's triumph over the 2 major families of Tailin Town, initially assuming the Li family possessed extraordinary strength. Yet, now they perceived that only the Purple Thunder Celestial Python warranted their attention. However, many believed the Li family was merely concealing their true capabilities, and with the imminent battle, they refrained from provoking the Li family. Li observed their movements with keen interest. To his surprise, he could overhear the discussions among these powerful families, as their animated avatars displayed small text. Particularly among the Bluefield Wu family, within their tent, the 200-year-old patriarch appeared to be youthful, rumored to have spent a decade of his lifespan altering his appearance to retain a suave demeanor. The Wu family, having dominated the Blue Fields, owed their power to the elder Wu Mengxiu, who had instilled fear in those who once opposed the Wu family. At this moment, Wu Mengxiu secretly gathered the heads or elders of the other 3 families for a clandestine discussion. Once we break the Silver Iron Forest, I have an agreement with Master Shankai. The corpse of the Demon King shall rightfully belong to him. No one objected to this statement. All nodded in agreement. Wu Mengxiu continued, since we have come together as 7 families, how shall we address the distribution of spoils once the Demon King is slain? The others exchanged glances. To speak plainly, the purpose of gathering you all here is to discuss this matter. We have already agreed to jointly develop the Silver Iron Forest, and it has been stipulated that the spoils shall be evenly divided. However, the method of equitable distribution has sparked differing opinions. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, the other 3 families were elated. Elder Mengxiu speaks wisely. Even in unity, contributions must be recognized. Indeed, our 4 families sent the most powerful cultivators. Why should we share equally? Precisely. Once the Demon King falls, we shall claim the most valuable shares, especially regarding the Li family, whose participants were primarily at the early foundation establishment stage, some having only recently broken through. It seemed they had merely come to make up the numbers. Such allies we can well do without. Having lost interest in the so-called secret talks, Li observed for a while longer, simply wishing to gauge the prowess of these forces. Soon, His attention was drawn to a monk seated beneath a massive tree, distinctly plump with a round face and large ears. Were it not for his shaved head and the distinct scar on his forehead, one might mistake him for a gluttonous chef. This man wore a necklace of large prayer beads and donned a beige robe adorned with gold thread, brandishing a golden Zen staff, clearly indicative of the substantial offerings received by Qingsong Temple. Master Shankai, abbot of Qingsong Temple, renowned expert in Taqing County. Li furrowed his brow. The pig demon king, with a millennium of cultivation, would indeed find it challenging to contend with this abbot. After all, regardless of how affluent he appeared, his mastery lay in Buddhist teachings, which were particularly effective against demonic forces. Before long, the 7 families convened to deliberate the imminent siege against the pig demon king. This discussion lasted half a day, during which the 7 families had dispatched their experts to thoroughly survey the entirety of the Silver Iron Forest. Suddenly, Li Xiang, seated in a wheelchair, spoke up. "Respected elders, I propose that with our current strength, we need not concoct elaborate plans. Instead, let us advance directly to the heart of the Silver Iron Forest and seize the Demon King and Appo's head." Upon hearing this, the assembly turned their gazes toward Li Xiang, a young girl in a wheelchair, cherished as the 4th daughter of the Li family. Despite the murmurs of discontent, they hesitated to chastise her openly, given her esteemed status. Li Dalong, upon noticing the shift in attention, snorted coldly. "Yaozu, take this foolish girl away." As Li Yaozu pushed Li Xiang away from the council tent, Li Dalong turned to the assembly with an apologetic smile. "I sincerely apologize. My daughter is inexperienced in worldly matters and, as the family's overseer, tends to view matters from a lofty perspective. Her jest should not be taken seriously." Seeing Li Dalong's earnestness, the others chose not to press the matter further. This left Wu Mengxiu of the Bluefield Wu family frowning. He had intended to voice a similar opinion, but found himself thwarted by Li Xiang's words, now perceived as the ramblings of someone with inflated self-importance. He felt somewhat displeased. At that moment, an elder from the Qingping ancient family chuckled. "We are all well aware of the conditions within the Silver Iron Forest. In the heart of the demon realm, the Demon King sat surrounded by his formidable beastly guards. Thus, we must launch our assault from all directions, engaging the guards to restrain the beasts protecting the Demon King. Master Shankai, with his boundless Buddhist wisdom, surely possesses the means to combat the Demon King and emerge victorious. When the time comes, whether it be the Master aiding us or we assisting the Master, we shall undoubtedly achieve great success." With these words spoken, the elder of the Gu family turned his gaze towards Master Shankai, who was seated in the distance in meditation. "What are your thoughts, Master?" Master Shankai beamed with a smile, seemingly dismissive of the Demon King. This plan has now solidified. In an instant, the 7 great families set forth, each taking their distinct paths, ready to converge upon the Demon King with a single arrow piercing the clouds. 2 days passed. The 7 families ventured forth on their separate ways, riding towards their designated positions. The Li family was no exception, albeit they were closer to the target. Upon reaching their assigned location, they did not linger, but instead ventured deeper into the Silver Iron Forest. For many, it was their first encounter with the Pig Demon King, leaving them momentarily stunned. After all, regardless of the stature of a Demon King, the appearance of the Pig Demon King was somewhat daunting. Ultimately, it was Li Dalong who burst into hearty laughter, stepping forward with exuberance. "Ah, this is our esteemed in-law. Truly, truly formidable. I am Li Dalong. Father Yao Tai." "Father-in-law?" The usually jovial Li Yao Tai appeared notably restrained, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. The Pig Demon King rose, its massive form stirring up a cloud of dust around it. It spoke softly. "I never anticipated that I would one day form a bond with the human race. I have long heard of your family. The assistance of the Li family in addressing the crisis in the Silver Iron Forest shall be eternally cherished." "Indeed, indeed." Li Dalong grinned broadly. "Since you are family to the Li clan, how could we allow outsiders to bully you?" Watching the amicable exchange between the Pig Demon King and the Li family, Li Xiang pressed his lips together. To be candid, the first time he realized that his family had a pig as a relative, especially one that was a Demon King, left him as astonished as the bewildered Liao Tai. Meanwhile, Liao Zhu stood nearby, scratching his head, blinking in disbelief as he surveyed the scene, seemingly questioning his existence. His brother Namp, Appo's father-in-law, is a pig? Amidst their discussions, a swift arrow soared into the heavens, piercing through the clouds. Everyone looked up, witnessing the arrow's ascent, as the silver iron forest stirred in anticipation of the impending storm. In-law, we must now attend to our duties. Li Dalong's eyes gleamed with determination. The pig demon king nodded slightly. May the Li family flourish in martial prowess. Chapter 38. The Li family's unshakable confidence. Li Xiang fixated on the map of Intertwine displayed on screen. This map had already lost its obscurity after the Li family explored it freely. With a mere click, Li Xiang could visualize any location within. At that moment, 6 white dots on the map converged towards the direction of Intertwine. The game was afoot. Li Xiang squinted slightly. Ever since discovering that the pig demon king was a relative by marriage to the Li family, this had become a carefully orchestrated scheme, consuming significant time and effort. Li Xiang understood clearly that within this grand design, the Wu family of Lantian was destined to suffer a catastrophic downfall in the realm of Intertwine. On this map, the crucial path leading deep into Intertwine was utterly unguarded. Because this is terrible. The Wu family of Lantian has been annihilated. The demon king of Intertwine has appeared, already aware of our 7 families' plans to launch an assault, intercepting the Wu family early and aiming to dismantle us one by one. The people from the Wu family have come seeking aid. Our ancestor has sent me to inquire whether you wish to rescue them. The families had barely advanced to the mid-stage when they halted in their tracks. Meanwhile, 4 green dots on the map were heading towards the 4 major families, conveying the news that the Wu family of Lantian had been obliterated. These 4 green dots represented the Li family and the Qing Pinggu family. The 4 major families hesitated momentarily, then collectively dispatched 4 Qi refining experts to investigate. Before reluctantly retreating in the direction they had come, they had no choice but to believe. After all, these were the warnings of 2 allies. Better to trust than to doubt. After all, if they were to perish, what would become of their families? How could the news have leaked? Could there be a traitor among us? Regardless, we can only wait for information now. What about Master Shankai? Yes, upon returning, we should claim that the Wu family of Lantian caused the chaos, disrupting all our plans, and that we are not involved. In front of the screen, Li Xiang revealed a smile. Indeed, there are traitors, and there are 2 of them. Otherwise, the coalition of the 7 families would have marched straight in, lacking such elaborate strategies. Everything is under the control of the Li family. Patriarch, we have returned. At this moment, the direction of the Qing Pinggu family in Intertwine remained stationary, not moving at all. The 2 returning individuals were the messengers to the other 2 families. The patriarch of the Qing Pinggu family, seemingly a cultured gentleman, yet harboring a trace of malevolence in his expression, coldly addressed his clan. This matter is a grave offense against the heavens. It must be kept under wraps. Do you all understand? Understood. The crowd responded with furrowed brows. Yet an elder of the clan questioned, Patriarch, why must we harm the Wu family of Lantian? We have endured a prolonged drought and are in dire need of resources from Intertwine. The patriarch remained unperturbed. His composure was indeed rare. A season ago, Liao Zhu of the Li family came to consult me. He posed an intriguing question. Oh, the crowd looked puzzled. The patriarch continued. The young Li inquired whether, should we venture in Intertwine, there would be casualties. Would it be worth it if our elders, whom we have nurtured for a century, were to perish? The crowd exchanged glances. In a life-and-death struggle, how could there be no injuries? After all, they were merely aging, seeking to acquire more resources for the next generation. Not worth it. Yet we have an opportunity, one that requires no sacrifice of lives, while granting us access to the wealth of centuries of a prominent family. The patriarch of the Gu family sneered. Now do you comprehend? The Wu family of Lantian. Most of their experts have perished in Intertwine, and the Wu family is perilously close to our Qing Ping town. They are ripe for the taking. The current Wu family is like a lamb awaiting slaughter. So, it is. The elders of the Gu family suddenly understood, their spirits soaring with elation. Why not seize a chance to gain without strife? One elder suddenly realized, no wonder that girl from the Li family dared to propose ideas before us. She had long plotted to directly enter Yingtai Lin to silence that old coot Wu Mengxiu. Then we would claim to split into 7 directions to besiege Yingtai Lin, spreading the news of the Wu family and oppose, as destruction, ensuring all families would depart. Upon hearing this, the previously skeptical elder's expression turned grave. If so, the Wu family must be left with no survivors. Otherwise, news of this would brand our Gu family as traitors to humanity. Patriarch, who will take care of the Wu family? Naturally, it will be the Li family. The patriarch of the Gu family remarked nonchalantly. The Li family? The elders of the Gu family frowned, their eyes filled with suspicion. After all, given the assembly of families, the Li family's meager power seemed insufficient. Yet the patriarch of the Gu family laughed. Surely you do not think that one could single-handedly annihilate 2 families? Even I have come to respect the Li family. That would be grossly overconfident, wouldn't it? When Yaozu discussed matters with me, I witnessed his absolute confidence. Absolute confidence? Li Xiang quietly observed the small characters above the patriarch of the Gu family, his expression serene. Indeed, absolute confidence. The Li family was no longer the trembling entity it once was before the Hu and Wang families. Looking at the map, the members of the Li family had already rendezvoused with the Wu family of Lantian. Clicking on Li Dalong's avatar, the scene appeared along the route leading deep into Yingtai Lin, the breeze rustling, shadows of trees swaying. The 16 members of the Wu family of Lantian had halted in place, their expressions a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Before them, Li Dalong stood alone, blocking the path of the Wu family, carrying a silver coffin adorned with mysterious patterns on his back. An ancestral tablet floated beside Li Dalong, radiating a brilliant glow. Li Dalong, why are you obstructing our path instead of advancing from the southwest with the Li family? Though Wu Mengxiu did not understand Li Dalong's intentions, he sensed something was amiss. The members of the Wu family felt an impending threat. They sensed a murderous aura emanating from Li Dalong. Bang! Li Dalong remained silent, merely untying the heavy coffin strapped to his body, letting it crash to the ground. He stared at the members of the Wu family as if they were corpses. Whoosh! He finally made a move, a sound cutting through the air from a distance. Not good. Wu Mengxiu's expression changed dramatically, coldly declaring, "It's a trap. Release the formation." With a shout, the members of the Wu family looked up. Above them, long spears converged, forming a massive net that descended upon them. The Spear Force Formation. This formation had come from the Hu family, and now over 60 practitioners in Jian village had mastered it. Yet these spears in the sky were not only from the Spear Force Formation. There were also long spears and arrows hurled by other practitioners from Jian village. The Wu family members were formidable. A foundational expert had already soared into the sky, using his magical power to counter the descending spear formation. Yet spears and arrows continued to rain down. The magical barrier of this foundational expert began to crack with a mere flick of a finger. It must be noted that the Li family members engaged in battle used magical artifacts produced by the Forging Pavilion, which possessed considerable power. You bold Li Dalong, how dare you set a trap to ambush my Wu family? You seek death. Wu Mengxiu was furious. He waved his hand, and the peak foundational members of the Wu family understood, unleashing a torrent of true energy towards Li Dalong. However, with a thunderous sound, the fragrant earth of summer scattered in the air, and the purple thunder heavenly python, wielding the powers of heavenly thunder and earth fire, erupted from the ground. Accompanied by a howling roar, the purple thunder celestial python withstood a strike from a peak foundation establishment master, yet chose not to linger in battle. Charging directly towards Wu Mengxiu, the Fo-Dan period expert of 200 years cultivation. I have long heard of your Li family spirit beast and your puppet. Wu Mengxiu remained unfazed, exuding confidence. As you wish. Witnessing Wu Mengxiu's arrogance, Li Xiang had already activated the war puppet. Boom! With a flash in his eyes, his consciousness materialized in the game world, where the war puppet, prepared in the silver iron forest, ascended into the air, its weapons ablaze, advancing towards Wu Mengxiu. This war puppet had once lost an arm during the Great Battle in Tailin Town. However, after 5 years of gathering its shattered pieces and utilizing biotechnological advancements, its injuries had long since healed, though some fragments remained unrecoverable, leaving it looking worn and battle-scarred. Danger! The laser cannons roared, and the purple thunder celestial python unleashed its thunderous power, yet it failed to instill fear in Wu Mengxiu. What truly terrified him was the arrival of monstrous beasts from every direction alongside the war puppet. These were the spirit beasts of the Pig Demon King, guardians of the Silver Iron Forest, and with the various clans having already retreated, they now besieged the Wu family, creating a dire situation for them. This exemplified the current strength of the Li family, united with the Pig Demon King through familial ties and having rendered him a favor. The spirit beasts of the Silver Iron Forest were now at the Li family and Appo's command, summoning the collective power of the Silver Iron Forest. A daunting 50 spirit beasts emerged, a force the Li family had never dared to imagine, with 50 Foundation establishment cultivators among them, including 4 spirit beasts of equal strength to the Purple Thunder Celestial Python. Flee! Upon seeing these spirit beasts, Wu Mengxiu's heart was torn with despair. Whoever spread the news would reveal that the Silver Iron Forest expedition was a trap set by the Li family, conspiring with the Demon King, betraying the human race. Ha! Flee, let us see how you escape. Li Dalong finally spoke. The arriving spirit beasts had already positioned themselves in the branches, obstructing the Wu family's path of escape. The terrified cultivators of the Wu family scattered in panic. Yet soon, their hopes for escape were dashed. Crack! The ground trembled as Li Dalong activated the corpse coffin of direct death. After acquiring this spiritual treasure, he had unearthed all the corpses buried beneath the beast blood fruit tree from the Tailin Town battle. These corpses, through the corpse-raising technique of the coffin, have been transformed into zombies. One by one, withered hands broke through the soil, revealing their dry hair and bark-like faces, crawling forth from the earth, some even infested with maggots. Thousands of zombies obstructed the Wu family's escape. Members of the Li family joined forces with the spirit beasts on the battlefield, blocking the retreat of the Wu family's elite. Su Tsuhua transformed into a two-tailed fox, wielding the spiritual artifact Tianjun seal, which she had seized from the Wang family, capable of contending even with peak Foundation establishment cultivators. The Thunder Induction Technique. This art summoned heavenly lightning, acquired from the celestial secrets, and Su Tsuhua harnessed the thunder into the Tianjun seal, compelling even the Peak Foundation establishment to avoid its lethal edge. The Phantom Shadow, Celestial Step. 100 Shadow, Sword Light. Li Yaozu engaged in combat, proving elusive and ethereal. Having mastered the Phantom Shadow, Celestial Step through relentless training within the coffin, he now manifested 10 clones, each possessing the power of his true form. The 100 Shadow Sword Light unleashed a flurry of sword shadows, 2 techniques intertwined, filling the sky with illusory blades, capable of confronting even mid-Foundation establishment foes. Quickly bind him. I shall crush him. Only Li Yaotai appeared somewhat out of place, wielding a hammer thicker than his own body, calling upon a tree demon for assistance to entangle a mid-Foundation establishment opponent. His severed left arm, once a feeble prosthetic, was now a formidable weapon after refining it with Dan fire. He effortlessly lifted it, capable of wielding a 1,000-pound weight, with both hands grasping the massive hammer. He faced no resistance, each strike bursting forth with a spray of blood. Chapter 39. The mighty Master Shankai with a sharp thud. A gleaming spear pierced through Wu Mengxiu and Appo's abdomen. This master of the false Dan, who had dedicated his life to beauty and elevated the Wu family to dominance in Lantian Town, felt his eyelids droop as the last flicker of life faded. The Dan fire of Li Dalong burned within his soul, signaling the demise of the Wu family in Lantian. In this battle, the Li family suffered no casualties. The villagers from Jian village, who had initially engaged with their magical instruments and spear formations, began their return. Those from the Li family who were above the Foundation establishment stage meticulously cleaned the battlefield, preparing to advance towards the center of Yintian. Li Xiang, standing at home and gazing at the large screen, was still immersed in the game, slapping his thigh with satisfaction. The once timid Li family now struck back with vigor. Compared to the two powerful families of Lantianwu and Thailand Town, they were vastly superior. But now, the battle concluded within 10 minutes. Yet, amidst his inner joy, Li Xiang's expression gradually grew solemn. As he maneuvered the war puppet toward the center of Yintian, he could already sense a formidable aura approaching from afar. This indicated the fierce confrontation between the Demon King and the Golden Dan Masters. The Golden Dan stage is the true threshold for cultivators, and thus the presence of false Dan Masters exists. Their full force could reduce a vast expanse to ashes in an instant. Although they were exceedingly close to the Golden Dan, false Dan Masters could hardly withstand a few moves from a true Golden Dan expert. Reports indicated that in the entirety of Taichung County, apart from the two hidden sects, there was scarcely a handful of Golden Dan Masters. Before long, Li Xiang had maneuvered the war puppet alongside the Li family's experts and numerous spiritual beasts to the heart of Yintian. The valley where they had arrived had been flattened, resembling a massive iron cauldron. A dense aura of true energy deterred anyone from approaching, and the overwhelming pressure had already diminished their combat effectiveness. The Pig Demon King was locked in combat with Master Shankai, both hovering in midair and surrounded by an intense energy field. Warning: power output ahead exceeds the chassis capacity. Do not enter. As they drew near, the war puppet issued a caution. Li Xiang was well aware that the power of a Golden Dan Master was far beyond what the war puppet could contend with. He furrowed his brow, observing the battlefield. The Pig Demon King, whose true form was the Mingtu Inluo pig, relied on earth and dark energies. Massive spikes erupted from the ground, creating a seismic disturbance as the land seemed to come alive, with those spikes lunging toward Master Shankai. The spikes were imbued with a highly corrosive aura, attempting to erode the protective Buddhist light surrounding Master Shankai. Master Shankai, with profound Buddhist teachings, held a golden staff in his right hand. His prayer beads, having shifted to his left hand, were lightly tapped as he chanted scriptures. Behind him, a golden-skinned Arhut, comparable in size to the Pig Demon King, manifested. This Arhut effortlessly shattered the demonic spikes with its bare hands, while the black, energy-laden spikes dissipated upon contact with its nemesis. Instead, the ground was marked by giant palm prints. Li Xiang discerned that neither side was exerting their full strength. Both were probing each other with their magical powers. However, it was evident that the Pig Demon King was at a disadvantage. Ancestor, should we intervene now? Li Dalong inquired at the ancestral tablet, sensing the battlefield's intense energy and trembling slightly. Wait a moment. Li Xiang typed on the interface of the Purple Thunder Celestial Python. The battle of a mid-Golden Dan Master was not something ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators could partake in. Even the residual energy could cause injury. Yet, Li Xiang was confident that with so many spiritual beasts and 6 false Dan Masters present, they possessed the capability to triumph over Master Shankai. However, winning meant little if Master Shankai chose to flee. The Li family would face endless unrest thereafter. Time passed, and half an hour had elapsed. Li Xiang resembled a seasoned hunter. The spiritual beasts and members of the Li family awaited his command, anxiously holding their breath. Umipa. Master Shankai stood on a golden lotus in midair, the golden rings on his staff chiming melodically. After a lengthy battle, he bore no injuries, only a slight weakening of his aura. With a compassionate smile, he addressed the Pig Demon King. You, who have caused countless harm, may I, out of mercy, invite you to join me at the Qing Song Temple to hear the teachings and cleanse your sins? Spare the countless lives in Yintian from further catastrophe. This was the first time Master Shankai had spoken after fighting for so long. He had initially expected the 7 great families to unite against the Pig Demon King. Yet now, half an hour had passed without a sign of reinforcements. While the Demon King was inferior to him, Shankai was unwilling to take risks in a life-or-death battle. The only response to Master Shankai was a disdainful grunt from the Pig Demon King. Despite its injuries, it retained the regal demeanor of a Demon King. Realizing it could not match Master Shankai, the The pig demon king decided to unleash its full power. Suddenly, the valley shook, and ominous winds surged as enormous stone pillars erupted around the pig demon king, propelled by corrosive winds toward Master Shankai. Its bristled hide soared into the air. A phantasmal demon had materialized amidst the dark clouds, extending a hand to ensnare Master Shankai. Stubborn fool, today, if Buddha does not save you, I shall cast you into the depths of hell, never to be reborn. Seeing this, Master Shankai's expression turned grave. He recognized this as the pig demon king and Appo's ultimate attack. If he did not give his all, his survival was uncertain. He hurled the Buddhist beads into the air, 18 resplendent beads spiraling upward, dispersing the ominous clouds, an extraordinary spiritual artifact. Ching Song Buddhist law, everlasting golden pine, compassionate Vajra appear. As Master Shankai bellowed, his monk robe, which is also a spiritual artifact, displayed golden vines extending toward the heavens. As they advanced, these vines twisted together at a visible speed, forming a brilliant Arhut Vajra. Master Shankai's Zen form levitated, growing larger as it settled in the hands of the golden Arhut. The valley echoed with the Arhut and Appo's furious roar and the clinking of rings from the staff. From nowhere, a deep sound resonated, akin to a mighty bronze bell tolling. The renowned Master Shankai of Taichin County was indeed extraordinary. Master Shankai revealed his trump card. He could almost foresee the ignorant pig demon king meeting its fate. But at that moment, his expression shifted. Now, a distant shout rang out. Master Shankai beheld dozens of demon beasts recklessly charging into the battlefield, their various magical techniques raining down upon him. He even spotted the purple thunder celestial python from the leaf family among the 7 great families. Outrageous! Master Shankai, filled with fury, realized that he had inadvertently stumbled into a troublesome situation while attempting to capture a demon king as a mount or acquire materials for crafting spiritual artifacts. However, he understood that it was futile to voice his concerns now. Even with his profound Buddhist teachings, he could not withstand the combined might of these reckless spiritual beasts and the pig demon king. Flee! Master Shankai wielded the golden Arhut to fend off the spiritual artifacts as he attempted to escape. Suddenly, he squinted. A colossal puppet, with flames erupting from its feet and back, surged toward him at an astonishing speed. Wielding a silver coffin, mecha engine consumption reached 120. The chassis is about to be damaged. Warning! You have entered the realm of mid-stage golden elixir masters engaged in combat. The target is launching an assault upon you. Detection indicates immediate evasion is necessary, as your spiritual energy is exceeding its limits. Amidst the chaos, controlling the war puppet, Li Xiang remained remarkably composed. Sensing the oppressive spiritual energy surrounding him, and witnessing the formidable 5-meter palm strike unleashed by the golden body Arhut behind the monk Shankai, he swiftly turned, evading the palm strike just in time, though the residual force still severed the war puppet's right arm and leg. The war puppet could even perceive the flesh and blood exposed on 1/3 of its damaged frame. The machine is severely damaged. Please evacuate the battlefield and initiate automatic recovery. Li Xiang remained unfazed. He understood that as long as the rotund monk lived, the future of the Li family would be fraught with peril. When weighed against the lives of the Li family's descendants, this precious war puppet was of little consequence. He maneuvered past the palm strike, hearing the roar behind him as Shankai summoned another palm strike. This time, however, Li Xiang did not evade. It is all up to you. Grasping the coffin of direct death, he could even feel its tremors in response to the Buddhist energy it encountered. The interface displayed. The spirit of the coffin of direct death is repulsed by the Buddhist energy. From the moment he stepped onto the battlefield, Li Xiang had noted the game interface's alerts. He had long prepared the coffin of direct death as his trump card. Otherwise, Li Daolong would not have brought forth such a treasure. The distance was sufficient. Witnessing the war puppet and Appo's strength, which was ample to hurl the coffin of direct death at Shankai, Li Xiang hesitated no longer. He hurled the coffin forward. What is that? Shankai and Appo's S eyes widened in terror, a fear he had never displayed even against the full might of the Pig Demon King. The silver coffin effortlessly shattered the palm strike emitted by his diamond Arhut. Moreover, as it neared the diamond Arhut, the diamond Zen staff proved incapable of impacting the silver coffin. It ricocheted off the staff. Under Shankai and Appo's despairing gaze, the coffin slowly opened, revealing a dark void that swallowed the diamond Arhut whole, akin to an ancient beast of insatiable greed. In that moment, even the protection of the Arhut's golden form could not shield him. The silver coffin unleashed its wrath. The overwhelming pressure of a supreme spiritual treasure rendered him unable to ascend. Simultaneously, the Pig Demon King, alongside dozens of spirit beasts and the myriad techniques and powers of the Li family, converged upon him with relentless force. Chapter 40. The transformation of the beast blood fruit tree into the blood spirit fruit tree. Congratulations! Your family has aided the Pig Demon King in safeguarding the homeland. You have gained 2,000 incense. Witnessing your selfless bravery in controlling the war puppets to hold off Master Shankai, your family's admiration for you has soared. You have gained 1,000 incense, a total of 3,000 incense. Li Xiang had withdrawn from the control of the war puppets, and upon seeing the incense value rise once again above 7,000 in the upper right corner, a smile graced his face. Victory! He had once more resolved the crisis alongside the Li family, and a mid-stage Golden Core Master had perished through the collaboration of the Li family and the Pig Demon King. Such an achievement for a humble family emerging from the countryside. Who would dare to believe it? The power of the Ancestors was evident. He knew that the heavenly coffin could restrain Master Shankai. The ancestral power was invincible. Had it not been for the Ancestors, the rotund figure might have fled. The eyes of the Li family were filled with reverence. It was only when the battered Pig Demon King approached them that their expressions regained composure. The Pig Demon King expressed his gratitude. If not for the assistance of our esteemed family, Silver Iron Forest would have been destroyed by my hands. I shall refrain from further words of thanks. From this day forth, Silver Iron Forest shall be the closest ally of the Li family, and you may exploit its resources, receiving the everlasting gratitude of the myriad spirits of Silver Iron Forest. As soon as the words fell, a green radiance enveloped the members of the Li family. In an instant, they felt warmth coursing through their bodies, and even their spiritual powers surged slightly. Your descendants are now under the protection of Silver Iron Forest. The Pig Demon King, guardian of Silver Iron Forest, grants the Li family 50 of the vitality of the beings of Silver Iron Forest. Congratulations! The Li family has acquired the collective trait, Guardians of Silver Iron Forest. The descendants of the Li family will experience a 50 enhancement in combat prowess when battling within Silver Iron Forest, and their cultivation speed will increase by 10 when practicing amidst the flora and fauna of Silver Iron Forest. All the beasts of Silver Iron Forest will develop a fondness for the Li family's progeny. Your descendants, with spiritual roots, will enjoy an enhancement of 2 points to their roots. Collective traits. This was the first time Li Xiang beheld such a phenomenon, brightly displayed on the member list. Such traits were not merely formidable. A 10 increase in cultivation speed meant that the practice chambers of the Li family could be situated within Silver Iron Forest, as the two locations were not far apart. Moreover, each descendant born would see their spiritual roots increase by 2 points. Though seemingly modest, this would ensure that even newly born children would possess slightly enhanced talents. What a tremendous boon! Li Xiang was utterly elated. This collective trait was already powerful. However, at present, the true benefit lay in the Li family gaining Silver Iron Forest as an ally and receiving the protection of a mid-stage Golden Core Master, with the entire spirit beasts of Silver Iron Forest at their disposal. The hidden combat strength of the Li family was now sufficient to sweep through any town in Taiching City. This battle had furnished the Li family with a solid foundation of strength. Soon, the members of the Li family began to clean the battlefield, bidding farewell to the Pig Demon King, promising to bring Bairuru's descendants to meet their grandfather soon. With significant matters settled, the mature descendants of the Li family were now able to develop independently. Li Xiang had also asked Yu Xian to roast a chicken as a reward for himself. In this moment, the scene depicted the Li family hastening home. "Wife, we have one. Ha ha ha." The ancestors exerted their power and saved the pig demon. "No, my father-in-law." Li Yaotai laughed heartily as he approached the house. However, just as he arrived at the delivery room, wah, a resounding cry echoed, as if to embellish the joy of the Li family today. Bai Ruru has given birth after 10 months, naming her son Li Li. "Congratulations. You have gained 10 incense." Ha ha ha. Not only did the child save my father-in-law, but he also blessed the family with a newborn. Li Yaotai held the infant high, nearly 2 meters tall, and was brought to tears with joy. Good. One joyous occasion after another. Li Xiang held the intercom. Yu Xian prepared 2 roasted chickens. The family rejoiced exuberantly. Soon after, Li Xiang observed as the Li family took the deceased from the Bluefield Wu family, along with Master Shansai's corpse, to the herbal garden, draining their blood to cultivate the beast bloodfruit tree. Currently, there were 3 beast bloodfruit trees. The first transplanted tree had grown increasingly lush, reaching a height of 10 meters. However, Li Xiang no longer placed much value on the beast bloodfruit trees. While they could be sold for a profit, the potions refined by Li Yaoqing were equally valuable. The key point was that the potions would not fear being discovered for their recipes, as the materials simply did not exist on Earth. As Li Xiang contemplated how to utilize the substantial spiritual stones he had gained, the scene showed Li Dalong extracting blood from Master Shansai, the crimson droplets falling upon the largest beast bloodfruit tree. To his astonishment, the beast bloodfruit tree sprouted roots that penetrated the ground, piercing the corpse and Appo's dantian. The roots acted like a living organ, drawing nourishment. The beast bloodfruit tree underwent a transformation, causing rain to fall from the heavens, droplets landing on its thriving branches, producing a mystical aura. Congratulations! Your descendants have cultivated the beast bloodfruit tree with the blood of a mid-stage golden core master. The beast bloodfruit tree has undergone a transformation, absorbing the power of the golden core and beginning its advancement to the 8th grade blood spirit fruit tree. The blood spirit fruit tree has developed a faint intelligence. It senses the Li family's nurturing and will establish its roots within the confines of the Li family's territory, offering protection with its life. The blood spirit fruit tree bears fruit once every 30 years. What? Li Xiang was stunned. It was his first encounter with the transformation of a spiritual tree. The blood spirit fruit tree resembled a child who had just been satiated after hundreds of years of hunger, its branches swaying as if conveying joy. It was the ancestors once again bestowing great power, leading to the transformation of the beast blood fruit tree. The might of the ancestors rivaled that of the divine. Seeing this scene, Li Dalong hastily produced the ancestral tablet, bowing repeatedly in reverence. Li Xiang, observing from the screen, chose to disregard Li Dalong and Appo's as fanciful thoughts. He casually picked up the intercom. Yu Xian, I want 3 roasted chickens. Master, we only have 2 chickens, came Yu Xian's helpless voice from the other end. Then prepare a duck. Li Xiang concluded the conversation, with the beast bloodfruit tree evolving into the blood spirit fruit tree. It signified that the fruits it bore would also multiply in efficacy. Moreover, the evolution of plants was undoubtedly a rare occurrence. Such transformations often required years of growth. Among the oldest known trees on Earth, the highest grade was merely 6th grade, and that tree had existed for nearly 10,000 years, coinciding with the revival of spiritual energy. Amidst immense joy, Li Xiang accelerated time, observing the growth of the Li family. He also glanced at the event log. This time, the rewards were plentiful, including various equipment. Your family has slain 16 masters of the Bluefield Wu family, acquiring a substantial bounty. You have obtained a low-grade spiritual artifact, the spirit god Xingxing robe. This was a robe once worn by Wu Mengxiu of the Bluefield Wu family, now appearing akin to common cloth. Yet this robe was extraordinary. Amidst the siege of numerous spiritual beasts, Wu Mengxiu had managed to withstand their full force attacks thanks to this garment, before ultimately being slain. The robe could mend itself within a short period. Spirit God Xingxing robe, it can automatically restore itself and alter its form. In times of crisis, The robe envelopes the wearer, shielding them from full-force attacks below the false stand level, ensuring clarity of mind and immunity to ailments. The Li family had acquired another low-grade spiritual artifact. Li Dalong bestowed the spirit god Xingxing robe to Li Yaowen, as she frequently ventured outside and had encountered danger on several occasions. Li Xiang had even dispatched assassins on her behalf using the ancestral tablet. You have obtained a low-grade magical artifact. You have obtained a medium-grade magical artifact. You have acquired a yellow-grade technique, the sustaining light technique. Only the martial arts inherited from the Wu family caught Li Xiang's attention. This technique, while faster in cultivation than the qi nurturing art, pales in comparison to the methods of refining qi into essence found within the secret classics of Lixians. However, it possesses a singular advantage. It can subtly extend the lifespan of the practitioner. Beyond that, it holds little significance for the current family. Congratulations! Your family has triumphed over the Wu family of Lantian. Through the meticulous planning of your descendant, Li Yaowen, and in collaboration with the Qingping Gu family, a martial arts family has been subdued in Lantian, acting on behalf of both families to manage all Wu family assets in Lantian. You have acquired a wealth of mineral resources. Li Xiang promptly opened a map. At that moment, in the northwest region of the map of Tailan Town, a marked area labeled Lantian had entirely turned green. Ancestor, this is splendid. Half of Lantian now belongs to us. The Qingping Gu family holds 40%, while the subdued family occupies 10%. In the ancestral hall, Li Yaowen was already conveying the joyous news to Li Xiang. At this moment, the young lady, adorned in a low-grade spiritual artifact that allowed her to alter the form of her attire at will, still donned her previous scholar's robe. Even though the spiritual artifact had liberated her from a frail constitution, she preferred to remain seated in a wheelchair, as she put it, to feign weakness to her adversaries. Brother, I now possess a top-tier magical artifact and 2 high-grade artifacts. In the early stages of Foundation establishment, I am unmatched. Upon her return, Second Sister will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Lantian has a medicinal garden, allowing us to acquire 8 varieties of spiritual herbs. Second Sister can attempt to concoct the 8th grade elixirs from the Qian Chao Jing, revitalizing the essence of Tian Yuan. And third brother has secured 5 types of minerals, along with the Wu family and Appo's long-standing reserves, enough for our forging pavilion to indulge for a decade or 2. We even have the loyalty of a 9th grade alchemist. The influence of the Li family expanded once more. With the sustenance from 2 towns, the Li family need not worry about resources for the next 20 years. Li Xiang exhaled deeply. With the ability to refine medicinal pills now, coupled with the previous avaricious alchemist of the Li family, they now boasted 2 alchemists. The bountiful year swiftly passed. Year 43 of the Li family. Your family has experienced a year of bustling activity, with abundant resources awaiting consumption. Your descendant Li Yunlin of the Lixians sect has emerged from his seclusion. After 5 years of introspection, he has broken through to the 7th layer of qi refining, gaining the trait, Silent Lone Wolf. Regardless of the circumstances, he can always endure in silence, like a solitary wolf. In battle, his strength increases by 10, and during solitary cultivation, his speed of advancement also rises by 10. Observing Li Yunlin, who had emerged from seclusion with a hint of stubble, yet appeared considerably more composed. Li Xiang's lips curled into a faint smile. This young man seems to have matured during his 5 years of training. A silent lone wolf, indeed. I find it rather appealing. Chapter 41. The gradual transformation of my descendants at present. Li Yunlin has reached the age of 22. Given his innate talent, he ought to be the pride of the Li family. Yet, life is as fickle as it is cruel. Li Yunlin and Appo's journey has been fraught with challenges. He has endured profound introspection and lacks spiritual essence, managing to ascend to the 7th level of qi refinement solely through sheer determination. This has garnered Li Xiang and Appo's admiration for Li Yunlin and Appo's current demeanor, which is marked by composure and restraint rather than the previous brashness. Life has the power to dismantle an individual, but it can also facilitate rebirth from the ashes. Li Xiang, in a moment of inspiration, bestowed upon Li Yunlin a token of Appo's love from the ancestors and Oppos, hoping he would strive forward valiantly. At that moment, having just emerged from the cliff of reflection, Li Yunlin felt a surge of warmth flowing through his body. After 5 long years, he once again sensed the encouragement of his forebears. He promptly knelt, one knee touching the ground, and, in stark contrast to the excitement of 5 years prior, he now exhibited a calm demeanor, expressing gratitude to his ancestors. The trials of the past 5 years had imparted wisdom upon him. Perhaps, he mused, it was a mistake to have come to the Li family of the Li Xiang sect, yet he harbored no regrets. From the place where he stumbled, he would rise again, step by step, to reach the pinnacle. He vowed never to betray the hopes of his ancestors and family. With that, he silently set forth towards the Li Xiang sect. This sentiment struck a familiar chord. However, Li Xiang paid it no mind. As long as Li Yunlin refrained from actions detrimental to the family's interests, he would support his decisions. Among the 3rd generation, only Li Yunlin has faced such adversity. As for the others, Li Xiang shifted his focus. Outside of Ji and Oppos, in village, there lay a vast training ground enclosed by towering walls. A unique arena for the village and Oppos' children. These youngsters embodied the indomitable spirit passed down from the villagers. Many were engaged in vigorous training, demonstrating tenacity and grit. The descendants of the Li family also trained alongside the village children, as per Li Dalong and Oppos' philosophy. If the Li children grew up with the village and Oppos' youth, they would integrate seamlessly into the community, avoiding the pitfalls of becoming spoiled and indulgent like the scions of the outside world. This would cultivate the character of the Li family's future generations. The children of the Li family already possessed ample resources. To carve out a place within the ever-expanding Li family influence, they must earn the family and Oppos' and the community and Oppos' recognition, assimilating into the Li clan and Oppos' power. Those without talent or virtue, who squander family resources and tarnish the family and Oppos' reputation, should be cast out to experience the harsh realities of society. Li Xiang resonated with this philosophy. Fortunately, the 3rd generation of the Li family received excellent education. Particularly noteworthy was Li Yunbing, who at the tender age of 13 had already become a teacher to his peers at the training grounds. His youthful face bore a striking resemblance to his older brother, Li Yunlin, yet his eyes radiated an inexplicable purity and clarity, and his voice was bright and clear. The training method they practiced was the Wang family body refinement technique, a yellow-level martial art now utilized by the entire Ji and Oppos' village. Do not squander your time. You must practice diligently. Those who reach the foundational level will be eligible for positions in the Black Blood Hall upon adulthood. Many of the children present were even a couple of years older than Li Yunbing, yet they gazed at him with admiration. A slightly older boy inquired curiously, "Instructor, what realm have you achieved?" Li Yunbing sincerely shook his head, then proceeded to instruct the children in their body refinement exercises. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiang and Oppos' eyes sparkled with pride. Li Yunbing possessed the potential to surpass Li Yunlin. He had already accessed Li Yunbing and Oppos' profile. Li Yunbing, 3rd generation member, realm, peak of Qi refinement level 6, skills, mirage steps, body refinement technique, sustained vitality technique, thunder call scripture, traits, childlike heart. Li Yunbing, endowed with 4 spiritual roots, may not possess the innate talent of his brother Li Yunlin. Yet he benefited from the family and Oppos' resources, enabling him to reach the peak of Qi refinement level 6 at such a young age. The key factor was his innate quality, childlike heart, innocent and pure, unencumbered by worldly distractions, allowing for undisturbed cultivation and greater enlightenment. Understanding of techniques is enhanced by 80. Cultivation speed is increased by 30. Clearly, he was not troubled by the expulsion of his mother, Chu Xiao, and had early grasped the circumstances surrounding it. The only downside was, Li Xiang perused his past records. At age 3, he was deceived by peers and cried in despair. At age 5, he narrowly escaped a life-threatening encounter with an assassin disguised as a beggar, saved by the intervention of the ancestors. At age 7, he attained the childlike heart. At age 9, believing Li Dalong and Oppos' assertion that practicing the Wang family body refinement technique was painless, he suffered immensely after training, attributing it to his own shortcomings. Thus, he trained even harder. At age 12, he learned from Li Yaozu that practicing the mirage steps in the dead heaven coffin was simple, resulting in a grueling 27-day ordeal on the first level, finally catching a glimpse of the path. Ah, the rare fool of the Li family. Li Xiang sighed, unsure whether Li Yunbing's nature was a blessing or a curse. He then redirected his attention. Li Yaodai had fathered 5 children, and due to the proximity of the Silver Iron Forest to the Li family, all 5 were currently there. "Oh, Grandpa, look at me, I can fly." "Grandpa, today I will surely run faster than Uncle Turtle. The 5th sister is bullying me. She twisted my nose, but in Oppos, that's okay, Grandpa, I fixed it myself." Li Xiang witnessed a peculiar sight. Li Yaoye's children perfectly inherited the robust genes of both Li Yaotai and Bai Rou, each one remarkably strong and seemingly cast from the same mold. Even Li Yunjie, the girl among them, resembled a small leopard. Take the eldest, Li Yundo, for example. At just 8 years old, he had already reached a height of 5 meters, bare-chested, with dark skin, having straightened his bloodied nose and visibly developed biceps. The other children, too, displayed physiques that foretold their future strength as they grew older. At this moment, the center of the Silver Iron Forest resembled their playground, where they frolicked with spirit beasts, engaging in extreme sports that children should not partake in, showcasing their audacity. The Pig Demon King, the dominant force of the Silver Iron Forest, watched over the children with a benevolent smile. Li Yaotai and Bai Rou were indeed exceptional talents. Nurturing such a remarkable brood, Li Xiang found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he felt reassured, for Bai Rou, raised by the Pig Demon King, possessed exemplary character, and now, with Li Yaoye's children being nurtured by both the Pig Demon King and the Li family, any mishaps would be truly extraordinary. While savoring the roasted chicken delivered by Yuxian, he switched his focus again. Li Xiang's attention was suddenly captivated by a line of text in the event log, his mouth full of meat as he began clicking the mouse. "Your descendant Li Yaoqing has broken through the initial phase of foundation establishment. Her aptitude has undergone a transformation, possessing a mixed 4-element spiritual root. After nearly 5 years of contemplation, she has suddenly comprehended the cultivation techniques within the Thousand Herbs Classic, realizing that ancient alchemists utilized the spirit of flora to cultivate divine infants, nurturing their primordial spirit to attain the path of the medicinal body. Upon receiving the consent of the family spirit beast, the end Oppos, 8-leaf flower demon, and Oppos, I forged it into my Dantian, establishing a symbiotic relationship, thereby acquiring the divine arts of nature's wrath. Consequently, the 8-leaf flower demon underwent a transformation into a 9-leaf Dan. This bestowed the unique trait, celestial embryo. Li Xiang was rendered speechless, gazing in astonishment at Li Yaoqing, who had just emerged from her seclusion. She hurriedly rushed to the ancestral hall, kneeling in reverence and fervently calling out, "Ancestral guardian, bestow your blessings." At that moment, Li Yaoqing had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Though she had reached the age of 38, she resembled a young maiden, her appearance unchanged, yet her attire remained disheveled and soiled, tears streaming down her face. "Ancestral guardian, it has been years since I last paid my respects. Please do not hold it against me," she implored. I, in turn, invoked the love of the ancestor for her. With trembling hands, I accessed Li Yaoqing's information. Li Yaoqing, 2nd-generation descendant, profession, 9th rank apothecary, cultivation level, initial foundation establishment, techniques, Thousand Herb Sutra, divine arts of nature's wrath, traits, botanical affinity, celestial embryo. Li Yaoqing's current state transcended mere transformation. The insights gleaned from the Thousand Herb Sutra could potentially surpass those derived from the exquisite divine treasure, the heavenly corpse. After all, the revival of spiritual energy on Earth over the millennia had birthed immortals. Anything associated with the term immortal is undoubtedly extraordinary. Upon clicking on the divine arts of nature's wrath and the celestial embryo, I discovered that the descriptions of both the technique and the trait were identical, and closely tied to the 9-leaf Dan that had manifested within Li Yaoqing's Dantian. Divine arts of nature's wrath. Cultivate the nine-leaf Dan, with each realm transcended. It may become a celestial embryo. Enhancement of cultivation speed by 30. Acceleration of herbal cultivation by 100. From henceforth, one may discern the efficacy of all herbs in the world. In succinct terms, my understanding of the earlier exposition indicated that with each significant breakthrough in Li Xiang's cultivation, an additional leaf would sprout from her Dan, simultaneously enhancing her innate talent, ultimately culminating in the formation of a celestial embryo. Presently, her nine-leaf Dan had already developed 2 leaves, elevating her innate talent to 4 spirit roots. 3 leaves would correspond to 3 spirit roots, while 4 would yield dual spirit roots, and so forth. With successive breakthroughs, Li Xiang's innate talent would be augmented, and her strength would proportionately increase due to this enhancement. I had never encountered such an extraordinary constitution. Undoubtedly, as long as Li Xiang could steadily progress, there would come a day when she would ascend to immortality. Even if her current power paled in comparison to others, once her innate talent evolved into dual spirit roots, single spirit roots, or even stronger heavenly roots, her prowess would multiply exponentially. Moreover, her divine arts of nature's wrath was also growing stronger, now possessing 2 tiers of techniques, the first tier being of ordinary level, and the second tier at yellow level. Should she break through these layers, Li Xiang could attain heavenly level techniques or even more formidable ones. The most alarming aspect was that once she dismantled the layers, her progress in mastering the techniques would soar to 100, reaching a transcendent level. In awe, I swallowed hard, and with a bold thought, I clicked on the divine arts of nature and Oppos, S-Wrath. You have selected the technique of your descendant, the divine arts of nature and Oppos, S-Wrath. Would you like to replicate this technique? Consumption of incense value, 999. Even more extraordinary. Chapter 42. The war between the Leaving Heaven sect and the Black Tortoise Gate, gazing at the astronomical amount of incense value required. Li Xiang found himself unable to assess the true level of the divine art of heavenly punishment and flora. Furthermore, he cannot fathom the current potential of Li Xiang and its corresponding rank, suppressing the tumult of shock and excitement within him. He understood clearly that regardless of how formidable Li Xiang's potential might be, she remained, at present, merely a slightly stronger cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, along with being a remarkably gifted alchemist. The task at hand was not to indulge in fantasies of the future, but rather to focus on the present development. If progress could not be made, all would be meaningless. Li Xiang commenced accelerating the flow of time. With abundant resources at hand and the growing strength of the Li family, they did not succumb to arrogance. Instead, they concealed their secrets and began to develop quietly. After discussions with your descendant Li Xiang decided to hide a substantial amount of spirit stones owned by the family, gradually increasing the family's spiritual farmland by 10 acres each year. Jian village ceased the cultivation of ordinary grains. Li Xiang gifted the villagers with seeds of spiritual herbs that even common folk could plant, slowly teaching them the methods of cultivation. With the increasing prosperity of every household in Jian village, more and more ordinary residents and cultivators came to visit, leading to a rise in petty thefts and even instances of deceit against the villagers. The Li family decided to construct walls around Jian village to prevent disturbances from outsiders. Had the rudiments of a city begun to take shape? Under Li Xiang's watchful gaze, the game screen reverted to the 3,000 villagers of Jian village, who began to volunteer for city construction. With access to spirit rice at regular intervals, the villagers grew stronger, capable of lifting stones weighing hundreds of pounds with ease. In the accelerated time, these game characters engaged in foundational construction projects. However, this city was somewhat different, predominantly inhabited by the original villagers of Jian. Each household bore the tattoo of the character Li, etched by the bloodline of the Li family, making it clear who truly pledged allegiance to the Li clan. Those wishing to join Ji and Oppos in village were meticulously evaluated and filtered by the Li family. Even guests recruited from outside would not gain the family and Oppos trust unless they bore the Oppos, Li and Oppos tattoo. Your descendant Li Xiang successfully crafted an 8th grade elixir, Heavenly Origin Rejuvenation Powder, which can restore significant spiritual power to cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and below. Your descendant Li Xiang has successfully advanced to the rank of 8th grade alchemist. Under her years of cultivation, a 9th grade alchemist has emerged in the spiritual herb garden. Soon, Li Xiang arrived at the ancestral hall to pay her respects, and Li Xiang bestowed upon her a dose of love from the ancestors. However, it was expected that she would swiftly achieve the rank of 8th grade alchemist. Indeed, with sufficient medicinal materials, Li Xiang could concoct all 8th grade elixirs in a short time. This illustrated the terrifying nature of her current talent. Li Xiang even contemplated whether others could cultivate the divine art of heavenly punishment and flora like herself. The outcome was a bolt of heavenly lightning struck from the sky, nearly claiming the life of the newly minted 9th grade alchemist. She dared not attempt it again. Was she a unique existence? Yet as long as there was enough incense value, it posed no problem for me. Li Xiang pondered deeply, yet could not discern the rationale. Such a technique had long surpassed his current understanding. With the increase of resources and the growth of the villagers in Jian, the members of the Black Blood Hall have risen to 300. The forging pavilion has been laboring tirelessly, finally crafting a sufficient number of black iron beast blood armor sets, which rival mid-grade magical artifacts in effectiveness. With the support of the Silver Iron Forest, the forging pavilion and the spiritual herb garden benefited the most. The Silver Iron Forest was abundant with demon beasts and spirit beasts for the Leaf family to utilize, and Su Tsuehua would periodically lead people to extract blood from these beasts. Li Yaotai now possessed over 20 oppos, blood altars and oppos, for soaking equipment. The remaining beast blood could sustain the cultivation of 10 beast blood fruit trees. When the demon beasts needed to break through, they could also obtain the fruits from these trees, creating a win-win situation. Your descendant Li Yaozu is training in the Deadly Heaven Coffin, enhancing his skills and techniques and martial arts. Li Dalong is also training in the Deadly Heaven Coffin. Su Tsuehua is training in the Deadly Heaven Coffin. Li Dalong and his wife, along with the sword-obsessed Li Yaozu, frequently trained in the Deadly Heaven Coffin, while also persuading Li Yunbing to join them for training. They made progress in the secret manual of leaving heaven. However, the Li family dared not casually employ the techniques from the secret manual of leaving heaven outside, as it was a closely guarded secret of the leaving heaven sect. If leaked, it could lead to trouble. The villagers of N continued to practice the techniques acquired from the 3 eradicated families, making swift progress. Now, the Li family had constructed 10 training halls. The Li family, 46 years. Bairu, after 10 months of pregnancy, gave birth to twins, naming them Li Yunxian and Li Yunxing. Congratulations, you have gained 30 incense. Bairuru was undoubtedly the most diligent daughter-in-law of the Li family. The sounds of infants crying resonated once more in the delivery room, as the midwife skillfully handed the 2 children to Li Dalong and his wife, bringing immeasurable joy to the Li family. Ancestor, look at me. I have given birth to 2 children, far surpassing my elder brother. Li Yaodai looked at the children and his parents and amp. Oppos, arms, their size is impressive, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Li Yaozu shot Li Yaotai a disapproving glance, but had grown accustomed to his younger brother's impetuosity, feeling more hidden joy than annoyance, and scolded him with a feigned frown. What kind of talk is that? Do you think that just because we have grown up, I won't beat you? Ah ha ha. I'm happy today. Li Yaodai scratched his head, observing the harmonious family scene on the screen. Li Xiang felt compelled to bestow upon each a dose of Indamp. Oppos, love from the ancestors, and Amp. Oppos, their time seemed to pass swiftly. Li Xiang smiled broadly. Soon the scene shifted, and the Li family held a grand banquet to celebrate the arrival of new life. Li Xiang noticed that over the years, the Li family had accumulated numerous friends, with guests filling the hall. The Su and Chan families from Tailan Town, the Gu family from Qingping Town, the Han family from Lantian Town, had received support, along with other prominent families from various towns that had business dealings with the Li family, all arrived with gifts. As he was counting the Li family as friends, a jarring message suddenly appeared in the event log, starkly contrasting the festive atmosphere. Special event. The two major sects behind Taichung County have clashed once again after many years, reaching an irreparable state with a great battle imminent. Li Xiang paused in surprise, recalling that when Li Yunlin joined the Leaving Heaven sect, there had been a hint regarding the conflict between the Leaving Heaven sect and the Black Tortoise Gate. Li Yunlin's master had also perished amidst their discord. These two factions had been engaged in fierce combat every few years for centuries. However, he had been so focused on the family's development that he had failed to notice the turmoil outside, turning his attention to the game screen. The dining table was abuzz with discussions about this matter. Chun Chuang shook his head and sighed, alas. Sect disputes only bring suffering upon families like ours and upon common folk. The head of the Gu family bore a furrowed brow. I have a friend in the Leaving Heaven sect who has shared some inside information with me. It all began when the two major sects obtained an ancient stele, discovering that an ancient battle had once transpired around Taichung County, resulting in the fall of a great master at the ascended stage. That master left behind treasures, such as a heavenly coffin. Thus, they sought the ancient tomb and employed magic to trigger the ancient tomb's formation, leading to nearly 2 decades of severe drought afflicting Taichung County and its neighboring regions. They spoke of searching for the celestial coffin, yet it became a source of ridicule. Within the ancient tomb, there was naught but the remnants of an ancient power preserved by formidable magic. Nonsense. For the sake of Ayist. They disregarded the lives of the common folk and us, and now, as both sides prepare for war, how can we protect ourselves? Upon hearing this, the Li family members remained outwardly calm, yet internally, a tempest brewed. Even Li Xiang, seated before the screen, felt the same. What on earth? In that moment, Li Xiang understood. No wonder, during the onset of the Great Drought, Li Dalong had discovered that mysterious spear in the wild boar forest. It is also no surprise that the celestial coffin has manifested. This implies that they have sought in the wrong place. By unleashing their magic, the mysterious spear, far away in Jian village, and the celestial coffin materialized one after the other, both now belonging to us, the Li family. A chill ran down Li Xiang's spine. Fortunately, both Tianzong and Xuanwu Gate believe that the ancient legends are mere fabrications, tricks played by the tombs of the mighty, as long as we do not reveal ourselves. No one will suspect that the celestial coffin resides within the Li family's grasp. He let out a long, relieved breath. He now felt grateful for his caution, which had kept the secret of the celestial coffin safe within the Li family. Otherwise, should even a hint escape, the two ancient sects, tricked by the powers of old, would surely tear the Li family apart. Soon, the feast within the game interface concluded. The descendants of the Li family, filled with trepidation, made their way to the ancestral hall. The most pressing matter at hand was that if the two sects were to clash, they too would be caught in the crossfire. Li Xiang clicked on the avatar of the Purple Thunder Celestial Python, inquiring about the details. Li Yaowen spoke gravely. Ancestor for a long time. The 12 towns of Taichung County have been governed by the two major sections. Taichung County is but one county, with each sect occupying 2 cities. For many years, the county city has been jointly ruled by the two sects, sharing the tax revenue equally. Now that both sides are at war, Taichung County is likely to be embroiled in their conflict. At that point, even the county officials will have little authority, and the city will descend into chaos. We could be subject to the orders of the two sects at any moment, and we may also be preyed upon by opportunists. The head of the ancient family has stated that their discord is irreparable. According to the texts I have consulted, this war could very well last for decades, even up to a century. Li Xiang stroked the mouse thoughtfully. He sensed that the days ahead would likely no longer be tranquil. Chapter 43, Mid-Foundation Establishment, Achieving Greatness. In the midst of the two sects and oppos conflict, the future remains uncertain. However, Li clearly understands that for the Li family to navigate this potentially century-long calamity with prudence, and even to profit from it, strength remains paramount. Without it, why does the Li family have to discuss anything else? Yet, the looming blade of danger also serves as a catalyst for human advancement. Amidst the news of the sex clash, your descendants sense the unseen peril. To ensure the survival of their lineage through this disaster, they began to cherish every fleeting moment to bolster their family's strength. Your family has acquired the trait. Forge ahead. Before the crisis concludes, your kin shall experience a 10 increase in cultivation speed and comprehension, enabling them to discern opportunities for familial growth more readily. The current generation shall forever remember this crisis, enhancing the effectiveness of Forge ahead by tenfold. As the tension within Li began to dissipate, he recalled that after resolving the troubles in Thailand town, the vengeance buff had already faded. Now, the Li family had once again attained a collective trait. Indeed, no matter the challenges, opportunities coexist alongside them. Without hesitation, Li decided to summon his descendants through the purple thunder celestial python. Just as he was about to click on the Python's avatar to discuss his newfound insights, he paused. His descendants entered the ancestral hall, and after their customary bows, Li Xiang, beaming with joy, reported that during his training session, Yunbing had mentioned that he had been persistently confronted by the first layer of zombies. However, after he took the initiative to attack, the path towards the end of the first layer became significantly easier. Thus, he questioned, why can't our Li family take the initiative during the calamity of the two sects? O Ancestor, I do not know if this foolish child speaks wisely. Please enlighten us. Li and Amp, Oppo's smile gradually faded as he stared blankly at the game screen, fixated on the naive expression of Li Yunbing, whose features seemed to scream, I am a fool, come deceive me. He remained motionless for a while. Meanwhile, Li Xiang, receiving no response, grew anxious, almost urging, Ancestor, please speak. Had he inadvertently connected with Yunbing, who often fell victim to deception within the family? Clenching his teeth, Li clicked on the purple thunder celestial python's avatar. Agreed. Upon entering this text, the Li family rejoiced at the python's response. The Ancestor has consented. Ha ha ha. I knew Yunbing wasn't foolish. He could devise useful strategies. Grandson, follow me. Li's teeth gritted as he pinched his thigh tightly. Stay calm. Absolutely must remain composed. No smashing of the keyboard. Next, glancing at the time flow on the screen, Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. What was there to doubt? Time in the game had passed many days, and his realization had come swiftly. Indeed, his descendants were thinking along the same lines as him. He should be pleased, for it demonstrated their growth. I should smile. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the phone rang. Upon answering, he was greeted by the jubilant voice of Boss Chi. Young Master Li, I've sold everything and made a fortune, Boss Chi. Do I look like a fool? Ah, why do you ask that suddenly? Boss Chi's voice faltered. Then he spoke earnestly. I am aware that my family name, Chi, has not had the best reputation, but young Master Li, rest assured. I swear on my life that from the moment we began our partnership, I will not take any kickbacks. Ha ha ha. Li finally smiled. Conversing with intelligent individuals is refreshingly simple. After hanging up, he felt a sense of relief. Your family convened and decided to secretly eliminate the listening wind martial pavilion amid the chaos of Taching. Li Xiang, accompanied by his wife, borrowed the spiritual beast wind shadow bright spirit bird from Silver Iron Forest and set off. As Li munched on his snack, he observed this unique operation. The deeper he delved into the game, the more he understood that every special mission had its distinct reason, either a significant threat to the Li family or a potential opportunity for gain. Though he had been closely monitoring the growth of the Li family's power, he was aware that Listening Wind Martial Pavilion, located in Listening Wind town of Taching County, had its strongest member at merely the mid-foundation establishment stage. While this small sect, sustained solely by foundation establishment practitioners, was quite weak, the Li family prepared for 2 months to eradicate it, even utilizing their connections with the Su family of Thailand. The reason for such meticulous preparation was that Listening Wind Martial Pavilion was loyal to the Xuanwu sect, and without comprehensive plans to evade the Xuanwu sect and Amp, Oppo's watchful eyes, the Li family might encounter considerable trouble. The ultimate goal was to acquire the auxiliary high-grade artifact within the martial arts hall, Martial Arts Spirit Pearl. Foundation establishers can inscribe their techniques onto the Spirit Pearl for others to cultivate. While this item seemed ordinary, the Li family went to great lengths because they learned that Listening Wind Martial Pavilion had, after decades of experimentation, placed the Martial Arts Spirit Pearl in a structure akin to the training rooms in G and Amp, Oppo's, in Village, which could further accelerate the cultivation speed of practitioners within those rooms. At this moment, the Li family had already begun dismantling the 10 training rooms to combine them into a large training facility, preparing to install the martial arts spirit pearl beneath a dome. Soon, on a moonless night, Li Dalong and his wife, accompanied by their spiritual beast, approached the Listening Wind Martial Pavilion situated on a small hill outside Listening Wind Town. Within the ancient architectural complex, a murderous intent surged forth in the darkness. Su Zuehua, wielding a low-grade spiritual weapon, possessed the capability to engage a Pinnacle Foundation establishment practitioner, coupled with the elusive Wind Shadow Bright Spirit Bird. They were virtually unstoppable against this small sect, which boasted only a mid-Foundation establishment leader and 2 early Foundation establishment elders. The couple and their spiritual beast had a clear plan, knowing precisely where to strike, and they fully grasped the layout of Listening Wind Martial Pavilion. It was indeed a night for swift and decisive action. Li intended to switch screens to check on other descendants, but his hand paused over the mouse. He watched as the Li family swiftly incapacitated the leader of Listening Wind Martial Pavilion, dragging him to the edge of a cliff several dozen miles away. Li Dalong gripped the leader's neck tightly. What was happening? Li bit into his snack, observing the complex emotions reflected in Dalong's eyes. Hatred, relief, and perhaps liberation? Do you still remember who I am? Li Dalong's voice was low, tinged with a tremor. This friend, I do not know where I have offended you. Let us speak amicably. Are you here for the martial arts spirit pearl? Take it, please. I have many spiritual stones. I can offer you all the valuable items from our pavilion. The leader of Listening Wind Martial Pavilion was not foolish. He recognized that these individuals had no fear of the Xuanwu sect behind him and thus resorted to pleading for his life. You do not remember. Li Dalong sighed heavily. It has been 49 years. You may not remember me, but I remember you. Who are you? The sect leader and Appo's terror intensified. Yet, Li Dalong paid him no heed and continued. You claim that the Listening Wind Pavilion is an esteemed sect within Listening Wind Town, but in reality, it is steeped in filth. Back in the day, when you were at the pinnacle of chi refinement, it was the time you established the Listening Wind Pavilion. And let us not forget your other identity, a slave dealer who abducts children for sale. You, the sect leader, wished to protest, but the veins on his forehead bulged, and Li Dalong had already rendered him speechless, casually crippling the sect leader's dantian with a swift palm strike. Children of exceptional talent, you would sell to the major sections. Those of lesser aptitude, you would use as furnace cauldrons. Li Dalong coldly severed the sect leader's hands and feet. Do you know that when we, the 12 furnace cauldrons, reached the age of 20, it was time for you to nurture us with your vile worms? In order to survive, I was the only one who escaped that infernal pit known as the Listening Wind Pavilion. I still vividly recall the cries of my companions urging me to flee. Run quickly. Go, you must escape. I escaped while my companions perished. I could only trace back to my childhood memories to find my former home, only to discover my parents' graves, the thatched house abandoned, leaving behind only the ancestral tablet. When you abducted me, I was still called Go. The fortune teller had yet to bestow upon me a name. I understand my own insignificance, yet I dream incessantly of your demise, of the ruin of your sect. Li Dalong exhaled deeply. As Su Zuehua placed her hand on his shoulder, he offered her a reassuring smile, then turned his cold gaze back to the sect leader. I am no longer Go, the nameless pup that fled with its tail between its legs after losing everything. I now bear a name, Dalong. Remember me in your next life. I am Li Dalong. It is time to release the past. Li Dalong truly let go, casting the sect leader down the cliff. Then, borrowing a spiritual artifact from Su Zuehua, he descended in a frenzied onslaught, obliterating the sect leader's flesh until it mingled with the sordid earth. As Li Xiang observed the unfolding events on the screen, it felt as though he stood beside Li Dalong, enveloped by the chilling night breeze. The melon in his hand suddenly lost its flavor. This was the first time he learned of Li Dalong's harrowing past. Perhaps this was the reason behind his unique trait, determined to succeed, and the driving force behind his relentless pursuit of a better life after acquiring the techniques. Many years prior, The Li family had gained the strength to avenge Li Dalong. However, he chose not to exact revenge, perhaps knowing that the Listening Wind Pavilion had gained a formidable backing. For the sake of his family's advancement, he had long suppressed his hatred. Even today, it was only due to the family's need for the martial spirit pearl that Li Dalong dared to take such risks. Otherwise, he might still refrain from pursuing personal desires. With the booming sounds echoing from the game screen, your descendant, Li Dalong, has overcome years of suppressed inner demons, and the trait determined to succeed has undergone a transformation. Trait, achieving greatness. Your descendant, Li Dalong, has broken through. Mid-Foundation Establishment. Chapter 44. The peril of demonic cultivation. Li Dalong's resolute character is indeed rare. Otherwise, he would not have been able to lead his family to such prosperity amidst the drought, relying solely on a manual for the cultivation of qi practitioners. Were it anyone else, Li Xiang would likely have resorted to invoking the wrath of their ancestors daily. Trait, capable of great achievements. Late blooming. Cultivation speed increased by 20. By dispelling demonic obstacles, one and oppos, state of mind becomes broad, and comprehension improves, making it easier to successfully practice techniques and martial arts. Upon returning from Feng Town, Li Dalong immediately offered incense and paid homage. Li Xiang glanced at his current incense value, 27,650. Still quite a way to go. He raised an eyebrow. As the Li family's offspring multiplied, he could typically gather around 3,000 incense points each year, with special events yielding even more. He had long coveted the profound technique shadowy steps of the celestial realm from the secret classic of Li Xiang. After years of cultivation, the most advanced among them, Li Yaozu, had only reached 28. When Yaozu could master this technique to perfection, it would likely require 100,000 incense points to replicate. Li Xiang pondered how best to utilize these incense points. Your family has constructed a large training facility, named the 3-story Martial Tower. Following the prompt from the event log, he beheld a 3-tiered spire standing tall in the center of Jian Village. Upon understanding, Li Xiang realized that this Martial Tower, built by a master hired at a great expense by the Li family, had transformed into a large magical artifact. As long as no one excavated the tower, the existence of the spirit pearl within would remain undiscovered. The Martial Tower could manifest the phantoms of skilled practitioners, provided there were sufficient spirit stones. It could tirelessly demonstrate techniques and martial arts day and night, thereby enhancing the spiritual energy within. The first floor was for qi refinement, while the third could accommodate entry. The members of the Li family immediately channeled the 36 techniques and martial arts they had collected over the years, including the Wang family body refinement technique, dragon step method, and gentle breeze technique into the Martial Tower. Presently, the family prioritized the cultivation of the secret classic of Li Xiang. After addressing the matter of the Martial Tower, the Li family gathered. As for them, eliminating the Feng Martial Pavilion was merely the beginning. Li Yaowen addressed his father, Li Dalong, who sat in the main seat. Father, the matter of the Feng Martial Pavilion has been handled smoothly, and no one suspects us. By employing the thunder-calling canon of the Li Xiang sect, the Xuanwu sect has begun to suspect that it was the Li Xiang sect's doing. Indeed, Li Dalong nodded slightly, his past like a breeze that has long since passed. Now he stood as steady as an ancient tree in the wind. This matter was settled, and he would speak no more of it. The Li family was but a small clan, the best guys one could adopt. Understood, father. Li Yaowen took a sip of tea and continued solemnly. The plan we had to venture to the Qingtian Valley must be abandoned. At this statement, Li Dalong had yet to respond, but Li Yaoqing grew anxious. Why? Is there some unforeseen change? What will happen to the celestial heartgrass? In recent days, the Li family had not merely plotted against the Feng Martial Pavilion. After expanding their family business, they had acquired both friends and enemies. Now was the time for reckoning. The Qingtian Valley mentioned by Li Yaowen was significant. Their sect's stronghold contained a wealth of celestial heartgrass. This was also a primary herb that Li Yaoqing lacked for concocting a new medicine, demonic cultivators. The mere mention of these two words caused the expressions of the Li family to shift. Demonic cultivators differed significantly from ordinary practitioners. in their pursuit of rapid cultivation. Their methods often transgressed moral boundaries. Whether through blood sacrifices or using humans as vessels, their practices were akin to cannibalism, reminiscent of consuming raw human brain. Such a path of cultivation rendered them mad, violent, bloodthirsty, and greedy, akin to practitioners perpetually under the influence of drugs. I received news from the Su family that the minor sect we were interested in has been seized by others. Li Xiang continued. The site bears the unique aura of demonic cultivators, employing sinister means. They are exceedingly cunning, taking advantage of the turmoil between the two sects to evade capture after achieving their goals. My celestial heartgrass. Li Xiang understood all too well that once this precious herb fell into the hands of demonic cultivators, it would be nearly impossible to retrieve. Instantly, he appeared despondent. At that moment, a guard affiliated with the Black Blood Hall hurriedly entered to report, holding a token that caused the Li family members to stiffen. The token of the Li Xiang sect. Li Dalong took the token, and a white light surged into his mind. It was a message left by a master of the Li Xiang sect within the token using their magical powers. In an instant, Li Dalong's eyes narrowed. News of the celestial heartgrass had arrived. Special event. Demonic cultivators cause havoc. Due to the war between the two sects, the masters of the Li Xiang sect are preoccupied and unable to attend to mundane affairs in Taiching City. Their disciples, upon hearing of the chaos caused by the demonic cultivators, have descended the mountain to train and earnestly invite masters from various factions to assist the Li Xiang sect in eliminating the demons. After receiving the command from the Li Xiang sect, Li Dalong proceeded to the Ancestral Hall to report. Li Xiang also saw the information. To eliminate demons and uphold justice? It was somewhat intriguing. Sects like the Li Xiang sect and Xuanwu sect often proclaimed themselves as righteous. Yet, consider how many lives were lost when they opened ancient tombs. Every few periods, the two sects clashed in fierce battles, stirring up chaos. Yet, when the issue of demonic cultivators arose, they seemed quite conscientious. While contemplating, Li Dalong had already knelt to pay respects. Ancestor, I bid you farewell on this journey. In the coming year, I can only burn incense for you from afar. Upon hearing this, the Li family members were momentarily stunned. Li Xiang furrowed his brow. It seemed Li Dalong intended to partake in this mission to eliminate the demonic cultivators. Li Dalong and Appos. His head was adorned with small characters. The disciples of the Li Xiang sect had located the demonic cultivators in the Thunderfire Cavern. If the guardian beast of the temple is to undergo transformation, the Thunderfire Cavern must contain celestial thunder and earthly fire. No wonder Li Dalong would involve himself in this matter. Li Xiang felt a stir of excitement. The Purple Thunder Celestial Python sought to ascend to Demon King status, and the Celestial Thunder and Earthly Fire were among the conditions. However, the mission in Appos' location was far and would not be accomplished in a day. To eliminate demons was already a daunting task. The disciples of the Li Xiang sect were inexperienced and might not even know the specific numbers and strength of the demonic cultivators, making it perilously dangerous. While Li Xiang pondered whether to take this risk, the Li family members in the Ancestral Hall had already begun to determine who would go. The guardian beast of the temple is the strongest entity in our Li family. If it can transform into a demon king, it would be a great blessing for us. Li Dalong surveyed the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on Su Tsuhua. My dear wife, while I am away, you must take a more active role in the family affairs. At this declaration, the Li family members grew anxious. Father, how can you go? You are the head of the family. Everyone is counting on you. Yes, father. Let me go. I am quite idle at the Black Blood Hall. As the head of the family, you cannot leave. The family needs you. Rather, I should go. With the Tianjun seal, I can contend with False Dan, and my spirit beast courtyard has moved to the Silver Iron Forest, with Old Pig helping to oversee. I have no pressing matters. They all understood that despite the Li Xiang sect leading the way, the journey would still be fraught with danger. Enough. Suddenly, Li Xiang, who usually remained somewhat taciturn, raised his voice sharply, silencing everyone. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Li Xiang ruffled his messy hair and revealed a smile, his large white teeth becoming more pronounced. Father, please do not go. What my elder brother said is correct. For so many years, It has been you and fourth sister who have taken the lead. Those families we secretly control only recognize you. If you're gone for too long, chaos will surely ensue. It is certainly inappropriate for my mother to go, given your demonic cultivation. Looking once more at my elder brother, who appeared relaxed, Li Xiang said, Elder brother, you should refrain from accompanying us as well. Li Yaozu furrowed his brow. Among the plans devised by our fourth sister, the involvement of the Black Blood Hall is crucial, and you are the one most acquainted with its members. Moreover, we cannot expect our father to traverse the realm with the Black Blood Hall, can we? As her words hung in the air, she turned her gaze towards Li Yaotai, who stood tall and proud at that moment. Li Xiang rolled her eyes. Third brother, you have 7 children who are still growing. Do you wish to return only to find they no longer recognize you? And what a forging pavilion. After all these years, you remain the sole craftsman. The family awaits your creation of superior artifacts. Her words struck a nerve with Li Yaotai. All eyes turned toward Li Xiang. Second sister, do you wish to go? Li Yaowen's expression was complex. Everyone in the family volunteered, yet she, a woman of no cultivation, could only watch helplessly as her kin faced danger. In such moments, she often questioned the righteousness of her chosen path. What? Do you look down upon your second sister? Li Xiang teased. Her previously carefree demeanor suddenly shifted to one of seriousness as she regarded her relatives. It is most fitting for me to undertake this task. I have exhausted my medicinal resources. My 15 apprentices in the medicinal garden are capable of concocting standard potions, and I have trained a foster child into a 9th-tier pharmacist, which suffices for our family's needs. Qinger. Li Dalong intended to offer counsel, but was interrupted by Li Xiang. Father, you know well that in terms of skill, I may fall short of you all, yet with potions at my disposal and having acquired new abilities, preserving my life poses no issue. I may not possess the intellect of you all, except for the third brother. Nevertheless, after all I have endured over the years, I understand how to navigate encounters with outsiders. Especially as a woman, they are prone to underestimate me, which serves as the perfect guise. Furthermore, I am not foolish. My objective is to locate the demon lair and ascertain the conditions of the heavenly thunder and earthly fire, not to court death. Should danger arise, I am more than capable of fleeing. Those demonic cultivators have even stolen my Tianxing grass, and I shall seek retribution for that as well. Her rationale left the Li family speechless. Li Xiang then bowed before the ancestral tablet, solemnly declaring, I beseech our ancestors to grant me this great responsibility. Li Xiang silently clicked the icon of the purple thunder celestial python, having been persuaded by Li Xiang. Shortly thereafter, as the year of the Li clan and Appos, as grand ceremony approached, braving the cold wind, Li Xiang donned her everyday attire and, accompanied by 4 spirit beasts borrowed from the silver iron forest, made her way to the entrance of Jian village. From her bosom, she retrieved the ancestral tablet and turned to her family, who had accompanied her to the village's edge. Smiling, do not worry. I am taking our ancestors with me. Whether facing the Li Xians or the demon cultivators, with our ancestors' blessings, I am not going to my demise. I will make them aware that there exists a Li family in the jurisdiction of Taiqing County. Upon hearing her words, the Li family erupted in laughter. Well said. Li Dalong squinted. Xiang, this journey involves various factions from Taiqing County. Do not fear. Should you encounter trouble, feel free to send word. Father, I am 42 years old now. I am no longer a child, Li Xiang replied with a wry smile. With that, she slowly turned away, heading towards the direction of Taiqing County, waving goodbye. In the fading light of the setting sun, this girl, often appearing disheveled from her time in the medicinal garden, now exuded an ethereal glow, resembling a radiant fairy. Chapter 45. The Li family's offspring. Li Yunlin Li Xiang had left Jian village for half a month. Sitting in his room, Li Xiang took a deep breath. He could sense the growing chaos in Taiqing County due to the 2 sects and Appos conflict. This was precisely why the normally cautious Li Dalong had taken the risk of venturing into the Thunder Fire Demon Cave. The entire Li family understood that the only way to shield themselves from the repercussions of the sex battles was to continuously strengthen their own power in the most expedient manner. As the patriarch, it was time for me to exert some effort as well. While keeping an eye on the developments within the game, and noting that only a day remained until the Li family and Apos' grand ceremony, Li Xiang allowed time in the game world to flow normally. He dialed Boss Chi and Apos' number. Boss Chi, can you come to my house within an hour? This time, I will give you 200 blood fruits and some new items. But I hope you can bring what I need. Just 5 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Li Xiang was greeted by the breathless visage of Boss Chi. 200? Hurry, I have customers waiting. And new items, they can't be worse than blood fruits, right? My clients are quite discerning. Don't rush. Come in and have a cup of milk tea first. Li Xiang chuckled, shaking his head. What does it mean to be discerning? It was evident to him that Boss Chi and Apos' clients were quite fond of the blood fruits. Yet, in reality, the beast blood fruits held little significance for the Li family. After inviting Boss Chi inside and offering him milk tea, Li Xiang extended his hand. First, show me the items I requested. Ah, my young master Li, I must warn you that I managed to acquire these items, but please do not misuse them. If you intend to target your classmates, just let me know. If you wish to deal with the spirit old lady, once we have gathered enough spirit stones, it will be a piece of cake. While Boss Chi spoke, he nonetheless pulled out a storage ring and tossed it to Li Xiang. Ignoring Boss Chi and Apos' advice, Li Xiang glanced into the storage ring and frowned. Only 2. Yes, just 2. Boss Chi shrugged. These are not easy to procure, and where else can I find more in such a short time? I got these from an extreme organization. How many can you get in total? Li Xiang realized he had been somewhat presumptuous. It was no small feat for Boss Chi to acquire contraband, and he had foolishly expected more. After pondering for a moment, Boss Chi replied, I and Apos' reach out again. You know, what you and Apos' re-asking for cannot be left in plain sight. However, I assure you, the next batch will not be fewer than this one. All right, Li Xiang was not overly demanding. He smiled, Boss Chi. Enjoy your milk tea while I retrieve something for you. With that, he entered his room and hastened the flow of time within the game. In the game, the descendants of the Li family gathered at the ancestral hall, bowing before his tablet. The offerings for their journey were already prepared before the incense burner on the altar. Li family and Apos' 50-year grand ceremony begins. Your descendants' present offerings: 200 first-order beast blood fruits, 20 golden spirit powders, 10 yang enhancement powders. Do you choose to take them? Soon, the offerings appeared on Li Xiang's table. Without delay, he placed the storage ring into the bronze furnace, which chimed in response. Detected your use of grace upon your descendants, granting 2 celestial star spirit seekers. After the items were teleported, Li Xiang quickly left the room, for Boss Chi was still waiting outside. You sent me potions? Boss Chi blinked. Is this a new product from the Li Corporation? Indeed. Li Xiang pointed to the golden spirit powder, which enhanced the golden spirit root by 1 to 8 points. What? Upon hearing this, Boss Chi's eyes widened. Were it not for Li Xiang, and considering the Li family had previously produced extraordinary potions, he would hardly believe it. Does it have any side effects? Is it as outrageous as your family's heavenly mechanism spirit replenishing pill? He was well aware that the heavenly mechanism spirit replenishing pill was exceedingly rare on the market. Although the golden spirit powder was not as potent, it was still an extraordinary item. None whatsoever. I'll give you 20 portions, hoping you can fetch a good price. Li Xiang was quite pleased with Boss Chi and Apos' reaction. The more astonished he was, the better the chances of a lucrative sale. 20 portions? Boss Chi exclaimed. Then his eyes lit up with anticipation. What about the remaining 10 portions? The yang enhancement powder? Seeing Boss Chi and Apos' eager expression, Li Xiang spoke solemnly. It offers permanent effects and has no side effects. I trust you have friends who could use it? Upon hearing this, Boss Chi swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment before asking gravely, Young Master Li, may I inquire if I have a friend? Oh, I truly have a friend who cannot hold out much longer. Will this help? Certainly. At least it will extend the duration. Li Xiang held up 3 fingers. Boss Chi nearly widened his eyes in disbelief. 3 hours? What are you thinking? In 3 hours? A cow could have plowed the field. Li Xiang's facial muscles twitched. At least 3 minutes. That's acceptable. Boss Chi and Apos' expression showed mild disappointment, but soon transformed into a smile. Young Master Li, I guarantee it will sell tremendously. Li Xiang nodded slightly. In the days to come, we will have many collaborations. However, You know my family is not suited for public appearances, so I hope to establish a company in your name. This way, my spirit stone storage issues and tax concerns will be resolved. Given your connections, you should be able to manage it. I'll give you an additional 3. As Li Xiang held up 3 fingers once more, any trace of hesitation vanished from Boss Chi and Oppo's face. Li Xiang continued, after this, the company's daily expenses will be deducted from the accounts. By the way, here is a list of items I hope you can help me procure through the company. Boss Chi accepted the lengthy scroll with a frown. It included rare potions, techniques, talismans, and war puppets. However, he dared not inquire further, for these were items sought by the formidable Li family. He even began to suspect the Li family had secretly left Earth to find a new habitable planet, constructing a new world. Is it feasible? Li Xiang inquired. Boss Chi snapped back to reality, pondering for a moment before responding, for the items you desire. I believe we must start from ancient civilizations. I have many friends who study ancient epics, and some even delve into the deep sea or extraterrestrial planets to unearth relics from those eras. I will see if I can procure such items, but may take considerable time. Thank you. Li Xiang nodded slightly. He understood that the rapid development of this world over the past millennium was largely due to the discovery of relics from ancient civilizations. As he saw Boss Chi off, Boss Chi suddenly called out, "Young Master Li, I saw your teacher in your villa district. He seemed to be asking the gatekeeper, Uncle Chun, to find you. He mentioned something about wanting you to participate in the school competition. I gather the opponent seems to be using fake pills. Has he tracked me down on my doorstep?" Li Xiang rolled his eyes. "Tell him to stop bothering me. Kin and Oppo's. I help out without being pestered?" Boss Chi laughed. "True. Against the realm of fake pills, young Master Li and Oppo's intervention should be a non-issue." "Who said I would intervene? I don't even want to leave my house." Li Xiang shrugged and said, "In this case, Boss Chi, could you do me a favor? Capture that counterfeit before the competition begins, and release him after it concludes." Boss Chi left the Jixianzhuang villa in silence, suddenly feeling that he was still quite upright in his actions. "The grand ceremony of the Li family has concluded. Congratulations. Your descendants have gathered, receiving your blessings with heartfelt gratitude. You have gained 300 incense points." As Li Xiang gazed at the nearly 30,000 incense points in his account, he estimated that with continued assistance to the Li family, he would likely see results in about 20 years of in-game time, provided he refrained from excessive use of incense points. Special event. Li Yaozu, alongside the Black Blood Hall, stealthily ventures out at midnight, preparing to intercept the mineral-heavy sand being escorted by the Qingping Blue family. Immediately after the grand ceremony, the Li family commenced their operations. Li Xiang was familiar with the Qingping Blue family, long-standing enemies of the Gu family. Now, however, the Gu family, who had once aided the Li family in saving the Silver Iron Forest, had become their ally, frequently collaborating. In these chaotic times, even the cautious Qingping Gu family seemed eager to seize opportunities. Li Xiang increasingly sensed the turmoil in Taiqing County. Fortunately, he had just delivered resources to the Li family, allowing him to contribute in some capacity. In the game, the village of Jian was currently free from troubles, still consuming the resources previously acquired, and the collaboration between Li Yaozu and the Gu family was proceeding smoothly. Li Xiang then decided to check on his 2 descendants who were currently away. He found that Li Yaoqing had arrived at the assembly point of the Li Tian sect, gathering in Tingfeng town, while Li Dalong had once vanquished the Tingfeng Wuge. Presently, around 50 individuals had gathered, awaiting more participants to join their crusade against evil. Li Yaoqing and Oppo's demeanor was one of non-confrontation and discretion, ensuring his safety. Li Xiang clicked on Li Yunlin's avatar, and the map transitioned. Li Tian's sect, the scene unfolded within a cavern, particularly notable for a milky, dense pool suffused with spiritual energy, casting an air of mystique throughout the cave. 7 years had passed since Li Yunlin left the Cliff of Reflection, and now he was meditating, suspended in mid-air above the spiritual pool. Upon reviewing past experiences, Li Xiang learned that Li Yunlin had spent these 7 years living as an outer disciple of the Li Tian sect, seemingly unremarkable, yet never ceasing his cultivation. He had been waiting for the moment to reach the pinnacle of qi refinement, which would grant him access to the spiritual pool left by his master, allowing him to break through to foundation establishment and achieve remarkable feats. Suddenly, a surge of energy exploded beneath Li Yunlin, scattering the spiritual liquid of the pool. As the spiritual energy within the cave rushed into his body, he opened his eyes, flames erupting from his gaze, particularly at his dantian. The fire of alchemy emerged from within him. Raging flames burst forth around him, nearly evaporating the spiritual pool, leaving only a blazing inferno within the cavern. Foundation establishment achieved. 12 years, murmured Li Yunlin softly. It had been 12 years since his master passed away. He had arrived as a youth, now approaching 30. Coincidentally, it was the time of the great battle between the two sections. His voice grew cold, his gaze sharp. Today, I emerge from seclusion with the nine-spirit miraculous fire, re-entering the inner sect to reclaim all that belonged to my master. I will ensure that everyone in the Li Xiang sect knows. Li family has a descendant. Li Yunlin. Chapter 46. A daring venture into the Li Xiang sect. Li Yunlin advanced towards the magnificent halls of the sect. Although he had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage, his joy was not outwardly evident. His handsome visage remained serene, as if the 12 years of his life had been devoid of any significant events, resembling a gentle and composed gentleman orchid. Truly, he was my descendant, exhibiting a steadiness surpassing even that of our ancestors. This temperament is inherited from me. Li Xiang felt a profound sense of comfort. Having initially consented to Li Yunlin and Appo's venture into the Li Xiang sect, witnessing his repeated setbacks. At last, the clouds have parted, revealing the bright moon. You have used an Appo's, love from the Ancestor and Appo's, on Li Yunlin, consuming 20 incense points. Without hesitation, Li Xiang employed the second-level skill. Ancestor. After many years, receiving the blessings of our forebear, the already composed Li Yunlin could not help but feel a lump in his throat. He retrieved his Ancestor and Appo's spirit tablet from his bosom and bowed respectfully. After 7 years of diligent cultivation, not only had he broken through with his master and Appo's spiritual pool, but once he achieved the golden core stage, he would discover the means to dismantle the sect and Appo's restrictions. The ancient Li Xiang secret tome, with its millennia of legacy, will be utilized for the benefit of the Li family. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's expression softened even further. He recalled when Li Yunlin had resolutely decided to join the Li Xiang sect, and Li Xiang had worried that Li Yunlin might forget his original intentions. Yet Li Yunlin had remained unchanged. However, my child, I have already claimed the Li Xiang secret tome. Your intentions are noted. Li Xiang bestowed another wave of warmth upon him. Soon, Li Yunlin rose. In the flow of time, he stood before a resplendent palace. Here, numerous disciples clad in white, akin to Li Yunlin, formed a square formation around a spacious, elevated arena, with a luminous barrier extending into the heavens. Inside, 8 cultivators engaged in combat, while elders presided as judges. The Li Xiang sect is currently conducting its decennial outer sect martial tournament, allowing elders to assess the potential of disciples for future apprenticeship. What was the purpose of this gathering? Li Xiang furrowed his brow, recalling the tragic demise of Li Yunlin's master and the oppressive experiences Li Yunlin faced upon returning to the sect. He cautiously moved his mouse towards the Ancestor's tablet. 12 years of refining one's heart. Even a comet would be dulled to a smooth surface. Thus Yunlin would likely not act impulsively. Observing the calmness in Li Yunlin's gaze, Li Xiang chose to trust his descendant this time. However, for precaution's sake, he remained prepared to utilize the Ancestor's tablet. Go forth and act. Your Ancestor remains steadfast. Li Yunlin gently stroked the Ancestor's tablet nestled within his robes. In this momentous occasion, combined with his intended actions, only the Ancestor could ease the tension within him. He then surveyed the surroundings. The sect's martial tournament was bustling, with the sect leader seated at the grand hall's entrance, surrounded by elders. The scene was vibrant, yet he felt distinctly out of place. Suddenly, he recalled the day 13 years ago when his master brought him to the Li Xiang sect, where his master had shown him great kindness, pouring forth knowledge without reservation. Though his triple spirit root qualification was merely mediocre, his master had asserted that his character was most suited to inherit the 9-spirit mystical fire. While one's qualifications may change, one's nature remains fundamental. Only now did Li Yunlin comprehend that perhaps his master had foreseen the grim fate of the battle against the Xuanwu Gate. His master's words rang true. I carry the blood of the Li family. Hence, I am forever a member of the Li clan. I am imbued with my master's teachings. I must preserve his legacy. And should anyone seek to destroy my master's inheritor, kill. The preceding thoughts were mere whispers until the word kill erupted from Li Yunlin's lips in a fierce shout. 13 years prior, his father had summoned forth the spirit sword. Under the gaze of all present, the spirit sword surged towards a nascent foundation cultivator standing at the edge of the arena, spectating. In that fleeting moment, 9 palm-sized golden lotuses of flame manifested around him, roaring with rage, heating the air within a 10-meter radius to an unbearable intensity. Who was this audacious individual, daring to engage in combat before the sect leader and the elders? Madness. I recognize him. He is Li Yunlin, the disciple brought back by Elder Huolin over a decade ago. The individual he targets appears to be his best friend and an inner sect disciple, Su Cheng. It is said that Li Yunlin managed to return the corpse of Elder Huolin due to information provided by Su Cheng. A classic case of biting the hand that feeds. Hey, what are you doing? What? Going to assist Su Cheng, seeking to impress the sect leader? You should wake up. If it weren't for the sect leader's intervention, do you think Li Yunlin could traverse even 10 meters? An unusual scene unfolded. The critical sect tournament of the Li Xiang sect was disrupted by Li Yunlin, yet none dared to obstruct him. Such a situation had never occurred in the sect's 10,000-year history. Li Yunlin had already engaged in battle with Su Cheng. Su Cheng was no ordinary adversary. He had likely lingered in the nascent foundation stage for years, his techniques dazzling. This child had presumably cultivated puppet techniques, summoning 12 bronze figures with a formation, then employing the thunder-inducing golden scripture from the Li family to summon heavenly thunder. 12 bolts of lightning surged into the bronze figures, drawing forth thunder to strike at Li Yunlin. But that was not all. Hundreds of flying swords emerged from the storage ring, converging above Li Yunlin's head, forming a colossal blade that descended with lethal intent. Su Cheng's initial move was a killing strike, without uttering a word. He must have sensed the recklessness of Li Yunlin, who had no means of rescue, realizing that this battle was one of life and death, and Li Yunlin must perish swiftly. Impressive. Li Xiang maintained a placid demeanor, praising Su Cheng, who was battling Li Yunlin. In the scene, the heavenly thunder summoned through the 12 bronze figures was now hurtling towards Li Yunlin. Logically, the power of heavenly thunder should surpass that of fire, and the game visuals corroborated this. The flames erupting from Li Yunlin could not consume the lightning, which surged from the ground formation towards him. It appeared as though Li Yunlin had been rendered numb. The lethal blade descended at an exceptional speed, and Li Yunlin could only serve as a target. Yet, as the blade aimed to claim Li Yunlin's life, Su Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing the king of hell. The heavenly thunder coursed through Li Yunlin's body, leaving only a fiery mark. The blade from the sky cleaved downwards, intending to slice Li Yunlin in two, yet the scene did not unfold as anticipated. With no blood or gore to be seen, the blade then fragmented into hundreds, weaving through Li Yunlin and Appo's S-form, ringing like chimes. The flames radiating from Li Yunlin scattered, but those flames swiftly reformed around him. At that moment, Li Yunlin embodied the very essence of fire, until he reached Su Cheng's side. All disciples present at the sect's martial tournament gazed in terror as Li Yunlin retracted the 9 fire lotuses, wielding a sword with his true body, delivering a swift end to Su Cheng. At this juncture, the Li Xiang sect was enveloped in a profound silence. Yet Li Yunlin was not finished. Before the watchful eyes of all, he unceremoniously retrieved the spirit sword and the magical artifact from Su Cheng, placing them back into his storage ring. Then, as if nothing had transpired, he adjusted his attire, which had been previously destroyed, and strolled forward. Upon reaching the Grand Hall, he calmly bowed to the sect leader and the esteemed elders at the steps. Greetings, esteemed sect leader. I, disciple Li Yunlin, was compelled to eliminate a traitor for the sake of the sect, inadvertently disturbing the esteemed assembly. I humbly request your forgiveness. Humph. The sect leader, a young figure named Zhenyang Daorun, donned a white robe embroidered with cloud patterns, sat with an imposing demeanor. Despite his cold huff, his voice was gentle, revealing no true anger. Why'd you kill? Li Yunlin then recounted the events of years past. It turned out that after the death of Elder Huolin, the Spirit Fire Peak, where Li Yunlin resided, had been claimed by Su Cheng's master. Subsequently, Su Cheng feigned friendship with Li Yunlin, seeking to uncover the whereabouts of Elder Huolin and Apos, spiritual relic, the and Apos, 9-spirit mystical fire, and Apos. Ultimately, Li Yunlin remained tight-lipped. Moreover, due to the restrictions imposed on disciples of the sect, any murder of a fellow sect member would leave behind a mark. Su Cheng deliberately revealed the location of Elder Huolin and Apos' corpse, intending to collude with the disciples of Xuanwu sect to force Li Yunlin to disclose the whereabouts of the 9-spirit extraordinary fire. However, he did not anticipate that Li Yunlin's master had left him a trace of divine consciousness, which led to subsequent events. The disciple spent 5 years in contemplation at the cliff of reflection, refining his heart. After 7 years, he became indistinguishable from the masses. The 9-spirit extraordinary fire had long since entered his dantian, merging with his soul. The spiritual spring left by his master forged his physique, allowing him to reach the foundation establishment stage before the age of 30, possessing a dual spiritual root. Now, by eliminating the treacherous Su Cheng, he would not tarnish his master's spirit in the heavens, and would rid the Li Tian sect of traitors, awaiting only the sect leader's command. He was prepared to sacrifice himself in order to report back to his master. Upon hearing these words and witnessing Li Yunlin's resolute expression, the elders grew increasingly anxious and began to plead with Zhenyang Daoist. Sect leader, this young man is indeed audacious. But Elder Huolin has worked tirelessly and achieved great merit. How can we allow his disciple to be slain? They voiced their concerns, noting that the youth's fervor was to be expected. Li Yunlin was also eager to eliminate the wicked. If such a loyal disciple were to be killed, it would surely dampen the spirits of the sect. Observing the elders on the screen, who appear to be of various ages, Li Xiang's lips twitched slightly. Very well. This is how we shall play it? In truth, he had long discerned Li Yunlin's intentions and felt reassured. It was even the case that Li Yunlin had come to eliminate Su Cheng specifically due to the martial arts conference that day. It is known that cultivators have lifespans. Achieving foundation establishment with spiritual pills grants only a little over 200 years of life. Golden Core experts live for 500 years, while those who reach the nascent soul stage may live for 2,000 years. However, breaking through is no simple task. Otherwise, one would not encounter so many false golden cores during the battles at Yintialin and Tailin Town. Therefore, whenever a prodigy emerges, both families and sects regard them as treasures, allowing for no misstep. At present, Li Yunlin, not yet 30, had broken through to foundation establishment, demonstrated remarkable skills, and displayed an exceptional temperament. One might ask how the elders of Li Tian sect, including the sect leader, could bear to harm Li Yunlin, especially since Li Xiang rummaged through the event log regarding Li Yunlin's breakthrough. Your descendant bathes in the spiritual spring, thus establishing his foundation, leaving only the golden fire spiritual root. Tianqi spiritual spring. Elder Huolin's time is drawing near. He spent a century gathering spiritual liquid from rare treasures. When the time for breakthrough to foundation establishment arrives, the spiritual liquid cleanses the body and purges the impurities from the dantian. Li Yunlin possesses a golden fire spiritual root, breakthrough at 85 points. At 29, having achieved foundation establishment with a complete dual spiritual root, he was already a rare genius, poised to break through to golden core before his lifespan was exhausted. Your descendant Li Yunlin has acquired the spiritual object, 9-spirit extraordinary fire, integrating it into his being, his body akin to flames. As long as the lotus fire burns, his corporeal form shall not perish. 9-spirit extraordinary fire, 9 lotus flames, capable of nurturing true qi, forged by the essence of golden core. This spiritual object is comparable to a supreme spiritual artifact and exists in symbiosis with Li Yunlin. Should fortune favor him, he might even transcend to the nascent soul stage. This was also Li Yunlin and Oppo's trump card that emboldened him to act recklessly during the martial arts conference. Not only that, but Li Yunlin was deliberately showcasing this to everyone in Li Xiang's sect, making it clear that he was the sect's prized treasure. He aimed to demonstrate this to Su Cheng's master as well. Only by publicly eliminating Su Cheng could those elderly gentlemen, who were eager to cherish and nurture Li Yunlin, be alerted to Su Cheng's master. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Li Yunlin were to stumble on the street, suspicion would likely fall upon Su Cheng's master. Indeed, amidst the pleas of the elders, Xinjiang Taoist cast a glance at Su Cheng's master. Elder Qiuye, what do you think? Should we not eliminate this boy? Elder Qiuye, appearing middle-aged and seemingly honest, forced a smile. Sect leader, you mustn't. My disciple has indeed caused trouble. It would be a blessing if Yunlin could cleanse my doors. Humph. Regardless of his intentions, to kill in public is a grave sin. How could our sect possibly let him off? Xinjiang Taoist snorted coldly, directing a piercing gaze at Li Yunlin. However, while the death penalty may be avoided, you cannot escape punishment. This sect sentences you to 5 days of reflection at the Cliff of Contemplation. Chapter 47. The Invasion of the Dragon and Tiger Gate. Your descendant. Li Yunlin has gained a recognition of the Li Xiang sect and has attained the status of a true disciple. Has this young man, oppressed for 12 years, become so astute? Observing Li Yunlin, who, after being punished to reflect for 5 days, was carefully arranging an altar and gently placing his tablet upon it. Li Xiang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He still vividly remembers the past events. When Li Yunlin was cast out of his home due to his mother's disgrace, he wept throughout the night in the ancestral hall. During that time, Li Yunlin would often visit the hall to shed tears, even on the day he was taken away by the fire-scale Taoist. Now, he recalled the reckless bravado Li Yunlin exhibited earlier in the Li Xiang sect's Grand Hall, daring to draw his sword before hundreds of masters. He resembled a true lone wolf, erupting from silence. Ancestors. With the tablet now in place, a smile finally graced Li Yunlin's face, his eyes glistening with tears. The child has succeeded. Now he stands firmly within the Li Xiang sect, having inherited the teachings of his master, thereby adding strength to our Li family. The intention is noble. Yet, Li Xiang did not regard the Li Xiang sect as a reliable ally, nor even as a friend. When Li Yunlin was downcast, he committed no transgression and was sentenced to 5 years of reflection. Now that Li Yunlin has demonstrated his potential, he has truly erred. It receives only 5 days of punishment. Ultimately, it is the pursuit of interest that prevails. All emotions between factions are mere facades. If even the feelings among one's own kin are insincere, then frankly, Li Xiang found this demeanor quite unpalatable. However, witnessing the growth of his descendants brought him solace. He hoped that Li Yunlin would not allow fleeting fame to cloud his judgment. He then shifted his focus to Ji and Oppo's village, bringing back news of Li Yunlin. The members of the Li family rejoiced at his achievements. Shortly after, as Li Xiang observed Li Yaoqing, a frown creased his brow. Your descendant, Li Yaoqing, has joined the ranks of the Li Xiang sect disciples and has discovered the Thunderfire Demon Cave. Li Xiang immediately clicked on the map of the Thunderfire Demon Cave. Despite its ominous title, it bore little distinction from an ordinary city. Outside, the sky was bright, yet above the cave, dark clouds loomed, with the remains of corpses scattered around, rendering the area desolate. Moss clung to the ruins that surrounded it. Li Xiang could see the assembled demon-hunting team of over 100, all frowning, likely due to a foul odor emanating from within the cave. Just moments ago, all had been calm, but as 2 foundational cultivators prepared to ascend and utilize compasses to gather intelligence, one female cultivator's red silk sleeve drew in towards the cave. Boom! Thunder roared, like a dragon writhing above the clouds. From the depths of the cave, ghostly flames flickered. They were compelled to retreat. This assembled group, after numerous attempts, withdrew, ceasing to waste their efforts. Li Xiang had been idling within the team, casually examining the unfamiliar herbs around the cave, finding them far easier to engage with than these strangers. Ancestors, it seems we shall be here for quite some time. Li Xiang took out a token and sighed ruefully. The demon hunting team has encountered difficulties. The cave, fortified over countless years, is riddled with residual formations and dangers, where every blade of grass poses a threat. Your descendant, Li Xiang, surmises that without the presence of a golden core master, it is a matter of prolonged effort to eradicate the demon practitioners and locate the cave and Appos' depths. Disciples of the Li Xiang sect are urgently summoning masters of formations and talismans, as well as assistants from various temples. Seeing this, Li Xiang felt no surprise. In the realm of cultivation, foundational practitioners are merely at the beginning stages, sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, wielding spells, and traversing the skies. However, once a faction possesses a golden core expert, it becomes an entirely different matter. Their methods are boundless. Had it not been for the pig demon king of the Silver Iron Forest, who clung to his territory, the monk Shankai would have likely hesitated to even approach. As for the human factions with golden core prowess, they are far more formidable. They possess millennia of heritage, incomparable to ordinary smaller factions. Who knows what formations or spiritual treasures lie hidden within their domains? Thus, the two great sects have clashed for centuries. While Li Xiang pondered summoning Li Xiang back and dispatching the Li family to the cave, a notification on the screen momentarily stunned him. Your family and Appos' assets in Thailand Town are under attack. Special event, led by Yun Shuang from Qingyun County. 3 towns and 6 families from Qingyun County have arrived in Taichung County to plunder resources, with Thailand Town and Hongye Town bearing the brunt. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes and instructed Yen to fetch a refrigerator full of milk tea. The Yun Shuang from the Sea View Tower, the grand stage of Jian. Come if you dare. The scene shifted to the Li family's residence. He swiftly relayed the news to the family members. In the ancestral hall, the Li family members were fully equipped. Li Xiang appeared remorseful. Ancestors, it is my negligence that I failed to receive news of the impending attack from Qingyun County. I require your divine insight to discern the omens. Li Xiang bestowed a gesture of ancestral love upon Li Xiang. This was hardly Li Xiang's fault. In these chaotic times, how could the Li family possess sufficient strength to monitor Qingyun County? Li Xiang clicked on the icon of the purple thunder celestial python. Let them come. May they return empty-handed. As the purple thunder celestial python conveyed the command, the Li family members felt a newfound resolve. Yes, ancestors. Immediately, every member of the Li family, young and old, gathered within the ancestral hall, each clutching a tablet from their ancestors, proudly preparing to confront the impending troubles. Li Xiang had also made preparations, instructing the villagers of Jian to dig shelters. In these circumstances, the elderly and children took refuge. Before the screen, Li Xiang remained calm. After the Li family completed their preparations, as night deepened, the inhabitants of Ji and Appos' village began to stir, and the game signaled another reminder. Qingyun County has entered Taichung County, beginning to split their forces. They are organized and purposeful. The Dragon and Tiger Gate is approaching Jian village. They already know this village is extraordinary, fully aware that the Li family once single-handedly eradicated 2 major clans. Though they have also heard the rumors that the Li family achieved victory through deceitful means against the Su family. The Dragon and Tiger Gate remains determined to put on a grand show before their companions from Qingyun County. Li Xiang took a deep sip of his drink. The news is outdated, brother. Our family is already prepared to confront the Golden Core. In the game, the ancestral spirits began to leap. Their purple glow more intense than previous ancestral spirits, even dark shadows swirling behind them, wildly gesturing. The night in Ji and Appos' village was eerily quiet. Above, the night clouds drifted, and 2 figures soared through the air on swords. These were the Dragon and Tiger brothers of the Dragon and Tiger Gate. They were strikingly similar, both possessing robust physiques and rugged visages. The wild dragon, with his thick beard, listened to the sounds of insects in the surrounding forest. gazing at the sparse smoke rising from a few homes, growing increasingly confident. Yet, he remained cautious, waiting until he noticed the villagers of Jian village keeping watch at night. Lights gradually extinguishing in every household, still feeling it was not sufficiently secure. Too wealthy, Brother Long. Can you believe this is a family force that has only flourished for over 50 years? The wild tiger gazed hungrily at the spiritual fields below that shimmered with aura, his mouth watering. Look at them, they're all asleep. Let us quickly extinguish them. Once we reap our rewards and amass wealth, we can purchase elixirs and attempt to break through to the golden core. Just wait a bit longer. The wild dragon remains skeptical. The villagers of Jian are exceedingly hostile towards outsiders. Despite our early reconnaissance a month prior, we have been unable to penetrate the inner sanctum of the Li family. Our intelligence on them remains incomplete. What secrets might they harbor? The wild tiger raised an eyebrow, asserting, in my opinion, we have already seen through them. They have merely extinguished 2 families and amassed wealth, haven't they? Allow me to enumerate. They possess a large formation arranged by a 9th-tier formation master in the city. Their blood hall employs a barrage of firearms, yet they are merely at the chi refining stage. The wild tiger seemed to have an encyclopedic knowledge of the Li family's intelligence. By nightfall, they remained blissfully unaware of our approach. The wild tiger continued, with our strength, we could prevent them from activating their formations, especially since the Li family has but one remaining beast, the purple thunder celestial python, at the false dance stage. Brother Dragon, both of us are at the false dance stage, and our century of collaboration has elevated our prowess far beyond that of an ordinary false dance practitioner. In my estimation, you are being overly cautious. At these words, the wild dragon, however, remained deaf to the sentiment. It was his prudence that had steadily elevated the Dragon Tiger sect from a minor sect to its current stature. As night fell, the wild dragon's gaze finally brightened. Deep within the vast territory of Jian village, outside the Li family's grand courtyard adorned with pavilions and towers, a robust young practitioner emerged from the martial arts tower, washing the sweat from his brow in a nearby pool. Notably, he could observe that the maidens had begun to conclude their day's labors. From the master bedroom of the Li family, a man emerged, none other than Li Daolong. The wild dragon distinctly recalled the description of Li Daolong from his intelligence. Soon after, he witnessed Li Daolong entering a rather enigmatic chamber. Suddenly, a resounding clang of a bronze bell echoed, seemingly adding color to the tranquil night. Almost immediately, a faint glow of spiritual energy emanated from the center of the Li residence, radiating outward across Ji and Appos, in village. Little tiger, do you see? The wild dragon joyfully patted his brother's shoulder, pointing towards the myriad points of spiritual energy enveloping the sky and surrounding area of Jian village, exclaiming, we have not launched an offensive against a faction in far too long. You must have forgotten how vigilant they remain even in the depths of night. This is a device employed by the Li family to detect intruders. I suspect it is a top-grade artifact. They exercise utmost caution when this device is inactive, as their defenses may still be in place. Once activated, however, they relax their vigilance. If we can strike with lightning speed, catching them off guard before they can react, that would be the most prudent course of action. The wild tiger gazed at his elated elder brother, finally conceding. Indeed, he was worthy of the title. The wild dragon inhaled deeply, savoring the cool breeze beneath the luminous moon in the serene night sky. This night was exquisite, softening his voice. The Li family holds the potential to elevate our Dragon Tiger sect. They are indeed worthy of their long obscurity beneath the dust of history. Chapter 48. The Ancestors' Fury. At last, have they finally mustered the courage to enter? Li Xiang observed the diminutive figures on the screen as they infiltrated the village. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. With time accelerating, he had almost finished his second cup of milk tea by the time the Longhu brothers issued the command to attack. Through the footage, he could clearly discern the exchanges among the Longhu brothers. In no time, they, along with over 200 of their followers, stormed into the Li residence under the cover of night. They charged with astonishing speed into the positions of the Li family's experts, as revealed by their intelligence. The Longhu brothers directly breached the ancestral hall, intent on assassinating the Li family and Apos, most formidable guardian, the Purple Thunder Celestial Python. As dozens of radiant swords surged forth, cultivators unleashed their formidable true chi. Then, the Purple Thunder Celestial Python, standing before the ancestral hall, launched a preemptive strike. And the Longhu brothers instantly sensed the dire situation. Your descendant, Li Xiang, led 300 members of the Black Blood Hall out from the cellar. Employing a formation of gunfire alongside Suehua, swiftly eliminating 58 members of the Longhu sect, Li Xiang inquired whether to spare the remaining 42 lives. Your descendant, Li Yaotai, along with 8 members of the Li family and the remaining cultivators of Ji and Amp, Apos, and Village, wielded nearly 200 magical artifacts, forming a gathering spirit formation to seal off all escape routes within Jian Village. Li Yaodai asked if he should gradually encircle everyone. Within Jian Village, the 8th grade blood spirit fruit tree sensed danger. Its roots broke through the soil and began to dance in the night. It could feel the hostility from the adversaries and inquired of your ancestor and Amp, Apos, spirit whether it could feast upon the blood of the living tonight. What the hell? Li Xiang was momentarily stunned. Although he understood that the Longhu sect posed no real threat, their attack had barely commenced before it was already over. The only remnants were the Longhu brothers, drenched in sweat and trapped under the flickering torches of Jian Village. Impossible. How could this be? Long Dragon gritted his teeth, surveying the scene before him. The experts of Jian Village and the Li family had all revealed themselves, and he realized that despite his utmost caution, it was all a ruse concocted by the Li family. Moreover, the lower-tier strength of the Li family far surpassed his expectations. And then, Li Dalong, Suehua, along with 12 spirit beasts, had encircled them in the sky, while the Purple Thunder Celestial Python unleashed a thunderous assault from the ground. Ah, we must flee. As long as we are alive, the Longhu sect cannot perish. Li Xiang, seated before the screen, instantly caught on to the Longhu brothers' intentions. To be honest, the current strength of the Li family, without the war puppets repaired and lacking the aid of Silver Iron Forest, would likely be incapable of blocking the escape of 2 false Dan experts. But, to think of fleeing, Li Xiang's mouse hovered over the clan skill. Ancestor's Fury, skill level LV. 1, has met the condition of 50 years of family development. Would you like to consume 5,000 incense points to upgrade the skill? This skill was one of Li Xiang's primary means of attack. Upon reaching the 50-year mark, it would already have advanced. It was also his trump card that emboldened the Li family to take the initiative in a time of chaos. Yet the Li family had always remained prudent. Finally, today was the moment to utilize it. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Li Xiang clicked yes. In an instant, every descendant of the Li family in Ji and Amp, Apos, and Village felt a stirring within as resplendent purple light illuminated the night. Oh, it moved. The Ancestor and Amp, Apos, tablet has shifted. The Ancestor has manifested once more, fighting alongside us. Father was indeed correct. The Ancestor and Amp, Apos, tablet can soar on its own. This is our mysterious, invincible ancestor. The Li family members were elated, particularly the 7 robust children of Li Yaotai, who gazed at the sky with fervent awe, as if encountering a divine being. Your skill and Apos, Ancestor and Apos, Fury and Apos, is advancing to the Ancestor and Apos, Fury is boundless. Using skill and Apos, Ancestor and Apos, Fury and Apos, consuming 500 incense points. My incense points. Li Xiang felt a pang of heartache. In truth, the skill and Apos, love from the Ancestor and Apos, had already advanced, becoming into Apos. The Ancestor bestows warmth and Apos, but the upgrade had cost him 500 incense points, while its usage only required 20. Upgrading an attack skill, indeed, tugged at the heartstrings. You shall repay me my incense points. Li Xiang unhesitatingly clicked on the Longhu brothers on the screen, causing a small dot to ripple across their figures. In an instant, every ancestral spirit tablet floating in the air radiated brilliant light, leaping into the night sky. What is that? The Longhu brothers, hastily trying to escape the assault of the Li family, changed countenance as they beheld the ancestral spirit tablets surrounding them. Their expressions tinged with terror. Long Dragon exclaimed, "This is no ordinary tablet. These are special spiritual artifacts of the Li family, each possessing the power of peak foundation establishment." They had intended to flee, but these 10 or so ancestral spirit tablets seemed to possess a will of their own, relentlessly tracking their every move. Even their stealth techniques proved futile, especially as the ancestral tablets, once ordinary objects, now bore the hardness of top-tier magical artifacts, making them difficult to destroy even for false Dan cultivators. What in the world are these artifacts? This is bad. This artifact possesses its own power. What is it? The Longhu brothers deployed all their hidden cards, exerting their utmost strength to fend off the spirit tablets, yet they trembled with fear. Within this artifact, shadows enshrouded in black mist manifested. This mysterious entity leaped forth, striking at them with a fist. In merely 1 minute of resistance, they discerned a pattern. Long Dragon shouted, "Ahu, be careful!" This entity reveals its shadow every 4 finger snaps, unleashing 15 punches, each possessing mid-foundation establishment strength. To hell with the Li family's demise. At this moment, Long Dragon realized that the Li family was a den of demons. 5 minutes later, the Longhu brothers, who had come from Qingyun County and once managed to withstand 20 strikes from a Golden Dan cultivator before escaping, were now plummeting from the sky. Under the relentless pursuit of the Ancestor tablets, the Longhu brothers, despite employing their fervent combination techniques, were unable to destroy the Ancestor tablets. Ultimately, the wild tiger was pierced through by the ancestral spirit tablet, reduced to a pulp by the onslaught of phantoms, while Long Dragon was encircled and captured by the arriving Li family members, having his Dantian crippled by Li Dalong. The power of the Ancestor is beyond the reach of Golden Dan. Li Dalong gazed in astonishment at the ancestral tablets floating in the sky, leading his descendants in kneeling to pay homage. This scene, witnessed by the weakened and dazed Long Dragon, revealed the truth. So you possess an ancestor? These ancestral tablets are manipulated by formidable beings. Then I have lost without grievance. He understood fully that the Li family dared to utter the words ancestor in his presence, leaving him no hope of survival. He contemplated suicide to avoid torment, but was interrupted by the roar of the Li family's guardian beast. In that instant, Li Dalong grasped the situation and coldly stated, "Long Dragon, reveal everything you know." "Kill me then," Long Dragon scoffed disdainfully. Yet, he quickly found no humor in the situation as Li Dalong retorted, "You may choose to remain silent and die cleanly. But consider this. You can come to my Li family, and likewise my Li family can venture to your Longhu sect. Surely, you wouldn't want your disciples to be annihilated, would you?" Long Dragon finally relented. "I will divulge what I know. But you must agree to one condition. Help me send a message allowing the Longhu sect's members to escape." Agreed. Soon, the Li family had gleaned useful information from Long Dragon, before discarding him to be drained by the blood spirit fruit tree. Subsequently, Li Dalong disposed of the corpse of the mad dragon into the heavenly coffin of death for refinement, exemplifying the principle of frugality and diligence. After the battlefield was cleared, the members of the Li family gathered at the ancestral hall, where the air was thick with the fragrance of incense. "Ancestors, I am but a useless child. Had it not been for your intervention, the Longhu brothers would have escaped," Li Dalong proclaimed, bowing repeatedly. "You have invoked the ancestral blessing for your descendant, Li Dalong, consuming 20 incense points." Li Xiang, seizing the moment, granted Li Dalong a skill. In truth, it was not entirely Li Dalong's fault. The Longhu brothers were indeed formidable, far surpassing any false alchemists encountered by the Li family before. Without the wrath of the ancestors, it would have been uncertain whether they could have been captured. This skill was remarkably potent. Glancing at the ability, Li Xiang felt a surge of excitement. This technique was more convenient than its initial level, requiring no mouse manipulation. With a mere click, it tracked the enemy. If they did not perish, the skill would persist. Furthermore, the most daunting aspect was that during the skill's activation, all ancestral tablets carried by descendants within a kilometer would enhance the skill's effectiveness by 1, equivalent to an additional peak foundation establishment expert's combat prowess, a value that was undeniably advantageous. Li Xiang quickly realized that the cost of 5,000 incense points was indeed worthwhile. Soon, this extraordinary event replenished the incense points. You have led your family to protect the sacred ground, showcasing divine power. All Li family members have witnessed your might. You have gained 3,000 incense points. Li Xiang felt a sense of relief. The family members began to report the intelligence gleaned from the Mad Dragon. Ancestors, this time in Qingyun County. 10 factions have arrived across 3 towns. The weakest among them possesses at least 2 peak foundation establishment experts. They have been commanded by an elder from the Xuanwu sect to plunder vast amounts of spirit stones. Li Dalong reported, the most formidable is the Yinshu Wanghelu. Their ancestor is a golden core cultivator, and their influence has persisted for 2 millennia. Li Yaoqing pondered thoughtfully. The original objective of the Longhu sect was to annihilate our Gratitude Village first, then Tai Lin Town. Within a month, it was likely that Yunshu Wanghelu would learn of the complete demise of the Longhu sect, granting us a month to prepare. As long as the Golden Core cultivators do not emerge, we need not fear with the Silver Iron Forest at our back. However now, she smiled, Father, you mentioned assisting the Longhu sect with communications. We must honor our commitments. Yet, if they manage to flee, we shall still pursue them. The resources of the Longhu sect are exceedingly critical to us. Listening to the descendants deliberating on how to survive and thrive amidst the chaos, Li Xiang understood that the truly significant matters lay beyond these discussions. He clicked on the avatar of the Purple Thunder celestial python, prompting it to emit a hissing sound. In an instant, all descendants of the Li family turned to heed the teachings of their ancestors. The older children of Li Yaotai, despite their lack of mastery in beast taming, wore expressions of yearning. Li Yundo scratched his head and nudged Li Yunbing beside him. Elder brother, what did the ancestor say? Li Yunbing, with a naive expression, replied, the ancestor instructed you to sow seeds. Huh? Li Yundo and Amp, Oppos, S mouth twitched. Only Li Yunbing, still puzzled, turned to Sui Hua and inquired, Grandmother, don't we already have ample spiritual fields? We have enough food. Why must we plant more? Chapter 49. The Li family's priorities lie in marriage and procreation, gazing at the in-game time, and then at the now 21-year-old Li Yunbing. Li Xiang Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T helped but twitch his lips. The rest of the Li family was momentarily taken aback. Li Yunbing was a fine young man in every aspect, yet his and Oppos, innocent heart and Oppos, rendered him rarely venturing outside. He was either practicing his cultivation or being tossed into the deathly coffin for training. At such a tender age, he had already reached the 9th level of qi refinement and was on the verge of a breakthrough. Even the 9-year-old Li Yunlai, among Li Yaohie's 7 sons, was aware of matters between men and women, yet Li Yunbing remained oblivious. The urgency for sexual education was palpable. Li Xiang stroked his chin, contemplating whether to replicate the scenes from adult films on his spirit stones to benefit future generations during the next grand ceremony, enabling the Li descendants to boldly venture into the European and American realms. Before long, Li Dalong and Li Yaozu whisked Li Yunbing to a corner for a detailed discussion. Li Yunbing appeared bewildered, nodding gravely and earnestly. Li Xiang suddenly hoped for a touch of lewdness from Li Yunbing, as he felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the latter's future. Meanwhile, Li Yaodai had already begun gathering his 5 sons. As a seasoned individual, he imparted wisdom on how to find a wife. It was simple. Spot a woman you fancy, squat at her doorstep for a few days without shame. After all, if we fearlessly confront formidable foes, why should we shy away from entanglements with women? Li Yaotai even held his head high with pride, suggesting that once they became accustomed to their presence, they should inform the women that they might perish the following day. This, he believed, would elicit a surge of sympathy. Before he could finish, Li Yaoye's ear was pinched, and Bai Ruru glared at the screaming Li Yaotai with a darkened expression. Are you trying to get yourself killed? So, this was your strategy all along. You want TB sleeping in bed this month. Wife, I swear I had no intention. I was educating the children. I am sincere towards you. Besides, you were the one who invited me in back then. How dare you bring that up? In an instant, The entire Li family watched the couple bicker, laughter echoing throughout the room. Li Xiang, this ancestral figure concerned for the family's continuation, felt a weight lift as he noticed Li Dalong and his wife also pushing for marriage. With the emergence of the ancestral anger, he grasped the significance of offspring in the Li family. With the tablets of over a dozen family members, they could easily overwhelm 2 false Dan cultivators. Imagine what could be achieved with 100. Instantly annihilating false Dan cultivators. Looking down upon golden Dan cultivators would not be a dream. Moreover, Li Xiang calculated that with the family and their wives combined, totaling 16 members, he could garner an additional 4,000 incense offerings each year. His incense value was depleting rapidly. Procreation could not wait. After the marriage push, Li Xiang began assessing the spoils from the recent battle. He estimated that when Li Yaowen dispatched individuals to raid the Longhu sect across counties, they would reap significant benefits. However, due to the distance, their spirit mines and medicinal fields could not be harvested. The members of the Longhu sect possessed little of interest to the Li family, their weapons all being magical artifacts. Nonetheless, their cultivation techniques surprised Li Xiang. What a treasure! Yellow tier technique, life thread blood induction technique. The closer the bloodline, the greater the power. The deeper the practice, the stronger the might. It turned out the Longhu brothers practiced this method. Haha, you are truly a blessing to the Li family. During the recent battles utilizing the tablets, Li Xiang could feel it. Those Longhu brothers employed an unknown technique, executing a heated combination that nearly shattered one of his ancestral tablets. Yet they were merely 2 individuals. The Li family, with 9 children, the 7 offspring of Li Yaodai shared the closest bloodline. If the 7 practiced this technique together, their power would be boundless. Li Yaodai also passed the technique to his children, including Li Yunbing, who began practicing it. Even Li Yunlin, far away in the Li Tian sect, received a copy. At this moment, in the Li Tian sect, Li Yunlin had already become a core disciple. In his courtyard, outer disciples served him while inner disciples ran errands. It was during the quiet of the night that he dared to open the thick stack of family letters he had received. Upon seeing his family's concern, Li Yunlin's eyes glistened with moisture. He had already learned about the Li family's invasion by the Longhu sect and had even left the sect to return home that very day. However, upon receiving news of the entire Longhu sect mysteriously vanishing midway, he had turned back. Now, the family letters contained not a word about their plight. Rather, they reassured him to focus on his studies in the Li Tian sect, for the Li family would always be his strongest support. Even his father urged him not to return unnecessarily. Little did Li Yunlin realize that his father feared he might fall victim to the Xuanwu sect on his journey home. Among the letters was also a copy of the life thread blood induction technique. Additionally, there was a letter from his 3rd uncle, suggesting that women were easily deceived and urging him to marry quickly and have children. If he was unable to catch a wife, he should proclaim that he would die the next day. Such absurdities. He feared his younger brothers might have heard of it. He wondered who might be foolish enough to believe such nonsense. That night, Li Yunlin was served spirit wine for the first time. He drank to the point of drunkenness, regurgitating uncontrollably. Ancestral spirits, grandparents, father, and uncles and aunts, Yunlin will return. The Li Tian sect is not the home for the child. They only value his potential, which he understands. Yet, it is only at the Li Tian sect that he can secretly learn all they know and bring it back to the family. In these tumultuous times, he must utilize the Li Tian sect to avert calamity for the Li family. May the ancestral spirits bless him. In a resplendent room, Li Yunlin gazed at the myriad treasures. Yet he found the family letters he clutched while sleeping to be more precious than the entire Li Tian sect. This was the most peaceful night of sleep he had ever experienced. Li family year 52, in the blink of an eye, a new year had arrived. As anticipated, Li Xiang's push for marriage bore fruit. Among Li Yaotai's 7 children, Li Yundo had reached the age of 17, exhibiting the demeanor of his father. Of course, it was not merely his physique. The entire lineage of Li Yaodai was robust and brawny, with the women being no exception, each resembling their parents' personalities. If there were heroes akin to those from Liangshan, these 7 would surely claim a seat among them. Li Yundo, indeed, took his father's words to heart. Your third-generation descendant Li Yundo fell head over heels for a beautiful woman in the village, immediately prompting someone to bear him a child, only to receive a slap in return. He was reported to the Li family, and Li Yaowen punished him with 3 lashes, forcing him to kneel before the ancestors for 7 days. Li Yundo passionately pursued love once more, claiming he would perish the next day unless the woman let him into her room, only to be beaten again, punished to hang in the village for 3 days as a form of correction. In October, Li Yundo reached the 7th level of qi refinement. As the Tai Lin Shan family faced disturbances from Qingyun, they allied with the Heishua Hall to support the Chun family. During this time, while fighting alongside them, he found himself in a life-and-death situation with Chun Lin, ultimately saved by the ancestral tablet, during which feelings blossomed between them. In November, the Li family sent a marriage proposal to the Chun family. Finally, the third generation had someone who was making a name for themselves. Li Xiang couldn't contain his excitement and jumped on the spot. Wasn't he anxious? The third generation's Li Yunlin was already 31. Not only was there no movement, but despite the abundance of celestial-looking women in the Li Tian sect, this lad didn't even spare them a glance. If it weren't for the fact that Li Yunlin hardly even glanced at handsome men, Li Xiang might have misjudged him. Li Yunbing had listened, but his naturally shy demeanor kept him from mingling with others. Although some women were drawn to Li Yunbing's status and appearance, could such prospects be pursued? Not long after, the scene was already adorned with festive lights and decorations. Despite the chaos outside, the Li family proceeded to Tai Lin town to welcome the bride. The Chun family was even more anxious than the Li family, for their lineage had nearly faced extinction. Their ability to stand firm in Tai Lin town was largely due to the Li family's loyalty. At that moment, the two families were joyously uniting. A pair of golden boy and jade girl deeply in love, to the extent that the Chun family was nearly ready to change their surname to Li on the spot. During the wedding banquet, Chun Chuang, who was once connected to the Li family, had already grayed with age. Now, he served as the head of the Chun family and was also Chun Lin's grandfather. Although it was a day of great celebration, his brow was furrowed with concern. Taking advantage of the feast, he turned to Li Long and said, "Brother Li, the people from Qingyun County have become increasingly audacious. Our Qin family and Oppo's resources outside Tai Lin town have been completely seized, and their appetite will only grow larger. I fear our family may not endure much longer." Beside him, the head of the Su family also shook his head in lamentation. The same goes for my Su family. Just a few months ago, 2 imposters infiltrated at night and wreaked havoc, leaving our defenses in tatters. Had there not been a hidden card up our sleeves, my Su family would likely have perished at the hands of Su Tianyan. Li Long narrowed his eyes. He sensed that both families had a request to make. Otherwise, they would not be sharing their grievances with him. He smiled and said, "You too, feel free to speak your minds. Our 3 families have known each other for many years, and we understand each other well. There's no need for pretense. You know well my character." "Well, since you put it that way, I won't hold back." Chun Chuang gritted his teeth and declared, "I wish for the Chun family to endure, Brother Li. I no longer want Tai Lin town. Its foundation has been nearly destroyed. I want to lead my people away and leave Taiqing County." Li Long's brow furrowed even deeper as he looked toward Su Yun. Su Yun sighed. "I feel the same way. You wish to leave?" Initially believing that these 2 families had needs, he was taken aback by such news. Li Long's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can just abandon your family legacy after so many years? And what else? Wait for annihilation?" Chen Chuang downed a jug of wine. "A lost enterprise can be rebuilt, but a lost life is gone forever. After we depart, the Li family must tread carefully. Everything we leave behind, as well as the entirety of Tai Lin, will belong to the Li family. I hope you take good care of the people of Tai Lin. This is not our route, but theirs." Upon hearing this, Li Long recognized their resolve and refrained from further persuasion. With old friends preparing to leave, he could only watch his grandson marry, attempting to shift his focus away from the pressing concerns. At that moment, during the wedding banquet, Li Yundo gazed at Chen Lin, who wore a red veil that barely reached his chest, and burst into tears. The Li family frowned, thinking it inappropriate for a man to cry while the women remained stoic. This 9-foot-tall man appeared pitiably aggrieved as he looked at his siblings and shouted, "Father is truly despicable. Do not believe him. That will only lead you to follow in my footsteps." He said that if I clung to the girl and deceived her into thinking I would die tomorrow, I could win her heart. In Appos, that's all false, all of it. I have suffered so much this past year. Finally, I have met Liner. From afar, Liao Tai, who had seemed to be laughing, now appeared as if petrified, his face darkening as he gripped his wine cup, uncertain whether to drink or set it down. Ultimately, under the gaze of all present, he glared at the newlyweds, gritting his teeth, dawn into amp. "Appos, do you dare ruin this joyous occasion for me?" In an instant, the banquet erupted into laughter. Hearing her husband and amp, "Appos, es lament." Chun-Lin lifted her veil, revealing a delicate face akin to a snow lotus, and reached out to fiercely pinch Li Yundo and amp. "Appos, es ear. What did you say? How dare you flirt with another girl?" "Ah." Li Yundo grimaced in pain. "No, that was a trick from my father. I absolutely did not do that now." Laughter filled the faces of both the Li family and the guests at the banquet. Watching all this unfold, Li Xiang could barely contain his smile as the words the couple bows to each other, entering the bridal chamber, illuminated the screen. His grin stretched nearly to his ears. "Congratulations! Your third-generation descendant, Li Yundo, has married Chun-Lin. Received incense 100. Moreover, as the newlyweds entered their chamber, the flickering candlelight danced in the darkness, reflecting against the bright moon. Your descendant, Li Yundo, newlywed, has indulged in marital bliss and is tireless in his pursuits, surpassing the tales of old. This victory has eclipsed the exploits of Li Yundo and Chun-Lin as they vanquish foes in Tailin Town. With the crowing of a rooster, the third-generation daughter-in-law of the Li family, Chun-Lin, carries the seed of the Li lineage. Chapter 50. The fourth-generation prodigy, Li Tianyi. A true man. Li Xiang was ecstatic as the end Appos, Ancestor bestows warmth in Appos, was launched, piercing through the roof and directly into Li Yundo and Appos' room. Soon, sounds emanated from within, startling the birds that had just landed on the nearby tree. The newlyweds quickly donned their attire and served tea throughout the Li family estate. Li Dalong and his wife, who had been waiting in the ancestral hall, offered incense to the ancestors and received tea from their grandson and granddaughter-in-law with broad smiles. However, they were momentarily stunned when Li Dalong turned to Su Suihua and exclaimed, "Our granddaughter-in-law is pregnant." "What?" Both Li Yundo and his wife were taken aback. With the attainment of the mid-foundation stage, they could anticipate vitality and blood, especially since Li Dalong was nearing his pinnacle. "So, I shall become a great-grandmother." Su Suihua beamed with joy, hurriedly kneeling before the ancestral tablet, praying for the blessing of 4 generations of the Li family to be together. Subsequently, the newlywed couple was guided by Li Dalong and his wife to various places. Upon arriving at Silver Iron Forest and encountering the Pig Demon King, the new bride was astonished, unable to comprehend that her family had a demon king. In fact, was her husband's maternal grandfather. "Ha ha ha, I have a grandfather now. Who would have thought that I, an ordinary pig demon, would enjoy the blessings of a full house of descendants?" The Pig Demon King of Silver Iron Forest had laughed in his sleep for nearly 2 decades since forming a bond with the Li family. As a Demon King, solitude was his constant companion. Despite the multitude of demon beasts in Silver Iron Forest, none dared to act recklessly due to bloodline suppression. Only the 7 grandsons of the Li family could bring him joy daily, making him more open-hearted than ever before in a millennium. These children were endlessly delightful, and he even wished for more, hoping to fill his valley with them. Year 53 of the Li family. The 2 prominent families of Tailin Town had long planned their departure, quietly leading their clans away from their homeland. As they left, the heads of both families turned back step by step, departing under the watchful eyes of the Li family. Chun Shuang earnestly requested the Li family to treat his granddaughter Chun-Lin well, along with the unborn grandson, gifting them a high-quality magical tool, Heavenly Hard Jade Pendant. In return, the Li family bestowed upon the Chun family 30 sets of black iron beast blood armor, wishing them great success in their endeavors outside. "Congratulations. The family has successfully taken control of Tailin Town, gained 1,000 incense value. Ultimately, the two families from Tailin Town departed, as resolutely as they had stated during the wedding banquet. The Li family became the sole prominent family in the vicinity of Tailin Town. This also implied that if the people from Qingyun County continued to invade Tailin Town, the Li family would become the sole target. Yet, several months passed without significant disturbance. The Li family even prepared to confront Yun Shuanghalu, yet Tailin Town experienced no large-scale invasions. Only a few opportunistic miscreants from Qingyun County attempted petty thefts, until Chun-Lin, in her 10th month of pregnancy, gave birth to a son, naming him Li Xiang. Congratulations, gained 50 incense. This child in the womb received the enlightened heart of the Demon King, possessing the nurturing essence of the Golden Core. Safeguarded by the power of the direct death coffin bestowed by Li Dalong and his wife, and illuminated by the accumulated essence of the 8-tiered blood spirit fruit tree. Before the child was born, at the moment of Li Yaozu's enlightenment of his sword intent, he was gifted the residual power of the sword shadow, acquiring the trait. Pristine spirit body, no threshold before the Golden Core, cultivation speed increased by 100. In the delivery room, the midwife, who had assisted Li family births for 30 years, now nearing 60, trembled as she handed the child to Li Dalong and his wife. Even she could sense the extraordinary nature of this child, exclaiming, "Sir, madam, our little one. Great-grandson Tianyi possesses extraordinary talents." The Li family rejoiced, for they could see the auspicious phenomena surrounding Li Qiang's birth as spiritual energy converged around him. Li Xiang, sitting before the screen, suddenly stood up, exhilarated, gazing at the child in the game. Finally, the Li family has birthed a prodigy. Even Li Xiang could not help but envy the child's fortune. He remembered that, being the daughter of the Chun family and at the 5th level of qi refinement, coupled with the dwindling descendants of the Chun family, Chun-Lin had fought alongside her family for years, accumulating numerous hidden injuries, nearly losing the child during her 6th month of pregnancy. It was only through the combined efforts of the Li family, using magic to activate the direct death coffin to safeguard her pregnancy, and his own technique, the Ancestor's embrace, that the child was ultimately preserved. Moreover, Li Tianyi's luck was truly remarkable. The Pig Demon King's heart had experienced a breakthrough, and Li Yaozu's sudden enlightenment coincided perfectly. Especially notable was the child's spiritual roots. 3 innate spiritual roots, and these were no ordinary roots. Besides the common dual roots of metal, and when achieving an innate score of 60 points, he also possessed a wind root with an astonishing score of 78 points. Incredible! The entire Li family rejoiced at the birth of Li Xiang. Particularly, the Pig Demon King of Silver Iron Forest, upon learning the news, was so delighted that he frolicked in the valley while holding the child. Li Yaojia and his wife, along with their 7 children, had grown accustomed to such occurrences, but it left Chun-Lin in a cold sweat. This news reached even Li Yaoqing and Li Yunlin, who were outside. The Li family sent a 100-mile pigeon with a letter, as Li Yaoqing paid respect to the ancestors outside the Thunder Fire Demon Cave. Clicking on Li Yaoqing's profile in the event log, Li Xiang once again beheld the scene of the Thunder Fire Demon Cave, a place riddled with damage, clearly a site of conflict among cultivators. Moreover, over 500 cultivators had gathered at the entrance of the Demon Cave, all righteous heroes from Taiqing County and surrounding areas, united against the demons. At this moment, Li Yaoqing appeared modestly dressed, disheveled. However, outside the room where Li Yaoqing was, a multitude of injured individuals awaited rescue. Despite Li Yaoqing's long stay in the Thunder Fire Demon Cave, Li Xiang occasionally observed his current state. This child now held a significant identity. Opening the character history log, year 49 of the Li family, Li Yaoqing arrived at the Demon Cave. Year 50, Li Yaoqing remained inconspicuous. Year 51, Li Yaoqing began to save lives, becoming a renowned healer within the demon hunting team, thanks to the trait and oppos, miraculous healer, and oppos, always managing to save his companions. Year 52, a heavily wounded demon among the demon cultivators sought help from the demon hunting team, and after a risky venture, Li Yaoqing saved her. She communicated with the Li family, and Li Yaowen provided advice. From then on, Li Xiang saved members of the demon hunting team by day and demon cultivators by night, further honing his medical skills. In recognition of his healing, he received a low-grade magical tool, the shadowless hairpin. Received rewards, heavenly heart herb. Received rewards, ordinary technique, heavenly Xian, circular steps. Received, with the experience of healing and increasing contact with poisonous herbs in the demon cave. The trait miraculous healer evolved into boundless medicine. The properties of unfamiliar herbs become increasingly easier to comprehend, enhancing medical skills by 100 and toxin skills by 100. If we were to assess who gained the most during the years of conflict between the two sects, it would not be Li Yunlin, who became a direct disciple of the Li family, but rather Li Xiang. She, through her adept navigation of relationships, amassed a wealth of knowledge and resources. Furthermore, year 53 of the Li family, Li Xiang mastered 100 medicines and concocted 100 poisons, gaining profound insights. By merging medicine and poison within her body, she absorbed the essence of the earth and oppos, herbs, and the weighty energy of the land, breaking through to the mid-foundation stage. It did not end there. At this moment, Li Xiang was kneeling before Li Xiang's tablet, her face pure and innocent, devoid of the cunning and caution she had displayed earlier while maneuvering through relationships. She resembled a child joyfully touching the beast blood fruit beneath the beast blood fruit tree. Ancestor, your child has learned of a remarkably talented grandnephew. With Li Tianyi, our Li family shall endure for a millennium. Giggling, Li Xiang suddenly expressed, Ancestor, I have succeeded. When I save lives, they owe me a debt of gratitude. No healer compares to me. They know not to refuse me. This demon cave is truly the best place in the world. Rest assured, esteemed ancestors, as long as I diligently manage our affairs, the guardian beasts of our family shall enter the abyss as if traversing an uninhabited realm. A warm current flowed through my body, and I instantly recognized it as a gift from my forebears, filling me with immense excitement. Li Xiang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he began to comprehend why the number of cultivators near the abyss had been steadily increasing, and remarkably, there had been little loss of life on either side. The phrase great physician knows no bounds resonated profoundly, indeed a brilliant notion conceived by Yaowen. Observing the current state of affairs, Li Xiang found solace in Li Xiang and Appo's condition and subsequently turned his gaze toward the Li Xiang sect. A location appeared on the map, Tianli Hall. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a place accessible only to the sect masters of Li Xiang throughout the ages, a dark cavern illuminated by countless glimmers, reminiscent of stars scattered across the cosmos. Li Yunlin sat in meditation opposite the sect master, Xinjiang Taoist. Xinjiang Taoist observed Li Yunlin and Appo's increasingly profound mastery of the sect and Appo's secret arts, yet furrowed his brow and inquired, Yunlin, I have heard that you received another letter from home today. Li Yunlin slowly opened his eyes, his expression serene as he replied, Indeed, I burned it. He had long severed mundane ties. It was merely a futile attempt by the Li family to ascend the social ladder, not deserving of his attention. This is excellent. Xinjiang Taoist nodded slightly, still harboring doubts. I have heard you frequently carry the ancestral spirit tablet? Yes, Li Yunlin replied, his demeanor unruffled as he quietly retrieved the ancestral spirit tablet from his robe and shattered it with ease. Keeping it close was also part of severing worldly connections. Now, gazing upon the ancestral tablet, he no longer commemorated the days of the mundane. If it offends your sight, I shall destroy it. With a sigh of relief, Xinjiang Taoist smiled. This is splendid. My disciple must understand that for a cultivator, a mere blink is a passage of time. Only by severing worldly ties can one cultivate. For this is the truth of the Tao. Li Yunlin understood. As night fell, he returned to his chamber, cautiously attuning to his surroundings, ensuring no other presence lingered before entering. He gently lifted the bed cover and dismantled the 36 formations, revealing a multitude of tablets meticulously inscribed within. Selecting one, he lit incense and knelt in reverence. How dare that old rogue disrupt my true intentions? Fear not, esteemed ancestors, he acknowledges me as his disciple. Yet I have never once referred to him as master. Having spent several years at Li Xiang, elders have already shown their respect, deeming me a candidate for the next sect master. Last year, when Qingyun County attempted to invade our family stronghold, I dispatched 3 inner disciples loyal to me to divert their attention. Now, I have learned of my third brother and Amp, Apos, joyous occasion of fatherhood. The gifts I sent will soon arrive, ensuring our Li family retains a safeguard amid this clash of sections. Chapter 51. Wishing the Li family a smooth path to immortality. A good child, Li Xiang and Apos. Face was filled with affirmation for Li Yunlin. Every time he opened the section concerning Li Tian's sect, he noticed the Xinjiang Taoist attempting to indoctrinate Li Yunlin, spouting nonsensical phrases about severing love and detaching from worldly affairs, resembling a member of a cult. Fortunately, Li Yunlin had remained steadfast in his original intentions despite years of silence. Reflecting on Li Yunlin's past experiences, it was evident that just days prior, he had dispatched loyal disciples to deliver treasures. As time flowed swiftly, the full moon banquet for the newborn of the Li family, Li Xiang, approached. However, this banquet was not as lively as before. The 2 prominent families of Tailin Town, who usually arrived with their direct descendants to explore potential marriages, had departed from Tailin Town. Even the Gu family from Qingping Town and other friends engaged in business with the Li family only sent a handful of somewhat significant figures. This was already a considerable honor for the Li family, as their kin risked being ambushed and robbed of their treasures. Just as they awaited the conclusion of the banquet, a large group emerged from Ji and Apos, in village, boasting around 100 individuals, among whom was a formidable golden core practitioner. Among these guests, Li Xiang recognized one, Li Xiang, the mayor of Tailin Town, who had ignored the severe drought for 2 decades while indulging in feasting and revelry. Despite the calamities befalling the town, he remained ensconced in his abode, indifferent to the plight of the citizens. This man exuded an air of gentility and modesty, leaving a favorable impression at first glance. Yet, to Li Xiang, regardless of intentions to maintain virtue, such a figure occupying the mayoral seat while exhibiting such complacency did not deserve to be called an Apos, human, and Apos, as he observed the newcomers. Li Xiang and Apos, hand hovered over the mouse, ready to act on behalf of his ancestors. He even glanced at the items sent during the previous grand ritual, the celestial star spirit seekers. These were 2 expressionless humanoid puppets that had stood in the ancestral hall with closed eyes for over 3 years, now covered in dust. A golden core presence? The arrival of the golden core practitioner at the Li family did not intimidate Li Xiang in the slightest. Upon Li Xiang and Apos' arrival with the individuals from Yinshu Wanghelou, the Li family members were tense, plunging the entire household into a state of vigilance. However, the elderly golden core practitioner of Yinshu Wanghelou, with a youthful visage amidst white hair, displayed a complex expression alternating between raised brows and furrowed brows. Before reaching Jian village, he caught sight of the blood spirit fruit tree, now towering at 12 meters. The tree bore fruit, glimmering with traces of spiritual energy, its branches swaying gracefully. An 8th grade spiritual tree, it had developed sentience. If nourished with sufficient resources over hundreds of years, it could ascend to the 7th grade. But what about a golden core? As he entertained illicit thoughts, Huang Xiujin felt the ground beneath him resonate with a hidden formation. His golden core spirit sensed that the entire Li family, and indeed Jin village, were enveloped by a grand array, causing his core to tremble slightly. He could not probe deeper into this array, as it radiated an aura of danger. How could such a small clan possess such a formation? Huang Xiujin narrowed his eyes and continued to follow Li Xiang into the estate. Within the walled enclosure, he observed children practicing martial arts alongside their guardians. He recognized one, Li Yunbing, identified in the intelligence as a potential breach into the Li family, a rare fool. Yet, despite his rudimentary knowledge of qi manipulation, even the elders of Xuanwu sect sought his counsel regarding his future. Indeed, he was a master of divination, cunningly extending the lifespan of Yinshu Wanghelu's influence. Now, witnessing Li Yunbing, it was clear that his fortunes were as pristine as white jade, embodying the legendary Golden Boy and Jade Maiden, pure and untainted, a natural body for cultivation. Such individuals were extraordinary. Should they be eliminated, the consequences would be dire. Hiss! Huang Xiujin inhaled sharply. Moving forward, he encountered the Li family's blood hall, now boasting 500 members, all clad in black iron beast blood armor, trained with military discipline. If he was not mistaken, each bore weapons and exuded fierce vitality. Though their cultivation levels peaked at the 7th layer of qi refinement, engaging them in battle would mean contending with seasoned warriors. He even noticed the spectrally characters flickering above them. For the sake of the Li family, they seemed willing to risk everything. He was astonished at the fervor exhibited by these ordinary folk. Then he spotted 7 bears of varying sizes. No, those were humans, the 7 sons of Li Yaotai. Regardless of gender, their spirits were intertwined with Li Yunbing's, each possessing the potential for false alchemy. With adequate resources, they could aspire to golden core status. A group of 8 false alchemists could rival a golden core. Huang Xiujin swallowed hard. Clang! At that moment, the sound of metal striking metal resonated as he and Lin Xiang arrived at the forging pavilion of Jian village. The heat of the atmosphere was palpable, with craftsmen hard at work. At the 2nd floor window stood a burly man with a tiger-like build and a face adorned with a thick beard. He was bare-chested, revealing a high-grade spiritual prosthetic for his left arm, and he watched Huang Xiujin with unwavering courage, clearly aware of his identity. Beside him stood a robust woman, her square features exuding both kindness and the spirit of a warrior. Was this Li Yaoye's father? And that woman, nearing the foundation establishment stage, contained within her the essence of a demon king, yearning for a meteoric rise. Huang Xiujin merely cast a fleeting glance before turning away. Yet a storm brewed within his heart. A natural-born weapon master, his energy was no less than that of the weapons sect elder he had encountered in the county city. He observed the massive hammer forged from Li Yaoye's spirit energy upon nearing the Li family's entrance. He could even sense the rhythmic clangs of the hammer as it struck the anvil. Such weapons were beyond the realm of his imagination. Finally, a voice interrupted Huang Xiujin's thoughts. A woman approached, her beauty seemingly blessed by the heavens, though she appeared pallid and could only be pushed along by a maid due to her spiritual artifact and Appo's influence. Li Yaowen, she greeted, acknowledging the master of Yinshu Wanghalu, Mr. Huang Xiujin. Yaowen had heard tales of him. He was a formidable figure within Qingyun, and his influence extended across multiple counties. Now, encountering him in person, she discerned his eminent wisdom. Her words fell like gentle spring rain. Yet, Huang Xiujin remained silent for a prolonged moment. He sensed that Li Yaowen's energy was feeble, reminiscent of a dying person. That scant energy felt like a malevolent specter, as if Li Yaowen could rend him apart. This girl possessed an energy fraught with heavenly tribulations, a struggle against the heavens themselves. Such a delicate strength was a result of contending for the essence of the world. Mister? Li Yaowen inquired once more. Oh. In an instant, Huang Xiujin dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. He altered his demeanor, adopting a more courteous tone, and bowed towards Li Yaowen. You flatter me, Mississippi. If I am not mistaken, you must be the 4th daughter of the Li family, Li Yaowen, correct? It is indeed a blessing to be known by such a distinguished figure as yourself, Li Yaowen replied graciously. However, Huang Xiujin felt himself perspiring. He sensed that, as Li Yaowen's demeanor grew increasingly gentle, the malevolent energy hovering above her head drew ever closer. How strange. This girl was like a plague. Huang Xiujin and Appo's heart raced with caution. He dared not linger before Li Yaowen, feeling an imminent threat. Yet, just before departing, he felt compelled to speak, addressing Li Yaowen. Your talent has blossomed, observing the world, discerning the emotions of myriad beings. Perhaps you have gleaned some insights. Having spoken, he hastily departed towards the location of the full moon banquet, not daring to tarry. Beside him, Lin Xiang noticed Huang Xiujin and Appo's demeanor and chuckled, even when facing adversaries. Master Xiujin remained so amiable. Ha! Should Tailan Town fall under the auspices of Qingyun County, it would surely be a blessing for Tailan Town. Yet, As soon as he finished speaking, his expression shifted. Huang Xiaojin regarded him with a cool gaze. Are you attempting to decipher my thoughts? As I struggled to explain amidst my cold sweat, Huang Xiaojin had already hurriedly departed with his entourage. Meanwhile, Li Yaowen remained rooted in place, frowning as he scrutinized Huang Xiaojin and Amp Appo's retreating figure. Did he discern my predicament? Was he, like me, pondering if this was an attempt to curry favor with the Li family? Silently, she produced the ancestral tablet, murmuring, "Ancestors, is this person worthy of our hospitality?" The full moon banquet was bustling with guests, including the elders from Inshin village. As Huang Xiaojin arrived with his entourage, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. The couple, Li Dalong and his wife, were still in the main hall and, upon learning of Huang Xiaojin's arrival, exhibited no trace of respect. Witnessing the Li family's arrogance, Lin Yixio narrowed her eyes and remarked, "Master Xiaojin, as I am also the head of a town, it is unbecoming of the Li couple to disregard decorum. Hence, I too shall not extend them any courtesy. Please, Master Xiaojin, await here while I—" Before her words could finish, Huang Xiaojin, seemingly oblivious, beamed as he called out to the main hall. "I am Yinshu Wanghella's master, Huang Xiaojin. Passing through, I have heard of the Li family's new blessing and have taken a liberty to pay a visit, hoping to forge new friendships. I present these 3 gifts, wishing for the Li family to be blessed with abundant descendants and a prosperous path for their offspring." At this declaration, the attendees at the banquet were taken aback, having anticipated trouble or intimidation from Huang Xiaojin, only to discover he had come bearing gifts. Outside, concealed within the ancestral hall, Li Yaozu stood vigilant, hands resting atop the 2 celestial star spirit puppets at the entrance, poised to activate the treasures bestowed by the ancestors at a moment in Amp Appo's notice. Li Yaotai and his wife clutched the summoning artifact for the Silver Iron Forest, with the Demon King and Spirit Beasts gathering at the periphery, ready to respond to a signal. Li Yunbing and the 7 sons of the Iron Gate stood prepared, ready to unleash their formation should conflict arise. They had initially assumed Huang Xiaojin would present some gruesome offering, even contemplating the notion of severed heads or lethal spells. However, they were taken aback to find that this was merely a gesture, expressing a desire for a relationship devoid of opportunism and malice between Yinshu Wanghelu and the Li family. Huang Xiaojin's voice resonated throughout the Li family's vicinity. Amidst the chaos